I just built a teleportation array in a mobile game. And surprisingly, a teleportation array also appeared on the moon thousands of miles away. When I clicked to build a fire tower in the game, a towering black tower also rose on the moon. This is all because I played a game called Civilization War, where the entire moon is my territory, and whatever I build in the game synchronizes with reality. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on Zhao Zhang's phone screen. Please select a planet in the solar system as your magic energy base. Looking at the 8 planets and some satellites displayed on the screen, Zhao Zhang clicked on the blue planet in the middle without any hesitation. Unexpectedly, a prompt appeared. The blue planet is about to become the main battlefield and is not suitable as your magic energy base. It is recommended that you choose an uninhabited planet. Zhao Zhang was taken aback, then clicked on Jupiter, the largest planet. But another prompt appeared. Please try to choose a planet that is relatively close to the blue planet to facilitate the establishment of defensive works, repel enemies, and protect human civilization. After 2 consecutive selections were rejected, Zhao Zhang's face showed signs of impatience. He thought to himself, why is this game so troublesome? With so many thresholds? He didn't have the patience to spend time playing slowly. Fortunately, the game seemed to understand Zhao Zhang's thoughts and quickly popped up a prompt. After scanning, the system recommends that you choose this planet as your magic energy base, as it is close enough to humanity's home. Seeing the planet recommended by the game system, Zhao Zhang was slightly taken aback. Isn't this the moon? Without thinking much, he clicked confirm. All he wanted now was to quickly see what the content of the game was. Then the screen shifted, and the camera appeared on the surface of the moon. When Zhao Zhang saw the surface of the moon, the only word that came to his mind was desolate. In front of him, apart from the pock-marked gray soil, there was nothing else in sight. The dead silence and desolation were the only tones of this satellite. Without the protection of an atmosphere, he could see the boundless outer space as he looked up, with eternal darkness shrouding everything. Not far from the moon, there was a huge azure planet that looked vibrant and full of life, forming a stark contrast with the desolate moon. Although the surface of the moon had nothing, Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up because the scene he was seeing at that moment was very realistic and detailed. Even the countless tiny dust particles on the lunar surface were clearly visible. He couldn't help but exclaim that the game had done a great job with the details, though some aspects were a bit unorthodox, trying to emulate those annoying software. Amid Zhao Zhang's complaints, a prompt popped up on the screen again. Please select a location to start building your magical energy base. With this prompt appearing, as a seasoned gamer, Zhao Zhang knew at a glance how to play. He casually clicked on a relatively flat area and then began to build things. However, in the building bar on the right side of the screen, most of the building facilities were gray and locked, with only the top 2 buildings being colored and operable. One was called the teleportation array, and the other was called the fire tower. He clicked on the teleportation array, and an introduction prompt appeared next to it. Once the teleportation array is built, it can teleport any object in both directions, upgradable. Zhao Zhang ignored the prompt, clicked on the teleportation array with his finger, then pressed and dragged it to the empty space before releasing it. Suddenly, a mysterious purple light flew in from the depths of the universe and landed on the surface of the moon. When the purple light disappeared, a huge magical array was left behind, shimmering with colorful lights, very dazzling. In response, Zhao Zhang simply commented, "The special effects are not bad." Then, he selected the nearby fire tower and placed it next to the teleportation array. As soon as he let go, a black tower-shaped building burst through the ground and rose up. This black tower has a strange shape, with mysterious inscriptions carved on its body, and at the top is a huge fiery red gem that is very eye-catching. The fire tower can unleash fire magic to attack enemies, upgradable. Note that this building is a controllable attack-type structure, and you can control it to actively attack any target. The initial fire tower has an attack range of 10,000 kilometers, and when you leave, the fire tower will enter self-defense mode, targeting any object that approaches the base. Seeing the prompt for the fire tower, Zhao Zhang became a bit interested, thinking he could try attacking. After some exploration, he quickly figured out how to operate the fire tower. First, click on the fire tower on the screen to put it in standby mode. Then click on the attack target. Zhao Zhang first clicked in the void, and immediately, the red gem at the top of the fire tower suddenly lit up, emitting a huge fireball that flew towards the dark void, trailing a long fiery tail, and disappeared into space in the blink of an eye. He felt that the attack speed was quite good, and the visual effect was also nice, and he thought about testing its power. Zhao Zhang rotated the screen camera, circling around the surface of the moon, and soon discovered a mountainous area. One of the peaks looked quite high, and without hesitation, he clicked on that peak, marking it as the attack target. The fire tower received Zhao Zhang's command and immediately launched a fireball. The huge fireball shot through space like a missile, directly hitting the peak. In the next moment, a violent explosion occurred on the peak, with flames shooting into the sky. However, the sound of the explosion was somewhat strange. very low and even distant. Different from the explosion sounds Zhao Zhang remembered. Although the explosion caused by the fireball attack on the peak was impressive, Zhao Zhang remained calm after watching it, somewhat indifferent. Compared to the explosions in those AAA game masterpieces and countless sci-fi war movies, the recent event could only be considered child's play. Now that the weapons were built, according to the game's routine, the enemies should be appearing, right? But where are the enemies? Why haven't they shown up yet? After playing for a while and seeing that the enemies were still not appearing, Zhao Zhang gradually lost interest and swiped the entire screen up to choose to exit the game. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 in the evening, and the hunger in his stomach drove Zhao Zhang to put on his clothes and go downstairs to find a restaurant to eat. In the aerospace city center of Dian National Capital, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the lunar monitoring room, causing the personnel inside to change their expressions. Those who could stay here were all professionals and naturally knew that this kind of alarm sounded when the satellite detected changes on the lunar surface. They quickly called up the lunar footage and projected it onto screen 1. A leader stood up and issued a command. Soon, the screen displayed an image, revealing that a huge circular structure, resembling an arena, had appeared on the originally desolate lunar surface at some unknown time, inscribed with a hexagram formation, constantly flashing with light. Upon seeing this scene, everyone showed expressions of surprise, and someone couldn't help but say, "What is this? It looks like some kind of formation. How could such a thing appear on the moon? How did it get there?" Many people began to discuss. The previous leader issued another order. "Shaoli, pull up the previous surveillance footage and see how it appeared." "Okay, Director." The young man surnamed Li quickly operated on the computer, and the previous surveillance footage appeared on screen 1. 1 minute ago, there was nothing on the moon. 1 minute later, a purple beam of light suddenly flew in from deep space and directly landed on the lunar surface. The purple beam lasted for a very short time, and when it disappeared, it left behind this suspected magic circle. After witnessing the birth of the magic circle, everyone was first incredulous, then panicked. Coming from deep space, there was only one possibility: extraterrestrial life. This thought emerged in everyone's mind. Suddenly, the alarm of the detector rang out again, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Everyone turned to look at screen 1, and saw something emerging from the lunar surface next to the strange magic circle at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few breaths, a mysterious black tower-like structure appeared on the monitor, looking incredibly eerie. The style of the black tower was nothing like anything on Blue Star. And it wasn't over yet. The next moment, the huge red gem at the top of the black tower suddenly lit up, followed by a rapid gathering of energy on the gem, which shot a massive fireball into space, and then fired a second fireball at the nearby mountain peak. In front of everyone's eyes, the mountain peak was hit, erupting in a fierce blaze. Although no one heard any sound, their minds couldn't help but imagine the deafening explosion. The explosive power shown on the surveillance screen was already equivalent to that of a conventional air-to-ground missile. Although the flames on the mountain peak were quickly extinguished by the vacuum environment, the shocked expressions on the faces of the people in the monitoring room lingered. At this moment, the lunar monitoring room was very quiet, as if everyone was too scared to speak. It was still that leader who reacted first. He had a serious expression as he ordered, "Everyone, leave your stations immediately, and do not touch the computers. No one is allowed to leave this room without permission." After giving the order, the leader immediately went to the door, opened a red box, and without hesitation, pulled the alarm from the red box. A situation like this was beyond what a mere monitoring room director could handle. In an instant, the entire space city was filled with the sound of police sirens, quickly alarming the highest levels and causing a stir. The Central Authority took it very seriously. The next day, Zhao Zhang woke up groggily, and it was already past 10 in the morning. He picked up his phone from the bedside, planning to play for a while before getting out of bed, which had always been his habit. However, as soon as he unlocked the phone screen, the first thing he saw was the icon for the game Civilization War. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhang instinctively opened Civilization War, only to find that the game progress had hardly changed since he logged off last night. The enemy still hadn't appeared, and the other buildings in the item bar were still locked. He couldn't help but complain. What a terrible game. Zhao Zhang spat out a sentence, then opened Weibo to see if there were any new melons to eat. Large-scale meeting of the Air Alliance. It was the #1 news topic on the Hot 100 list. The so-called Aerospace Alliance, the full name of which is Aerospace Alliance Organization, will be established in 2025, and currently has only a few member countries, all of which have the ability to land on the moon. The Yen Kingdom is naturally among them. Zhao Zhang usually paid more attention to Yengua's aerospace industry, and when he saw such a news topic, he immediately clicked on it to take a look. The news content was consistent with the headline, which was that a spokesman for the Air League suddenly announced in the early hours of the morning that a massive conference was about to take place. According to the spokesman, the main purpose of the conference is to help other countries to jointly develop the aerospace industry. so that more countries can join the Aviation Alliance. The meeting is scheduled for 2 p.m. today. The invited countries, however, were an unprecedented number of more than 20, far exceeding the member countries of the Aviation Alliance. And these 20 countries are all regulars on the comprehensive national power list, and the domestic regime is relatively stable countries. Like those small countries, war-torn countries, are not invited to the ranks. Chapter 3: A Crisis for All Mankind? Chapter 3: Crisis for All Mankind. Although a spokesperson explained the reason for the massive meeting, such a strange move by the Air Alliance has sparked a series of hot debates. Numerous netizens have speculated on the reason, saying anything. There were even many who wondered if aliens were coming to make the Voyage Alliance make such a counterintuitive move. The main thing is that the Air League is rushing this meeting. In the past, a multinational conference like this one would have to be finalized at least a couple of months beforehand, so as to give the bigwigs of each country enough time to make arrangements for their schedules. After all, the big boys are busy. Unlike this time, the announcement was made on the same day and the meeting was held on the same day. In addition, since the establishment of the Aviation Alliance, once a year, the meeting is held by a few member countries, never letting people from other countries to participate. Why this time to change the normal situation? Zhao Zhang also felt a bit strange. However, he scoffed a bit at the alien invasion that some of the netizens were talking about. What a crock of. After brushing the netizens' comments for a while, Zhao Zhang quickly lost interest, got up and washed up, then went out to eat breakfast and lunch together. In the afternoon, he's going to buy a new cell phone. He was laid off by his company a few days ago, and the company compensated him a total of more than $20,000, so there must be money for a new cell phone. It's even possible to survive without going to work for the next few months by saving your money, because he doesn't have a mortgage, much less a girlfriend. As long as they don't touch either of these, the boys will have a good time, and a good time in style. Just as Zhao Zhang went to pick out a new cell phone, the headquarters of the Voyage Alliance had brought together important people from many countries. In addition to the representatives of the member countries of the Aviation Alliance all arrived, the invited countries also sent all the important figures, and most of the people's faces are extremely serious, as if they were facing a great enemy. Apparently, they were given some information in advance. 2 o'clock sharp. The meeting started on time. Representatives of states took their seats. When everyone arrived, the heavy door of the conference room was closed heavily. Then, the representative of the Great Yen country took the lead and spoke. First of all, welcome to everyone. The initiator of this meeting was the Great Yen country, so the representative of the Great Yen country was qualified to say this. The content of this meeting concerns the fate of all mankind. I hope that in the next few moments, everyone will be able to put aside their former suspicions and not hide. So if you have any good ideas, you must say them. After these words, the representatives of the countries just looked at each other and no one spoke. The representative of the Yen state then continued. Please watch this video first. The words fell. The monitor on the wall in the center of the conference room then began to play a surveillance video of the moon. The content of the video was, naturally, all of Zhao Zhang's operations on the moon. Seeing the sudden appearance of the two mysterious buildings, as well as the explosion of the fireball's attack, even if the people present, who had knowledge in advance, were still startled. Oh, God, how is this possible? Incredible. Quite a few people even exclaimed in shock, with disbelief on their faces. When the video was finished, the Yen country representative said in a deep voice, "This is the surveillance footage captured by our lunar palace No. 5-foot satellite, 20 hours ago. It is absolutely true and has not been altered in any way." At these words, the representatives of the countries in the conference room looked incredibly grave. The atmosphere also became oppressive. We all know very well what that means. Although humans have always fantasized about being able to make Type 3 contact with other beings in the universe, this is just typical human behavior, and people really just think about it. When extraterrestrial life does come, I'm afraid that most of humanity will be on guard, as if they're facing a great enemy, just like the representatives of the countries at this moment. After a few moments of silence, one of the delegates couldn't help but say, "So, what's happening is that there are unknown guys that moved in over our heads." The Yen representative said, "Mr. Brunei, although your analogy is not precise, the general situation, I'm afraid, is this." As the two men opened their mouths one after another to break the silence, other delegates also voiced their questions and opinions. What kind of civilization is this? The way it appears is too strange to understand. That fireball is unbelievable. Look at the way it was created. It should be an energy weapon. And how did it burn up in a vacuum? What and where did the purple pillar of light come from in the first place? Two buildings, both so mysterious. It seems that our new neighbors have technology that far surpasses that of our species. Until now, we still haven't seen the appearance of the suspected lifeforms. Do they have stealth technology and have been hiding in the dark? seeing that these people were having a lively discussion, but none of them were getting to the point. The representative from Eagle Sauce, at once, knocked on the table. "Gentlemen, the answers to the questions you are discussing are not the most important at this time," Representative Eagle Jam said seriously. "We must first find out what is the purpose of his ascension to the moon and whether his treatment of us humans is kind or full of malice." Once this statement was made, the room fell silent once again. Everyone pondered the question posed by the representative of Eagle Sauce. Seeing that no one spoke, the Eagle Sauce representative's gaze turned in the direction of the Inferno representative. "Jan, do you have any thoughts on the question I just posed?" Representative Yan thought for a moment and said, "According to our think tank's analysis, I'm afraid that the way he treats us humans is more likely to be malicious than good. He launched fireballs a total of 2 times, and we believe that this is not a coincidence. Most likely, he is aware of the existence of our satellites and is deliberately displaying force for the purpose of deterrence. Our new neighbor, in this way, tells us that he has mastered energy weapons beyond our comprehension." These words caused many people present to change their faces. When we think about it, we think that Representative Yan Yu's analysis makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain the aliens' actions. And that, too, is the worst possible outcome. Of course, there are those who see it differently. Perhaps it's a coincidence that he doesn't know we have satellites, and is simply testing the performance of the weapons. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately retorted, "This possibility is very small. Since they can descend here from the distant universe, it means that they have technology that far exceeds ours. In this case, will they still not be able to discover those satellites that are not half disguised?" Representative Hawkmaster spoke up again. "We need to prepare for the worst. Assuming that an alien civilization really wants to invade Earth, what can we do to stop it?" The question, which took the crowd in the room, almost asked for autism. Now about the imaginary enemy on the moon. The human side, so to speak, knows nothing. Not even what the opponent looks like. Who knows how to stop the... Everyone frowned deeply, and no one could give valid advice. One time, silence fell in the conference room. After a long time, it was still Yang Yu's representative, who spoke his mind. "In our Yen kingdom, there is a saying called know your enemy and know yourself and you will not be in danger in 100 battles, which means to have a thorough understanding of both the enemy's situation and one's own situation in order to fight without danger. So, personally, I think the most important thing right now is to find out the bottom line about our new neighbors on the moon and his attitude towards humanity. What we said before about malice is just our guess. Perhaps, the situation will be different from what we thought. If our new neighbors are friendly to us, maybe this will be an opportunity for us humans to rise." These words, spoken in an organized manner, gained the approval of many people, who nodded their heads. But, a new problem has arisen. "So, what method should be used to figure out the alien civilization?" someone asked. This is the point that everyone is most concerned about. In the face of the crowd's inquiring gazes, Representative Yang Yu, however, looked towards the location of the White Elephant Kingdom. "Mr. Salman, I recall that 4 days ago, you announced that you would be launching another rocket probe to the moon in the near future." Many people's eyes lit up at these words. The representative of the White Elephant Kingdom, on the other hand, had his face changed drastically. The meaning of Yang Yu's representative couldn't be more obvious. This was to ask their White Elephant country's probe to test the alien civilization on the moon. The representative of the White Elephant state certainly did not dare to agree to something like this. "We do intend to do that, but it's a long-term plan. Our current aeronautical technology, which is still not very mature and has not come out of the shadow of the last failure, will take time." The representative of the White Elephant state had wanted to use the delaying tactic to muddle through this matter first. Only, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a domineering representative of Eagle Jam. "American can offer you help." The Eagle Jam representative fixed his gaze on Salman and said, "Your flight control system is too outdated, which was the main reason for the failure of your last rocket launch, and we are willing to provide you with the most reliable flight control system, as well as related hardware products." Representative Yan Yu spoke up at the right time. "On the side of the Yen Kingdom, we can provide some of the booster power units." Even the polar bear representative followed. "Leave the arrow structure to us." The 3 great powers had taken a stand, causing the black face of the representative of the White Elephant Kingdom to become even blacker. One must know that these 3 powers are the 3 strongest powers on the blue planet. Once the 3 of them fight, it's enough to make the whole world suffer with them. Even if the White Elephant Kingdom had always been arrogant, it would not dare to offend these 3 at the same time. That's not all. Seeing that the 3 bigwigs had taken a stand, other countries, in a hurry, followed suit. "This is a very good solution. I support it. There are no better options left." One time, the conference room was actually a scene of unity, where people of different colors were united in a moment of unprecedented solidarity, and all the delegates were raising their hands. except for the one in White Elephant Land. Looking around at the gawking crowd, Salman suddenly had a realization: the original clown was actually himself. Maybe these people had colluded to set him up long ago. Thinking about it, Salman was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. So many delegates are in favor of it that it is no longer possible for the White Elephant state to oppose it. No country has ever dared to offend the whole world at once. P.S. If big brothers think this chapter is too childish, please forgive me. The original version is not like this. Just the original writing may be a little true. Cannot pass the review. After revising a few times, it becomes like this. Chapter 4, The Arrival of the Enemy. Before attending this important meeting, the representatives of each country were authorized by their presidents to handle everything. So, with the silence of the representative of the White Elephant State, the matter was settled. Next, it's just a matter of discussing some details. It has been suggested, for example, that the detectors in the White Elephant State be equipped with a phonograph that plays on a loop the language of greeting from each country. It reads, "Hello and welcome to the solar system." Once the probe is captured by an alien civilization, you can hear the words, "To unleash the goodness of mankind." It was a great offer and was eventually taken up. At the end of the meeting, Representative Younger added a reminder. The news on the moon is very important, and if it is leaked, it could easily trigger global unrest. I propose that the contents of this Air Alliance meeting need to be kept strictly confidential. The classification level is top secret. I hope that when you go back, you will take care of the confidentiality measures. There are 4 main levels of confidentiality: top secret, confidential, secret and unclassified. Top secret, already at the highest level. Everyone knew the importance of this message, so no one would object to Representative Yang Yu's proposal and raise their hands in favor. At this point, as if he had thought of something, a representative spoke up and said, "As far as I know, there are high-end astronomical telescopes sold on the market that are capable of seeing the moon. Should we take some measures to recycle or simply destroy these astronomical telescopes? There's no need to do that just yet." Representative Yang Yu explained, "The new neighbors on the moon, where they are now, are relatively close to the back of the moon, and from the blue star's observation angle, even the most sophisticated large astronomical telescopes can't see what's there." After a pause, Representative Yang Yu added, "Of course, we can't rule out whether that new neighbor, next, will move towards other locations on the moon. Therefore, I suggest that when you all go back, you need to restrict the telescope manufacturers in each country from making and selling high-precision astronomical telescopes. At the same time, for those customers who have already purchased astronomical telescopes, it is important to get their information and keep track of their itinerary. As soon as things change, recall the telescopes from their hands." The crowd sniffed and subconsciously glanced at Representative Yang Yu. Obviously, the Yen state had done its homework before convening this meeting. In response to the gazes of the crowd, Yang Yu looked calm. He was about to close the meeting. The Eagle Jam representative, however, stood up at that moment, full of seriousness. "Gentlemen, this incident is very serious. I hope you can understand that the arrival of an alien civilization is no longer a personal crisis, but a test for the entire human race. Our choices will affect the fate of all mankind. Perhaps it only takes one small mistake to cause the end of the world. For this event, we need maximum preparation to face it, and only by uniting all of humanity will we be able to get through the crisis. So next, whatever initiatives you have, or any new information you discover, be the first to share it." These words were spoken with great righteousness. When the Air League meeting was over, the spokesman called a press conference at the first opportunity. During the press conference, the spokesman made an important announcement. The major member countries of the Aerospace Union will provide space technology assistance to the invited countries this time. The first of these to receive assistance was the White Elephant State. Shortly afterward, it was also announced on the White Elephant Nation side that a rocket probe would be launched ahead of schedule to log onto the moon in 5 days. The news caused a sensation. The trend of public opinion on the internet, but the formation of two extremes. There are those who are optimistic and even more who are not. After all, most of the rockets launched by the White Elephant State before have failed. Those who were optimistic, on the other hand, thought that this time, the White Elephant State had the help of several big countries and might succeed. Zhao Zhang naturally noticed the news. However, he wasn't interested in foreign spaceflight and didn't pay much attention to it. The new cell phone had been purchased, and next, he was going to play nice for 10 days and half a month before he went to look for a job to work. 5 days passed quickly. On this day, the gazes of countless people from all over the world were gathered in the White Elephant country. Because, just today, the White Elephant State will be broadcasting, live, the entire launch of the rocket probe. The move is naturally intended to save face from the last launch failure and, in the process, boost the morale of the country and the credibility of the government. The White Elephant State side is very confident about the success rate of this rocket launch, because a lot of the stuff, technology and equipment, they don't own. As for the other countries, out of sympathy, they turned a blind eye and chose to acquiesce to the small-mindedness of the White Elephant country. After all, the White Elephant state guaranteed that as soon as the rocket succeeded in entering outer space, it would interrupt the broadcast and would not divulge what happened on the moon. 9 o'clock in the morning, live streaming opens. In the high-definition live camera, the huge rocket, violently ignited, and then slowly lifted off, accelerating until it disappeared into the sky. All in all, the process went very smoothly. When the rocket successfully broke through the atmosphere and flew into outer space, the host of the White Elephant Nation, who was in charge of this live broadcast, was so excited that he loudly announced that their rocket launch was successful. One time, the entire White Elephant Kingdom was abuzz with cheers. Being able to go to the moon is an immense honor, no matter what country you are in. Zhao Zhang hadn't surfed the internet much in the past 2 days, and it was only on the morning of the third day that he saw the news of the White Elephant country's successful rocket launch on the internet. He was a little surprised, but quickly put it behind him. After all, it's 2028, so this is not unusual. After lunch, Zhao Zhang picked up his new cell phone and started preparing to play the game. Only, just after clicking on the game, he heard a vibration. It wasn't the new phone in his hand that had received any messages. The source of the vibrations was the old cell phone he had discarded on the table. Zhao Zhang froze and picked up his old cell phone to check it. Just saw 2 alerts appear on the screen of the old phone. Attention! Unknown intruder detected. Approaching the moon base. Do you want to shoot it down? Note, no response for more than 60 seconds will result in a default shootdown. Seeing these 2 reminders, Zhao Zhang had a snicker on his face. Rubbish game. Finally gave up on arranging for the enemy to enter. Unfortunately, I already have a new love. Although the words were said, Zhao Zhang was still a bit curious as to what kind of enemies this garbage game had arranged. Just as he was about to click on War of Civilizations, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. I haven't charged this phone in like a week and it's still showing half of its charge. When did standby time become so awesome? Although he was puzzled in his mind, Zhao Zhang didn't think much about it. He speculated that perhaps because he had restored it to factory settings and no other software was running in the background, the phone became power efficient. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang clicked on the game. The screen went dark and the scene came to outer space. Where is the enemy? Zhao Zhang's eyes searched carefully in the cell phone screen and finally found a small black dot in the distance in space. When he zoomed in on the small black dot and got a good look at it, he froze. What's this thing that looks a little like a rocket detector? Chapter 5, Alien Civilization Deception. Zhao Zhang originally thought that the enemies in the game should be ferocious and ugly alien races. After all, the name of the game is War of Civilizations. I never thought that the first enemy to appear would be an outer space probe. This thing deserves to be an enemy. At this point, the prompt popped up on the screen again. Unknown intruder has crossed the perimeter. Do you want to shoot it down? Yes/no. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhang didn't think too much and directly clicked yes, because in his eyes, it's just a game. As Zhao Zhang made his choice, in the screen, the ruby on the fire arts tower lit up. Next moment, an oversized fireball shot out from the fire tower, quickly cutting through space, trailing a long flame, like a meteor, rushing towards the enemy. The darkness along the way was dispersed a bit. Even though the fireball was flying very swiftly, as fast as lightning, the screen was still quiet for a few seconds before Zhao Zhang saw the explosion of the fireball hitting the target. It should be too far away. It was also because of the distance, which caused the image of the explosion, which appeared small in the cell phone. At least to Zhao Zhang, it was a small fire that flickered for a moment, and then it was gone. If I had to describe it, it's like a fly farting, no ripples at all. Originally, Zhao Zhang thought that the shape of the detector was just a disguise or a test for the enemy, and that the enemy should still have a backhand. So he waited. Just, after waiting for a while, the screen remained in endless darkness. Nothing moved, and the game system didn't pop up any more new tips. After waiting for a full minute and still not seeing anything, he finally lost his patience. That's it. Zhao Zhang was powerless to spit, and once he pressed the lock screen button on his old phone, he threw it back on the table. Then, went to play with his new cell phone. In the meantime, White Elephant Country, ISRO, Space Research Center. In the huge control room, delegates from various countries were staring intently at the big screen. These delegates, all of whom have traveled from all over the world today, have come for the purpose, naturally, of witnessing, with their own eyes, mankind's first Type 3 contact. The White Elephant Country was able to launch its rockets ahead of schedule this time, and it was these delegates who were behind the scheme. They knew what was on the moon, and they also attached more importance to the program than ordinary people did. Some of the more distant delegates had traveled overnight on special flights. The faces of the delegates at the moment were grave, and many of them looked nervous. Due to the delay in signal transmission in space, the large screen was now showing a view of the rover, edging closer towards the lunar surface. Even It was already possible to vaguely see the outlines of the two mysterious buildings. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the moon's surface, everyone's heart was very tense. Next to the big screen, there was a small screen with a red dot, representing the probe, and the red dot was now very close to the moon. It was then that the change occurred. A red light flashed and a huge fireball trailing a trailing flame struck, surprising everyone. "Get out of the way!" A certain high-ranking official of the White Elephant Kingdom couldn't help but exclaim, but no one took him up on it. Everyone just watched in horror and did nothing. Anyone with a little common sense knows that there's no way to control the probe to avoid it at this point, because the only means for the probe to reorient itself in outer space is to turn on the jets and generate power through the jets in order to reorient itself slightly. This means of reorientation is very inflexible and time-consuming. It's not like driving on the road, where you take a steering wheel and turn right away. So, people can't do anything but watch. Even, maybe because of the delayed signal, the detector is actually long gone, and what the crowd is seeing now is just the last image the detector sent back. Fruity. Next moment, all signals were interrupted. A black screen with no signal appeared in the big screen, and the red dots in the small screen disappeared with it. "Report! We've lost complete contact with the probe," a technician shouted in horror. The faces of the people present changed drastically, especially the representative of the White Elephant Country, whose original brownish-black face was now white with fear. A few minutes later, all representatives are again gathered in the adjacent conference room. The faces of every representative were filled with gravity and seriousness, making the atmosphere in the conference room depressing. Everyone has something to say. "What do the aliens mean by this?" The representative of the White Elephant Country was the first to break the silence. There was horror in his tone, and a hint of blame. Knew the plan, this time, was a doozy. Now, the White Elephant Country not only lost a costly detector, but also his personal future will come to an end. Maybe the aliens will settle their scores later and bring disaster to the White Elephant Country. What just happened is enough to prove the toughness of the alien civilization, the representative of the Kangaroo Country said in a cold voice. "The war that belongs to our human civilization has begun." SHET. The Eagle Sauce representative cursed and grimaced. Not only him, but the faces of the other delegates were not much better. Although normally, everyone never stopped fighting in their nests in order to fight for benefits, and there were not a few who had a grudge against each other. But now, everyone was a human on the same front, with a common enemy. The destiny of all mankind is at stake, and no one is exempt from it. The representative of the Pickle Nation said something else. Maybe it was all just a misunderstanding. The aliens didn't know it was a probe and chose to shoot it down out of wariness, or maybe the aliens just simply didn't want us to get close. As soon as this statement was made, the Eagle Sauce representative retorted, "Put away your stupid and naive ideas. If the aliens didn't want us to get close to the moon, they could have just fired one test shot into the air first as a warning, instead of outright destroying it. We're not armed with any weapons on our probe." These words were spoken very harshly. One could even say without any politeness, without the slightest respect, and should not have appeared on such an occasion. After all, what everyone represented was not personal. The people present, however, looked as if they were not surprised, because the relationship between the two countries is equivalent to that of father and son, and similar situations have occurred on more than one occasion. The only one in the room was the representative of the Kimchi country, who lowered his head with an embarrassed face and dared to speak. "Why would aliens do this?" The representative of the Gallic country suddenly said with a puzzled face. "If they harbor malice towards humans, why don't they just invade? Why do they stay on the moon? Why don't they avoid human satellites? What purpose do they have in the end?" No one in the audience could answer this litany of whys. In fact, people are very strange and puzzled by the behavior of the aliens. It's so out of character. One can't even help but wonder if it's all real. But satellites have captured images that don't lie, and there are indeed aliens on the moon. Whether it was an energy weapon or that strange spell, it was something that could only be made by intelligent beings. The probe that was just destroyed is proof enough of that as well. The conference room fell silent. It was a long time before a representative spoke up and asked, "What should we do now?" "Don't do anything." Yang Yu, the representative of the Yin country, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, then said in a deep voice, "We are just starting out in the field of space, so doing anything is useless." Upon hearing this, everyone could only sigh. Yeah, with the technology that mankind now possesses, it's not very easy to even send a man to the moon, let alone start a space war. On the ground, humans have aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and incredibly powerful nuclear bombs, but none of these weapons can hit in space, much less attack the moon. Whatever the alien civilization on the moon has planned, all we can do now is wait and see what happens. Representative Yang Yu added. On the ground, however, we should do something about it and be fully prepared for the worst. Chapter 6, World Changes, Revised. Day 2. Just after 10 o'clock in the morning. As usual, The first thing Zhao Zhang did when he woke up was to play with his cell phone first, open the short video app and get ready to swipe a few videos to wake up. As a result, Zhao Zhang just swiped a few videos and his face became surprised, because these short videos he had just swiped through were almost all about the same thing. The breaking news: many countries declare state of readiness and increase military spending without limit. It's not just the self-published media that post these videos, but even the official media down the line. In other words, the message is absolutely true. What's going on here? Zhao Zhang frowned slightly. He then clicked on the comments of a video and realized that countless netizens were just as confused as he was. Just woke up. What's up? Why does it feel like the global atmosphere, all of a sudden, has become tense? This is to open the rhythm of S3 season is not a little too sudden. Not. I just paid $688,000 to get a wife. Can't the big boys just stop for a while and let me have some fun first? Ooh, dude upstairs. He's from gone, right? I haven't heard of any movement anywhere lately. It should just be a normal arms race, so don't panic. Clueless fruit on a clueless tree. Clueless tree for you and me. It's done. Let's eat first. Fortunately, on the side of the yen state, no similar notice was issued for the time being, and although there was some public outcry on the network, it did not trigger a war scare. What Zhao Zhang didn't know was that, in fact, this morning, the capital side also opened a closed-door meeting, attended by all the bigwigs. The topic of the meeting was related to the alien civilization on the moon. It's really his maneuver yesterday that has caused unease in the higher echelons of all humanity. It makes perfect sense to make some precautionary preparations. Once the meeting was over at the center, a red-topped document with a very high level of secrecy appeared. Among the contents of the document, one of them is actually a feasibility report on the construction of an underground refuge city. Of course, Zhao Zhang was just an ordinary citizen, so he definitely couldn't come into contact with this. At this moment, he was closely watching what was being said on the internet. As an ordinary person, Zhao Zhang actually didn't want the war to come. This is because he knows very well that once the war really comes, the risk resistance of ordinary people, in a war, is almost zero. While the powerful can defend themselves in a war and even have avenues to run away, ordinary people cannot. If you're unlucky, a shell will blow over and you'll be cold straight away. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang logged into a forum. This forum had seen a number of god posts, and was known as the gathering place of the great gods. He came here because he also wanted to see if there were any posts with unique insights. When he managed to log on to the forums, he found here the same heated discussion. Obviously, everyone is very concerned about what is behind this sudden and unusual move between countries. During Zhao Zhang's browsing, there was soon a post that caught Zhao Zhang's attention. Bold speculation about the reasons why countries are preparing for war. First floor, I don't know if you noticed a few days ago there was a message. Also very strange. That caused quite a bit of buzz at the time. That's right. I'm talking about the Air Alliance move 9 days ago. Since the establishment of the Aviation Alliance in 2025, every year's meeting, only a few member countries to participate. And this year, a sudden major change. Not only the meeting expedited ahead of time, but also expanded the number of people participating in the meeting, enough to invite more than 20 countries to participate in the representatives. If you separate the Air Alliance incident from today's events, we, who don't know the truth, will just look confused. But if you connect the two things, you'll find something to go on. Why am I saying this? Please listen to me in detail. Almost immediately after the Aviation Alliance meeting, the White Elephant State announced that they would launch their rocket probe ahead of schedule to log on to the moon. As I recall, the White Elephant nations previously announced launch time was at the end of the year, and it's suddenly a few months ahead of schedule. Even with the help of the bigwigs in the Aerospace Alliance, it's still a bit too eager. After all, launching a rocket is a big deal for any country. No sloppy work, and not only did the White Elephant State do it, it actually launched successfully. But just look up the White Elephant State's past launch records to see how high their failure rate is. It's unbelievable that they can still succeed under such eager conditions. Perhaps people will say that this is the result of White Elephant Country being helped by the Air League, not a reflection of White Elephant Country's original space technology. But the question is, why would the bigwigs of the Aerospace Union go so far down the drain to help the White Elephant State just to make the Aerospace Union one more member state? Also, did you notice that today is the 4th day since the successful launch of the White Elephant State rocket? What is the goal of this rocket launch by the White Elephant Country? Yes, it's for the moon landing. With the current space technology of mankind, it will take almost 3 days from the launch of the rocket to the successful landing of the probe on the moon. That means that the probe from the White Elephant State was supposed to land on the moon yesterday. But I went over the wall to the extranet and found that on the side of the White Elephant State, there is no media coverage of the follow-up related to this moon landing program, which is clearly out of the ordinary. In a situation like this, there is only one possibility that the White Elephant Nation's probe, The moon landing failed. Although it's nothing out of the ordinary for the White Elephant Kingdom, it's a little less normal when you relate it to today's situation. Why did the White Elephant State fail to land on the moon? And the next day the major powers declared a state of war. Having analyzed this, I have a bold guess that there has been an unusual turn of events on the moon. Or perhaps even that extraterrestrial life has appeared on the moon, aka aliens. It was the aliens who destroyed the White Elephant Nations probe that caused the nations on the blue planet, as it were, to become enemies. The above is just my humble opinion. Just take a look at it, haha. This post, it seems, just appeared a short while ago. Not a lot of replies at the bottom of the post. Second floor, what a ripoff. And I personally admire the owner for his brainchild. Third floor, I think the owner's analysis. It makes sense. Fourth floor, asterisk 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 asterisk. I have to say that the owner is a real thinker. To be able to link these two things together with a very good sense of logic. And if it wasn't for the aliens reference at the end, I'd really believe it. Fifth floor, oh, this analysis can make people laugh to death. But also aliens according to the owner's analysis. The aliens should come to the moon 9 days ago, right? Otherwise, the Aviation Alliance will not urgently convene a meeting. Is not it then, may I ask? This 9 days time, the aliens and what to do to be able to cross the Milky Way galaxy to come. The aliens' science and technology. It should be able to crush human beings is right. Why were the aliens discovered by the Voyage Alliance but did not invade the blue planet for so long? Could it be that the aliens deliberately gave humans a chance to take a breather? Are you stupid or are the aliens stupid? Sixth floor, in reply to upstairs, maybe the aliens' goal, to slave humans, is still working on the plan, so there's no rush to do it. Seventh floor, then they shouldn't be discovered by humans. Wouldn't it be better to hide in the shadows and secretly research them? Waiting to catch humans off guard when they're ready would be the most logical move, rather than letting humans be on the defensive like they are right now. You don't want to say that aliens can come all the way to the solar system and yet don't even have the means to avoid human satellites, right? Eighth floor, what's there to argue about the owner of the SB1? Identification is complete. Ninth floor, how many aliens? I'll let them come to our big yin country. Guarantee to eat them into protected animals. P.S. Please take this book as another parallel world similar to the Earth. Some places are unreasonable. Kind of small author intentionally, because the river crab god beast is too fierce. Only 6 chapters have 2 chapters were shut down the small black house. It is really difficult to bandage. Chapter 7, the truth about the game. P.S. The last chapter has been revised, almost overturned and rewritten. For crying out loud. 4 votes of comfort. Not many people believe this analysis post at all. Originally, people scoffed at the appearance of aliens. What's more, the owner's hypothetical aliens had very unreasonable behavior. Though the owner later argues that it was the poor level of human technology and the aliens didn't care about the human move that brought them to the moon in a big way. But that's a far-fetched explanation. The first reaction of any intelligent being that encounters other alien races in the universe is surely to be cautious. Cootie. All know that it is very foolish to despise an unknown enemy. So, aliens that can reach the moon would be stupid? If a lion fights a rabbit, he'll still give it his all. As to whether the aliens could have come in peace with good intentions, if that were the case, would the human side still be in danger? So the speculation that there are aliens on the moon is simply not true. The owner of this analysis post, also spammed by the internet. However, when Zhao Zhang saw this analysis post, but it was a jolt. He thought of the game that had appeared on his old cell phone, The War on Civilization. If you take his behavior in the game, and the analysis in this post, and combine it, it's thief reasonable. Count the days. 9 days ago. Isn't that when he started playing the game? He built 2 contraptions on the moon in the game with his front foot. The next day, the Air League held an emergency meeting and, in a change from the norm, invited many countries to participate. That's the first coincidence. Then the White Elephant State, which had planned to launch its rocket at the end of the year, suddenly got help from the Air Alliance and moved up its launch schedule significantly. Now it does seem that the move was too hasty and counterintuitive. But if the purpose is to log on to the moon, contact the 2 buildings built by Zhao Zhang as soon as possible to find out the purpose of the aliens. Does not it make sense? So that could be considered a second coincidence. According to the projection of time, yesterday, indeed, was the day when the probe launched by the White Elephant State successfully logged on to the moon. And what did Zhao Zhang do yesterday? In the game, he found a wild probe that wanted to invade his base on the moon, which he shot down without a care in the world. The timing, it's exactly right. This is the third coincidence. A coincidence is a coincidence. 3 coincidences in a row that match. Is that still a coincidence? If you tie it all together, then look at the reaction of the countries today. Isn't it a beaver? After all, he had fired first, and had also exterminated the White Elephant countries' probes. It would be abnormal for the countries to not move at all. Think about it. Zhao Zhang was suddenly struck by lightning and shivered slightly. It's not going to be. I must be overthinking this. It's just a crappy game. It's still synchronized with reality. Affecting the moon in reality is too much. Really, if this is the case. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the home. Movies don't even dare to do that. He mumbled something and kept reassuring himself. But in reality, inside, he was getting more and more nervous, and more felt that his analysis was probably true, because the War of Civilizations game, from the way it appeared on his old phone, was rather strange. That came out of nowhere without his knowledge. Zhao Zhang was certain that he had definitely not downloaded this game. Even more mysteriously, this game can't be deleted no matter how much he deletes it. With so many anomalies united together, if Zhao Zhang thought that it didn't make sense, then he was a cutie. Up. Zhao Zhang hurriedly opened the Thousand Poison search software, then typed in War of Civilizations and clicked search. What popped up as a result was mostly fiction, or movies. Can't find this game at all. He logged on to a gaming platform again and still couldn't find it. Nice guy. Zhao Zhang instantly sweated. His gaze, to the old cell phone thrown on the table, felt, for the first time, that the damn thing was actually a little hot, making him a little afraid to touch it. Take a deep breath. Zhao Zhang grabbed the old cell phone. Regardless of whether the speculation was true or not, he would have to verify it for himself before he could rest assured. When Zhao Zhang lit up his old phone, he realized that on the screen, there was a prompt sent to him by the game. Attention, the enemy's Vanguard Legion, which has approached the solar system, is about to appear on the blue planet through a temporal wormhole. Hint, please upgrade your base as soon as possible to help humanity. The prompt appeared 7 hours ago. At that time, Zhao Zhang was sleeping. Seeing the contents of these two tips, Zhao Zhang was creeped out. Not daring to think about it, he hurriedly unlocked his phone and opened it. Soon he realized that the power of this cell phone, as yesterday, did not lose half a point. It seems that not only is there something wrong with the mystery game, but even his cell phone is mutating. Then, Zhao Zhang clicked on War of Civilizations. Only, this time, when he opened the game, his heart was extremely nervous, and he was no longer as relaxed as before. After entering the game interface, the game is the same as always. Nothing has changed. Zhao Zhang's gaze, on the other hand, was fixed on the teleportation array. He remembered that when he constructed the teleportation array earlier, the hint that appeared said that this teleportation array was capable of transferring items in both directions. If this game can really affect the real moon, then the teleportation array must be useful. Think about it. Zhao Zhang clicked on teleportation array. At once, above the teleportation array, a prompt appeared. Transmit/receive. Zhao Zhang read it. It was giving him a choice, whether to transmit the item, or receive it. He thought for a moment and clicked on teleport first. It would be awesome to be able to upload stuff from the moon. By then, there will be no need to launch any rocket probes. If you want lunar soil, you can get it in minutes. You have not yet created an undead servant, and are temporarily unable to teleport items. See the tip. Zhao Zhang was first slightly stunned, and then reacted to the fact that there was indeed nothing in his magic energy base right now. Without the help of living creatures, we can't let the soil on the moon fly up and fall into the teleportation array by itself, right? He then clicked receive. As a result, the top of the screen, surprisingly, jumped directly to the scanning interface. Please place items to be shipped to the base in the scanner box. Zhao Zhang froze. Scan it and send it to the moon. That's amazing. His eyes, they took in the ball of tissue paper on the table beside the bed. This is the essence of his careful study of Mikami Yua teacher last night, summarized, and is preparing to dispose of today. When Zhao Zhang pointed the lens of his cell phone, on the desktop, in the screen, many small red boxes appeared. Soon he realized that the little red boxes were used to circle the items that needed to be teleported. He didn't think twice about it, and selected all the papers on the table, then clicked on transmit at the bottom. At once, a bizarre scene emerges. Chapter 8, I Control the Moon? Requests for follow-up readings. Chapter 8, I Control the Moon, request for catch-up reading. Capital. 10 days ago, parts of the space city were open to the public, allowing tourists to visit to learn about Yan space technology. Ever since the moon took a turn for the worse, it's been a forbidden place under martial law. At every entrance and exit, there are armed guards standing guard, and inside there is a team of soldiers, patrolling constantly, not to mention ordinary people. Those with less than a certain level of status and those who are not key members of special departments cannot get in at all. The lunar surveillance room in the center of the space city is now even more of a top priority, with such a high level of defense that not even a fly could get in. The technicians who come to work here have each signed extremely strict confidentiality agreements. Woo! A piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the lunar monitoring room. Upon hearing the alarm, everyone's face immediately changed, and they returned to their posts. Standing by. Next moment. Several imposing leaders rushed in at a fast pace. 10 days had passed since the last siren. Everyone knows what a siren like that means. Pull up the moon footage now. The director of the monitoring room exclaimed. It's being transferred. The technician quickly did some work on the computer. Soon, the images captured by the satellite Lunar Palace 5 were transmitted to the big screen in the center. The crowd looked towards the big screen, but the result was that they didn't find anything unusual. Just as everyone was confused, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman suddenly cried out, "It's building number 1 that has changed. There's more white stuff on there." For the 2 alien structures that suddenly appeared on the moon, the human side, except for Zhao Zhang, had no idea what they were or what their functions were. In order to avoid mistakes, the Space City Center has been given a numerical designation, for the time being, as a tentative name for the 2 buildings. The first teleportation array to appear was building number 1. The pyromancy tower is building number 2. When the crowd heard this, their gazes immediately gathered on the teleportation array. Looking closely, there was indeed something more on it, but since the image coming back from the satellite at the moment was wide angle, with a large range, and far from the teleportation array, it couldn't be seen too clearly. It was only barely visible, and it appeared to be little white dots. "Lee, zoom in on the picture," the director said in a hurry. "Understood." The technician, named Lee, did some quick work on the computer. Under his control, the surveillance camera on the Lunar Palace 5 began to focus on the teleportation array and quickly pulled in layers right up to the maximum, and the image presented to the big screen was still a bit blurry, but you could barely make out what was on building number 1. "That looks like," someone said uncertainly, "a pile of waste paper balls." Next to him, an old man with gray hair and a plaque with the title of chief engineer shook his head. "It looks like it, but everything that appears to aliens needs to be taken with a grain of salt and not just taken at face value." The old man's words aroused the approval of many people. The director in charge of the monitoring room immediately shouted, "Lee, is this already the limit of footage?" "Yes, director," Lee replied loudly. "If we want a clearer shot, we'll have to change Lunar Palace 5's orbit to bring it closer to the moon. It certainly doesn't work. The orbit of each satellite is stabilized only after detailed calculations and precise adjustments. It's a pain in the ass to try to readjust, especially in the case of far-orbit satellites. The adjustment is much more difficult, and a slight mistake may cause serious consequences. The most important thing is that the leaders present know that yesterday, the probe of the White Elephant Country, before it got close to the moon, was knocked out by the aliens. This is enough to show that the aliens on the moon are not very good-tempered. They would not dare to order the Lunar Palace 5 satellite to go near the moon. In case the aliens knocked it off, then no one present could afford the responsibility. The director had no choice but to order, "Lee, play it back and see how these things appeared." Understood. With Xiao Li's operation, everyone saw that the originally empty spell formation suddenly lit up with a burst of purple light. Then, those white paper balls appeared on the spell formation out of nowhere. The process was very bizarre. When the crowd saw this, they were all full of seriousness, staring earnestly at the big screen. The old man, who was at the level of chief engineer, speculated uncertainly, "Could it be that building No. 1 is a high-tech device with teleportation capability?" This statement gave several leaders ideas. Chief Engineer Lu's guess, "I personally agree. Those things just suddenly appeared out of thin air, very much in line with the function of teleportation," a leader said. The others nodded. Chief Engineer Lu, however, waved his hand and said, "It's just an uncertain guess. The aliens' technology, which is too far ahead of ours, has reached a point where we can't see it at all. There's no trace of it." Speaking later, the old man couldn't help but sigh. It was not clear whether he was lamenting the bizarre and unpredictable technology of the alien civilization or worrying about the future of mankind. At this point, standing in the very center, an imposing leader ordered, "Immediately send the relevant surveillance videos, as well as photos, to the Moon Palace Research Institute, so that they can properly analyze and study what these things shaped like paper balls are." The Lunar Palace Research Institute, as he called it, is a recently established secret department, which gathers top talents and outstanding elites in various fields, and is specially used for researching the architecture of alien civilizations on the moon. Understood. Other side, Zhao Zhang is walking around the room. He looked panicked and apprehensive. After walking back and forth for a while, Zhao Zhang stopped and looked towards the table with a complicated gaze. The old cell phone, which was sitting on the table, and the interface for the game, which was always open. In the cell phone screen, the ball of paper on the teleportation array is very clear, far clearer than the Lunar Palace 5 satellite, which took a much clearer picture. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Zhang felt a bit scared. Just now, he witnessed with his own eyes how those paper balls on his table had strangely and instantly disappeared, and how they magically appeared out of thin air in his cell phone screen. To be precise, it should be to the moon's teleportation. Zhao Zhang never expected that this game would be real. The moon in the game, and the moon in reality, are perfectly synchronized. This is so bizarre, so much so that Zhao Zhang couldn't even dream of it. So, I clicked off the confirm attack command yesterday, which, in effect, knocked out the White Elephant Nation's probe. No wonder all the major countries, today, have declared a state of readiness. They must have seen how the fireball wiped out the White Elephant Nation's probes, and reacted like this. That post in the forum actually analyzed the 7 or 8 as worthy of being a place where the gods gather. As for being ridiculed by the netizens, the aliens' behavior is unreasonable. It is entirely because I have not been playing the game seriously in the past few days. It's outrageous. His mom opened the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the core. At this moment, Zhao Zhang was mumbling like a psychopath, because he had absolutely no way of describing what he was feeling, much less what he should do next. Looking at the time, it was already noon. It's done. Let's eat first. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang stood up in a muddle and walked towards the outside. In fact, at this moment, Zhao Zhang wasn't hungry. Even though he hadn't drank a single drop of water since he got up in the morning, he still didn't feel hungry. This is because people are not prone to hunger when they are in a state of greater emotional volatility. Unless one is starving hard, Zhao Zhan was going to go eat, purely because, right now, his mind was a mess and he didn't know what to do. Just 2 steps out, he returned in a hurry and took the old cell phone with him. Now this old cell phone, instead of being a discarded piece of waste that he disliked, was an artifact of incalculable value. He is to be carried on his person at all times. Chapter 9, and make magical creatures? Chapter 9 also creates magical creatures. Zhao Zhan was hiding something in his heart. So the meal was, well, tasteless. Barely finished eating it though. After eating and drinking, the emotions within him, too, seemed to have been calmed to some extent. Then, he seemed to remember something important. His face changed and he left the diner at a fast pace. When he returned home, Zhao Zhang immediately took out his old cell phone and looked at the waste paper ball on the teleportation array with an awkward expression. Grass. Forget about the moon now. It's being watched by a lot of satellites. I've uploaded this stuff. It can't have been seen by the higher-ups already. He had guessed correctly. At this moment, in the Moon Palace Research Institute, there are many human elites, staring at his essence of the paper ball. Seriously study. Forget it, whatever. The bigger trouble than that is the enemy mentioned before the game. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhang's face became unusually serious. He also just remembered that the first time he played War of Civilizations, the game system had popped up with a hint that there was an unknown and terrifying enemy that was approaching the solar system. Even the game system had to use the word terrifying to describe the unknown enemy, so Zhao Zhang naturally paid more attention to it. Last night was even a reminder that the enemy's Vanguard Legion, about to appear on the blue planet through a temporal wormhole. The enemies are coming soon. I should have known that I should have taken this game seriously in the first place. Zhao Zhan was a bit regretful, but you can't really blame him for that. After all, as long as the normal people will not believe that a game actually can control the reality of the moon, anyone else who came across this game would have scoffed and not taken it to heart. There's no telling exactly when the enemy will show up and what it will look like. It's not too late to mend. From now on, I'm going to grab every second of my time, play the game seriously, and upgrade and develop my magic energy base as soon as possible. Think about it. Zhao Zhang's expression as he stared at the cell phone screen became extremely serious. Only, when he saw those paper balls on the teleportation array again, he felt that they were a bit of an eyesore. These things, how do you get them out of here? There was no airflow on the moon, and naturally no wind would be generated, so as soon as possible, the paper ball was very light, and on the teleportation array, it wouldn't disappear on its own in a short period of time. Do I have to teleport back to the game system again and not give a hint of destruction? Zhao Zhang remembered that when he constructed the teleportation array and the fire arts tower before, he was able to drag the buildings, so he used his fingers and pressed those paper balls, wanting to throw them to the side by dragging them. As a result, just as he pressed on it, on the game interface, 2 prompts popped up. Wood found, decomposed or not, life cells found, collected or not. Zhao Zhang froze. Discovering wood is quite understandable. The main ingredient in most paper towels on the market is wood pulp. He just didn't think that what the teleportation array received in the past could still be decomposed. For the first prompt, Zhao Zhang tapped to confirm the decomposition. Although these paper balls are small in number, a mosquito is still meat. As for the second tip, to be honest, when he saw the second tip, even though Zhao Zhang's skin was relatively thick, he couldn't help but blush with old age. The life cell is talking about his children and grandchildren, right? At the back of the second tip, there was a details. Zhao Zhang thought about it and clicked on the details. Life cells can be passed through a magic petri dish to create magical creatures. Seeing the contents of the details, Zhao Zhang didn't say anything and directly clicked to abandon the collection. Nice guy. He shuddered to think what kind of magical creatures would be created by utilizing his children and grandchildren. What if a monster is created? After all, by blood, the monster was his child too. At that time, would he bear to destroy it furthermore? In case the base got a child who looked like him and was captured by those satellites, wouldn't it expose his existence? Many things were unknown right now, so Zhao Zhang didn't want to expose himself. With Zhao Zhang's operation, the waste paper balls on the teleportation array then all disappeared, and on the right side of the phone screen, a new feature appears, the material list. Inside, there is a record of how much material the base now has. Currently, only the wood column has a number, while the other material boxes, such as iron, copper, aluminum, etc., all show 0. Zhao Zhang quickly read it. So, this game can only make 2 buildings for free initially, and in order to build other buildings, you have to collect enough materials and then go through the teleportation array and teleport there. Think about it. Zhao Zhang clicked on the third building named Primary Magic Energy Conversion Device in the list of buildings on the left. A series of prompts that popped up immediately. Primary Magic Energy Conversion Device, capable of absorbing dark matter from the universe and converting it into magic energy. Construction requirements: iron, 5T, aluminum, 90 kilograms, silver, 300 G, copper, 750 G, wood, 50 kilograms. Attention, the magic energy conversion device is very important. Whether it's for teleportation array operation or fire magic tower attack, all need to consume magic energy. Please prioritize the construction. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhang was a bit confused. It's just a rudimentary device. The materials needed for this, it's not too much. For all those letters like T, K, G, and G after the material. Elementary school kids know that it's a unit of weight. T equals tons. Zhao Zhang naturally saw that he understood. It was just that he was not aware of the selling price of these materials in the market. He immediately took out his other cell phone and began to search for the prices of these materials. And then through calculations, he found that the money in his card was just enough to build a primary magic energy conversion device. Grr, I didn't realize. This is still a Kryptonite game. Zhao Zhang couldn't help but curse. Cursing is cursing. It was impossible for him to give up on it. This was because Zhao Zhang vaguely felt that when this base was fully constructed, he, as the owner of the cell phone, would definitely be the existence that would benefit the most. Not to mention, there are unknown and terrifying enemies that are about to descend on Blue Star. Whether it was for himself or for humanity, he had to play hard to get. Zhao Zhang's character is more decisive. Having made his decision, he immediately put on his clothes and went out. Originally, he was going to go to the material market to buy it when he suddenly remembered that the teleportation array in the game had the function of disintegration and collection. In that case, why don't you go to the scrapyard? Things there are definitely much cheaper than in the market. And there was a waste recycling station nearby. Zhao Zhang had sold drink bottles and express packaging a few times, so he kind of knew that boss. Think about it. He then turned around and headed towards the scrapyard. The time at the moment is exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. When Zhao Zhang arrived, the boss was taking a nap in his recliner. Boss, don't go to sleep. There's a big business coming in. The owner of the scrapyard, who was woken up, had a relatively calm expression when he saw Zhao Zhang arrive. He remembers this young man. Every month at most sold him a few $dozen of beverage bottles and waste cardboard boxes. Can be any big business. Still, since he had business coming his way, he was pumped up to deal with it. Chapter 10 Kryptonite. Give me hard kryptonite, begging for a follow-up. Well lad, how did you get here empty-handed? The owner of the scrapyard opened his mouth to ask. Zhao Zhang smiled and said, Boss, I didn't come here this time to sell anything, but to buy something. Buy something. The owner was more surprised. It's not that there aren't such customers, just that they are very few and far between, and sometimes you don't run into one for 6 months. And even if they did, they were only buying small discarded items, so it was hard to come across any big customers. After all, normal people go to the market when they buy something. What do you want to buy? The owner asked, somewhat distracted. Zhao Zhang took out the slip of paper he had just recorded and read from it. I want 5 tons of scrap iron, 100 kilograms of aluminum, 350 grams of silver, 1 kilogram of copper, and wood. Come on, 60 kilograms. You have all these things I'm talking about here, don't you? Everything he quoted weighed a little more than building a magical energy conversion device. By some margin, this was certainly not a mistake made by Zhao Zhang. Rather, he deliberately asked for more, taking into account the fact that the stuff from the scrapyard might be subject to attrition, lack of purity, and so on. Just in case you don't have enough materials by then, you'll have to waste time and make another trip. Hearing that Zhao Zhang wanted so many things, the boss's eyes lit up. There was an immediate change in attitude. Yes, of course. Lad. No. What's your name, sir? After some bargaining and careful searching, Zhao Zhang finally collected enough materials at the scrapyard for the time being. The cost of the institute, enough to be on the market, nearly half the money. In this, the owner has to make money. This shows that waste recycling is, in fact, very profitable. The fact that he bought so many things in one breath, and that Zhao Zhang said that he wanted to work with him for a long time in the future, also made the boss's attitude towards him change dramatically. Not only did he attentively categorize and pack all the things Zhao Zhang needed, he also expressed his willingness to deliver them to his doorstep. Mr. Zhao, everything is loaded. Where is it being delivered to? The boss asked as he sat in the van. Until then, Zhao Zhang then remembered. He doesn't have room for these. Other materials are good to talk about. The 5 tons of scrap iron would have been too large to move into his rental house. As for that, directly in the recycling bin, take out your cell phone and scan all the materials and transmit them away. Cootie, neither will do that. It doesn't matter if you scare your boss. You're afraid he'll call the police. The final solution was that Zhao Jingqian rented a temporary warehouse to take care of the trouble. When he sent the owner of the scrapyard away, he stood in the makeshift warehouse with a number of ideas bubbling in his mind. One of the most urgent ideas is to get money. He's very short of money right now. The 2 hours that had just passed had taken his savings and made them almost bare. Next, he'll definitely need a lot more money to buy the materials needed to build the base, as well as having to rent a warehouse for the materials. All of this costs money. Big money. The thought of money gave Zhao Zhang a headache. If he can make money, how come he still doesn't have a house, a car or a girl? How about simply handing over the cell phone to the state with the huge resources held by the government? This difficulty of building a moon base will be solved in minutes. Just as soon as this thought appeared, it was vetoed by Zhao Zhang. It's not that he doesn't have great justice in his heart, he's just a little bit reluctant. Handing over his cell phone would likely mean that he wouldn't be able to enjoy the huge benefits when the moon base was completed. Also, building a base requires not only materials, but also a lot of time. While it is true that the government has a lot of resources at its disposal, in terms of time, both he and the government are the same. That is, even if he turned in his cell phone to the state, the government couldn't instantly build a huge base to take care of the upcoming enemy. Looking at it that way, the significance of turning it in wasn't particularly great. Forget it, for the time being I'll just grit my teeth and hold on, waiting for the day when I really can't hold out. I don't want to hand it over either. Such a good artifact, who wouldn't be moved at the sight of it? I'm not a saint. Besides, when the base is built and it's time to help the humans of Blue Star, I won't be ambiguous. It's not just about making money. What's the big no? Well, it's hard. We'll think about making money later. First we'll teleport the materials to the moon base and build the magic energy conversion device. Think about it. Zhao Zhang first checked this warehouse, and after confirming that there were no hidden cameras, he then cut open the bags, all of them, and then covered all of the materials, placing the blank side facing up. The reason for doing so was naturally to prevent the high-level elites, through clues, from finding him. After all, the moon base is now under satellite surveillance. If Zhao Zhang didn't cover it up and directly transmitted the stuff, when the time came, what would the human executives think when they saw a pile of scrap and rags appear on the transmission array? Will an investigation team be set up immediately to investigate the waste recycling stations in various places? If he did, wouldn't he risk being exposed? Wait to make sure that the scrap material is all covered up tightly. Only then did Zhao Zhang take out his old cell phone, click on the receive function of the game's teleportation array, and then pointed the scanning lens at the pile of materials in front of him and clicked on teleport. At once, the material in front of me instantly disappeared without a trace. And in his old cell phone, all the materials, all of them, appeared on the teleportation array. What it looked like before in front of his eyes was what it looked like now in his cell phone, without the slightest change. Such an amazing scene. Even though it was the second time Zhao Zhang had seen it, he was still in awe. That's awesome. He sighed, then revealed a look of anticipation. On the introduction of the teleportation array, it was clearly hinted that it was possible to teleport in both directions. In other words, in the future, on the moon base, anything good that was built, he could pass it back and use it for himself. This was the main reason why Zhao Zhang did not want to turn it in. Once the material is in place, Zhao Zhang immediately clicked on the materials that were covered by the bags. A series of prompts, one after another. If iron is found, is it dismantled and recycled? Aluminum found, disassembled for recycling or not? Wood found, broken down for recycling or not? Zhao Zhang clicked decompose and recycle on all of them. In just a few breaths of effort, a large pile of materials from the teleportation array all disappeared. Corresponding to this, a number of numbers appeared in the material column on the right side of his game interface. Wait for all materials to be recycled. Zhao Zhang clicked on the magic energy conversion device on the left column. a new tip popped up. The materials for the magic energy conversion device are sufficient. Do you want to activate it? Yes/no. You don't have to ask. Zhao Zhang immediately nodded yes, at once. A progress bar that appeared on the icon of the magic energy conversion device. 1%, 2%, 3%. The progress bar is slow. Zhao Zhang waited for a while before he was 3%. With that math, it would be at least 24 hours before the magic energy conversion device could be created in the open space of the base. Sure, right now. Zhao Zhang was not in a hurry to get money. Chapter 11, Mastering the Transcendent Power. How to make money fast. This should be a big problem for all ordinary people. On the way home, Zhao Zhang had been thinking about ways to make money quickly. As a result, he racked his brain and still came up empty. He wasn't born again, so naturally he didn't know where the money-making windfalls were. Not to mention, Zhao Zhang is in desperate need of money now. Standing at the traffic light intersection, Zhao Zhang looked at the vehicles coming and going. And even for a moment, the idea of touching the porcelain was born. It's true that it's hard to beat a penny. Do we really have to look for answers in the penal code? Such an implausible idea was rejected just as soon as it appeared. He's the man with the bottom line. Even if you need the money more, you won't do anything to hurt the world. Back home, Zhao Zhang opened the War of Civilizations, and the progress of the magic energy conversion device on it was only at 4%. Originally, he wanted to see what materials would be needed to construct the next building, so he could prepare them in advance. It turned out to be undisplayable. To be precise, it was that no matter how he tapped it, it didn't respond. It didn't even show the name of the building. It seems that it is impossible to know in advance what the next building will be until the magic energy conversion device is built. At this point, his new cell phone suddenly rang. The number on the caller ID appears to be a bank-specific number. In normal times, when Zhao Zhang saw such an unfamiliar number, he would not hesitate to choose to hang up and not answer it at all. But now, Zhao Zhang, who is short of money, intends to listen. As soon as the call was connected, a warm voice then came from the opposite side. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Zhang? I am. What do you do? Hello Mr. Zhao. My side is XX Bank Credit Card Center. I would like to ask Mr. Zhao. Recently there is no any capital turnover needs. If so, we recommend that you use. The bank has just launched the year of the Monkey Limited Credit Card. The installment period is long. Shopping discounts more. A credit card on first hearing. Zhao Zhang then lost a lot of interest. After all, the credit cards he knew of generally had low limits and long application times with restrictions on their use. However, Zhao Zhang still asked, how much credit can there be? The opposite party replied, it depends on your credit score, Mr. Zhao, and the amount usually starts at 20,000 if you don't have a record of late payment. Hearing such a small amount of money, Zhao Zhang completely gave up. Never mind, I don't need it for a while, thanks, Mr. Zhao. The salesman wanted to say something else, but Zhao Zhang simply hung up mercilessly. The other party's work, Zhao Zhang could understand. However, his time was also important and he really didn't want to waste time listening to meaningless words. But, this call, it was also a wake-up call for Zhao Zhang. Since we can't get any money for the time being, borrowing to keep up with base expenses is an option. Zhao Zhang believed that he would be able to think of a way to get money when enough buildings were constructed at the moon base. We'll pay back the loan when the time comes, won't we? Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang acted immediately. He used a new cell phone, opened a treasure app, found chanting, and clicked on it. After authenticating the information and verification code, click on open, and instantly the amount that can be loaned pops up, 80,000 whole. Seeing such an amount, Zhao Zhang was a bit surprised. I remember when I used to go to school, a lot of my dog-licking classmates were using this to buy gifts for their goddesses, but the amount is usually only a few thousand, and more like 30 to 50,000. Rather, I didn't realize that he had so much credit. In fact, Zhao Zhang's current credit score has reached 803, and having this amount of credit is within the normal range. Of course, they don't matter. With this amount of money, his immediate needs can be solved for the time being. Moonbase, Moonbase, I am now taking out a loan to support you. I hope you'll give some effort next and let me find a way to make a living as soon as possible. Zhao Zhang chanted as he clicked on the loan. Less than 10 minutes, $80,000, right into his bank card. The efficiency is very fast. Day 2. Just after 7 in the evening, Zhao Zhang was eating takeout when the screen of his old cell phone suddenly lit up. It was an alert from War of Civilizations, reminding him that the primary magic energy conversion device had been successfully activated. Zhao Zhang, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, saw this and hurriedly put down his lunchbox, and after quickly wiping his mouth and hands with a paper towel, he immediately picked up his old cell phone. When he opened the game, he saw that the color of the primary magic energy conversion device was no longer the black and white it had been before, but had become colored. Without much thought, he immediately clicked on the magic energy conversion device and dragged it to the predetermined position in the base. It's right next to the fire magic tower and the teleportation array. When he loosened his fingers, a strangely shaped building then rose from the ground. The most eye-catching thing about this primary magic energy conversion device was a huge sphere covered with arcane inscriptions, floating in the void, constantly and irregularly rotating, which was a marvel to behold. Below the sphere, there was a large energy-gathering formation shaped like a teleportation formation. Zhao Zhang looked at it for a while and guessed that it was the sphere absorbing the cosmic dark matter, and the large energy-gathering array below it was responsible for converting it into magical energy, which would then be supplied to the fire magic tower and the teleportation array next to it. Of course, that was just his personal guess. In fact, the buildings in the base, each one full of mystery, dominate an unreadable one. As a veteran player, Zhao Zhan was well aware of the importance of energy in the game. The magic energy conversion device, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the device that provided the energy. He also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the successful construction of the magic energy conversion device. With this building, the base shouldn't be short of energy, at least in the short term. Next, Zhao Zhang's mission objective was, naturally, to continue Kryptonite and build a base. The enemies suggested by the game system might appear at any time, giving him a constant sense of urgency. He understood that he had to hurry up and upgrade his base as soon as possible. When Zhao Zhang aimed his gaze at the fourth building, he was somewhat silent. It was a contraption shaped like a cannon, with a thick muzzle that was scary to look at. Zhao Zhang does not doubt for a moment that when he puts this building on display, the human hierarchy, for sure, will have to be emboldened. With this thought in his mind, his finger, however, did not pause in the slightest and clicked on the fourth building. A series of prompts then popped up. Primary magic radiation cannon. When fully energized, it can emit waves of magic radiation in a directional and continuous manner, gradually transforming a non-magical planet into a planet of magic energy. Intelligent creatures living in an environment filled with magic energy can absorb magic energy and master transcendent power. Construction requirements: iron, 6T, aluminum, 25 kilograms, silver, 100 G, copper, 430 G, wood, 170 kilograms, chalcedony, 670 G. Hint: this is an important device for remodeling the blue planet and enhancing humanity's self-protection strength. Please build it as soon as possible. Progress is picking up, so I'm asking for some votes from the big boys to give the little author some yardage power. Chapter 12: Panic. A star annihilator cannon has appeared on the moon. When you see the first tip, the pupils of Zhao Zhang's eyes instantly widened. It's possible to transform a magic-free planet into a planet of magic energy and allow intelligent beings to absorb magic energy and master transcendent power. Hiss. Isn't this just for blue star humans? No wonder the game system prompted before, asking me to upgrade my base as soon as possible to help the human civilization. So it's such a help. It's quite good. It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. It's indeed better to let humans have the ability to defend themselves than to rely on outside help. Thinking about the transcendent power, Zhao Zhang looked a little excited. But, when he saw the material requirements for the construction of the magic radiation cannon, his face changed and he instantly stopped laughing. Those first materials are okay. They're kind of in the normal range. The trouble is the last one. Chalcedony. What is this thing? Also 670 grams a pound more are. Grass. This thing won't be very expensive, right? Zhao Shang was in a hurry. He did so because he saw the word jade in the chalcedony. But all the things that are related to this word, that price is very expensive. Not the tycoon cannot afford to play. He quickly opened the search page on his computer and typed in the word chalcedony. When he saw the search results, he froze. Chalcedony is a mineral, also known as chalcedony, which is actually a type of quartz. There are many types of chalcedony, and those superb chalcedony, the price is naturally not cheap. But most of the chalcedony, the price is very low, known as the cheapest jade. Like the most common chalcedony accessories, a piece only costs a few $dozen, and most of those dozens of dollars are still handmade. Zhao Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was also the first time he knew that there was such a cheap jade. Looked at the time. It's not even 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Zhang didn't want to waste any time, so he immediately called the owner of the scrapyard and asked him to prepare what he needed. As for Zhao Zhang himself, he got up and rushed to the nearby jade market according to the map on his cell phone. When I arrived, I did find that chalcedony prices varied, with the cheapest being very cheap. For only $100, he bought a chunk of chalcedony that was over 2 pounds in size from some small store owner, the unprocessed kind. Once the carving is processed, the handwork costs more than that. Anyway, Zhao Zhang bought this to build a base, not to play with it himself, so it didn't matter to him at all if he added processing or not. After buying the chalcedony, Zhao Zhang took another taxi to the recycling station. He was afraid that his boss would be dishonest and purposely take the wrong thing to fool him while he couldn't see well at night. By the time everything was done and moved into the temporary warehouse, temporary warehouses are rented from 3 months. It was already 9:30 p.m. Zhao Zhang followed the previous method again, using a black bag without any markings to cover all the materials in front of him, before taking out his old cell phone and scanning and teleporting to the moon. If iron is found, is it dismantled and recycled? Wood found, broken down for recycling or not? Chalcedony found, is it broken down and recycled? Seeing the prompts popping up, Zhao Zhang clicked confirm. Then, activate the magic radiation cannon in the building column. When the progress bar appeared, Zhao Zhang relaxed and left the warehouse to go home. For the next little while, he'd been looking forward to it. He lost sleep that night, because as long as Zhao Zhang thought about the words extraordinary power, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. That is transcendental power. How many people have fantasized countless times about the power, and now it is close at hand. Who can not be excited? The activation of the magic radiation cannon is progressing slowly. It's quite a bit slower than a magical energy conversion device. It took Zhao Zhang until the afternoon of the third day to see the successful activation message on his old cell phone. Damn, it really made me wait, sputtering under his breath, but his hands were not slow at all. Immediately clicking on War of Civilizations, selecting the magic radiation cannon that had already been activated, and dragging it to the open space of the base. It's placed right next to the magic energy conversion unit. This was because Zhao Zhang guessed that this thing must consume a lot of magic energy. His guess was right. When he built the cannon and followed the prompts to confirm the charge, he immediately saw that the magic energy conversion device next to it was working desperately, absorbing the cosmic dark matter and then transferring it to the magic radiation cannon. Recharging. Zhao Zhang didn't know how long it would take for the magic radiation cannon to finish recharging. Not wanting to wait dry, he checked the materials needed for the 5th building and then prepared to collect. And just as Zhao Zhan was collecting the materials, Capital, Space City Center. Oh, the ear-piercing sirens that went off. When they hear the alarm, everyone knows that it must be an alien civilization on the moon that has come up with something new. In recent days, the movements of alien civilizations on the moon have suddenly become more frequent, causing many of the top brass to be very worried. Many believe that it is likely to be an alien civilization that is ready to figure out what to do with the human race. With this in mind, the higher-ups are keeping a closer watch on the moon. Upon seeing the images transmitted back from Lunar Palace 5, the entire monitoring room instantly quieted down. Everyone looked horrified as they looked at the new mysterious building with the hideous gun ports on it. Not to mention, the direction of the gun's muzzle seems to be aimed squarely at Blue Star. Some of the timid ones, frightened by the scene, turned pale and trembled. The big leader before, even more so, said nothing and immediately reported the news to the highest level. Pivot vibration. Everyone wondered if the alien civilization was preparing to launch an attack on the human world by aiming its guns at the blue planet. As for the aliens' cannons, can they hit the blue planet? For that matter, I'm afraid no one will doubt it. In an office, Janu is watching the file. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he said as he put down the paper. The door was pushed open. A soldier, wearing the uniform of a major general, walked in. Minister, it's an emergency. Please make a trip to the Lunar Palace Institute immediately. Hear that? Yang Yu's face, at once, became serious. Without saying any nonsense, he immediately stood up and rushed towards the Moon Palace Research Institute. The Lunar Palace Research Institute, which had only recently been established, was headquartered in an unassuming-looking house near Space City. The interior of the house, however, is something else, a real office building, buried deep in the ground. When Yang Yu arrived in the conference room of the Moon Palace Research Institute, he saw that in the conference room, it was already filled with people, and only the main seat was reserved for him. Yang Yu took the lead and sat on the main seat. At this moment, his face was extremely grave. On the way here, he had realized what had happened. An alien civilization on the moon has suddenly constructed a superweapon suspected to be a star destroyer, and aimed the cannon at Blue Star. The data is a bit dismal. Big brothers, can you vote for some votes? If you don't have any votes, you can say a few words. Don't let the little author suspect he's playing a single player. Chapter 13, What do the aliens want? Can someone tell me what kind of weapon that is and what the aliens are trying to do? An angry growl echoed through the conference room of Eagle Jam Security, and it was the current director who sent the inquiry. Although this Mr. Director, with his colorful face, looked very tough, the anxiety in his eyes, and his slightly trembling hands, none of them indicated that he was actually very panicked in his heart at this moment. In fact, this is true of most of the current human elite. These elites, as the top echelons, hold the vast majority of resources and enjoy unimaginable glory and wealth that ordinary people can't imagine. so of course they are afraid of death. And even more so, they don't want to die. When they saw the Star Destroyer on the moon, aimed at the blue star, it really scared many elites who knew the news. Then, these elites immediately sent all their families and children into bomb shelters, or underground shelters or other places to take shelter, though they don't know if it's useful to do so or not. In the face of the director's inquiry, the group of senior officials and security advisors present were all silent. No one can give an answer. After all, the enemy is not only far away, but also mysterious. To this day, all the human elites still can't figure out how those buildings on the moon managed to appear out of thin air. The only consensus is that the aliens are at least 1,000 years ahead of humans in terms of technology. FK, what I need now is not silence, but the best response program. Understand? Seeing the chief explode, a middle-aged white lady sitting next to him couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, please calm down, calm down." The director nonchalantly retorted, "The aliens' guns, now aimed at us, will fire at any moment. Dear MS. Till Lam, would you please tell me how I can calm down and pretend to be asleep?" The middle-aged woman was embarrassed by the rhetorical question and could only remain silent. The others were even more unable to hold in a fart for half a day. It's not that people are incompetent. Those who can stand here, that have stepped on the bodies of their competitors. It's true that people can't think of a way to deal with this situation. The moon is so far away that nothing done on the ground can affect it. Not to mention, the suspected Star Destroyer cannon superweapon. The crowd did not know anything about it, so naturally they could not say how to prevent or avoid it. And the crowd's delay in saying anything made the director even more angry. "Gentlemen, our lives, we are already counting down. How much longer do you want to fret?" This comment was both embarrassing and helpless for the crowd. If they could think of a response program, they would have said so long ago. Just as the director was about to continue to rage, suddenly, a middle-aged fat man with a big belly raised his hand. The director thought the man had come up with some good idea and hurriedly urged, "Bob, do you have an idea? Hurry up and say it." "No," the fat guy named Bob stood up and said, "I just wanted to save my last moments for my family, so, Chief, I'm sorry." Dropping these words, Fatty, in the eyes of everyone's dismay, directly took off the identity plate on his chest and remained it on the table, then got up and left, walking out of the conference room with quick steps, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. The director froze for a long enough time before letting out an angry growl. "FK, Bob, if I ever see you again, I swear, I'm going to shove your head in the toilet." Cursing, the chief suddenly stopped and leaned back helplessly in his chair, fuming, facing such an unknown and powerful enemy as an alien civilization. Not only were his subordinates clueless, he was equally clueless. The others looked different. Bob's move just now actually made quite a few people's hearts flutter. At this point, the director's assistant suddenly hurried to the director's side and whispered, "Sir, the president has called, requesting you to rush to the Black Palace immediately to attend an emergency meeting." Hearing this, the director's head hurt. Of course he knew what the president was calling him for. At this moment, he hated to be like his subordinate Bob, who didn't care about anything and returned to his family. Zhao Zheng didn't realize how much the magic radiation cannon he had built had caused a great shock among the elite people around the world. At the moment, he was staring at the screen of his cell phone. Tu Taing, the fifth building in War of Civilizations is actually a tree, and the materials needed to build it are very different from the previous building. 2. Tree of Life, containing the magical source of life. It is mainly used to cultivate Pokemon for you to drive. Requirements for construction: wood, 5T, water, 10L per day. Long-term supply required. Plant seeds, any 10 types. Flesh and blood, 10 kilograms. Fresh animal carcasses are sufficient. Hint, the Tree of Life has many other functions besides being able to create Pokemon, such as the life dew it produces every day, which can quickly restore magical power and have a magical effect on trauma when drunk. The fruit of life that it produces can improve your health after eating it, making you more affable to magical energy. See the tip at the end. Zhao Zheng's eyes instantly lit up and his expression became excited. I knew that the moon base would have something that would give me sole advantage, and it didn't disappoint. He immediately got up and began to work on preparing the materials needed to build the Tree of Life. This time, relying on the scrapyard definitely won't work. Like blood and meat to be fresh, I'm afraid you have to buy it from a slaughterhouse and slaughter the animals on site. Plant seeds are available at bird markets, or gardens, etc. Zhao Zheng actually didn't want to always go to the waste recycling station to buy things. Buying more and more would easily make people suspicious. For example, the night before last, when he went to the scrapyard to buy something, that owner asked a curious question, inquiring about his occupation. It took all afternoon. Only then did Zhao Zheng gather all the necessary materials for the Tree of Life. By the time Zhao Zheng returned home, the sun had already set. Not caring about his exhaustion, he immediately took out his old phone and opened the War of Civilizations game. The magic radiation cannon still showed that it was in the process of recharging, and there was no telling how long it would take for it to finish recharging. Zhao Zhang then clicked on the Tree of Life on the right and prepared to activate it. The materials needed. He had already scanned all of them into his cell phone in the temporary warehouse. Like water resources, he transmitted directly over 10 large barrels, each with 19 liters. This was Zhao Zhang's fear of forgetting to supply water to the Tree of Life one day, which would lead to accidents, so he sent more at once. Anyway, the game had a mysterious disintegration storage function, so he didn't have to worry about it. The material required for the Tree of Life is sufficient. Is it activated? Zhao Zhang immediately chose to activate it. An activation progress bar then appeared on the Tree of Life icon. 1%. Only then did Zhao Zhang put down his old cell phone and let out a long breath. Looking at the time, it was now after 6 in the evening. He ordered a takeout, then sat down at his computer desk and turned it on, ready to play some games and relax. Chapter 14 Declaration of War. Global Shock. After playing the game for more than an hour and pitting his teammates for 3 games in a row, Zhao Zhang stopped and stretched his legs. Looking at the time, it was already after 7 in the evening. The hunger coming from his belly drove Zhao Zhang to prepare for dinner. As he rose from his position, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute, didn't I order takeout? Why isn't it here yet? He took out his cell phone and found that the takeout he ordered was actually refunded by the merchant, and the money charged was returned to his account. Zhao Zhang froze, but didn't think much of it, thinking it was the merchant who might have had a temporary issue that caused the sudden chargeback. He was now in an extremely good mood, so naturally he would not bother with the merchants, much less give a bad review, grabbed his cell phone, and planned to go out to eat. When he got outside the neighborhood, he remembered something else. Right, I built the magic radiation cannon on the moon base. It should have been picked up by the satellites already. Although the magic radiation cannon is a good thing to use to improve the environment of the blue planet and enhance the overall strength of humanity, but it can't help but look like it. It's just too scary, like a super cannon. Will the bigwigs at the top be too scared to sleep when they see it? A small smile appeared on Zhao Zhang's face. Those top bigwigs are so high up in the world that ordinary people can only see their pictures through television and the internet. It's kind of fun to think of all these bigots, intimidated by what he's built. At this point, one of the supermarkets that Zhao Zhang passed by found that business was surprisingly good tonight. Many people are buying supplies in big bags, as if they don't want money. There were even 2 customers, fighting over the last bag of flour. When he walked into a noodle shop, it was a different story. The inside of the store was cold and quiet, with only a few young people sitting at a table and eating. This noodle shop was a place that Zhao Zhang often patronized, and because of its good taste, business was very good every day during meal times. It's relatively rare for it to be as cold as it was tonight. The owner of the noodle shop, on the other hand, was sitting behind the counter at the moment, his eyes staring earnestly at his cell phone, oblivious to the dismal business. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles. Extra spicy. Boss, boss. Zhao Zhang shouted several times before the distracted boss came back to his senses. Oh, lad, what'll it be? A bowl of beef noodles. Extra spicy, he repeated. Okay, just sit down for a minute and I'll get it for you in a minute. The boss dug into the kitchen with a sad face. Zhao Zhang, on the other hand, frowned. He noticed that everything outside tonight had a strange atmosphere about it. When he casually found an empty seat and sat down, the conversation of a few young men at the table next to him immediately caught his attention. Asterisk 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 it's not really going to start, is it? All the declarations of war have been issued, so they must be ready to fight. Strange. Good end. How suddenly have to start a fight it did not hear before. Where the conflict just now I passed by the supermarket and saw that a lot of people are snapping up supplies. Why don't we also buy a few boxes of instant noodles to go back later? Don't blindly follow the wind. We are here as inland. Even if the real fight can still hit us here, those foreigners are just shouting vigorously. I estimate that still can't fight. Now the internet are saying to fight. Even our side of the Warzone account also sent that sentence. This time it may be true. S3 season to come. I also don't know who will be able to laugh in the end after this big battle and rank first in the world service. The content of the chat between a few young men creeped Zhao Zhang out. Go to war. He seemed to realize something and immediately took out his phone and opened Weibo. Multiple nations issue simultaneous declarations of war. It's the #1 news headline on the Hot 100 and the topic has already broken 100 million for the first time in history. Heat explosion. Zhao Zhang hurriedly checked the content, which turned out to be the spokespersons of multiple countries who suddenly announced the impending war in front of the camera in an unusually serious manner and uttered some war declarations of fighting to the death. Some have counted as many as 30 countries that have issued declarations of war. Big countries like Eagle Jam and Polar Bear are in the mix. The Polar Bear spokesman in particular, was extremely forceful in his declaration of war, almost explicitly stating that he would fight to the last man. On the side of the Yen state, although no declaration of war has been issued, but the Twitter account of a certain war zone also sent out a meaningful quote. Yen Huang ZZ, rather die than give in. Below this sentence, countless Yenhua netizens' discussions are almost about to burst the Weibo server. Well said. I still don't understand what's going on, but I'm in favor of this statement and I'm willing to put it into action. The sons of Yen Huang would rather die than give in. It doesn't matter who the enemy is, if they dare to mess with us, them and be done with it. Asterisk. Just got back from work. Why somehow, it's a world war situation. Who the hell are we going to hit? Which one is the enemy? A while ago it was only announced that it was preparing for war. How is it that after only a few days, it is about to start fighting? April Fool's Day is long gone. Don't make jokes like that, okay? Give up your illusions and prepare to fight. See here, Zhao Zhang was already sweating. He knew that it must have been because he had built the magic radiation cannon on the moon base, and the muzzle of the cannon coincidentally was pointed right at Blue Star. That made the human executives so nervous. Originally, Zhao Zhang thought that those top bigwigs would, at most, be worried and afraid and might not be able to sleep at night. Never in a million years would I have thought that the reaction of the big boys would be so intense. Go out of your way to make a statement by issuing a declaration of war. Come to think of it, there seems to be no other way for the human hierarchy but to take a fish out of water attitude. After all, Zhao Zhang's base was far away from the moon. The long-range weapons that humans were so proud of simply couldn't hit. First send a nuke to outer space with a rocket, then initiate a nuke strike on the moon. Anyone with a little common sense knows that this is simply not realistic. With the technology that mankind now possesses, there is no halfway solution to the enemy on the moon. Not to mention, Zhao Zhang's moon base had a means of defense like the fire magic tower. Simply put, facing the alien civilization on the moon, the human side can only take a beating. If you think about it that way, you can understand why the multinationals would issue a declaration of war. Pure hopelessness. The executives can only hope that the humans still have a use for alien civilizations and will have second thoughts after seeing the humans' death-defying attitude. Chapter 15 Me, Lunar Lords, the so-called declaration of war. It's just a hopeless case of human beings. Its real purpose is to shout to the alien civilization on the moon, don't shoot. Shooting is a fish out of water, so that you get nothing. Such a strategy seems low-end and even a bit incompetent and furious. But what else can the executives do if they don't do this? On the one hand, they are full of unknowns about alien civilizations, and there is nothing they can do. On the other hand, they have to hide it from the general public, not letting the civilians know about the existence of aliens, so as not to cause panic and social unrest. Therefore, they can only show their attitude implicitly through this way. After figuring that out, Zhao Zhang's people are numb. This is really, he couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. When it calms down, Zhao Zhang suddenly realized something else. Perhaps, this is also a test by the bigwigs at the top, testing my reaction, wanting to know if the Blue Star humans are important to me or not, because it's the living population that is the most important resource. Nope, to be precise, it should be testing the reaction of the alien civilization. After all, no one knows now that the owner behind the moon base is actually me. If the alien civilization on the moon does nothing, it means that the aliens don't care if humans live or die, and the top brass might just do their worst. Of course, all of this was Zhao Zhang's speculation. According to this speculation, Zhao Zhang felt that even if he didn't do anything, the human senior side wouldn't be able to hold out for long before they had to change their minds. The war scare can't be allowed to go on forever. This could go horribly wrong. Boy, the noodles are ready. Beware of the heat. At this point, the owner took his beef noodles, served them on the table, and then obediently sat down on the empty seat next to him and continued to swipe his cell phone. Zhao Zhang ate a few mouthfuls of noodles and saw that his boss had been frowning with a sad face, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, are you reading the war news on the internet?" "Yes." The boss nodded and sighed. It was fine during the day. Why is it suddenly about to start a fight? Hearing this, Zhao Zhang was momentarily at a loss as to what to say. The top brass reacted all because of his thoughtlessness. He couldn't just tell the noodle shop owner the truth. Suddenly, the boss looked like he made some decision and said to Zhao Zhang, "Young man, I see that you are also a familiar customer. If you want to eat noodles tomorrow, remember to go to another place and don't come to me for the time being, so as not to make a trip for nothing." Zhao Zhang froze and quickly reacted. "Boss, are you planning to close the store for a few days?" "Yes." The boss didn't deny it. "Because business has been affected?" Zhao Zhang asked again. The boss is shaking his head. "Affect a few days of business is fine. Mainly my children in the old homeschool. Parents are also in the old home. In case of a real fight, I do not rest assured that so I intend to go back to look at the situation first. Tomorrow we'll go. Hearing his boss's thoughts, Zhao Zheng fell silent. He suddenly felt that he should do something. This, after all, was kind of because of him, not for anything else. Just for the sake of countless ordinary people like the noodle shop owner. Don't be afraid, because he, himself, is also a member of the general public, knows very well that the people living at the bottom of the people, there is not much anti-risk ability. A little wind in grass can make them panic. Boss, I think those big shots are bluffing, and in the end, they definitely won't fight. So don't worry. Before leaving, Zhao Zheng uttered these words. He's entitled to say that too. If you really want to talk about it, his real identity now is a moon lord. Regarding Zhao Zheng's judgment, the owner of the noodle shop just smiled and obviously did not take it to heart. Not to mention that he would not change his decision, because Zhao Zheng is an ordinary young man in his eyes. Walk out of the noodle shop. Zhao Zheng stood on the street, and as far as his eyes could see, whether it was the hurried passers-by or the owners of the various stores, there was almost always a worry on their faces that could not be wiped away. The snack street, which used to be bustling with activity, is much colder tonight. Even the square in front of it was missing the group of dancing Amazons. Even, Zhao Zheng saw a few timid ones dragging their families and stuffing gifts into the car with big bags. Looking at this situation, they were ready to bring their families and go back to the countryside to take refuge. The only thing that caused all of this was the declaration of war issued by multiple countries. This shows how great the impact will be on the common people when a real war comes. Turn on your cell phone. The discussion on the internet became even more violent, as the heat was so great that it caused Weibo's servers to be overwhelmed and severe lagging occurred. So much so that a certain celebrity who wanted to make headlines had just announced his divorce and thought that by exposing the matter, taking the headlines would surely be a handful. But it turned out to be a punt to his grandma's house, and no one cared about his bit of it all. Zhao Zheng turned off his cell phone and began to think about what he could do to end this panic. After thinking about it for half a day, he eventually realized that the only way to do it was to use the moon base to send a message to the human hierarchy. With his native identity, he was now just an ordinary person, and no matter what he said, no one would care. Moonbase is a different story. It's an alien civilization. Even a fart will be taken seriously and studied by the human elite. Then let's give the big boys on high a little shock. Zhao Zheng made a decision. It's not that they're afraid of threats from the top, and this move is even less of a compromise with the top. As a matter of fact, this kind of threat of fish death had no effect on Zhao Zheng, because his goal was never to take on humans. Instead, he will have to help mankind by defeating unknown enemies and surviving catastrophes. He himself was a part of the human race. The main purpose of delivering the message and making his position clear was to stop the fear and end the spread of panic for the countless ordinary people like him. At the same time, it was also to make the human high command not to waste too much energy on his moon base, because the real scary enemy is coming. Zhao Zheng first went to the night market and bought many glow sticks, then went straight to the temporary warehouse. He happened to have the warehouse key with him when he left the house earlier. When he walked into the warehouse, Zhao Zheng closed the door, and then he lit up all those fluorescent sticks that he had bought. Then he crouched down on the ground and began to place them one by one. About 7 or 8 minutes later, only then did Zhao Zheng stand up from the ground. In front of him, all the glow sticks that had been formed into a sentence in English, translated into inflammatory language. This means, we mean no harm. He used English to deliver the message and deliberately used the word we, naturally to confuse people and avoid revealing his existence. I made the letters so big, those satellites, they should be able to get a clear shot. I wonder how the big boys will react when they see that. He guessed as he took out his old cell phone and tapped the scan on the game's teleportation array, then aimed the camera at the glow stick English on the ground, positioned himself, and clicked teleport. At once, the glow sticks in front of them all disappeared, and the brightness of the warehouse instantly dropped a few degrees. Instead, a colorful shimmering light suddenly lit up in Zhao Zheng's phone. Those colorful glows, all bright and shiny glow sticks, emitted. The magical thing about the teleportation array was that the items that Zhao Zheng had prepared on the blue star were originally what they were, and when they arrived on the teleportation array, they were still what they were. It won't make a half-assed difference. Done. Zhao Zheng collected the remaining glow sticks and turned off the lights in the warehouse before locking the door and leaving. At this point in time, it's already after 9 o'clock at night. Zhao Zheng didn't linger outside and chose to go straight home. On the way, he passed a few supermarkets and convenience stores, and found that business was still booming in those stores selling food. However, Zhao Zheng just swept a glance and left, not joining the rush. This is because he believes that the top brass will certainly choose to react as soon as possible to allay the people's concerns after seeing the news he has delivered. Chapter 16. The Star Annihilator Cannon is fully charged. Capital. In the office, Minister Yang Yu is not yet off duty. At this moment, He looked at the news coming in from all over the world, and his brow furrowed into a Chuan character. The panic in the country in the hours since the declaration of war appeared in the evening had been a little worse than he had expected. In fact, compared to foreign countries, domestic has been considered good. Like over at Eagle Jam, all kinds of $0 purchase and emptying magazines programs are being staged on a massive scale. However, Yang Yu was not a person who liked to compare sucks. He didn't want to care what happened abroad. He only cared about what happened at home. At this point, ping, the door to his office was, in fact, pushed right through. Yang Yu didn't like being interrupted when he was thinking, and immediately frowned. When he looked up to see the visitor clearly, his displeased expression instantly turned into surprise. The visitor was a middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old, looking about the same as Yang Yu, but a bit fatter than Yang Yu. Before Yang Yu could say anything, the middle-aged man said hurriedly, "Old Yang, take a look at this." It came from the Space City side. Hearing that it was the latest news from the Aerospace City side, Yang Yu didn't dare to be slow, and immediately took the document handed over by the other party, because he knew that Space City, at this point in time, was still transmitting things over, and it must have something to do with the moon. When Yang Yu opened the file, he found that there was only one photo inside. When he looked clearly at what was in the photo, it was his pupils that shrank. Just in the photo, on the mysterious phalanx of the moon, a number of glowing English letters appeared, which together seemed to be a sentence. Yang Yu was proficient in multiple languages, so of course he knew what that English sentence in the photo meant. "We mean no harm." When was this photo taken? Yang Yu hurriedly asked. "Just now, about a few minutes ago." The Space City side snapped it and immediately sent it to the Lunar Palace Institute, and I rushed over here with the picture, knowing that you must not have left yet. The middle-aged man laughed and said what had happened, then added excitedly, "The aliens really responded, which means that our previous guesses were correct." Yang Yu, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good to have a response. I was afraid there would be no response." The lack of any response means that the alien civilization doesn't care about humanity's death struggle. This is the most desperate outcome for humanity. The middle-aged man sniffed and similarly nodded, then asked, "Old Yang, how much credibility do you think there is in what the alien said?" 70%. Yang Yu revealed a smile. "Oh, why is it so high?" the middle-aged man asked. Yang Yu explained, "Because even if the alien civilization doesn't respond, we don't have any way to take him, and if he came with malice, he can totally do what he needs to do and need not pay attention to us." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt that this was indeed the reasoning. That cannon on the moon, what's it for? Why is it pointed at the blue star? What are the aliens going to do? Hearing this question, Yang Yu thought about it and spoke his opinion. There are several possibilities. Maybe it's just a means of defense, or maybe it's a deterrent. However, I personally believe that that cannon may not be a weapon. "Oh, what does that say?" That last one surprised the middle-aged man. Yang Yu said, "Look, before the alien civilization built the second building, is a kind of attack weapon. If you look at the appearance alone, who would have thought that tower building actually will be an energy weapon? That is to say, his technology, we cannot understand, for the carrier of the weapon will not necessarily conform to our inherent impression. As to why the muzzle of the gun was aimed at Blue Star, I don't know what the aliens' intentions were, and I'm afraid that no one can guess what they were planning to do until they carried out their actions." After hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded his head and exclaimed, "Old Yang, you have a very good idea. It gives us new ideas." At this time, Yang Yu was a serious reminder. "Old Li, the next direction of your research on alien civilization should indeed be changed, and some extreme ideas should not appear." Old Li nodded and said, "I understand," and with this response, it can at least prove that the alien civilization has in fact been paying attention to us, and perhaps even spying on us secretly. The remarks of certain comrades are indeed inappropriate. Seeing that Old Li was clear in his heart, Yang Yu naturally did not say any more. He wasn't Lao Li's boss. There were some words that needed to be moderate and measured. "Has the information been reported?" "It's been sent up first thing," Old Li said. Then, as if he thought of something, frowned and said, "By the way, I've heard that those people in Eagle Sauce are all very excited right now. They think that since the aliens are using English to respond to everyone, it means that they very much recognize their culture." "Lao Yang, will this be detrimental to our next endeavor?" Yang Yu also frowned when he heard this. He thought for a moment and said, "It's just a way of responding. It doesn't mean anything. We can't mess up ourselves. Just keep watching." Old Li nodded, and seeing Yang Yu's face full of fatigue, he immediately said, "Old Yang, it's getting late. I'll go back first. You also go back to rest early. You should be able to get a good night's sleep tonight." For Yang Yu's speculation. In fact, it's also the view of the vast majority of the human elite. There was absolutely no need for the aliens to respond if they harbored malicious intent. On the contrary, the more chaotic Blue Star was, the better for the aliens. Before, Zhao Zhang guessed correctly that the declaration of war by multiple countries was actually testing the aliens' attitudes. After receiving the response from the alien civilization, at this moment, I don't know how many human elites could be said to have breathed a long sigh of relief. It is not yet known what the real goal of the aliens is, but one thing everyone can be sure of is that alien civilizations, at least, need living humans. With this in mind, right now Blue Star should be safe for the time being as well. So, when Zhao Zhang woke up the next morning, he realized that the winds of public opinion on the internet had completely switched directions. First up is Eagle Sauce. It is assumed that the $0 purchase over there is so hot that it has seriously affected the functioning of the country and social order, so that the politicians in Eagle Jam had to jump out as soon as possible and announce that everything is just a misunderstanding, so that people don't panic. How tough the attitude was when war was declared before, and how hard the slap in the face is now. Zhao Zhang checked the news and found that Hawk Jam's reversal of his declaration of war comment happened just after 11 last night. In other words, less than 2 hours after he sent that message to the moon. Eagle Jam backtracked and said there would be no war. Sure, it's just that it's certainly not persuasive enough for the Hawkeye family to say so. After all, in order to shout at the alien civilization on the moon before, the multinational coalition and the gesture was so huge that it made countless ordinary people take it seriously. So, other countries followed suit, one by one, going back on their word and announcing that everything would go back to the way it was before. On the other hand, the Yen countryside, but there is no radical action. Just before a war zone in the microblogging that sentence, he took the initiative to delete it, and at the same time suspended the Veterans Return program. See these news. What Zhao Zhang wanted to say was only 2 words. Nothing was out of his league. It seems that even if I didn't do anything last night, those bigwigs would have lasted at most one night before they couldn't withstand the pressure and chose to change their minds. After all, this mess abroad is getting fast. Despite this thought, Zhao Zhang did not regret responding. He wasn't supposed to be an enemy of the humans, and there was nothing wrong with letting the human hierarchy know that sooner rather than later. Just as Zhao Zhan was about to go out for breakfast, on his old cell phone, an alert suddenly popped up. Magic Radiator Cannon, fully charged. Chapter 17 The Age of Transcendence is upon us. Excited. Anticipation. It was Zhao Zhang's current mood, because the Magic Radiation Cannon finally charged up. This meant that he could transform Blue Star and make Blue Star humans, gain transcendent powers, and he, as a part of the human race, naturally has access to it. That's transcendent power. It's incredibly exciting to think about. Zhao Zhang immediately picked up his old phone and opened War of Civilizations. Upon entering the game interface, the first thing he saw, at first glance, was the huge caliber of the Magic Radiation Cannon, gleaming with an appearance of being ready to fire. He tapped on the cannon, and the screen zoomed in on the camera, and an interface to maneuver the cannon appeared. Next, Zhao Zhang maneuvered the cannon's muzzle, aiming at the Azure Planet without hesitation, and then fired. Buzz. An extremely huge pillar of purple light appeared from the cannon's mouth and hit Blue Star in the blink of an eye. When the purple column of light broke through into Blue Star's atmosphere, it strangely didn't continue to impact the ground, but instead spread out and dispersed in all directions. In the atmosphere, there is a peacock screen-like spectacle. Eventually, all the purple light, all of it, merged into the air of the Blue Star. In the meantime, all of the major space and aviation agencies, as well as radars, around the globe, sent out ear-piercing alarms, scaring countless top-level elites. They thought the aliens had gone back on their word and were going to invade the human race. Zhao Zhang didn't know about this, and even if he did, he didn't care. He quickly came to the window and looked up towards the sky. As a result, a glint of blue light was actually seen, passing through the clouds. This was because Zhao Zhang had a selfish motive, and when he had just aimed at the Blue Star, he had also intentionally approached in the direction of Yen country's airspace. He thought that being closer might make it easier to absorb the magic energy. The blue glow in the clouds was so faint that it was impossible to see it without looking closely, and it disappeared so quickly that it did not attract the attention of the pedestrians on the street in the least. Only Zhao Zhang, full of excitement, was looking forward to the arrival of the transcendent power. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the screen of his old cell phone to see that the magical radiation cannon had returned to silence and a new alert had appeared on the screen. Based on the volume of the target, Blue Star, the magical energy provided by a primary magical radiation cannon can sustain consumption for about 17 days. Please let the magic radiation cannon recharge in advance and fire it again in 16 days. It is recommended that you upgrade the level of your magic radiation cannon as soon as possible. Advanced magic radiation cannons are capable of permanently transforming the air environment of the blue planet. Seeing this, Zhao Zhang tapped on the magic radiation cannon, and what popped up was the option to recharge it again, and there was no upgrade option. He guessed that there shouldn't be enough buildings to upgrade. none of this matters for now. For him, the most important thing right now was to obtain the transcendent power. Now that the cannons have been fired, it stands to reason that there should be magical energy on Blue Star. So the question is, what about the transcendent power, how to get it? Zhao Zhan was studying various things in the screen of his cell phone, but he couldn't find any system prompts. How come there's not even a hint? It can't be that you want me to create my own cultivation method, I don't have that kind of ability. He was speechless. Afterward, Zhao Zhang came to the bed and followed the posture of a Taoist priest meditating, closing his eyes and facing the sky with his 5 hearts. Turns out, doesn't work for. Undeterred, he went out and tried running again to see if the absorption of magical energy would be accelerated during the exercise, but continued to fail. I came back from a run and was nothing out of the ordinary except tired. The previous system prompt. Surely it won't be joking with me. There must be a way to absorb magic energy and gain transcendent power. I just don't know it at the moment. With this in mind, he made various more attempts, still all failing. After tossing and turning until noon, Zhao Zhang, who had nearly worn himself out, stopped and prepared to have lunch and take a good rest, then waited for the afternoon to study again. First he took out his new cell phone and ordered takeout, and then he turned on his computer, wanting to take advantage of the break to see if there was anything new on the internet. After all, the country is so big, there are so many talented people. Maybe there's a genius who discovered the existence of magic energy and quickly mastered the method of utilizing it. When he opened his microblog, he realized that the netizens were still reeling from the latest response to last night's middle of the night, when the countries went back on their word. Countless netizens have been slagging off and cursing. The gringo said something about misunderstanding, which means the fight is off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're making a fool out of your father. I just want to know if I can get a refund for the rice I only snagged last night for 3 times the price or not. I'll QNLGB it. Brother, at least you grabbed the rice. I grabbed all the noodles. It is also a price increase to buy. Now the living expenses are all finished. The next I have to eat at least more than half a month of instant noodles. Crying. War is not child's play. How can you do this to me? RN. Refund. Ha ha ha. Luckily I held back last night. I knew it. Those gringos are all mouth-breathing powerhers. They can't fight at all. Forget it. As long as there's no war, everyone's wronged. Let's buy a lesson. Last words is what the vast majority of people think. Who wants a war when you can restore peace? People are cursing and just want a statement. At least make the merchant refund the difference. In other times, when the senior management sees such a crowd, it is very likely that they will make some supplementary programs to quench the anger of the public. But right now, all the top brass around the globe are intensely researching what the aliens have launched against the blue planet. And not many people care or give a damn about the opinions of the general public at all. Zhao Zhang looked around on the internet and didn't find half a thing about the radiation cannon. It looks like the average person has no idea what just happened. At this point, a famous V on Twitter posted an opinion piece, the content of which has attracted a lot of attention. Seeing that so many people are cursing, I would like to give a reminder here that what the multinationals call a misunderstanding may not really be a misunderstanding. Let's think carefully. Is it that what has happened lately are not too unusual from the Aviation Alliance, a change in the norm to open an emergency meeting? It is everywhere through the bazaar. First is the White Elephant country launched a rocket probe a few months ahead of schedule. After the success of it, there is no more. And then it is the countries declared to enter into a state of war readiness. And not long after, and then suddenly appeared the declaration of war. I still remember how scary it was last night with that huge show, the joint announcement by multiple countries. Even my children seemed to feel the cloud of war hanging over them, only to have the winds change overnight. When did even war become such child's play? That's why I think that something must have happened. Something that we ordinary people can't know about, to cause those bigwigs to act in such a perverse way. Personally, I would suggest that those of you who participated in the food hoarding last night, don't rush back for a while. You can take a look around. At the bottom of this post, there are quite a few comments from netizens that are in favor of this vlogger's views. Zhao Zhang also noticed this post. Chapter 18, Reiki Recovery. Sensationalizing the nation. A day passes quickly. Late at night after 11 o'clock, Zhao Zhang sat in his chair, frowning tightly. During the daytime, he tried many ways to activate the transcendent power, and still failed in all of them. Now he was clueless, not to mention the transcendent power, and he even wondered if the moon base had made a mistake and missed some important step. As for the network, he has also been concerned about the whole day down. Did not see anomalies occurred. Forget it, don't think about it, go to sleep first. He hadn't really slept well in the past few days, and after a long day of tossing and turning today, he was now very tired. After going to the bathroom to take a shower, Zhao Zhang fell back to sleep and soon fell into dreamland. Dreaming, Zhao Zhang felt as if he had arrived in a very marvelous world. This world had no sky, no earth, just a dark and void, boundless, otherworldly space. However, in the surrounding void, there were countless points of light of varying colors wandering about. Azure, golden yellow, russet, dark purple, azure, emerald green, silver white, dazzling spots of light of various colors intertwined. At a glance, it's as if you're in a sea of color, and the points of light were still alive, like naughty little elves, running around. At this point, a deep purple point of light suddenly arrived in front of Zhao Zhang. Without much thought, he subconsciously reached out his hand and grabbed towards this deep purple point of light. The moment his palm grabbed the purple light point, Zhao Zhang immediately felt his brain go blank and completely lost consciousness. Day 2. When Zhao Zhang opened his eyes from the bed, the sky outside was already bright and the bright sunlight shone through the window glass. He took out his cell phone and realized that the time was already 12 noon. It's been such a long sleep. Zhao Zhang was surprised. It rarely happened to him. Usually even if he was tired, he was sure to wake up after 9 hours of sleep at best. And just in the moment of his surprise, the new cell phone in his hand, the screen suddenly flickered a few times, as if disturbed by something, almost screen. Then, in the screen of the cell phone, a prompt unexpectedly popped up. Charging. Zhao Zhang froze. His cell phone isn't even connected to a charging cable right now. So where did he charge it from? By the time he sat up, the marking on his phone that it was charging had disappeared again and it was back to normal. Well, what's the matter with you? You bought it less than half a month ago and you broke it. Zhao Zhang frowned and took his cell phone to study it carefully. I remember the after-sales told him that if the phone has quality problems, 7 days no reason to refund. Half a month replacement. More than half a month, can only be repaired. If you can find the fault, take it now, just within the time limit of the package. Except that after studying it for a while, he couldn't see anything wrong with it, and the phone seemed to be completely back to normal. Since there's no problem, the idea of replacing the phone has to go away. He smoothly half laid down again, and then opened Twitter to see if any news or anomalies had appeared. Regarding the matter of the transcendent power, Zhao Zhang still couldn't stop thinking about it. Just the moment he opened his Twitter feed, as if he had received some kind of shock, Zhao Zhang's eyes widened violently, and he sat up straight. Aura revives. The same dream for all mankind. Mysterious point of light in a dream. Expert interpretation of last night's anomaly. Guy awakens superpowers and accidentally burns down his own home. It's a top 5 topic on today's Hot 100. Each hot article, starting with 10 million discussions, is very hot, especially the first hot search aura revival for words. The amount of discussion has already broken 100 million. You have to realize that it's only noon now. The peak time for internet users to really get online on weekdays is between 7 and 9 p.m. There's not a lot of traffic at noon. Anomalies like today's are only possible when there is a big national sensation. Exploded. Such heat was in no way inferior to the declaration of war of the day before. Zhao Zhang, who saw these hot topics, was also very excited at the moment and looked exuberant. Transcendent power. It must be transcendent power. He could tell at a glance that the 5 hotspots seemed unrelated, but they were talking about the same thing. Something to do with that dream he had last night. And just when Zhao Zhang was excited, his cell phone suddenly appeared abnormal again. One moment it showed charging, one moment it returned to normal, just like a psycho. Well, what's going on? The phone's acting up again. This time, Zhao Zhang finally realized that something was wrong. He threw the phone onto the bed without touching it with his hands. As it turned out, the phone was immediately back to normal and running stable. There's something wrong with my hands. He frowned and placed his right hand in front of his eyes, studying it carefully. It was only until this moment that he then noticed that there seemed to be some more indescribable and undefinable energy in his body. Next moment, Zhao Zhang's right hand snapped and his muscles tightened. Zip! The faint sound of electricity suddenly sounded. It was seen that many tiny purple electric arcs appeared on the 5 fingers of Zhao Zhang's right hand, like tiny silver snakes flowing between the 5 fingers. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhang was shocked. He immediately thought of the dream he had last night. The strange dream. In his dream, he captured a deep purple point of light. Then his mind went blank and he slept until the big day. This is the power of the transcendent. Those points of light in the dream were actually magical energy emitted from the moon base onto the blue planet. Purple magical energy, which stands for thunder and lightning. So now I have mastered the power of thunder. Think about it. His expression became extremely excited. 10 minutes later, Zhao Zhang suddenly sat down heavily on the chair, looking a bit dizzy-eyed. Although he looked tired, the look in his eyes remained extremely hyperactive. In the 10 minutes he had just spent, he was like a child who had acquired a new toy, experimenting and using the transcendent power he had gained. For example, charging a cell phone, lighting a light bulb, or even being able to briefly power up a computer mainframe. He played with almost everything he could in the house. Playing like this, however, depletes it very quickly. That mysterious energy seemed to be linked to Zhao Zhang's brain spirit. Once too much was consumed, obviously there was still a lot of physical strength in the body, but the brain was the first to carry it. Dizziness and eyes, couldn't help but be sleepy, and couldn't lift up even more energy. Through the various attempts in these 10 minutes, Zhao Zhang also had a preliminary idea of his transcendent power. Right now, he could only release a little weak current, and it couldn't last. His transcendent power was as weak as a child just learning to walk. Even so, Zhao Zhan was still extremely satisfied. This is the power of thunder. Throughout history, countless people have dreamed of transcendent power. Now that it's available to him, what's not to like? Moreover, Zhao Zhang firmly believed that with the moon base in place, the power of thunder that he had at his disposal would become more and more powerful. Written here, the small author would like to say that the book has finally entered the theme. The next, it will be more and more cool. You must not raise awe. Chapter 19 The Yellow Hare Who Went Against the Odds, 2-1. Moon Palace Institute. Conference room. A dozen or so very important leaders were full of seriousness, listening to the reports of their subordinates. According to recent research over at the Academy of Sciences, the alien civilization on the moon, emitting on our blue planet, is an unknown type of energy radiation. This radiation, which changes the molecular structure of the atmosphere, fills the surrounding air with many unknown energy particles, all over the globe. And the Academy of Science side also found that the unknown energy particles have a very strange characteristic. They are basically in a static upward floating state during the daytime, and it is difficult to find them on the ground. But as soon as it is nighttime, they become very active again, as if they are alive, and swim away in the air. The unknown energy particles can also be absorbed by some humans, and once the absorption is successful, it will lead to some incomprehensible changes in the human body. And the most special and miraculous of these changes is that it allows humans to master abnormal new abilities. That's what the internet calls superpowers. Last night, all the human beings who were sleeping had the same dream that their brains were being interfered with by this unknown energy particle. Hear these words. The faces of all the leaders became unusually serious. For that mysterious dream last night, they were all witnesses to it and naturally felt it. I have to say, it is indeed amazing. Even among these dozen or so leaders, there are those who have managed to capture the points of light in the dream world and mastered extraordinary abilities. After a few moments of silence, a leader finally took the lead and issued an inquiry. Xiao Zhang, does the energy radiation emitted by the alien civilization have any harmful side effects on the human body? Xiao Zhang shook his head and said, no side effects have been found for the time being. However, this morning, the XX military hospital did find a very strange case phenomenon. Seeing that the leaders have revealed a serious listening look, Xiao Zhang then continued, there is a relatively young patient in this hospital, previously detected rectal cancer, and the cancer has spread, is hospitalized to receive chemotherapy. Originally, her attending physician, and not optimistic about the treatment plan, can only delay the patient's life cycle, but just last night, she managed to capture a green point of light in her dream, and when she woke up, there was a noticeable change in her body. After a series of examinations and laboratory tests, the doctors found that the cancer cells in her body are decaying themselves, and her body organs are gradually recovering, although it is not yet known to what extent the final recovery will be possible. However, the doctors have judged that that patient's life should be considered saved. When Sheng finished the sentence, the leaders present, all of them revealed a look of surprise. Cancer. It has been a medical problem that mankind has not been able to overcome. Cancer is a nightmare, especially for them who are older. Now, they actually hear of cases where cancer has hopefully cured itself. This isn't one of those self-promoting media outlets that blow their load and make up stories for the sake of traffic. This middle-aged man surnamed Zheng standing in front of them, give him 10 guts. Also dare not take this kind of thing to fool the leaders. In other words, this was definitely a case that had actually happened. Are there any other similar cases besides this one? A leader asked impatiently. Yes, Xiao Zhang reported. We sent people from a number of hospitals, collected some relevant information, and finally found that all the patients who had absorbed the energy particles, their bodies had developed benignly, just to different degrees. Among them, the ones with the most significant effects are the patients who absorbed the green light points. From what we know so far, the energy radiation emitted by the alien civilization is good for our human body. For us. These words made the leaders look different. One of the leaders then said, according to this, it is in line with his previous message, that there is indeed no malice, and that it is we who are overworried. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left his mouth, there was a rebuttal. I don't think so. An older leader coldly snorted. There is no malice. His sudden appearance on the moon is a malice in itself. Since they appeared, how many negative impacts have they brought to us? Our world was originally normal. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have needed to waste so much manpower and resources on him at all. Besides, The energy radiation that he emits, is it really not bad for us? It doesn't have to be. Let those ordinary people, who have mastered the power that doesn't belong to them, sooner or later, there will be a big mess. As soon as these words came out, there were many leaders who immediately frowned, although we all thought that what this old leader said did have some truth to it. But, old Zhang, watch your attitude with your words. The leader sitting on the main seat, his face serious, said in a deep voice, Minister Zhang has given 3 orders to be careful with your words when it comes to remarks about alien civilizations. They are in possession of technology that we can't imagine. Perhaps every word you say at this moment is being monitored. If some serious consequences arise because of your attitude, you will be the people's sinner. With such a big hat snapped down, old Zhang immediately changed his face, but he didn't dare to refute anything further. The leader in the main seat, again, turned his gaze to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, have you ever counted the percentage of people who were able to successfully capture the mysterious light point in last night's dream? The question. It does matter. If everyone could master superpowers, it would be a real mess. Although everyone's superpowers, at the moment, were still weak, there was no guarantee that they would continue to be enhanced in the future. Xiao Zhang immediately said, this morning, we sampled an area and made preliminary statistics, and the percentage of people who are truly able to capture energy particles is around 10%. The vast majority of people, although they also enter the mystical dream world, they are unable to capture energy particles. Those energy particles are very strange and seem to have an animal instinct to self-select their targets. And if it's a human they don't like, they'll stay away from that person. As for what kind of people they like, the academy side, there's no conclusion yet. After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, the leaders frowned again. As politicians, at the moment they all realized the seriousness of the problem. 10%. This percentage seems a bit small at first glance, but it is too high for the huge population base of the Yen state. You know, the great Yen country now has a total of 1.6 billion people. At 10%, how many psychics will appear in the future? Fully 160 million or so. If in the future, the superpowers of these people could always maintain their current strength, it wouldn't be a problem, but they would be in big trouble if they could sustain their enhancement. How to manage this group is definitely a big challenge. Chang, go on. The leader, in the main seat, lit himself a cigarette. Those who know him well know that this one doesn't usually like to smoke during meetings. When Xiao Zhang sniffed, he continued, those different colored energy particles in the dream world all represent different abilities. For example, crimson color is the flame aspect of the ability, deep purple is the lightning aspect of the ability, and azure blue has to do with water. According to the current statistics, those energy particles, there are a total of 12 colors. However, the counted superpowers, have amounted to hundreds. That's because, even if you absorb energy particles of the same color, the superpowers demonstrated by different people differ. For example, in Azure, some people can create water droplets out of thin air, while others can release ice at very low temperatures. There's speculation over at the Academy of Sciences that it might have something to do with individual genetics. There was a pause. Seeing that the leaders are listening intently, Xiao Zhang is taking out a tablet computer. One other thing we found was that among those who were able to successfully capture energy particles, the amount that they captured varied. Most people, they can only capture one. There are a few people that can capture 2 energy particles in one night. There are even very few people that capture 3 energy particles. These capture different numbers of people, and when they wake up the next day, the strength of their abilities, they vary. Leaders, next, I will show 2 videos collected from the internet. These 2, both of them, have absorbed crimson energy particles and have gained superpowers that are roughly the same, both of which are ordinary flames. However, A only absorbed 1 energy particle, while B, last night, fully absorbed 3 energy particles. As Chang recounts it, the video from his tablet was also placed on the big screen in the conference room. Just see the screen. The first thing that appeared was a yellow-haired young man, who was facing the camera with a face full of excitement. Everyone, old Iron, I'm going to tell you all an amazing news. I've awakened my superpowers. Don't believe me? See. As the words fell, the yellow-haired young man in the screen immediately raised his left hand and snapped his fingers in a way that he thought was handsome. Snap. With a crunch, a magical scene, literally, appeared. On the index finger of the yellow-haired young man's left hand, a small flame unexpectedly appeared. Although the fire was not large, it appeared out of thin air and connected to the yellow-haired young man's fingers. And the yellow-haired young man did not seem to be able to feel the slightest bit of burning pain. Looks, it was as if the yellow-haired young man's fingers had turned into a lighter. See, ha ha ha, this is my awakened superpower, which I have named Divine Fire. I think I'm going to be like the protagonist in the novel Against All Odds. I'm going to be rich, ha ha ha. Old Iron guys, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You guys now give me likes, favorites, votes, reward. When I'm awesome, I'll take you all flying. Talk the talk. The video was suddenly interrupted. It was choked off by Chang. Chang didn't say anything and continued to play another video. In the middle of the second video, a middle-aged man appears, still a soldier. The opponent, at the direction of the officer, turns to the camera and shows off his superpowers. The middle-aged man in the video was seen fiercely clenching his fist, and on his fist, a blazing fire was lit up, surrounding his entire fist. Next moment, the middle-aged man aimed at a target in front of him and threw a punch. Boo! The punch was quite strong and sent the target flying directly into the fire. A soldier, next to him, immediately ran over, picked up the target and put it in front of the camera to show it. The center of the target was seen. Not only was it dented, but the surrounding area was also burnt to a crisp. This is the end of the video. Xiao Zhang's voice rang out. This is the different power generated after absorbing different amounts of energy particles. When Xiao Zhang's voice fell, the conference room was a short silence. All the leaders cringed. The faces of some of the leaders even showed a look of shock. They were stunned by the performance of the middle-aged man in the second video. That punch just now looked powerful. Leaders, that's all the information I have on my side so far. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, breaking the crowd's contemplation. A leader, who looked very old, immediately complimented. Not bad. To be able to grasp this important information in a short period of time, you guys have worked hard. Xiao Zhang even called it unfortunate and bitter. He then took the lead to leave the conference room with the approval of his leader and went on to collect the relevant information. Wait for Chang to leave. The dozen or so leaders in the meeting didn't adjourn there. The higher-ups are taking this anomaly very seriously and have asked us to put together a report as soon as possible. The main leader said in a deep voice. So, if you have any opinions, or any good suggestions, speak up. Upon hearing this, the crowd spoke their minds. I really can't figure out why the alien civilization on the moon is emitting this kind of radiant energy against the blue planet. What is his purpose to transform the human race? About that, it's not the most important for the time being. The dilemma we're experiencing now is how to deal with that group of people who have gained superpowers. Personally, I think that these people with superpowers are potential destabilizing factors, and they need to be closely supervised. And it's best to think of a way to try to group these people together and keep them under guard, so that they don't affect other people's lives. According to our current population base, the number of groups with superpowers now may reach hundreds of millions. How to regulate the concentration of so many people together is even more nonsensical. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Easy for you to say. In the conference room, there was a quick brouhaha. The leader on the main seat frowned. He was about to call a halt to these people's bickering, when one of the people next to him opened his mouth. Perhaps, we can try to accommodate them. For example, by setting up a department that specializes in dealing with superpowered people, and recruit the more outstanding talents among them, first, so that they can be used for us. This offer made the leader in the main seat a heartbeat away. Others are also thinking about the feasibility of this proposal. It didn't take long. A thick report was sent over to the center. Zhao Zhang rested for more than an hour before he regained a certain amount of spirit and was no longer dizzy. He turned on his computer and started checking the internet for news. It turned out that the microblogging server, once again overwhelmed, became lagging. This shows how many people in the country are surfing the net at the moment. He could also only endure the lag and skim through the netizens' speeches a little bit. I woke up and the world had changed again. That strange dream we all had last night. Good lord, it's unbelievable that all of humanity is having the same dream. I caught a yellow spot of light last night, and then today I realized that the skin of my fingers can, in fact, turn into dirt. Whoops, I caught a blue spot of light and now it keeps coming out of the water. What to do? Hiss. Upstairs is a girl? I am a professional unclogging sewers. Work is done especially well. Do you need my help? You're still driving after all this? Chapter 20, a shocking analysis, request for catch-up reading. I declare, the era of spiritual energy recovery has officially arrived. Excited. It's finally my turn to change my destiny. Ha ha, I caught a yellow point of light and gained the superpower of being able to change the geological structure. That's awesome. My superpower is manipulating the air around my fingers, which feels kind of weak. You all caught the points of light. Why can't I catch them? They see me coming and run. What's going on? I didn't catch it either. For crying out loud, it's finally not so hard for me to see that none of you caught the light. Doesn't it matter to you at all why the world is suddenly in this state? Didn't we all say it? Spirit can revive. Besides, we are all ordinary people. Even if we care about it, what can we do to change anything? For those of us at the bottom, the best choice is to accept it and integrate it. +1 upstairs. Or look away and think so much, rather than think more about how to develop your superpowers. I think the top bigwigs, they must know something, but they are not going to tell us. Just looked at the extranet. And it's not just us that's changed, it's the same all over the world. This world, what will become of it in the future? On the internet, the heat is on. Countless netizens have been discussing and voicing their opinions on the sudden drastic change. Some are happy, some are worried, some are excited, some are scared. All beings are different in 100 ways. Anyway, that dream last night caught fire and took the country by storm. No, to be precise, it's a worldwide sensation. Even if some countries are not yet in the night because of the time difference, they have already learned the news. Everyone realizes that a new world has drawn to a close. Zhao Zhang brushed the comments for a long time. At first, he watched with amusement, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because he realized that among these comments, there were quite a few people who said that they had actually caught 2 points of light in last night's dream, and there were even some who said that they had caught 3 points of light. He clearly remembered that last night, in his dream, he caught a point of light and instantly lost consciousness, falling into a deep sleep. Why would someone go on to catch a second or even a third? Could it be that the acquisition of transcendent power is also divided into talents? So, catching only 1 point of light, like I did, is the worst talent ever. Zhao Zhang was speechless. He's the titular Moon Lord, and he's given the worst talent. Moonbase, you've narrowed your path. Of course, Zhao Zhang wasn't very worried. His tree of life, the activation progress had already reached 60%. When the tree of life was successfully activated and planted, it would then bear the fruit of life, and eating it would enhance his body and increase his affinity for magic energy. Just don't know. The tree of life how long to bear fruit once don't give me the whole 3,000 years to open. 3,000 years to bear fruit. Another 3,000 years to mature. I can't afford to wait. He continued to brush up on his comments. Gradually he realized that the vast majority of people, in last night's dream, were actually unable to catch the point of light. Those points of light, when they see most people, they avoid them from a distance. Zhao Zhang knew very well that not being able to capture the points of light in his dreams meant that his body was unable to absorb the magic energy. There are only a handful of people who can capture points of light in their dreams. As for those who were able to capture 2, or even 3 points of light, they were even fewer in existence. So, those who can't capture a point of light are those who are not gifted in absorbing magical energy. And those who capture 1 point of light belong to those who are gifted. Like those who can capture 2 or 3 phoenixes, is gifted person referred to as genius. If you look at it that way, I'm not bad even though I only captured 1 point of light. It's a lot better than most of those who are rejected and have no talent. After some self-soothing, Zhao Zhang's mood was much better. He went out for a quick lunch, and when he returned, realizing that his spirits still hadn't returned to their peak, he continued to surf the internet. Only, he didn't choose to log on to Twitter this time. Mainly because, right now, Twitter is, genuinely, so stuck. Tap on a topic and it gets stuck for ages. Not to mention it's likely to show an error code and make you wait for nothing. In addition, the netizens on the microblogging, good and bad, more crazy and joyful netizens accounted for the majority. Read their speech comments, although very joyful, will make you smile, but there is not much nutrition. Zhao Zhang wanted to see the more unique insights, and so, he opened up one of the big god forums. The place is equally full, with threads of all sorts of related remarks. The heat is exploding, and the number of visits is literally exploding, leading to a bit of a lag phenomenon in the forums as well. To Zhao Zhang's disappointment, there was no great god's tall tales here, and all the posts were, almost exclusively, questions and discussions. He randomly clicked on a very hot thread. Urgent, regarding the recovery of psychic energy. God, please come in. First floor, I am a newcomer. I would like to ask the gods. Last night I was in a dream. I did not capture the point of light. What should I do? That dream can still appear again. If so, how to capture the point of light? It. Second floor, same question. I'd like to know that too. Third floor, I'm a successful grappler, and what I can say to the owner's question is that those points of light, I didn't take the initiative to grab them. It lunged at me on its own. Fourth floor, upstairs dog, pull out and chop. Fifth floor, I'm also a successful grappler. I'm more concerned about how to follow up and get stronger. Do I continue to capture points of light in my dreams like I did last night? Sixth floor, to be honest, in reply to this post, my heart is very excited, because I also successfully awakened the supernatural power. Really did not expect, in my lifetime, but also encountered such a thing. After I woke up today, I directly did not go to work, has been browsing the network. Pay attention to this big event. The follow-up, also summarized some experience. Well, I'm actually here to pretend. Seventh floor, go to hell upstairs. By the looks of it, it was the first time everyone had encountered something so bizarre, and everyone was feeling their way through it. Not that anyone could give unique insights or advice. Speaking of which, Zhao Zhang is still the man behind the moon base, but he's not sure about these queries in the post. When he didn't find what he wanted, Zhao Zhang closed the forum. He opened the short video app on his phone, and found that at this time there were already many people who were putting their acquired superpowers, posting short videos to circle the traffic, wanting to fire. Not to mention, the superpowers of these people were really strange, which opened Zhao Zhang's eyes. Daylight hours passed quickly. As the sun set, night began to fall and darkness gradually enveloped the land. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Zhang had just had dinner, so he washed up early and went to bed to get ready for bed. This was really the first time he had ever gone to bed this early. And when you lie down on the bed, you turn out the light and close your eyes, and you don't feel like playing with your cell phone at all. In normal times, this is an absolutely impossible phenomenon. The one thing that could make him make such a drastic change was, of course, to get stronger. During the daytime on the internet, there was a lot of speculation that the only way to get stronger was to continue to go back to that mysterious dream world and capture points of light at night while you slept. Zhao Zhang was of the same opinion, because he had seen quite a few people who had tried to sleep during the day, trying to enter that magical dream world, and they had all failed, including Zhao Zhang himself. In the afternoon, he also squinted for a while and similarly failed. Since it didn't work in the daytime, it would have to be at night. Zhao Zhang went to bed so early because he hoped that this time the dream time would be a little longer, so that he could catch some more points of light in the dream world. Thinking is pretty good. Unfortunately, it is really difficult to get someone who is used to going to bed late to suddenly go to bed early. For example, the current Zhao Zhang was lying on his bed, tossing and turning, but he just couldn't sleep. It's hard to even be still. This can't go on. Zhao Zhang thought about it and simply got up, put on his clothes and went to the convenience store downstairs, bought a bottle of white wine back and directly poured himself most of the bottle down, then continued to lie in bed. He can't really hold his liquor. He can still drink beer. White wine only needs 2 or 3 tales to make him confused. This time, the amount of half a pound directly dry down. I believe that should be able to make him fall asleep quickly. Half an hour later, the booze was finally starting to get to his head. Zhao Zhang was in a daze and quieted his mind. And just the moment he quieted his mind, he felt that his consciousness, as if he had come to another world. This world, very similar to the dream world, was surrounded by colorful points of light. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhang was surprised in his heart and violently broke away from this state, opening his eyes from the bed. As it turns out, there's no need to fall asleep. As long as you can quiet your mind, your consciousness can enter the world of magical energy. But why not during the day? Now is not the time to wonder. It is important to capture the point of light to become stronger. Zhao Zhang immediately closed his eyes again, relaxing his entire body and letting go of his mood. Soon, he found that state of quieting his mind, and his consciousness, once again, came to the world of magical energy. Looking at the color-filled points of light around him, Zhao Zhang immediately pounced on them without saying a word. This time, he's going to make a big show of catching more. Unfortunately, when those points of light saw Zhao Zhang pouncing, they were like a herd of antelope that saw a lion and instantly dispersed. Extremely fast, there were only a few dark purple points of light left in the spot. Not only did they not dodge, but they also moved closer towards Zhao Zhang. At this moment, Zhao Zhang seemed to have a realization in his heart. It seems that whatever color point of light was absorbed in the dream world the first time, the same color point of light can only be captured the second time. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards a dark purple point of light in front of him, which cooperated and fell into his hand, and then merged into his body. This time, Zhao Zhang didn't fall asleep on contact like he did in the dream last night, but remained awake. Zhao Zhang was overjoyed and hurriedly continued to grab towards the other purple light spots. A strange phenomenon has occurred. Although those purple points of light wouldn't hide from him and let him grab them in his hands, they couldn't merge. Incompetent Zhao Zhang grabbed as much as he could put in his hands. So, I can only absorb one a night. Long fixed. It really has to do with talent unless I can get a boost in my talent to absorb more magical energy. Zhao Zhang was surprised. Although it was hard to watch the many points of light in his hand that he couldn't absorb, he wasn't discouraged, because he has a bottom line. The moon base, that's where his bottom line is. As long as the tree of life was planted, his talent would be able to get a quick boost. Since it couldn't absorb magic energy again, there wasn't much use for the consciousness to continue to stay in that strange world. Zhao Zhang then opened his eyes. Then, he realized that his body was falling into a strange state of paralysis. It was like there was electricity coursing through his frame. It wasn't particularly painful, but it was a little less comfortable, and even the alcohol that had been there before was dispelled quite a bit. This feeling is the body absorbing magical energy, resulting in discomfort. But how did it feel to sleep so well last night? Zhao Zhang frowned. After a moment's thought, it was decided to just lie there. Then he closed his eyes again, quieted his mind, and entered that abnormal state of consciousness detachment. Something magical happened. When Zhao Zhang entered the state of consciousness detachment, the discomfort on his body immediately disappeared, including the feeling of alcohol on his head. To be precise, it's not perceived anymore. This feeling is much like what psychology calls the meditative state. So, the reason I slept so well last night was because I entered such a state that I couldn't feel any physical abnormalities. Next, Zhao Zhang's consciousness was wandering in the world of magic energy. I don't know how long it took, but a wave of drowsiness struck, and it caused Zhao Zhang to completely lose consciousness. Day 2. Zhao Zhang woke up a bit earlier than yesterday, woke up just after 8. If one calculates the amount of sleep he got last night, it turns out to be surprisingly consistent with the night before, both being close to 12 hours or so, because he went to bed earlier last night. After discovering this, Zhao Zhang quickly realized that something was wrong. I've never slept for such a long time at once before, but now I've slept for close to 12 hours for 2 consecutive nights. This situation is not right. Could it be that this is the time required for my body to absorb the magic energy light points? Zhao Zhang secretly guessed. Subsequently, he first picked up his old cell phone and glanced at the progress of the activation of the Tree of Life, then took out his new cell phone to surf the internet. On the internet, he saw a lot of netizens' analysis, which was almost the same as his. It seems that he wasn't the only one who was paying attention to this last night. More people, however, are crying foul on the internet. I didn't have that amazing dream last night, did you guys? Neither do I. Why didn't that dream show up last night? Does this mean that those of us who haven't captured the point of light can no longer go into the dream world to do so? Grass, don't be like that. I want superpowers too. Chapter 21. The Warlock Authority is established. Request for catch-up reading. See the comments on the web. Zhao Zhang realized that those who were unable to capture the magical energy points of light in the previous day's dream were no longer able to enter that dream last night. So it seems that the dream from the night before was more of a test. Those who pass will be on the road to transcendence. Those who don't will remain ordinary. Of course, this is not absolute. The fruit of life, for example, had the effect of affinity with magical energy, and eating one of them might make an ordinary person walk on the path of transcendence. It depends on how much fruit I have on my tree. If there's a lot, I don't mind spreading out a batch. If there's not much, it's only for me to use alone. Zhao Zhang muttered. He was well aware of the existence and effects of the fruit of life, and how much trouble it would cause him once it was exposed. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang took out his old cell phone and looked at the activation progress of the Tree of Life. Seeing that the activation was about to be completed. Absorbing 3 points of light in one night is a genius. Right away when a genius sees me, he has to call his father. Getting up and washing up. Zhao Zhang first went to have breakfast, and when he came back, he laid down on the bed once again. It's not about sleeping back. In fact, he slept well enough last night that he just wanted to practice. Now Zhao Zhang was in a hurry, for only he knew that a terrible enemy was coming. It didn't take long. He then opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, his brow furrowed. Clearly I'm relaxed and in that state of separated consciousness, but I can't perceive the magical energy points of light. Why is that? Is it because of the daytime that the magical spots of light only come out at night? His guess, he thought, might be the right answer, because he knew that the source of the magic energy was converted from the dark matter in the universe by the magic energy conversion device in the moon base. Dark matter is ubiquitous in the universe and is a major component of the universe. Perhaps the light of the stars was able to limit, or even dispel, the magic energy converted from dark matter, and that was why it was not perceived during the day. Since he couldn't cultivate during the day and the Tree of Life wasn't activated for the time being, Zhao Zhang could only continue surfing the internet. Gradually, more and more people appeared on the internet screaming and resenting, so much so that those who have gained superpowers have their voices drowned out when they speak. Zhao Zhang realized that there were actually so many people who didn't pass the test the night before, more than he thought. It looked like the people who didn't pass the test were in the majority. By the afternoon, those who didn't get superpowers were becoming more and more disgruntled and paranoid in their statements on the internet, even blaming the government. Many people have dumped the pot of their own failure on the government's head, believing that the top brass must have known something in advance to make a series of moves that defy common sense, but deliberately concealed them and did not disclose them to the general public, resulting in their failure to capture the point of light without prior preparation. It made Zhao Zhang look dumbfounded. He can testify on behalf of the government, and the government is definitely not to be blamed for this incident. While it was true that the government knew about the existence of the moon base in advance, even he, the Lord of the Moon, wasn't sure how to obtain the transcendent power before the magical radiation cannon was fired. Seeing that the public opinion is getting bigger and bigger, and the situation is gradually developing in the direction of getting out of control, the high-level side finally has a response. An official study was issued by a number of official media outlets, including the prestigious Hub Daily News. In the report, officials make it clear that they are not sure, either, how the mysterious dream appeared and exactly where those points of light came from. It can only be assumed through speculation, that the solar system, after years of orbiting the Milky Way, is currently entering an unknown region in which there are unknown magnetic fields and energies that are causing the mysterious dreams and points of light to appear. Not to mention, this explanation, which makes some sense. It is true that the solar system has always revolved around the Milky Way, just as the blue star revolves around the sun. Since the blue planet has different seasonal temperatures throughout the year because it rotates around the sun, it makes sense that the solar system would have some anomalous variations as it rotates around the Milky Way. If Zhao Zhang didn't know the truth, he almost believed it. The report also states, after counting, those who were able to catch the point of light in the mystical dream the day before yesterday accounted for 9% of the total population. The vast majority of people, because they didn't prepare in advance, resulted in a missed opportunity. However, there is no need to be discouraged. According to expert research, this unknown energy, there is a tidal phenomenon. Perhaps it won't be long before there is another large-scale outbreak. I hope that all of you, citizens, will stay active and healthy during this time and be in the best shape possible for the next dream to come. For those who have awakened their superpowers, the report also makes important approvals. That mysterious point of light, after many experts of the Academy of Sciences expressed their opinion that the name spiritual energy is more suitable for it. The specific composition and structure of psychic energy is not yet known, only that they are relatively afraid of light, and during the daytime, they are in a static state, and when night comes, they will become very active. The Academy of Sciences has found that absorbing psychic energy can improve one's physique and enhance one's psychic abilities. This pattern is very similar to the cultivators mentioned in some ancient legends, so the official term for those who have successfully absorbed psychic energy will be warlocks. Art, first seen in the Warring States, originally meant roads in the city, and later, after many years of derivation, had numerous meanings. In the traditional culture of the Yen state, since ancient times, there has been a distinction between the way and the art, and the so-called artists are those who can drive and dominate. It is very apt to address you all as artists. In addition, warlocks will become a new kind of profession. Here, I would also like to respectfully advise all warlocks not to use the abilities you have gained to do anything wrong, and if you break the law, you will be severely punished. At the end of the report, it was announced that, after much investigation and research, the central government had decided to set up a new department called the Warlock Authority. This report was met with an outcry. No wonder that during the daytime, we always can't perceive the point of light. No, it's that we can't perceive the existence of spiritual energy. So it turns out that spiritual energy is afraid of light. Warlock has to say, that's a pretty corny and ugly name. Good lord, I've made a successful transition from a cowhorse to a warlock. To set up the Warlock administration when the time comes to recruit, is it not necessary to face our warlocks? I hope I can be accepted and become a great official ape. The ideals of the old man upstairs have made me realize deeply that the lens of the universe is, indeed, the koan. Chapter 22 The Dreaded Enemy, at last, has come. With an official endorsement, this report has been very effective. At least those who are screaming about it and don't like it, find it very credible. Negative sentiments and opinions on the internet quickly dissipated for the most part. This is, of course, because the common people of the Yen state trust the government more. The gringo side, by contrast, is much more lively. Those who failed to absorb the psychic energy similarly dumped the pot on the government and were so extreme in their behavior that they took to the streets directly to create chaos. Even if many foreign politicians, copying the report of the government of the Yen state, still not much use. In the minds of the foreign populace, it is better to trust politicians than to believe that the starting readers are gods. And there are various new names for superpowered people in different countries. Warlock is the term used on the Yankee side. On the foreign side, most Western countries translate it to wizard. There are some maverick countries that think warlocks and wizards are bad. Some call them chosen ones, some call them altered ones, and in one small country, they simply call them mutants. There is also a small country that simply calls them mutants. Even, because of these name problems, actually triggered the multinational netizens. The quarrel on the internet. Zhao Zhang has been following the internet. After all, it was he himself who was the source of all these events, and of course he cared. Zhao Zhang said he could understand the content of the officially released report, and the report, which stated that psychic energy was afraid of light and was only active at night, was consistent with his suspicions. In a flurry, time is also passing quickly. Suddenly, his old cell phone on the table lit up. This is where a new tip comes in. Zhao Zhang was overjoyed at the sight. Counting the time, it should be his tree of life. The activation was complete. However, when he picked up his old cell phone full of bad expectations and saw the new tips, he changed his face greatly, and all the joy instantly dissipated. Warning, enemy vanguard monitored, arriving at the blue planet. With just a dozen or so words, Zhao Zhang looked as if he was on the verge of an enemy, and his face became extremely grave. he immediately went to the window and looked out toward it. On the streets, people were coming and going, and the traffic was still lively and prosperous, and there was nothing unusual. It's not true to say that there are a few young warlocks walking down the street, unleashing their new powers and laughing, drawing gasps of surprise and envy from all around them. Although Zhao Zhang did not see the shadow of the enemy, he believed that the system prompts of the War of Civilizations would not be mistaken. Without much hesitation, he quickly ran out of the house right then and there. The time, at this point, was just after 5 o'clock in the evening, though the sun hasn't quite set yet. But over at the night market, there were already quite a few merchants setting up their stalls. Zhao Zhang went straight to the night market, found those merchants selling glow sticks, and bought a bunch of them. He also bought them separately so as not to draw attention to himself, in the black backpack he had brought with him. Then, Zhao Zhang quickly ran to the temporary warehouse that he had rented earlier. 10 minutes later, on the floor of the warehouse, hundreds of glow sticks, posed with a phrase, "Watch out, the enemy is coming." The reason why hundreds of glow sticks were used was because Zhao Zhang was afraid that the human executives wouldn't be able to see it, so he purposely made the sentence very large. And, this time, he directly used the Inferno. Then, Zhao Zhang took out his old cell phone, clicked on War of Civilizations, activated the teleportation array on the moon base, scanned the glow stick, and clicked teleport. At once, that warning, pieced together by glow sticks, appeared on the moon base's teleportation array. After doing this, Zhao Zhang quickly left the warehouse. Because the warehouse is in such an isolated location, there's hardly anyone around. The current Zhao Zhang could still only release a little electric current. It was hard to electrocute a chicken, let alone kill the enemy to protect himself. Once the enemy showed up and he was alone, he might have to plant. The ride back was smooth. It wasn't until Zhao Zhang ran home that he was slightly relieved. The expression on his face was still very grave, because until now, he wasn't sure what the enemy really was. Now, what he could do had been done. Let's hope the top brass sees my tip soon and takes it seriously. Zhao Zhang sighed. In the meantime, in the center of the capital space city, ear-piercing sirens snapped. When the people in the monitoring room saw the words from the moon base, each of their faces changed drastically and immediately reported the news. Soon, the center side was alarmed. Look out, the enemy is coming. If any other human had said that, it wouldn't have had such an impact, but it's different when it's a warning given by an alien civilization. The center side immediately and decisively ordered all military districts to enter a state of readiness. All those who received the news, while disturbed, were also very curious as to who the enemy that the alien civilization warned of was actually. It didn't take long. There's more news on the horizon. This time it's not an alien civilization, but major discoveries everywhere. Minister, it's an emergency. Just now radars all over the country are showing varying degrees of warning. The strange thing is, on the radar's scanning screen, many targets clearly appeared. However, when we sent people forward to check, we found nothing. Hear that? Yang Yu, who had always been known for his steadiness and had been praised by the center's bigwigs for being calm in a crisis and having the style of a great general, was so shocked that he directly left his chair and stood up. He took the report from the guards and merely scanned it before picking up a red landline phone on his desk and dialing some key number. The call was quickly answered. Yang Yu immediately stood up straight and reported the situation truthfully, and stated his guesses and suggestions. The enemy may appear directly around us by unconventional means, such as wormholes. Yes, it is recommended to immediately block off the area in question, evacuate citizens near the area. When the phone hung up, Yang Yu then sat down. His demeanor still remained serious. Although on the phone, the higher-ups recognized and took his advice. He didn't dare take it lightly, because it's a warning from an alien civilization. Who is the enemy? The human army. Can it resist? Both of these issues have left Yang Yu in a state of unease. At this point in time, it's already 7 o'clock in the evening. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the system prompt for War of Civilizations. After coming back from the warehouse, Zhao Zhang had been paying attention to the movements outside, not even thinking about cultivating to become stronger. Meanwhile, in his hand, he held his cell phone and observed the movements on the internet. Everything is still in order. At this point, in the neighborhood, there was a couple who were walking their dog for a stroll when the woman suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Honey, look at the sky. What's that?" When her husband heard this, he immediately raised his head, then revealed a surprised look. Just a short distance above their heads, a shocking vision appeared. First, a red light appeared, and immediately after, the red light rapidly expanded and turned into a crimson-colored crack. At first glance, it looked as if the void had been split open with a red wound. Moreover, there was black energy surging at the center of the crack. What's going on here? Honey, take a picture of it and send a short video. Chapter 23, A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Zhao Zhang naturally noticed the strange image in the sky. For this, he was prepared, so to speak, but at this moment, his face was still extremely ugly, because he never expected that the enemy's spacetime wormhole would appear directly in the neighborhood where he lived. It was almost right in front of him. After only surveying the room for a moment, Zhao Zhang immediately turned around, took only 2 cell phones and the room key, and quickly went out the door without hesitation. This is not a place to stay for long. Zhao Zhang knew very well that his life was very important when he was in control of the moon base. It is not even an exaggeration to say that he carries the hope of mankind. So he's going to preserve himself and build a moon base to provide more boosts to humanity. As for turning in your old cell phone, now is not the time to talk about it. In case he's the only one who can use the construction of War of Civilizations on his old phone, it's not out of the question. After all, wasn't he specifically chosen for War of Civilizations to be on his old phone? When Zhao Zhang got off the elevator and walked out of the door of the unit, on the ground of the cell, there were already many residents who had come out to check out the sky anomaly. Some people felt that the vision was not quite right and dragged their families home. More people, though, are still holding their cell phones, filming one after another and posting them to short video apps. The Netflix era has created so many rumors of monstrous wealth that there are many people, nowadays, who want to make money as Netflix. Zhao Zhang originally didn't want to mind his own business and was ready to just walk away, but as he watched the many ignorant parents, with their young children running to join in the fun, he couldn't help but stop and shout, "Something's not right. It could be dangerous. Everyone hurry." Results: the people next to him just glanced at him with a psycho look and continued to hold up their cell phones to take pictures. Many of them even mumbled under their breath, "Old Iron Man, you heard it. Some people say it's dangerous. I'm risking my life to shoot for you now. Everyone, for the sake of me being so desperate, click a like and pay attention." Looking at these stubborn residents who did not meditate, Zhao Zhang did not say anything this time and quickly left. Good words are not enough to persuade a damn ghost. It was kind of him to give a reminder. When Zhao Zhang ran outside the neighborhood, he realized that there was actually a crimson crack in the street, and it was so low that it was almost stuck to the ground. In the darkness of the night, the crimson crack, emitting a demonic red light, was very conspicuous. At this moment, there were quite a few drivers who had stopped their cars and had gathered around, looking at the crimson crack with astonishment. Zhao Zhang's face was ugly. He didn't expect that 2 spacetime wormholes had appeared where he lived. If he didn't have a moon base and didn't know what it was bound to be extremely dangerous when the enemy came charging out of it. At this point, he saw a watching cab driver right on the side of the road and immediately went up to him and asked, "Master, are you going?" The cab driver, seeing that he had business, readily withdrew his gaze. "Go, get in the car." When Zhao Zhang got on the bus, the driver asked, "Young man, where are you going?" Zhao Zhang glanced back at the crack and said, "Go to the southern part of the city. The farther away from here, the better." The driver's elder brother sniffed and started the car while asking with a smile, "Young man, do you think this strange thing is dangerous?" "Aha!" Zhao Zhang nodded. The driver's elder brother then said, "I also feel that something is wrong. It looks quite oozy." "Then you stay here and watch the fun." "Hi, it's not like I haven't seen it before." Zhao Zhang was speechless. It's true that it's human nature to see what's going on. At this point, over the entire city, an air defense siren suddenly sounded. Woo dash. The sound is very harsh. Immediately afterward, an announcer's anxious voice rang out from all the radios along the roadside. "Urgent notice, everyone stay away from the Crimson Rift immediately." Repeat, everyone stay away from the Crimson Rift immediately. This is not a staged attack. Danger is imminent. In the cab, the driver's elder brother heard this radio sound and immediately froze. "There's a real danger. What is it?" Without waiting for Zhao Zhang to reply, a large number of military vehicles suddenly appeared on the road in front of them, one after another, rushing towards the direction they came from. On these military trucks, not only were there a large number of heavily armed soldiers, but they were even pulling a lot of heavy weapons, such as anti-aircraft guns and other such contraptions. "Now that's a cutie. All know it's for real. Hey yo, even the army is here. It looks like it's really dangerous," the driver's big brother said with some trepidation. Zhao Zhang, however, was silent and had no interest in chatting, because he is worrying. He was also not sure if the human army could withstand the enemy. A few moments later, the cab came to the southern district of the city without any problem, and dropped Zhao Zhang off at a random intersection. That big brother of the driver then ran away with a kick of the gas because he was worried about his family, and Zhao Zhang stood at the intersection, looking a bit confused, because he doesn't know where to go next. Near the house he had rented, 2 temporal wormholes had appeared, and in a short period of time, he would definitely not be able to return. And where there were spacetime wormholes and where there were no spacetime wormholes, Zhao Zhang was not sure. It's not good to run around in such an unclear situation. you might just run headlong into it. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhang planned to see how things went tonight first. Anyway, on the south side of the city, there were no temporal wormholes seen around, so it should be safe for the time being. We'll go to whichever city is safe when we know tomorrow. After making the decision, Zhao Zhang followed the navigation on his cell phone and went down the street. Obviously it was only after 7 in the evening, but few pedestrians were seen on the road, and even if they were seen, they were in a hurry and looked alarmed. Apparently, everyone got the message. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang finally arrived at his destination, a telescope specialty store. When he arrived, he found the owner of the store, preparing to close. "Boss, wait," Zhao Zhang hurriedly said. "I want to buy binoculars." Seeing the business, the boss only hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then you should hurry up. I'm closing." Zhao Zhang nodded his head and chose a telescope with average features, painfully paid for it, and then left the store. Almost as soon as he was gone, the store owner pulled the roll-up door down and locked it. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang crossed 2 streets and entered a very grand hotel. "Hello, get me a room. It needs to be on the top floor," Zhao Zhang said as soon as he entered. The hotel receptionist immediately said, "Hello sir, our top floors here are all suites. Are you sure you need them?" Zhao Zhang hesitated and opened his mouth to inquire, "What about the penthouse? That time I like to live a little higher." The receptionist looked at the computer and said, "There's another single room on the 33rd floor. Is that okay, sir?" "Yes." Zhao Zhang took out his ID card and handed it over. Not that he had to stay in a nice hotel and be greedy at a time like this. Rather, Zhao Zhang had come to this hotel before during the group building and knew that the view of this hotel was very good, and he could even see the place where he had lived before. He first bought binoculars and went straight to this hotel, just to see for himself, while keeping a safe distance, what kind of enemies would appear in the space-time wormhole. Chapter 24 The War of Civilizations begins. "Sir, your room number is 3326. Here are your ID and room card. Please keep them," the receptionist said politely. Zhao Zhang nodded and took it, then walked towards the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, he vaguely heard the 2 girls at the front desk discussing worriedly, "I heard that there's something going on over in the east side, and the army is going over there. I see a lot of people on the internet saying it's some kind of aliens coming too. Aliens are real. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people talking about it. And look, it's on the hot seat. Alas, the world has changed so fast in the past 2 days. I want to go back home." Ding! The elevator arrives. Zhao Zhang didn't listen anymore and walked into the elevator with a sullen face, swiping his room card and pressing the 33rd floor. In the elevator, he took out his phone, and sure enough, he saw that what had happened tonight had made it to the Hot 100. Countless people are discussing it and saying anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Something big and rough is going on. The army is coming into town. The red crack in the sky. What is it? Are aliens about to invade? It should be. Even if it's not, we can at least be sure it's the enemy. Otherwise how could the army enter the city and still pull in all the artillery? Nima, I told you that in recent times, the high-level actions have been frequent and weird. So it turns out that there really are aliens trying to invade Blue Star. My side of the family was asked to evacuate urgently. Scared. First some warlock psychic powers, and tonight aliens appeared. What's wrong with our world? Is there a possibility that psychic energy and aliens came together? The comments on the internet at the moment gave Zhao Zhang a feeling that there was only one word: chaos. Therefore, Zhao Zhang just slightly scanned a few glances before losing interest. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang finally resisted the 33rd floor and quickly looked for his room. After entering the room, he immediately went to the window, pulled open the curtains, took out his binoculars, and looked towards the east. When he opened his room earlier, he specifically instructed the front desk to ask for a room in the east household. At the moment the east side of the city was brightly lit. With the help of the binoculars, Zhao Zhang could barely see what was going on over there. Countless soldiers are rapidly building a line of defense. Many members of the public, who have also been asked to evacuate urgently, are dragging their families to move their belongings, and some of the stingy ones who love money have brought a large number of big and small bags, and are eager to move their homes away. No matter how much persuasion is given by the staff of the Home Affairs Committee, it is useless. Just then, those 2 crimson cracks suddenly widened again. Next moment, a harsh roar came. Roar! It was as if the roar of a lion was penetrating, even if they were dozens of kilometers apart. Zhao Zhang heard the heart-pounding sound. Then, Zhao Zhang's eyes widened violently. A large number of unknown creatures were seen flying out of the red crack, one after another. Because of the distance, Zhao Zhang wasn't able to see what those unknown creatures looked like. However, their hideous appearance was barely visible. Some looked like prehistoric crocodiles, some like giant crabs, some like mosquitoes magnified 1,000 times, and some are simply a tentacle monster. All are never-before-seen monsters. The size of these monsters, all of them, were very large, far exceeding that of humans. That one tentacle monster looked a few points bigger than the world's largest boa constrictor, python. And many of the monsters had wings. Seeing these monsters, Zhao Zhang's cold sweat instantly appeared and his face turned white. With his current strength, if he ran into one of these monsters, either one of them would surely die. The size of the monsters alone was a crushing advantage for him. And the group of monsters in front of him is still just the vanguard. No wonder the war of civilizations system, time and again, would remind him to pay attention to unknown enemies. Upon seeing the monster appear, the residents who had been grumbling and refusing to move were scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. Everyone was running around like headless flies, no matter how much the military directed the evacuation. One time, all the streets, in chaos. The chaotic residents also attracted the attention of the monsters, and immediately there were countless monsters, stirring their wings, pouncing towards the crowd. To this moment, the military finally chose to open fire. A PF-92 single rocket launcher, from some soldier's shoulder, flew off, instantly hitting a huge hideous monster. Boom! Zhao Zhang first saw violent flames, and immediately after, he heard a deafening explosion. He paid no attention to the rest, and with one pair of eyes, he stared at the battlefield through the binoculars with dead eyes. Just after the explosion, the monster was blown away, still struggling after landing. He's not even dead after taking such a blow. Zhao Zhan was shocked. However, the bazooka wasn't completely ineffective, and with this shot, at least a third of the monster's torso was blown off, including a large portion of its wings. The fact that the monsters didn't die only meant that they were tough, and destroying their wings made them equally incapable of flying again. The other monsters, on the other hand, were not deterred by this and continued to howl and pounce towards the crowd. Dang! 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 Continuous shelling was heard. The military opened full fire. Various heavy machine guns, similar to the 60 and 240, were pouring out fire like crazy. Countless bullets formed a metal strangulation defense line. Those monsters just rushed over, was countless large caliber bullets, tore to pieces. Although the monster's life force was strong, it couldn't survive being beaten to death. One time, the monster was successfully kept out of the defense line. There are even individual monsters that choose to fly backward, as if running away. In the hotel, Zhao Zhang, who saw this scene, finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He was afraid of such monsters that were not afraid of human fire, and that would be a big problem. Now Zhao Zhang's moon base has not been built yet, and the new profession of human warlock has just started, so the only thing he can rely on is the military. If even the military can't stop the invasion of such monsters, then humanity will be defeated. Fortunately, humans have invented firearms, which seem to be working pretty well so far. At first contact, the monster's side suffered a big loss. Sure, Zhao Zhang did not dare to take it lightly. This is only the vanguard. The real terrible enemy has not yet appeared. By then, the human army might not be able to resist. Therefore, he had to develop the moon base as soon as possible to assist mankind in improving their strength. A few moments later, all the monsters that flew out of the cracks were almost wiped out. Perhaps the firepower from the military side was too fierce and knocked the monsters into a bit of a daze. And when those monsters were wiped out, there were no new monsters burrowing out of the cracks, even though everyone was able to see that there were actually more monsters behind the crack. Since no monsters appeared, the army, too, opted for a ceasefire and stood by to defend the area. A brief silence fell over the scene. Only the monster corpses all over the ground spoke of the tragedy that had just occurred. Ugh, it's kind of hard. Chapter 25, he is here to help mankind. Capital. In the conference room, the atmosphere was very heavy. Many leaders in high positions were listening attentively to an officer of the rank of Major General. Unknown rift teleportation channels have appeared on a large scale all over the world, and after counting the ones that have appeared in our country, there are currently 137 of them, most of which are concentrated in the north, and fewer in the south. As the general explained, a map of the country, too, appeared on the conference room screen. At this moment, more than 100 red dots appeared in the map of Yin country on the screen, most of which were clustered in the north, with only a few appearing in the coastal cities in the south. Seeing the divisions of these red dots, the bigwigs present frowned, because, as the map clearly identifies, there are 3 red dots. This was one of the most important economic cities in the Yin kingdom, with a large population. Immediately, an old general with a gray head opened his mouth and asked, "Did this crisis cause any casualties?" "Yes," the general in charge of the intelligence presentation said. "The latest count of deaths is 26, with 133 injured. The main reason for the casualties is that the rift teleportation channel appeared in a densely populated area, and the evacuation was not caused in time." The many bigwigs were slightly relieved to hear this number. Such a number of casualties is within acceptable limits. After all, this is a global disaster. This side of the Yen country has actually been very good. The foreign side can't even imagine how bad the situation is. A big brother couldn't help but say, this time, thanks to the reminder of the alien civilization. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At these words, the crowd was silent, not knowing what to think. The old white-haired general from before reminded, Staff Sergeant Liu, go on. Yes, the Liu staff officer in charge of the explanation continued to talk about the data of this war, including the characteristics of those monsters, the number of monsters killed, and the ammunitions consumed, all of which were detailed. Finally he concluded, those monsters are very tenacious and have no apparent weaknesses. They are natural killing machines. When Staff Sergeant Liu finished speaking, he gave a military salute and turned directly away. It's up to the big boys to discuss what to do next. When Staff Officer Liu left, someone immediately spoke up and proposed, those cracks haven't disappeared. The enemy may return at any time. We need to arrange for the nearby residents to be evacuated as soon as possible. The proposal was met with approval from the crowd, who nodded their heads. Another person said, what should be the response to the requests for support sent by various countries? This issue, however, has caused some debate. That's a refusal to think about it. Exactly. How can we support others when we ourselves know nothing about the enemy and have not solved our own problems? I think some support can be given appropriately while ensuring security and stability. Yes, some of our neighbors, with their insufficient firepower, are really struggling to withstand such an enemy. If they fall, and those monsters surround us from all sides, we won't be able to take it well, and the battle line will be severely stretched. Everyone understands the truth of lips and teeth. What the crowd said made sense. Since there is a debate on this issue, let's leave it for later and discuss something else first. The big man sitting in the main seat said. Once he spoke, the crowd naturally would not say anything more. What about the Academy of Sciences? Can we find a way to close the rift channel? Someone asked. A representative suspected to be from the Academy of Sciences side immediately shook his head and said, this kind of rift channel is unheard of. Not to mention closing it, even how to study it, I can't find half a clue. When these words came out, many of the bigwigs present frowned. While everyone knew that the Academy side was not to blame for this, the inability to close the channel meant that it would be a long war, protracted wars and all that. No one likes them, because it's too consuming. After a pause, that representative of the Academy of Sciences said, with the technology we humans currently possess, it is impossible to close the rift channel, unless an alien civilization on the moon makes a move. Then it is possible. At the mention of the alien civilization on the moon, the crowd then fell silent once again. A few moments later, the big man in the main seat issued a question. Everyone thinks that the alien civilization on the moon is a friend or foe. Whether it's a friendly army or not, I'm not sure. Someone responded, at least it's not an enemy, otherwise he wouldn't have had to warn us. That made everyone cringe. Some people think it makes sense, but there are others who have other views. What if the aliens are deliberately being nice, but actually have another agenda? At this time, the big brother on the main seat, his eyes swept to Yang Yu next to him, so he opened his mouth and asked, Old Yang, you guys have researched the alien civilization the most? Tell us your opinion. Seeing that he was named, Yang Yu thought for a moment and could only say, I do have an immature idea. I think the alien civilization on the moon is here to help us humans. Since he appeared on the moon, he has never done anything harmful to humanity, and the only attack was because of the White Elephant Nation's probe, which took the initiative to approach his base. He probably just learned in advance that there would be this kind of monster that would invade our human world, with the intention of helping us. That's why they suddenly appeared in our world. I'm going to make a bold assumption that the alien civilization on the moon, and the monster that appeared tonight, are actually two opposing civilizations, and that the monster civilization wants to take over the blue planet, and the alien civilization chose to help us fend it off out of some consideration. If we speculate on this, his behavior 2 days ago when he launched energy towards the blue planet is quite understandable. He was trying to improve the environment of the blue planet so that a portion of the human race could acquire special abilities to fight the monsters. At these words, the conference room immediately fell into deep thought. It wasn't that Yang Yu's insight was so brilliant, but following this direction of speculation was what was most favorable to humanity. The big brother on the main seat immediately nodded his head repeatedly and said, this possibility that old Yang Yu said is indeed relatively large. Someone looked at Yang Yu and said, Minister Yang, those warlocks now, but they are not much different from ordinary people. This is because the warlocks are just beginning their path of growth. The fact that they were the only ones who were able to consistently absorb psychic energy last night is proof enough of that. Yang Yu said in a deep voice, I think that the monsters that will appear in the future will become more and more difficult to deal with. and our existing weaponry will become more and more difficult to deal with those monsters, and the real main force at that time will be those warlocks. As the words fell, there were immediately people expressing their dissatisfaction, especially those bigwigs from the military, because according to Yan Yu's deduction, the military will be eliminated in the future. Matters of interest. Chapter 26, The Miraculous Tree of Life. P.S. The last chapter, 25 chapters, went into a small dark room, and I couldn't get out after revising it a few times, so I'll just have to find an editor tomorrow to see if I can release it. In the hotel, Zhao Zhang has been watching the battlefield. After the first wave of monsters were defeated, the monsters behind the rift, which seemed to have seen the ferocity of the humans' firepower, never showed their heads again. From this, it could be seen that those monsters, although they were fierce and fearless, were also intelligent. Not like a lowly dumbass like a zombie. Zhao Zhang knew that the monster was only temporarily laying down, and it wouldn't take long for it to make a comeback. If the monster had really been stopped so easily, it was unlikely that the mysterious game in his phone would have reminded him of it so solemnly. In fact, Zhao Zhang knows that those monsters just now are just appetizers. At this time, the battlefield had been quiet for a long time. The military personnel on the scene, however, remained on guard and did not let up. Zhao Zhang continued to observe for a while before finally choosing to withdraw his gaze. He glanced at the time. It was past 11 o'clock at night. Zhao Zhang, however, did not choose to go to sleep. Not in the mood to sleep after what happened. And I'm sure there will be a lot of people who won't be able to sleep tonight. He also planned to stay awake tonight, to keep an eye on the battlefield at all times, so as to avoid any new abnormal changes and untimely evacuation. Wait until dawn tomorrow, then leave the city and head for a fairly safe place to land. Think about it. Zhao Zhang moved the sofa chair in the room to the window and just half leaned against it. Afterwards, he closed his eyes slightly and entered the cultivation mode. Although he decided not to sleep, he couldn't be delayed from continuing his cultivation. The current Zhao Zhang's thoughts were simple: to seize every second to improve himself. Soon, Zhao Zhang then entered the magical state and managed to absorb a deep purple spiritual energy light point. This night, he just sat on the couch to cross the Day 2, War of Civilizations. Early in the morning, this hot headline set the internet ablaze, because that's the title of an article posted by the central mom herself. The first sentence of the article is that we have encountered an enemy like no other. It ends with, "This will be an important war for all of civilization." The content of the article was also read by Zhao Zhang. He almost ignored and skipped over the official speculations, because no one knew better than him that those monsters were nothing more than vanguards, the real main course, which did not arrive. If the human hierarchy thinks that those monsters are the main adversaries that humans face, they may have to suffer a lot in the future. Zhao Zhang had already planned to turn around and continue to give the executives a heads up on the moon base. In the content of the article, about last night's appearance of the monster, the official also gave detailed information, at the same time to those different monsters, according to their image, make temporary name, as well as issued their photos. This shows that the officials, this time, do not intend to have the slightest concealment. For example, last night Zhao Zhang saw a mosquito monster that was magnified thousands of times, and because of the distance, the telescope could not see what the monster really looked like. At this moment, through the official photos given, he finally got a good look at the monster. The monster's body, surprisingly, was similar to that of a human, with a head, torso, feet, etc. And even on the head, there were human-like eyes and ears, but multiple arms and 2 pairs of wings, as well as the sharp and slender mouthpiece on the head, all make the appearance of this monster. Looks terrible hideous. Officials have not only released photos, but also made detailed announcements about last night's casualties. The move has garnered numerous accolades from netizens. Although everyone was worried about the future of mankind, the official approach of not hiding anything really put people's minds at ease quite a bit. Central Mom personally came down to commentate. The credibility is very high. This time the official is finally not the first choice to suppress the news. Kudos. He. If such a big thing is still the first thing we think of hiding, then we humans will definitely lose. These monsters look so scary that even just observing the photos gives me chills from the bottom of my heart. Plus one upstairs. Genuinely scary. As if a ghost from a horror movie came to Earth. Why is there such a monster in our world? What's wrong with it? If this is a nightmare, can I wake up quickly? I want to go back to the old days. Can't go back, bro. Accept the reality. Our world has changed. For the comments that followed, Zhao Zhang just scanned them and didn't look at them again. He knew very well that there must be countless people who couldn't accept all the drastic changes to the world. Next, whether it's online or in reality, it's going to continue to be a mess for a while until everyone slowly accepts this new world. At this point, Zhao Zhang's old cell phone suddenly jumped with alerts. He hurriedly put down his new cell phone and picked up his old one to watch. Tree of Life. Activation complete. Seeing this tip, Even though Zhao Zhang had already prepared for it, his heart was still very excited. The activation of the Tree of Life is just a bit too long. It's been several days. And this building is what Zhao Zhang is most looking forward to. Because, the magical radiation cannon, which affected all of humanity, the Tree of Life, would directly affect Zhao Zhang's personal future. He immediately opened his cell phone screen and entered the game. In the building bar on the right side of the game screen, the Tree of Life has indeed taken on a new color. No longer black and white. Zhao Zhang didn't delay and immediately clicked on the Tree of Life, dragging it next to the Fire Arts Tower and planting it. The reason why he wanted to plant it next to the Fire Arts Tower was naturally because he was afraid of an incoming enemy, and if he didn't protect it properly and caused the Tree of Life to be damaged, it would be the end of the story. He had tried long ago that any building in the game could only be built once and could not be built over and over again. This means that no building can be damaged, otherwise it will have to be scrapped if it can't be repaired. When Zhao Zhang's fingers moved away, a sapling was then in the cell phone screen, rising out of the ground, and in a few breaths, it had grown into a very beautiful tree. The trunk of the large tree did not look tall, but the branches that branched out were particularly numerous, and, with extremely lush leaves, it looked vibrant. Against such a desolate backdrop of the moon, a green Tree of Life has a beauty and precious prominence. It also puts a different spin on the black and white world of the moon. Just at the first glance, Zhao Zhang fell in love with the Tree of Life. He carefully surveyed the Tree of Life, and also swiped his finger across the screen to rotate the game's orientation and observe the large tree from all directions. Soon, Zhao Zhang discovered that there were several huge cocoons hidden in the canopy of the Tree of Life. The outer part of the cocoon, wrapped by green leaves, is really not visible unless you look closely. What's this? Could it be the fruit of life? Chapter 27. An elf appears on the moon. In a flash. It's been a week. Zhao Zhang looked at his new home and nodded with satisfaction. The new home was an apartment with a total area of about 40 square meters, equipped with a kitchen and an independent bathroom, and relatively complete home appliances, so it was easy to move in with a handbag, which was very suitable for singles like Zhao Zhang. His current location, a city in the south, was safe for now. As for where I lived before, I can't go back. As early as the day after the temporal rift appeared, the higher-ups arranged for the evacuation of the people in the vicinity, and also gave a resettlement fee, with a total of $27,000 in resettlement subsidies for tenants like Zhao Zhang. It's not much, but it's really good on the yen side in comparison. Like overseas, not to mention evacuation and resettlement, the elite at the top don't even want to care about the death of ordinary people. In the last few days, the monsters had appeared several more times, and the location of the time rift had turned into a real battlefield. The monsters that have appeared are said to be getting more and more powerful, putting the military under a lot of pressure to cope with them. Room. Zhao Zhang first cleaned up, then went out and went downstairs to the supermarket, ready to buy some daily necessities. When he came to the street, he realized that the atmosphere on the street, compared to before, had become much more serious. Civilian police, special police, and people from other official organizations are everywhere on the roads. And, those SWAT officers, they are still heavily armed. Zhao Zhang knows what causes this phenomenon. Since the appearance of the monster, all over the country, there have been many people who promote doomsday theories, deliberately create panic, and even commit outright crimes and lawlessness. Over the course of a few days, there was a huge increase in criminal cases across the country, including some horrifyingly large ones. In addition, many other people have taken advantage of the chaos to stock up on grain, which has also caused a shortage of food in the market and affected people's livelihood. Even some crooked merchants, selling food, sit on the ground and make a fortune. Anyway, it was very chaotic everywhere during those days. In order to put an end to this evil trend, the higher-ups immediately took action and imposed military control on all major cities. As for those who rebelled, naturally they were suppressed with iron blood and sent to meet the King of Hell. It took less than 3 days for military control to be implemented and everything was back to normal. Unlike abroad, it's been a complete mess. Of course, during these 3 days, Zhao Zhang had also deeply realized what it meant to use heavy punishment in a chaotic world, and almost every night, he could hear the sound of gunshots coming in the night. Even now that normalcy has returned, military control has not been abolished. When you go out on the street, every move you make is watched by a number of neighborhood moms. For example, when Zhao Zhang came out of the supermarket with a big bag, an older woman with a red armband immediately stopped him. "Young man, why did you buy so much?" Zhao Zhang explained. "Oh, I'm an evacuee who just moved here, and I bought all this stuff. Most of it is household items and very little food. Now all food products are still under control, and anyone who buys them can only buy a certain amount at a time, and is not allowed to buy them in large quantities. Other things are not practicing this policy. The older woman glanced at Zhao Zhang's bag and nodded when she saw that it was indeed mostly daily necessities, but she still asked vigilantly, "Is there a rental contract?" "Yes." Zhao Zhang put down the bag, and from his pocket, he took out the rental contract he had just signed with the landlord. "Look, auntie, this is my rental contract. The date was just written on it." The big mom looked at it before letting Zhao Zhang leave. Although he was interrogated by the amma, Zhao Zhang didn't get angry. On the contrary, he was very much in favor of doing so. It's really the crooked dealers who are inappropriate. Zhao Zhang still remembered that the day before the big day, grain was speculated to sky-high prices. Northern rice, which normally cost $2 a pound, was sold at its peak to a staggering $180 a pound. This is horrible. If we don't stop it, the people will still be able to live. Back home, Zhao Zhang packed up and put away the daily necessities he bought, so he leaned back on the sofa, took out his old phone, and opened the War of Civilizations game. As the fifth building tree of life was successfully planted, the sixth building was successfully activated by Zhao Zhang. The sixth building, called the Secret Monument, looks very simple in appearance, just a big flat stone. This secret art monument was also a building that Zhao Zhang was incredibly excited about. What it can offer is secret art inheritance. Now all the warlocks, although they were able to get stronger day by day, had little success in developing their abilities, and their attacks were all very crude. So, even now that there are already warlocks capable of bursting into violent flames, the destructive power is still not very good, and is nowhere near as good as a human's heat weapon. The secret art inheritance, on the other hand, was specifically designed to make up for this ability deficiency. According to the game, transcendence with secret arts are able to utilize their abilities more effectively, and their destructive power increases exponentially. To put it simply, the so-called secret art inheritance is very similar to a skill. In the game, a mage without strong skills, the destructive power must be greatly reduced. Zhao Zhang first looked at the progress of the activation of the secret art stone tablet and estimated that the activation should be completed tomorrow. He then clicked to zoom in on the Tree of Life and found the giant cocoons hidden in the canopy. Originally, Zhao Zhang thought that the giant cocoon could be the fruit of life, but recently he changed his mind and thought that it should be the elf of the Tree of Life. Because, in the past 2 days, the giant cocoon moved several times. That's proof enough that it's alive inside. I just don't know when these elves will break out of their cocoons. Also, when will the fruit of life, which is most dear to my heart, blossom and bear fruit? Zhao Zhang muttered. At this point, he suddenly realized that one of them was a giant cocoon, and the leaves wrapped around its surface were turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Zhang was instantly energized, his eyes tightly fixed on the screen. 10 minutes later, the leaves on the outside of this giant cocoon began to fall off, and the giant cocoon moved along with it. Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up, knowing that it was something inside that was about to break out of its cocoon. He guessed right. It didn't take long for the giant cocoon to split open as it finished shedding its leaves. Immediately after, a humanoid-like creature fell out of it and landed on the ground. It didn't fall hard, because the gravitational pull on the moon is very small. Zhao Zhang's gaze immediately looked towards the humanoid creature. By now, the humanoid creature had also come to its senses, opening its eyes somewhat blankly and rising from the ground. When it stood up straight, Zhao Zhang was able to see its full appearance. It had a body and limbs similar to those of humans, with dark green skin, no nose, very small ears, and a pair of clear-colored, dragonfly-like wings on its back. Chapter 28, The Fruit of Life Ripens, 2-in-1. Day 2. Early morning. Zhao Zhang woke up early, then got up and washed up. Since he started to cultivate spiritual energy, he has completely changed his bad habit of going to bed late and staying up late. Now he goes to bed early and wakes up early and has a very healthy routine. Not to mention, this kind of work and rest did have an effect, both from the outside and inside. Zhao Zhang felt that he had changed a lot in recent times. Of course, it could also have something to do with the fact that he absorbed psychic energy. After washing up, Zhao Zhang was about to go out for breakfast when he suddenly had a whim to try out his current abilities. His eyes, toward the computer desk. On the table, there was an empty can bottle that he had drunk yesterday. Next moment, Zhao Zhang raised his right hand and pointed his index finger. Crack! A tiny lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the tip of Zhao Zhang's index finger, instantly hitting the can bottle. Ping! The can was directly knocked away and rolled right up to Zhao Zhang's feet. Looking at the charred holes in the easy open can, Zhao Zhang smiled with satisfaction. During this period of time, he had kept up his cultivation every night, and his current strength was not to be underestimated. That strike just now wasn't even a tenth of his attack power. If Zhao Zhang goes all out, his thunder power is probably capable of electrocuting people. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang came downstairs to the Baozi store and ordered a xiaolong bao and a bowl of tofu brain, then found a seat. While waiting for his meal to be served, he pulled out his cell phone to see if anything new was happening. Previously, military officers were practiced nationwide, and even the internet was greatly affected. For example, no more doomsday theories were allowed to be spread so as not to cause panic. Once discovered, the penalties are very severe. The internet watchdog is really going to come along for the ride and deliver the warmth. When Zhao Zhang opened his microblog, he was immediately attracted by the news that ranked first on the hot search list. The bully is killed by the warlock. At the current time, not even 9 o'clock, the topic volume has already reached several million, far exceeding the second place. Zhao Zhang clicked on the news and quickly learned what happened. It happened just last night, and the general idea was that a group of girls who were regular bullies in a county high school were countered by a fire warlock who burned them all to death. After just a few moments of watching, Zhao Zhang couldn't help but clap his hands at the death of those bullies. Serves you right. Zhao Zhang then clicked on the comments and found that most of the netizens and his views are basically similar. Great job, sis. I know this group of people. In junior high school, they like to bully people, including me, but also buy them robbed the money. I have a junior high school classmate, because of good looking, was jealous of them, every day to bully and humiliate, and then this classmate was unbearable to be humiliated, hanged himself at home. Grass. This group of where still a human being is a demon. Good death. Joyful, joyful, joyful. I wasn't in a good mood this morning because I received a layoff notice, but when I saw this news, my depressed mood was instantly cured. It's so cool. Bullies deserve to die. +1 upstairs. Seeing this news early in the morning is better than a cold beer on a hot day. This is self-defense, right? Why is the local police department still controlling the man? Although it's really cool to look at when you kill a bully back. Don't you guys think that warlocks are too dangerous? A little girl can easily kill 4 or 5 people. Warlocks do seem a bit dangerous and it feels like they should be restricted. There are a few youngsters on my side. All of them are warlocks, taking advantage of having supernatural powers to run amok and be lawless. But this group is smarter. There are no big evils, but small ones keep coming, and now everyone else avoids them when they see them, and they're fast becoming the little bullies of our locality. Actually, something about warlocks committing crimes has been happening a lot lately. Some people with inadequate hearts do have a bit of trouble holding themselves together and start to do evil when they are given extraordinary abilities. Bullying is considered light, and robbery and murder are not unheard of. However, those previous days were so chaotic that the news of warlocks killing people couldn't even make it to the top of the hit list. This is the first time that the news of a warlock killing a bully back has gotten this much heat. Zhao Zhang looked at the netizens' comments and frowned as he watched. At first, people were still talking about what happened in that school, but the discussion got completely skewed and started talking about the dangers of warlocks. At the moment, as a member of the warlocks, Zhao Zhang's stance was naturally on the side of the warlocks. And seeing so many people resenting the existence of the warlocks made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, Zhao Zhang also understood that the group of warlocks really needed to be well guided and restricted. It's still manageable now because the warlocks are still weak. When the warlocks get stronger and stronger, then the law will no longer be able to restrict them. And without good guidance, it will inevitably lead to social chaos. Thinking about this, Zhao Zhang frowned. A few moments later, he suddenly shook his head and smiled again. I'm just a little guy now. It's not my place to worry about this kind of thing. I'm also sure the higher-ups saw this coming a long time ago and may have already prepared a countermeasure. Just in time, the buns he ordered were served. Zhao Zhang then turned off his cell phone and dealt with the food seriously. By the afternoon, the old cell phone suddenly popped up with an alert. The secret tablet from War of Civilizations, activated successfully. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhan was overjoyed and immediately opened the game. In the game, the icon for the secret stones turns colored, which means it can be built. Without hesitation, he immediately lifted his finger and pressed it. A prompt popped up. Attention, the inheritance in the secret tablet needs to be released by the magic radiation cannon. So please try to build the secret tablet near the magic radiation cannon. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhang of course did as he was told. He built the secret arc monolith directly next to the magic radiation cannon and the magic energy conversion device in a triangular area. At once, a huge stone monument that broke through the ground. Although it looked amazing, Zhao Zhang had seen a lot of this kind of phenomenon and had gotten tired of it a long time ago. I'm sure those at the top of the human hierarchy didn't have much of a reaction either. When he built the secret art tablet, he realized that this thing actually needs to be recharged as well to work. Zhao Zhang was speechless. It seemed that the thought of getting cool and powerful skills would have to wait. He observed the Tree of Life some more. Several cocoons on the Tree of Life were found, all of which had ruptured and evolved into sprites. Zhao Zhang counted 5. When he clicked on the Tree of Life, and the camera came to the side of the tree, the elves, who seemed to have discovered his presence, immediately broke away from their playful state, and each of them revealed a look of awe. Among them, the biggest elf, with his hands holding what he seemed to be holding, was kneeling down with a pious face in Zhao Zhang's direction, and then raised his hands above his head, seemingly wanting to dedicate something to Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang froze and looked towards the elf's hands, and saw that the elf was holding a silver bottle in his hands. Where the bottle came from, he didn't know, and it didn't matter. After all, the existence of an entire moon base doesn't make much sense in the first place. Zhao Zhang is concerned about what's in the bottle, a hint that comes at the right time. Attention, your elf servant is offering you the water of life. Please accept it. Seeing the hint, Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up. You don't have to ask. You're sure to receive it. When he clicked on the receive option, the genie in the screen, which seemed to have gotten his instructions, immediately held the bottle in both hands and jumped to the side of the teleportation array, and then placed the bottle on the teleportation array. When the elf had done this, a new prompt popped up. Please prepare an area to receive offerings from elf slaves. This prompt would be confusing at first glance, but Zhao Zhang had been playing for so long that he quickly read it, and immediately got up, came to the computer table, cleared a clean area, and then put the cell phone lens aimed at the table. Click receive. At once, the bottle on the teleportation array in the moon base instantly disappeared on Zhao Zhang's table. On the other hand, a silver-colored bottle appeared out of nowhere. The bottle wasn't big. He compared it. It was just a little bigger than his palm. The water of life inside, it wasn't full, a little less, but Zhao Zhang didn't really care. According to the previous hints, the so-called water of life was actually the dewdrops that the tree of life condensed every morning. Those elves needed to be collected bit by bit, and the portions were naturally not too large. What Zhao Zhang was more concerned about was when the tree of life would bear the fruit of life. Just put the bottle away. Zhao Zhang once again looked towards the tree of life in the screen, and he noticed a new change. Some bracts, not knowing when they appeared, were at the moment hiding behind the leaves, and if you didn't look closely, it was not easy to find them. Since it's already open, it shouldn't be far from the results. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up with anticipation. The next 2 days, Zhao Zhang was paying attention to the changes in the Tree of Life while paying attention to the changes on the internet. The previous anti-killing case received the attention of countless netizens. Even if it has been 2 days, the heat has not dropped much, because in the past 2 days, more and more victims have jumped out to tell about how they were once bullied and humiliated by those people. The netizens realized that the gang had learned to bully their classmates since junior high school, and their tactics, outrageous. Bullying and beating their classmates and robbing them of their money and property are all considered minor. And what is even more outrageous is that they will also force their classmates to drink urine and force female classmates to take pictures of their fruits. Even, in order to earn change, did a play to force female classmates to sell their bodies. Each of these things, when taken out, has made the general public extremely angry. Public opinion is so boiling. Local officials also had to pay attention, announced the establishment of an investigation team. Special Affairs. On the third day, that is, today, the results of the processing came out. The high school student, 1-1, was declared innocent and immediately released to her family because she was under 18 years of age and had acted in self-defense. And those bullies, once harboring their teachers and principals, all were jerked to the end. And even, the investigation team also found one of the parents of the bullies, suspected of serious violations of law and discipline, is double-tracked in. A term like dual-track is only used for public servants of a certain rank, namely, that bully's parents, who are in government. No wonder the other party was so arrogant and had committed so many offenses that had remained peaceful. Naturally, countless netizens cheered at the outcome of such a treatment. Many netizens have praised the attitude of the immediate government in handling special matters. Zhao Zhang was in a very good mood when he saw the result, but what put him in a better mood was that after waiting for 3 days, those blooms on the Tree of Life finally bore fruit. When he clicked on those green fruits on the tree, a prompt immediately popped up. 6 hours left until maturity. Please be patient. It's only 6 hours. Zhao Zhang had waited for so long, so of course he didn't care about this amount of time. When the sky grew dark, Zhao Zhang looked at the time and immediately opened his old phone and entered the game. Fruity. The fruits on the Tree of Life were still mostly green, though a number of them had turned golden. It's a sign of maturity. Zhao Zhang immediately sent commands to the elf slaves, asking them to pick the fruit of life and give it to himself. At his command, the elves sprang into action, flapping their wings and flying to the trees to pick the ripe fruit. Soon, just 7 or 8 fruits were picked. Zhao Zhang also noticed at this time that there were only a few dozen fruits on the Tree of Life, including the mature and immature ones combined. Not many. So, he intended these fruits to be enjoyed alone. A few moments later, a total of 9 ripe life fruits were sent to the teleportation array. Zhao Zhang did the same thing, pointed his cell phone camera at the table and clicked receive. At once, those golden fruits appeared in front of Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang's eyes glowed, and he immediately picked one up, casually washed it, and took a big bite. He didn't dare to take more than one and decided to take one first to try the effect. 10 minutes later, Zhao Zhang immediately felt a hot sensation coming from his abdomen, causing his entire body to sweat along with him. There's something indefinably hard about that feeling. It was also completely dark by now. He immediately lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and entered the cultivation state. In the state of cultivation, his consciousness would enter the illusory world of psychic energy, and he would be temporarily unable to perceive the state of his body. So naturally, it would not be difficult. Just after entering the cultivation state, Zhao Zhang felt a difference. Some of the nearby points of psychic energy light would actually take the initiative to move closer towards his side. The previous spiritual energy points of light didn't reject him, but they wouldn't be as aggressive as they were now. Among the many spiritual energy light points, Zhao Zhang quickly found a deep purple spiritual energy light point and immediately absorbed one. However, after absorbing it, he once again felt a difference. It's a bit of an unfulfilled feeling. It wasn't like this before. If you absorb one before, you will feel full. Zhao Zhang was surprised in his heart and knew that all of this was definitely the changes brought about by the fruit of life. The effect, too, was too good to be immediate. He immediately found a point of psychic energy light again and absorbed it. Sure enough, it worked. Chapter 29, Breaking the Darkness with Thunder. A few days later, no one's in the middle of nowhere. Zhao Zhang stood in front of a large tree, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath as if he was brewing something. Afterward, his eyes suddenly opened, his eyes blazing, and immediately afterward, he raised his hands, and a large amount of electric arcs instantly surfaced on his palms, crackling and snapping. Next moment, Zhao Zhang's gaze locked onto the large tree in front of him, and his palms violently pushed forward. Ka-ching! A lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm actually emanated from between his palms, accurately hitting the large tree 10 meters away in front of him. Boom! The trunk of the tree that was hit rang out with a thunderclap and actually burst into flames. Although the flames were quickly extinguished, such a mighty power was very astonishing. When the smoke dispersed, a big hole had appeared on the tree trunk, and around the big hole, all of them showed the color of scorched black. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhang's expression was uplifted. This power is a bit unexpected. Just now I want to choose a thin tree. Should have been my lightning strike. Blast it off. A normal ordinary person would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. And my talent, which has only recently risen. Those warlocks who have long been able to absorb 3 psionics in one night are certainly more powerful than me now. It's no wonder that since the day before yesterday, the Warlock administration has begun recruiting and has offered extremely favorable conditions, not only giving formal establishment, but also high wages. In a short period of time, the group of warlocks has grown into a powerful force to be reckoned with. Zhao Zhang clenched his fist, feeling the power of thunder in his body. His face was full of confidence. Ever since he ate the fruit of life, his talent, referring to the ability to absorb psychic energy, was growing rapidly. Eating the first fruit of life would allow him to absorb one more spiritual energy. However, the effect of eating the second fruit of life would be greatly reduced, and it was estimated that it would only be half of the first fruit, and the subsequent continuation of eating it would reduce the effect by half again, and so on. Although the effect of the fruit of life was getting weaker and weaker, it couldn't be helped that Zhao Zhang possessed a lot of them. Dozens of fruits of life were eaten, making his current talent, which had reached an astonishing point, able to absorb 6 spiritual energy in one night, even more powerful than those geniuses. In these few days, Zhao Zhang's strength had also expanded rapidly. Today, he was itching to test his strength, so he purposely came to this uninhabited place. As for that, isn't it a bit of a waste to give dozens of fruits of life to Zhao Zhang all by himself? Wasteful indeed, because the effect of each fruit of life, when eaten later, was already minimal. But Zhao Zhang still ate all of it himself and didn't give it to anyone else, because he doesn't know who to give it to. The current Zhao Zhang was a loner, not knowing who his parents were, let alone if he had any siblings. Beginnings orphanage, 1 VIP. Besides, if he let others know that he had something that could enhance his talent, I'm afraid that it would lead to huge trouble, so Zhao Zhang might as well eat it all himself. The fruit of life could improve the physique in addition to boosting the affinity for psychic energy. For example, the current Zhao Zhang looks a bit changed from what he looked like a few days ago. His skin became rosy and glowing, and he looked much better, his eyes bright and shining. The most exaggerated thing was that after eating the fruit of life, in just a few days, it made his height, once again, grow quite a bit. The original Zhao Zhan was only about 1.76 meters, and if he wanted to advertise to the public that he was 1.8 meters, he would have to wear inner height shoes. Not anymore. Even if he measured barefoot, Zhao Zhan was 1.81 meters, a full 5 centimeters taller. Zhao Zhan was very satisfied with the effectiveness of the fruit of life. As for the water of life, several bottles had been accumulated over the past few days, It's how well it works that is yet to be known, as he hasn't tested it yet, and he doesn't think it will disappoint. After that, Zhao Zhang took out his old cell phone and opened the game interface. Zhao Zhang took out his old cell phone, opened the game interface, and looked towards the secret art monument. The current progress of the secret art tablet's recharge had reached 99%, and it was about to be recharged to completion. As for what building is behind the secret art tablet, Zhao Zhang did not know, much less build, because, the back of the building, it's on the next page of the building column. For each page of the building column, there are only 6 buildings. If you wanted to unlock the next page of buildings, you needed Zhao Zhang to build all 6 previous buildings and upgrade them all to intermediate level before you could do so. Zhao Zhang had already checked the conditions required to upgrade the building. To be honest, it gave him a bit of a headache. In addition to some of the usual materials, there are actually some oddball requirements. For example, upgrading the Tree of Life also required the crystal cores of those monsters. For monsters, Zhao Zhang knows very little, and simply does not know the monster's crystal core, what kind of thing it is, and what it looks like. A few moments later, an alert popped up on the old cell phone, showing that the secret stones had been recharged. Zhao Zhang was overjoyed at the sight and immediately chose to drop to the blue star. He currently didn't know what the secret art inheritance was, and decided to put it in once to see what happened. To cast the secret art inheritance, you need to use the magic radiation cannon, the operation mode, the same as the last launch mode. When Zhao Zhang finished preparing and aimed the cannon in the direction of the blue star, he immediately clicked launch. At once, 2 huge pillars of light, falling from the sky, landed in the atmosphere of blue star. The reason why there were 2 pillars of light was because one of them belonged to the magic radiation cannon. Almost half a month had passed since the last time the magic radiation cannon was fired. After countless warlocks had practiced over the course of this half month, the psychic energy had become less and less and needed to be replenished. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhang simply dropped it over. Along with the secret art inheritance, the speed of the energy light column was fast, almost equal to the speed of light, and it only took 2 seconds to reach the blue planet from the moon base. When Zhao Zhang just put away his old cell phone, he saw a strange rain suddenly fall in the sky. Those raindrops, colorful and very numerous, fall towards all parts of the world. No, that's not rain. It's more like a seed magnified many times over. Right now, there was a crimson seed that flew in Zhao Zhang's direction and ended up in the grass. Zhao Zhang didn't hesitate and immediately ran over and found the crimson seed that had just fallen. The seeds were diamond-shaped and not very big, estimated to be about the size of Zhao Zhang's index finger. When Zhao Zhang grasped it in his hand, unfamiliar information immediately appeared in his mind. Secret art inheritance, fireball. Fireball technique quickly condenses flame magic energy to form a ball that can attack the enemy and explode upon hitting the target, generating secondary damage. Requirements for learning. Fireball is a primary fire skill, and can be learned by those who possess fire magic. Whether or not to absorb the legacy of the fireball. Yes/no. With a thought, Zhao Zhang chose yes. As it turned out, it failed. There is no fire magic in your body to absorb this inheritance. Chapter 30, the sensation caused by the secret art inheritance. For failing to absorb the fireball art inheritance himself, Zhao Zhang was not surprised. After all, the majors don't match. At this moment, he had a look of surprise on his face, presumably because he did not expect that the so-called secret art inheritance would appear in front of him in such a way. I think the secret art inheritance just appeared and made the world go boom. Looking at the fireball art inheritance in his hand, Zhao Zhang's gaze was slightly fixed in thought. He felt as if he had found a way to make a living. There was no need to guess that the appearance of the secret art inheritance would inevitably become an important resource that the warlocks would need to fight over. As for Zhao Zhang, he was in control of the secret art stone tablet. So in a sense, he monopolized all the secret art inheritances. At that time, if he is willing to sell the secret art inheritance in large quantities, it's hard not to get rich. After all, the secret art inheritance that had just fallen, which seemed numerous, was actually just one wave. Definitely not enough for so many warlocks to share. And there were definitely people who hadn't grabbed it. The prerequisite for this way of making money to be realized is that I can control the secret art monument to produce the secret art inheritance for me alone. Realizing this, he immediately opened his old phone and his fingers operated on it. He first clicked on the secret art tablet, and the result showed that it was in the process of recharging, and could not be operated. Undeterred, Zhao Zhang turned his gaze to the Tree of Life again before giving the alpha command. Master, what can I do for you? Zhao Zhang inputs, I need the Thunder System secret art inheritance. Upon receiving his command, the largest of the elves immediately walked towards the secret art tablet. Seeing this, Zhao Zhang's eyes tightly stared with a look of anticipation. A few moments later, the secret art tablet flickered for a moment, spitting out 2 dark purple seeds. The elf picked up the 2 secret art inheritances and then knelt down with his face facing Zhao Zhang. holding the deep purple seeds in both hands with a look of pious devotion. Master, the primary secret art tablet can only produce 2 secret art inheritances of the same type? You need to upgrade the secret art tablet if you want to obtain a more advanced secret art inheritance. This is what the elf had to say to Zhao Zhang. There is no air on the moon, so it appears as text in the screen. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhan looked delighted to actually be able to really control the output of the secret art stone tablet. Then he was going to get rich this wave. Subsequently, he immediately gave orders to the elf to place 2 primary Thunder System secret art inheritances on the teleportation array. The elf naturally did as he was told. A few moments later, 2 primary Thunder System secret art inheritances appeared on the ground right in front of the old cell phone lens. Zhao Zhang picked them all up, and the prompt immediately appeared in his mind again. Secret art inheritance, Running Thunder Blast. Running Thunder Blast, both feet release thunderbolts, transforming into running thunder and speeding forward, while condensing a thunder shield, dealing thunder damage to enemies in the path. Requirements for learning. Running Thunder Blast is a beginner's lightning skill, and can be learned by those who possess lightning magic power. Whether or not to absorb the legacy of Running Thunder Haste. Yes/no. Secret art inheritance, Thunderbolt Fist. Thunder Light Fist condenses thunder in his fist, attacking the enemy while dealing thunder damage with an additional paralyzing burn effect. Requirements for learning. Thunder Fist belongs to the primary thunder skill, and can be learned by those who possess thunder magic. Whether or not to absorb the legacy of Thunderbolt Fist. Yes/no. These 2 hints made Zhao Zhan look extremely excited. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately chose to absorb it. At once, a few more memories came to mind. That's how to unleash the memory legacy of both skills. In a few breaths of effort, Zhao Zhang had mastered these 2 lightning abilities. Suddenly, Zhao Zhang clenched his right fist and punched out towards the front. Zip! On his fist, electricity violently erupted, and the lightning was so dazzling that it actually formed the shape of a huge lightning ball. KOF second order Red Pill's big move. The lightning ball flickered on and off and lasted at least 3 seconds before disappearing. When Zhao Zhang withdrew his fist, his face was full of surprise. That move just now was awesome, and it's not too consuming. Worthy of being a secret art inheritance, this kind of effect comparable to a game skill not only saves energy, but is also fiercely powerful, countless times stronger than blindly figuring it out on your own. Zhao Zhan was secretly energized. He could already think of how crazy the warlocks would be when they discovered the benefits of the secret art inheritance. Next, Zhao Zhang tested another secret art, Running Thunder Blast. Many electric arcs were seen appearing all over his body, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly rushed out at an extremely fast speed. King's Honor Sikongjian's one skill. In the work of 2 breaths, he disappeared from his original spot and arrived 100 meters away. 3 seconds for 100 meters. If Zhao Zhang used this move to compete in the Olympics, he would be a proper sprint champion and no one would be able to compete with him. Most importantly, he had just run out 100 meters, and all those grasses on the ground along the way were all scorched. This move is awesome. Whether it's used to attack or escape, it has a surprising effect that is hard to defend against. It's just that it doesn't consume a lot, much more than the consumption of the Thunder Light Fist, which is much greater. Zhao Zhang looked uplifted. Even though the consumption of Running Thunder Dash was a bit high, he still loved it. A beginner's secret art inheritance skill is this powerful. I wonder what kind of demeanor an intermediate secret art inheritance skill would have. Zhao Zhang's face was full of excitement and anticipation. After resting in the field for a few moments, he then planned to return to the city. Boarding the bus bound for the city, he had just sat down when he heard several young men behind him, discussing with excitement on their faces. A lot of colorful things just rained down from the sky. Did you all see them? See, what is that thing? I see many people grabbing it. He. That thing is called Secret Art Inheritance. It's very magical. It records a powerful inheritance, and I grabbed one of them. Oh, where is it? Show me. Didn't have it on me? And I'm sure I'd want to hide something so valuable. Cut. I don't believe it. Zhao Zhang noticed. There were quite a few passengers beside them who had noticed the teenager who had just said that he had grabbed the secret art inheritance. With no interest in meddling, he closed his eyes and waited for the return trip. This is a suburb, quite a ways from the city, and the bus would take at least half an hour or so to get there. 40 minutes later, when Zhao Zhang got off the bus, he felt something different about the downtown area. Many people looked uplifted, as if they had picked up a treasure. Some of them, even, had blood on them, as if they had just come down from the battlefield. Those official people around them, such as the armed police, each one of them had a stern look on their faces. At this point, an ambulance suddenly drove past Zhao Zhang. Quickly, Zhao Zhang had sharp eyes and clearly saw that there were several people covered in blood in the ambulance. Seeing this, he understood that it must have been the appearance of the previous secret art inheritance that caused countless people to fight for it. And there were casualties. P.S. There are updates every day. Absolutely no more. If you find that the small author did not update, then no need to ask. Certainly into the small darkroom. Alas. Chapter 31, Resurrection of the Undead. That night, the 4 big words, Secret Art Inheritance, rushed to the top of the hot search list. There is a lot of discussion online. The Secret Art Inheritance is too powerful. Look at my fireball spell. It's as powerful as a single rocket launcher. Video. P4. My water arrow technique isn't bad either. Although it doesn't explode, it has amazing penetrating power and is able to pierce through a 5 steel plate. Great. Before, I've been agonizing over how to use my superpowers to maximize the effect. The Secret Art Inheritance. It's simply the perfect solution to this problem. Very powerful. Aren't you guys curious about where the Secret Art Inheritance came from? This thing, there are too many traces of an intelligent civilization. It definitely doesn't belong to the natural world. Upstairs +1. The Secret Inheritance is actually able to directly engrave memories into the mind. So magical. I can imagine. I'm afraid that only the legendary gods have such means. You're saying that a god has descended upon our world. The Secret Art Inheritance is a gift from the gods. I don't want to care about that, as long as it makes me stronger. Ha ha ha. The one I got is the ground stabbing technique. Although it's not as powerful as yours, but this move wins by surprise. It's very powerful. For surprise, it's my wind blade technique, which you can't even see if you look closely. For crying out loud, I snagged a healing spell that doesn't match my specialty and can't be absorbed for use. What should I do? The appearance of the Secret Art Inheritance caused a huge sensation. The main thing is that this kind of thing, at first glance, shows that there are traces of an intelligent civilization behind it. It could even be said that only a deity could come up with something so magical that it could take the inherited memories and implant them directly into the brain. This led many to speculate if Blue Star had been noticed by some unknown deity. There are many people who speculate that there are deities. After all, both the existence of psychic energy and the appearance of those terrible monsters reek of the bizarre and extraordinary. Not like the proper way. When Zhao Zhang opened the short video app, he realized that short videos are far more lively than Weibo. Many warlocks are experimenting with their new abilities. For example, at this moment, Zhao Zhang swiped a video of a young netizen who was testing the Secret Art Inheritance he had just obtained. Good evening, old iron. I'm Turkey. About this afternoon, the Secret Art Inheritance that fell from the sky. I believe that everyone should already know. Little brother, I also got a Secret Art Inheritance by fluke, and it's right on par with my specialty. Next, I'm going to show it on the spot. The power of the Secret Art Inheritance. Everyone, please look here. The youth rushes at the camera and holds up a plate in which there are many broken bones and, on these, blood. See, this is the bone of a whole duck, freshly shaved, and the meat has been eaten by me. You guys, do you think I can bring this duck back to life? When the youth had finished, he was seen to raise his hands and cover the bones on his plate, and then with a constipated expression, he seemed to be making an effort. Wisps of black gas, emerging from the palms of his hands, burrowed into the bones on the plate. This kind of action lasted for more than 10 seconds before the youth let go of his palm. His face, it looked a bit paler than it did a moment ago. However, the youth's demeanor was more uplifted, and even showed a hint of a smile. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. The words fell. The weirdness came at once. Just see the bones in the plate. Suddenly moved. On their own under the witness of the camera. They piece by piece, in the blink of an eye, put together a complete duck skeleton. Extremely weird. What was even more bizarre was that the duck skeleton, as if it had come to life, the 2 eye sockets on the skull, green energy eyes appeared, and then, this duck skeleton, actually waddled out of the plate and walked a few steps on the table. After almost 5 or 6 steps, the duck skeleton suddenly collapsed as if it had lost its mojo and fell onto the table, re-emerging as a messy puddle of bones. With such an effect, Zhao Zhang, who was eating dinner, was dumbfounded. He had never thought that among the Secret Art Inheritance, there was still this kind of weird and strange ability, a skeleton that can be brought back to life. Although the skeleton in this video was resurrected for a very short time, this should also be a problem of the lack of ability of the Netflix youth, not a problem of Secret Art Inheritance. Good lord, this kid wouldn't have inherited the skills of a necromancer, would he? The comments on this video are overwhelming. Zhao Zhang clicked to take a look. In addition to the comments praising the blogger's power, the rest of the comments, all the netizens requesting the blogger to help resurrect their loved ones, and even, some netizens hope that the blogger will be able to resurrect some of the heroes and characters. The frightened blogger posted a new video with an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, I also did not expect that the last video was actually so hot. Moreover, I did not expect that everyone has so many regrets, but I am sorry. My current ability is very weak. A duck skeleton. I can only resurrect it for barely 10 seconds. In addition, the requirements and limitations of this ability are very many. For example, the time of death cannot be too long. More than 24 hours will not work. In addition, it may be that my magic is not enough. I can only resurrect some freshly dead rats, chickens and ducks and these trinkets right now, not when they are big. So don't force yourselves, old Iron Men. I really can't do all those requests you guys are making. After brushing the short video for a while longer, Zhao Zhang realized that many people in the comments section were crying that they hadn't grabbed the secret art inheritance. He had guessed correctly earlier. The wave of secret art inheritance that fell from the sky in the afternoon wasn't enough to share, and it could even be said that the vast majority of the warlocks didn't even grab it. For these people who didn't snatch the inheritance, Zhao Zhang expressed his sympathy, and at the same time, his heart was also a little happy, because all these people, they will be his potential customers. After dinner, Zhao Zhang logged back into the same Great God forum from before. It was discovered that although the forum was also discussing secret art inheritance, more posts, however, were exchanging secret art inheritance, and some people even simply initiated acquisitions. High price to buy the secret art inheritance. Want to change money can come to try. The price package you satisfied. Acquisition of fire secret art inheritance. Price negotiable. I have a Thunderbolt legacy and would like to exchange it for a Waterbolt legacy. Similar threads fill almost the entirety of the forum. It seems that the gods are more pragmatic. At this moment, in Zhao Zhang's hand, there was still a Fireball art inheritance. When he saw these posts, he was moved to take the Fireball art inheritance and exchange it for money, because right now, he's very short of money. Previously, when he built his 6th building, the Secret Art Monument, he had almost emptied his savings, plus re-renting, whether it's the $80,000 in online loans or the $20,000 or so in evacuation subsidies. It's all gone. Right now, Zhao Zhang only had about $2,000 left on him. He had wanted to buy a computer and was delayed because of a low balance. Chapter 32, Trading Fright, Request for Catch-up Reading. Since he decided to sell the Fireball inheritance in his hand, Zhao Zhang no longer hesitated and started contacting the owners of those posts. As for selling it now, would you sell the Fireball legacy at a loss? To be honest, Zhao Zhang didn't care at all, because he was in control of the secret art stone tablet. He could subsequently have as many secret art inheritances as he wanted, the kind that could be wholesaled. I'll lose one or two, sprinkle water, anything to take care of his money needs for a while. But, when he started contacting the private messages from the owners, it was a hot mess, because these people treat him purely as a cutie. Pit. Most of the offers from acquirers are in the tens of thousands of dollars, and there are even offers of thousands of dollars. Even if Zhao Zhang no longer had any business acumen, he knew that the secret art inheritance was definitely not so cheap. As long as he controlled the secret art monument and didn't continue to drop secret art inheritances into Blue Star, then the prices of the secret art inheritances that everyone had in their hands right now would definitely continue to go up. Hundreds of thousands, millions, or even dragged out and sold for tens of millions in the future. Of course, Zhao Zhang wasn't a treacherous businessman. He wouldn't be so selfish as to intentionally suppress the secret art stone tablet just so he could make a fortune. There will be more powerful enemies in the future, and when the time comes to play it off and cause the disappearance of human civilization, then earning more money will be of no use. The price of 50,000 is really conscientious. After all, no one can guarantee that the secret art inheritance will be when the next time to appear. In case the future appears frequently, directly rotten street it by then worthless. I guess I have to go to jump off a building. This is a private message sent to Zhao Zhang by an acquirer. Zhao Zhang swept a glance and didn't bother with him. Although what the guy said and seemed to have some truth to it, he couldn't be fooled. He knew very well when the next secret art inheritance would occur, because it's controlled by the man himself. Zhao Zhang continued to look for an acquirer, and finally, he found a sincere bidder. Master, you want to pass on the secret art of fire? Ah, yeah, do you have it? There's a Fireball legacy. Fireball is great. I'll take this one. Can you sell it to me? Why did I ask you for a private chat if you won't sell? How much do you want to sell it for? Since you're the one who collected it, make an offer. I'll sell it if it fits. I see on the black market. A secret art inheritance has been speculated to more than 200,000. This price must be a bit inflated. I offer 200,000. How about it? 200,000. This price was barely acceptable to Zhao Zhang. Also, he was very interested in what the buyer said about the black market. Does the black market have a website? Black market is an overseas website. Our domestic want to log in. Kinda troublesome. Need to climb the wall. And the acquirers of the black market are all overseas, so it's not too convenient for you to get out. That makes sense. Seeing that you're so sincere, I'll sell it to you then. Great. Where are you? I'm coming over right now. Face-to-face transaction. It's so late now. Right. I can't wait to have fireball magic. Okay. I'm in the city of Luzhou. What time will you arrive? I'm in Lushu City too. What a coincidence. Big brother, let me add you. You send me the location. I'll go over there now. Line. Zhao Zhang also didn't expect this buyer to be in the same city as him. That's quite a coincidence. When the two added V-mail, Zhao Zhang realized that the buyer was still a woman. The other parties seemed to be in a hurry, and as soon as he added the V-mail, he immediately sent a message. Hello, where do we trade? Zhao Zhang thought about it and replied, go to Cheetah Plaza in XX district. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Although this kind of transaction was not illegal and there was no need to be careful, Zhao Zhang still didn't want to directly reveal his address, even if the other party was a woman. He has always believed in the saying, you can't be too careful. After agreeing on a location, Zhao Zhang immediately went out and took a cab downstairs on the street. Since he was relatively close, it only took him 10 minutes before he arrived at the entrance of Cheetah Plaza. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang disguised himself as a tourist and waited for the buyer to arrive. Another 10 minutes passed. Zhao Zhang saw a Mercedes-Benz Big G, windy drive to the entrance of Cheetah. Did not enter the underground parking lot, directly parked on the side of the road. Then, from the car, a stylish, wonderful young woman got out. The young girl was seen walking towards the square while taking out her cell phone and sending a message. Soon, Zhao Zhang's cell phone then received a message from the buyer. I'm here. Seeing this, Zhao Zhang could be sure that the rich girl was the buyer. He first took down the other man's license plate number and then headed towards the young girl. As he approached, Zhao Zhang sized up the other party. The girl was wearing a mask, so naturally Zhao Zhang couldn't see the other person's face, but the girl's eyes were bright and her skin was very good. It is said that one white color covers three ugliness, just by the girl's big, ebony eyes, and fair complexion. The other's face, it couldn't be worse. Of course, the other party's looks had nothing to do with Zhao Zhang. The two are nothing more than buyers and sellers. It was just that Zhao Zhang was carrying a sharp weapon and was too cautious, which was why he was observing the other party meticulously. When he got closer, Zhao Zhang took the initiative to greet him. Hello, you're Hatsumi, right? When the girl heard the voice, she immediately looked towards Zhao Zhang. It's me. Hello. A brief hello and not much more to say. It was obvious that both men were of the nature of not saying much. Zhao Zhang then said, now start trading. When the sister nodded, he handed over a box. The girl took it, opened the box, and when she saw the seeds inside, her eyes immediately lit up. She raised her index finger, gently touched the seed, and when a mysterious prompt appeared in her mind, she quickly withdrew her hand and closed the box. Do you want cash or transfer? The girl suppressed her excitement. Zhao Zhang, transfer the money. I'll send you the account number. It's a bit of a hassle to carry cash this late in the day, and it's not safe. It's better to transfer money. The girl nodded. No problem. When Zhao Zhang sent the account number of the bank card, the girl immediately operated it on her cell phone. A few moments later, on Zhao Zhang's cell phone, he received a text message that $200,000 had arrived. The deal, on both sides, went very smoothly. If there are no other questions, I'll be on my way. The girl spoke. Zhao Zhang, however, suddenly reminded, I have a suggestion. You'd better absorb the fireball technique inheritance now. The girl sniffed. She was also a smart person, and immediately realized what was going on, immediately turning her head towards the surroundings. As expected, she saw several pairs of unsuspecting eyes. It was probably because the crimson light emanating from the inheritance seed when the box was just opened had attracted the attention of some of the people around. Thanks for the heads up. The girl was also a decisive character, immediately opening the box and holding the inheritance seed in her small hands. At the same time, she closed her eyes slightly. It's just a matter of moments. The inheritance seed then lost its luster and turned into an ordinary stone. This meant that the inheritance of the fireball technique inside had been absorbed away by the sister. Chapter 33 Monster. Begging for a follow-up read. The reason why Zhao Zhang had to open his mouth to remind him was not because he saw the color. The young girl had traded with him, after all, to come here on a big night, in case something happened to the young girl on the way back. When the time came, the other party's parents would probably find Zhao Zhang's head, judging by this young girl's driver, and the transfer of $200,000 without blinking an eye. The other party's parents, either rich or noble, at that time, if he came to trouble Zhao Zhang because something happened to the young girl, he would definitely be exhausted. Although Zhao Zhang wasn't afraid of trouble, he wouldn't actively look for it. That's why I opened my mouth to warn. When the young girl opened her eyes again, her eyes were full of surprise. Obviously, the inheritance of the fireball technique made her very satisfied. Some of the gazes around them, too, narrowed. Thanks. The young girl thanked again. Zhao Zhang waved his hand and said, go back early. The two went their separate ways. On the way back, Zhao Zhan was in a good mood. Not only was the $200,000 that he had just gotten from the successful transaction a solution to his immediate needs, but more importantly, he saw a path to the easiest way to make money. When the price of the secret art inheritance speculates after a while, then he will continue to take it out and sell it for as much money as he wants. No. After so many years, the importance of money has penetrated into the marrow of human beings. Becoming rich is the dream of countless people, even if the advent of monsters, resulting in the traditional rules, are quietly changing. A short period of time still cannot change everyone's heart want to get rich. A few moments later, the cab arrived under the apartment building without incident. Zhao Zheng painfully paid the money and just pushed the door open to get out of the car when the change appeared. Woo! The ear-piercing sound of an air raid siren suddenly came to mind. You know, at this time of the day, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and many of those who went to bed early might already be in dreamland. If it was an official staged attack, it certainly wouldn't have chosen this spot. You're disturbing the public. Aren't you looking for trouble? So, a sudden air raid siren is definitely something going on. What's going on? This is an air raid siren, isn't it? The cab driver was surprised. The other pedestrians on the street who were strolling stopped in their tracks, looking startled. Residents, including those in the surrounding neighborhoods, were running to their windows, poking their heads in, checking out what was going on outside. It had to be said that the citizens of the Yen state, who had been living in a state of peace, really lacked vigilance. If a resident of a war-torn country were to hear a sudden air raid siren, I'm afraid he or she would seek shelter at the first opportunity. An air raid siren means there's an air raid going on. The first to react were still the armed police on the streets. In their earphones, which had been ringing non-stop, presumably knowing what was going on, all the armed police all got off the bus and then spread out, and at the same time, opened the safeties of the assault rifles in their hands all the way, loaded the bullets, and aimed the guns at the high altitude. The residents around the area were a bit scared to see this. Some of the smart men, at once, dragged their silly mothers-in-law and prepared to go home. More people, though, are still at a loss for words and don't know what to do. At this time, an armed police officer took out an electronic speaker and shouted angrily, "There's a monster! Don't just stand there! Hurry and find a place to hide!" This statement was like a deep water bomb that was thrown into a calm lake and detonated. Most of the residents panicked and ran towards their homes like birds and beasts. But even so, there was still a part of the bold unbelievers who didn't run, but just walked to the eaves of the roadside, and then surveyed the sky with a face full of curiosity. In fact, it hadn't been a day or two since the monsters had appeared, and on the internet, there had been quite a few videos about the monsters. Officials had also been publicizing the dangers of the monster. It's just that those monsters, all blocked by the military, couldn't get through for a while. The inhabitants of the Great Rear, for all the ferocity and horror of the monster, felt nothing at all. Of course, little cuties like this, definitely not including Zhao Zheng. When he heard that there was a monster on the way, he ran into the apartment building almost immediately and then hid in the stairwell. Even such an amazing war of civilizations is so focused on the enemy. How could Zhao Zheng be foolish? Darkness. Zhao Zheng quickly calmed down. He was then puzzled as to how the monster was able to get into the big backwater. Could it be that in the sky, there is a cracked passageway? Just as he thought so, suddenly, an inexplicable chirping sound came from high in the sky. Fresh. The voice was like a baby or a bird. Very bizarre and penetrating, comparable to the roar of a lion. Most importantly, hearing such a monster's cry would instinctively inspire fear. This kind of fear, as if it was a bloodline suppression, went deep into the bone marrow. All the humans present, chills welled up from the bottom of their hearts. Those bold fools before, after hearing the monster's voice, finally had fear and wanted to run away. Pity, it's already late. Phew. High in the air, there was the sound of the vibration of huge wings. There it is, 9 o'clock. An armed police officer signaled the police, but his face showed a look of extreme surprise. The others looked up and saw that in the sky, at some point, several huge monsters had appeared and were hovering high in the sky. These monsters, shaped like bats, the specific shape could not be seen because of the darkness. Everyone could only see that their size was very large, at least hundreds of times that of a normal bat, like several adult buffaloes flying in the sky, much larger than humans. The size of the bat monster is very oppressive. At this time, a middle-aged man hiding under the eaves of the house, the first to hold back, ran out. Look at the direction of his escape. Is the opposite entrance to the neighborhood? Seems to want to run home. However, this person's actions directly startled the bat monster in the sky. As if those monsters had seen a break in their prey, they immediately swooped down and pounced towards the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the surrounding hidden armed police immediately roared, "Fire! Da-da-da-da!" The roar of the rifles was somewhat jarring against the silent night air. A large number of bullets were fired towards the monster. The selection conditions for the armed police are generally strict, and those who can be selected are certainly not bad shots, so the bullets, for the most part, hit the monsters. However, a bizarre situation arose. Although those monsters let out painful hisses after being hit, their movements, however, were not affected in any way. Those bullets that hit them seemed as if the mud had gone into the sea, as if they had simply disappeared into thin air. Ah! The screams came. It was the middle-aged man who had escaped that was the first to suffer, being pounced on by the monster. The next moment, he was swarmed by several monsters and instantly split up and eaten. And the bat monster didn't stop there. They spread out, some cruising the streets, more sniffing people and flying into neighborhoods. Chapter 34, Do you want to dance too? Chapter 34, Do you want to dance too? Stop them. Stop them. Ta-da-da-da. Undefeatable. These monsters can't be beaten. Zhao Zhang was hiding in the dark hallway, and he could clearly hear the roars of the armed police coming from outside, as well as the constant sound of gunshots. Judging only by the sound, it was clear that the armed police officer's enemy sniping operation was not going well. To his surprise, an armed police officer actually said that this monster that suddenly appeared could not be defeated. What kind of monsters are out there? Next, all sorts of miserable screams, constantly ringing out. Ah! Get off me! Help! Hubby, wait for me! Son, run! In Zhao Zhang's ears, the entire world was suddenly confused. He listened to the various screams outside, and although his heart felt bad, he did not make any action, because he didn't know what kind of monsters were out there or how many there were. Even the armed police with rifles couldn't stop them, and Zhao Zhang didn't think that he could be better than those heavily armed police. In addition, he was in charge of the secrets of the moon base, and it was no exaggeration to say that his life, more than anyone else's, was important. Therefore, without certainty, he would never act with a single bravery. Yet just then, suddenly there was a guy who was running for his life and chose to storm the apartment complex. This is actually kind of normal. Because of the apartment building, right off the road, someone on the road trying to escape would be a good choice to enter the apartment. Help! Help! The man seemed to be terrified by the monster, and even after escaping into the apartment, he was still running away in a panic, all the while shouting for help out of the corner of his mouth. Zhao Zhang cursed stupid and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Fruity. Next moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came, sending a slight tremor through the ground. Even Zhao Zhang heard the sound of the floor tiles cracking. Even if the quality of the floor tiles wasn't good enough, it was enough to show that what came in this time was definitely a heavyweight. Zhao Zhang knew that it must be a monster coming. He instantly held his breath without making a single sound. It was a good thing the monster was completely distracted by the panicked guy and didn't even notice him, running right past the outside of the building. False alarm. Zhao Zhang let out a slight sigh of relief. At this point, boom! There was a sudden, violent roar from the hallway in the direction of the elevator. Then, Zhao Zhang heard a mournful scream from the monster. It was the first time he had ever heard such a scream from a monster. Earlier, when the armed police rifles hit the monsters, those monsters made a grunting sound, but it was more like an enraged hiss. And this time, Zhao Zhang was pretty sure that he heard it right. The monster's screams were filled with pain. Immediately after, he then heard some chaotic sounds coming from outside. It's having an effect. The fireball spell is having an effect. Quick! Kill it! Rumble! Rumble! As several violent booms came in succession, the monster finally stopped hissing. Seems to have been killed. It didn't take long. A loud radio broadcast, coming from the street. Are there any warlocks and are there any warlocks? The monster is afraid of the warlock's ability. Request warlock support. Zhao Zhang remembered this voice. It was the armed police captains from before. When he heard the voice, his heart fluttered. An undefeatable monster, afraid of a warlock's powers? He didn't think the armed forces captain was lying, and the commotion in the building earlier would indicate that. Well, should he go and help? The situation outside, it seems, is critical. On his face, a hesitant look appeared. There was only one life to live, and he couldn't do as he wished. At this point, Zhao Zhang found that there was some waste in the hallway, and one of the steel pipes was relatively long, at least 2 meters. It is assumed that it is left over after a certain owner's renovation and has not yet had time to get rid of it. A moment of contemplation. Zhao Zhang finally made a decision. He was seen grabbing the pipe and then rushing out of the building and into the street. Yeah, he's going for backup. Before, he was unsure of how to deal with the monster, and he could only hide obscenely. Now that he had learned that monsters feared warlock skills, he felt he should do something about it. As for his own life, for keeping his life, Zhao Zhang is still confident. His running thunderblast is a very good life-saving skill. Once cast, escape was certainly not in the cards. Why choose steel pipe as a weapon? Because, of course, steel pipes conduct electricity. He didn't have any long-range attack skills right now, and Thunder Light Fist was a melee attack, which would be more dangerous to cast in the face of monsters. By holding a steel pipe in your hand, you can increase your attack range and avoid close contact with monsters. When Zhao Zhang came to the streets were found to be very chaotic, a total mess. Crowds of people fleeing in panic everywhere. Originally there were not so many people on the street. It was many neighborhood residents, who ran out from inside their houses. That caused the outside to be full of people. It didn't take much thought to realize that the monsters must have stormed into the neighborhood and wreaked havoc inside. Because of the large number of people, it also led to those armed police officers not daring to shoot indiscriminately at all for fear of injuring the innocent. Zhao Zhang also saw that on the ground, there were many mutilated human corpses, which were very bloody and horrible. Truth be told, the sight of these corpses made him budge on the spot. It's nothing to laugh about. It's human to be afraid of death. Who's not afraid to die if they're running for their lives? Fresh. Suddenly, the monster's voice came. A monster was seen flying out of the sky over the neighborhood across the street and lunging directly towards the crowd on the street. This was the first time Zhao Zhang had seen this monster up close and in person. It had to be said that the monster was truly terrifying. Even if Zhao Zhang hadn't gotten a good look at it yet, the huge size alone filled him with a sense of oppression. Moreover, the monster's body was extremely heavy with fury, and just by looking at it, it struck fear into one's heart. Put! The monster swooped down so fast that it instantly pounced on a rich woman dressed in gold. Ouch! Jerry, save mommy. The rich woman let out a dying scream. The Jerry she was talking about would be the Caucasian dog she was holding in her hand. I don't know how the other side dared to keep such a large dog in the city. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that the Caucasian dog did not pay any attention to the shouts of his master, and in the moment that the monster pounced down, it was scared out of its wits and desperately broke free from the chain, whimpering and running away. The monster did not pay any attention to the surrounding crowd, and after pouncing on the rich woman, it actually gnawed on the ground. With just one bite, the rich woman's head was gone into the monster's fang-covered mouthpiece. Such a bloody and horrible scene scared countless people around, especially those women. The screams were extremely harsh, and the timid ones were even scared into incontinence on the spot. The monster was indifferent in the face of the noise around him, and dealt seriously with the body of the rich woman. By the looks of it, the other party seemed to know that human weapons couldn't do anything to it and didn't care at all. Or rather, in its eyes, humans were all prey and not worth mentioning. Monsters eat fast. In a few breaths, half of the rich woman's body was chewed away. The way it eats, it seems to swallow directly without chewing. The surrounding crowd, frightened, scattered in all directions. However, there was one youth who chose to go against the grain at this moment, quickly approaching rapidly towards the monster. Honestly, Zhao Zhang didn't know what was going through his mind right now, and what drove him to dare to approach towards the terrifying monster. As he came up behind the monster, 2 words, make the whole body strength, raise the hand of the steel pipe, aimed at the monster's back door, came a millennium kill. Put, get in there. The monster, which was feeding, instantly screamed out. Zhao Zhang didn't give it a chance to react and struggle at all. His hands gripped the other end of the steel pipe and used his full power to desperately discharge it. Crackle dash. Fierce thunder appeared in Zhao Zhang's hand, then conducted through the steel pipe and spread all over the monster's body. The monster danced in place. Chapter 35, so cool, you want to be Thor? Chapter 35 is so cool, you want to be the god of thunder. Since it was his first time fighting and his opponent was such a terrifying monster, Zhao Zhang didn't dare to be lax. He gripped the steel pipe with both hands in a death grip, and the magic power in his torso, which he did not want to cast, converted into thunder and electrocuted the monster. Crack! The monster's entire body was seen to be flashing with purple thunder. Countless electric lights, like uncountable silver snakes, wrapped around the monster's body, radiating a palpitating light. In the dark, this shocking scene is extremely conspicuous. The vast majority of the people on the street had noticed Zhao Zhang's side movements. To the astonishment of the crowd, the monster that had been continuously electrocuted, its body actually began to melt and disintegrate. In less than a minute, the monster's huge body was reduced to a puddle of mud. Very creepy. Everyone around them froze, including Zhao Zhang, who was equally surprised and stood in place holding the steel pipe in a bit of a daze. He then realized that in the rotten mud that the monster had been transformed into, there was actually a very small solid that was emitting a faint white light. Using a steel pipe, he pulled out the glowing object. It was a stone-sized unknown contraption that looked a bit like a gemstone. When Zhao Zhang saw this, he suddenly thought of something and his mind moved. Could it be that this is the monster's crystal core? Whether it is or not, pick it up first. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang didn't care if he would dirty his clothes, wrapped his hands with his sleeves and picked up the crystal core and put it into his pocket. His eyes, then, looked toward other places. It seemed that Zhao Zhang's appearance and success in defeating a monster had taken the lead. At this point several warlocks, from their hiding houses, stepped forward and launched counterattacks at the monsters. For a while, inherited skills such as the fireball technique and water arrow technique made their appearance and killed the monsters. Seeing this, those armed police officers immediately seized the opportunity and opened fire towards the monster as well. Although their rifles weren't able to do much damage to the monsters, they could at least do a little bit of suppression though, limiting the monsters' movement and allowing those new surgeons to aim better. Eventually, with the help of the warlocks, the monsters that came to this area were successfully destroyed. Boom! A loud sonic boom suddenly sounded. High in the sky, a fighter jet flies over. What followed was not known to Zhao Zhang. When he dragged his tired body back to his apartment, the time was already after 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhao Zhang was not sleepy. Just now he continued to fight, killing a total of 2 monsters by himself. This move also caused the magic power in his body to be depleted and fall into a weakened state. Afterward, Zhao Zhang sat down at the computer desk and pulled out the things in his pockets and put them on the desk. It was the gems dropped by the monsters from before, and there were 3 of them in total. 2 of them he killed with his own hands, and 1 he picked up while he was in a mess after someone else killed the monster. In Zhao Zhang's speculation, it was very likely that this was the monster crystallized core that the moon base was talking about. We'll see if it is or not. Just test it. Zhao Zhang immediately gathered the 3 gems together, then took out a piece of white paper and covered it, before finally using his old cell phone and scanning it up to the moon base. The gems dropped by the monsters were indeed very small, and even if Zhao Zhang did nothing and teleported up directly, the human satellites might not be able to see them. However, Zhao Zhang, who was used to being cautious, still chose to do some defense. After all, there were quite a few people who saw him getting 3 gems before, so it wouldn't be good if the number of gems that appeared on the lunar teleportation array was also seen by the human hierarchy and then associated with it. Wood found, decomposed or not. Monster crystal core, white, found. Do you want to take it in? See the tip. Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up. His judgment was right. It was indeed a monster crystal core. At this point, a feeling of weakness hit Zhao Zhang, making him a bit dizzy and tired. After thinking about it, he simply took out a bottle of Life Dew and took a shallow taste. Previously, the moon base's introduction of Life Dew was that it was capable of healing traumatic injuries, as well as quickly restoring magical power. At this moment, the magic power in Zhao Zhang's body was severely depleted, so it was the right time to test the effect. After a mouthful of Life Dew went down, Zhao Zhang instantly felt that his physical strength and magic power had recovered. Less than 5 minutes, magic fully restored. The effect can be I've only taken a small sip. Wouldn't I recover faster if I just tried the next bottle? Zhao Zhang looked surprised. It's true that when the base produces something, it's a fine product, whether it's the Life Dew or the Life Fruit. Both are of extraordinary utility. He had already decided that he would definitely bring some of these Life Dews with him when he went out in the future. Just in case. Of course, it has to be in a different bottle. After resting for a few moments, only then did Zhao Zhang go to take a shower and prepare to enter a state of cultivation while letting his body relax and rest. In fact, he still had many questions in his mind. For example, the monster tonight, how did it appear and how did it come to the big backyard? It was just that it was too late now and Zhao Zhang didn't want to delay his cultivation. Also, it's up to him to figure out these questions, so why not just read what the internet has to say tomorrow? Day 2. When Zhao Zhang awoke from his cultivation state, the time was already past 10 in the morning. The hunger in his belly made him quickly get up and wash up, then cook himself a big bowl of egg noodles. Eat while surfing the web on your cell phone. On the internet, there has been a huge uproar about last night's monster invasion. Many netizens are crying out, having lost loved ones last night. Sadness, anger, restlessness, these are the emotions that fill the internet. It looks like the humans definitely suffered a lot of damage last night. In response, Zhao Zhang could only mourn in silence, and at the same time, he hoped that after this lesson, humans would behave better when facing monsters in the future. With the huge public outcry, an official explanation was quickly offered. It turned out that last night, a large number of temporal cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. Although these space-time cracks didn't know what the reason was and only lasted for a short time before disappearing, there were still quite a few monsters that could fly that ran out and caused disasters. Below the official explanation, countless netizens are commenting, since a temporal rift can appear in the north, it should be expected that it will appear in the south. Did you not take any precautions at all? Improper defense. This is your responsibility. If it weren't for the presence of a few warlock bigwigs in my neighborhood, I'm afraid the entire neighborhood would be exterminated. This is your negligence, right? Now that the losses are so great, do you have a compensation program? Damn, the crematorium is full of people early in the morning. It's impossible to squeeze in. I just want to know if this kind of space-time rift that will suddenly appear and disappear strangely will appear often in the future. Don't scare me upstairs. If that's the case, what's left for mankind to live for? Zhao Zhang looked at the comments and frowned slightly. Any blind person can see that last night's disaster has caused a lot of resentment among the netizens, resulting in a lot of negative comments on the internet right now. He was a little worried that such public opinion, if not well controlled, would cause a big mess. Dang, 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 the sound of knocking on the door suddenly came, interrupting Zhao Zhang's thoughts. Who? Zhao Zhang put down his cell phone and looked puzzled. P.S. I believe everyone has seen. The book changed its name. The previous name is too not to absorb the volume, resulting in the book data is a little poor. Big brothers think the new book name how to an addition. Big brothers cannot vote a little vote to give the author a little bit of yards of motivation. The current padding has been completed. The next will be more and more cool. Chapter 36, Someone's Going to the Moon to Find Hope? Chapter 36, Someone's Going to the Moon to Find Hope. Go back in time a few hours. Capital. In the office, Yang Yu sat on the chair, his eyes fixed on the desktop, not moving. It was a position he had held all night. When the early morning light shone on the earth, outside the office door, there came the sound of rapid footsteps, followed by the sound of knocking on the door. Enter. Yang Yu finally raised his head, revealing a face full of exhaustion and ugly. In came his secretary. Minister, a preliminary tally of casualties from around the country last night has been compiled, the secretary said, handing over the document, which was in his hand. Yang Yu just swept a glance. His face became a few points pale. It was really the numbers on it that were too shocking. Seeing that the secretary looked like she was about to say something, Yang Yu asked, "Is there anything else?" The secretary immediately said, "It's the staff department side. They need you to go over for a meeting." Yang Yu sniffed and took a deep breath, then stood up and walked towards the outside. Only, he had just taken 2 steps out when he stumbled. If it wasn't for the quick eye of the secretary next to him, who held him up, he almost fell over. "Minister, what happened to you?" "It's fine." Yang Yu waved his hand and said, "Let's go. He's just getting older, and his body can't handle some of the late nights." A few moments later, Yang Yu came to the meeting room of the staff. When he arrived, in the conference room, there were already many bigwigs sitting, none of them below him in status. There were many of them. Their faces looked similar to Yang Yu's, so they probably had a bad night last night as well. Yang Yu nodded with the people he knew well and found his place to sit down. It didn't take long for the last big man to arrive. Now that everyone is here, let the meeting begin. Sitting in the main seat of the leader, gave himself a cigarette to refresh, and then said, "About what happened last night, I believe you all know. I will no longer tell. Today called you over, is to listen to your ideas, and then later encountered this kind of situation, how to prevent." At these words, the people in the conference room frowned. Being prepared in advance is really necessary. After all, no one can guarantee that what happened last night will not happen again. It's just that what to do in defense is a big problem. The spatial and temporal rift that suddenly appeared last night is almost all over the world, and it's not like a missile coming from an enemy country that can be computerized in advance to calculate the trajectory and then launch anti-aircraft missiles to intercept it. The appearance of spacetime cracks was godlike and unpredictable, and no one was sure how they appeared and disappeared into thin air. That is to say, the air defense missile system, which does not do much for the spacetime rift. Then it's up to the people. It's just that, with the current strength of the military, it's impossible to arm the entire country, bring the entire nation to arms, give the people guns to protect themselves. This is even more impractical, not to mention the fact that those monsters were immune to bullet damage. If they really did that, they were afraid that before the monsters came, they would be in chaos within themselves. The crowd suddenly realized that in the face of this mysterious and terrifying monster, the conventional means of the past were hardly of any use. Soon enough, someone thought of the warlocks, who had made a big splash last night. The monsters that appeared last night are different from the monsters on the front line. They have a much stronger self-healing ability. Ordinary thermal weapons are no longer effective against them. The only way to kill them is to destroy their bodies in a split second. A general spoke up. "Among our weapons that can do that are those heavy artillery and missiles. With our current equipment and troop strength, it is impossible to arm the entire country. As for precision strikes, those cracks are godlike. We don't even have a grasp of the patterns of their appearances. It's even more impossible to do so. However, I heard that the warlocks, during last night's monster invasion, performed very well. They have just the right abilities to restrain the monsters. I think that we should increase the importance of the warlock community, expand the Warlock Authority, and recruit warlocks on a large scale, then establish branches across the country, with each branch sending a certain number of warlocks to act as a defense force." When this general finished speaking, the people present nodded their heads. Everyone's opinion is, in fact, pretty much the same. The military now needed to defend the front line, and didn't have much left over to take care of the big rear, and now the only ones they could rely on were those newly risen warlocks. The leader, sitting in the main seat, was also nodding. He actually thought of this a long time ago, and the reason he brought it to the meeting was just to ask for permission. This is the capital, and there are bigwigs watching from above. so you definitely can't engage in one-liners. Since we have reached a unity of opinion, the next step is just to discuss in this direction. The people negotiated a detailed charter and slowly optimized the functions of the Warlock Authority. When the discussion on this topic was over, suddenly, a high-ranking official in charge of the intelligence department spoke up. I've received information that the top brass of the Ugly Kingdom intends to launch a probe to the moon in the near future. They believe that those monsters are endless and getting more and more powerful, and that sooner or later the Blue Star will be overrun by monsters and fall into a monster's paradise. The only way to live is on the moon. Perhaps the signals released by the alien civilization twice before made them think that the alien civilization on the moon was an ally, coming to help humanity. So, they are preparing to launch another probe to seek more help. The crowd was shocked at the words. Quite a few bigwigs immediately frowned, their faces unsightly. If this plan of the Ugly Kingdom succeeds, the impact will be huge and definitely not good news for the Yin Kingdom. What's even more frightening is that in case the Ugly Kingdom succeeds in pulling in the alien civilization, so that the alien civilization only treats them with special care, then the trouble will be big. At this point in time, even if there are still people who are unwilling to accept it, they have to admit that the alien civilization on the moon is of vital importance to the Blue Star humans. It was he who remodeled the environment of Blue Star, so that among the humans of Blue Star, the group of warlocks appeared. It was also him who issued a warning in advance, allowing the military to take precautions, so that they were not caught off guard by the monsters. Recently, it has scattered down countless secret art inheritance, so that the warlocks have excessive combat power, so as not to let last night's disaster, the emergence of more serious consequences. From beginning to end, he has indeed been silently helping mankind. Therefore, when they heard that the Ugly Kingdom was planning to contact an alien civilization, there were quite a few people who were secretly anxious. Shouldn't we do something? Yes, we can't just watch the Ugly Kingdom in action. Why don't we launch a probe as well and try the attitude of an alien civilization? In the conference room, a murmur arose. The leader, sitting in the main seat, frowned. He also knew that this was a tricky matter, and once it was mishandled, it was likely to have serious consequences. Subsequently, the leader turned his gaze to Yang Yu. Lao Yang, what do you think? He knew that Yang Yu had a broad mind and a unique view of alien civilizations. Hearing the big leader's name inquiry, Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, I think that the alien civilization on the moon, although willing to help us humans, is not necessarily willing to make contact with us humans. The probe that was launched by the White Elephant country before is a good example. I've heard about the situation over in the Ugly Kingdom, and it's terrible. They have to look for new hope now. They can only be sick and desperate, and unlike us, there's even less need to disorganize ourselves. So my opinion is to wait and see what happens for now. Of course, to do a double take, we can have the Space City side, build probes, and as soon as Ugly Nation really gets something on the moon, we'll move in immediately. The meeting was adjourned. Officials acted immediately. The Warlock Authority began to recruit on a national scale, on a large scale, and still invites recruiting at the door. Chapter 37 What establishment do I, the Lunar Lord, want? Chapter 37 Lord of the Moon, want what establishment? Mr. Zhao Zhang, we are from the Warlock Authority. Outside the door, a woman's voice came. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang frowned slightly. Warlock Authority, what do you want with him? Hold on a second while I get dressed. As a matter of fact, Zhao Zhang's clothes had been put on a long time ago. He shouted and immediately hid all those life dew into the drawer. Before he went over to open the door, standing in the doorway, there were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all relatively young and didn't look much older than Zhao Zhang. However, the 2 men stood behind the woman, and between the 3, the woman clearly dominated. Hello Mr. Zhao, we are staff from the Warlock Administration, Luzhou branch, here are my credentials, the woman in the lead said, while flashing her credentials at Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang had never seen the Warlock Administration's documents, so naturally he didn't know if they were real or fake, but looking at the way the 3 of them were dressed formally, as well as the fact that the official seals and national emblems on the documents were well done, it shouldn't look like they were fake. Hello, Zhao Zhang politely said, then looked puzzled. Are you looking for me? Is there something you want? Mr. Cho, can we talk inside? Sure, come on in. Zhao Zhang stepped aside and let the 3 in. He wasn't worried about running into crooks or thugs. Even if all 3 of them were warlocks and had malicious intentions towards him, Zhao Zhang was certain that he would be able to get away easily. The place is a little small, so feel free to take any seat you want. The apartment is definitely enough for 1 person. And with 3 people suddenly coming in, it definitely looks small. And there's not even a couch. Zhao Zhang moved out a few plastic stools next to the dining table and sat himself next to the cabinet, not saying anything about pouring a glass of water for these people. Of the 3, only the woman chose to sit down, and the other 2 men standing behind the woman, were more like bodyguards. Tell me what you want from me. It's like this, Mr. Cho. The woman spoke. Last night, thanks to you being the first to kill the monster, on behalf of the Warlock Authority, I would like to thank you for your righteousness. Also, I came here this time to invite Mr. Zhao to join our Warlock Authority. With regards to the woman's intentions, Zhao Zhang actually had some guesses. After all, with last night's disaster, spread all over the world, and with warlocks like them, greatly out of place, just in time to restrain the monsters, there was no way the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. I'm a free spirit. I'm afraid I'm not fit to join you. Zhao Zhang refused with a calm face. It's not so much an innate resistance to official organizations. Rather, he was harboring a huge secret and was reluctant to deal with the officials for fear of revealing his true nature. Mr. Zhao, don't be so hasty to reject, the woman hurriedly said. Although our Warlock administration was established for a short period of time, it is highly valued by the central government, and the treatment given is very generous. After joining, as long as you work for 3 months, you will be given an official establishment. Every month has a fixed base salary. There is a bonus for one-time attendance. In addition, if you make enough merits, you can also exchange the secret art inheritance. Secret art inheritance. Zhao Zhang froze and said, not many of these things dropped last time, right? You Warlock Authority can take this out as a reward. The woman thought that Zhao Zhang was interested in the secret art inheritance, so she smiled and said, it's true that there aren't many of them. So Mr. Zhao, if you want one, join before it's too late and you'll have a chance to get it. Zhao Zhang still shook his head. Sorry, I don't like to be constrained. The secret art inheritance thing, he had as much as he wanted. For the woman to use this to lure him was considered a miscalculation. Being rejected again by Zhao Zhang, the woman frowned slightly before sighing. If Mr. Zhao doesn't like constraints, he can also become our supernumerary. She talked some more about the treatment of supernumeraries. Not as good as full membership, but it beats freedom. Mr. Zhao, after last night's incident, the higher-ups are now paying a lot of attention to our group of warlocks, and for those bigwigs up there, we, warlocks, are both a booster that can be utilized and a social destabilizing factor. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid that what awaits us warlocks in the future is only 2 paths, either to be incorporated or to be watched. After all, the power that warlocks wield is becoming more and more powerful and more dangerous. You want to be as free as you used to be, it's almost impossible. After hearing the woman's words, Zhao Zhang fell into deep thought this time. What the woman in front of her said made perfect sense. As warlocks are slowly getting stronger and more dangerous, the higher-ups surely can't let it go like they did before. It is very possible that some restrictive policies will be introduced in the future. Unless a warlock's strength becomes strong to a certain point, he can jump out of the cage, so that the big powers can only pull in and dare not suppress. Thinking about this, Zhao Zhang frowned slightly. He quickly made a decision. He would join the Warlock Authority first, and it wouldn't be too late to resign when he was strong enough in the future. I believe that with the presence of a moon base, this day is not too far away. Also, joining an official organization is not necessarily a bad thing. Now the only channel to get news, is the network, inevitably some lag, and the news on the network, false and real. It is difficult to distinguish, which is very bad. It was because Zhao Zhang had another identity, that of a moon lord. It was definitely not a good thing for him that the news was closed. If he can't grasp the movements of the top management in the first place, it's inevitable that unnecessary misunderstandings will occur in the future. Also, he was going to build a moon base and needed all sorts of materials, and it would be very inconvenient for him to go and collect them in the future if he was really regulated. I believe all these problems can be solved if we join the official organization. In that case, join up. Just be careful and keep it a secret in general. You've convinced me. I'm in. Hearing Zhao Zhang's words, the woman finally revealed a smile and extended her hand towards Zhao Zhang. Mr. Zhao, welcome aboard. Her task now is responsible for pulling people. The more she pulls, the more benefits to her. Of course she is happy. Zhao Zhang shook the woman's hand and sent the 3 out the door. Before she left, the woman left an address for Zhao Zhang, saying that it was the new office place of the Warlock administration of Luzhou City, and told Zhao Zhang to go there 2 days later, report for duty, and register his information in the meantime. Zhao Zhang asked why it was 2 days later. The woman gave the answer. 2 days later, it was the day that the Warlock Authority, the Luzhou City branch, was officially established. Nice guy. Zhao Zhang realized that the Warlock administration of Luzhou City had not officially opened yet. 2 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd day, Zhao Zhang arrived at the Warlock Management Bureau Luzhou branch before 9 in the morning as agreed, a brand new and imposing building. Before he came, Zhao Zhang had checked that this building, the original plan, was to have a 5-star hotel, naturally grand. I didn't realize that it was now the office of the Warlock Authority. It's just a small precinct in the city of Lulu, but it's nicer than the city office building. With such a gesture, it can be seen that the upper echelon does attach great importance to the Warlock's authority. Chapter 38, The Entry Fiasco. When Zhao Zhang stepped into the hall on the first floor, then I realized that the hall was packed with more people than I could count. It seems very crowded. In this regard, Zhao Zhang was not surprised. Just do some casual math and you can anticipate what's going to happen today. The city of Luzhou is a big city, with a resident population of tens of millions. According to the official statistics, the proportion of warlocks to the total population is about 9%, and with tens of millions of citizens, that's almost an army of nearly a million warlocks. Even if the Warlock Authority, in the past 2 days, had only managed to pull together half of the people, it was still a huge number. As far as Zhao Zhang knew, he and the people around him were all the first group of people who came to report today. There's a bunch of them coming in every hour in the back. Since the number of people was so large, on the side of the Warlock administration, there would definitely not be any grand welcoming ceremonies, and there was no way to do so. Sending some pretty girls, as a guide, would have been nice. Hello, sir, can I help you? While Zhao Zhang was fuming, a girl in overalls with a smile on her face greeted her. Subsequently, with the help of the girl, Zhao Zhang came to the right side of the hall. Just to the right, against the wall, a long counter was set up, divided into 20 registration windows. At this time, every registration window, surrounded by many people. With the help of the sister, Zhao Zhang went to the registration window to get a form, and then started to fill it out. There wasn't much information to fill out on it, just name, gender, ID number, contact information, and the abilities they possessed, whether or not they possessed a secret art inheritance, and so on. Zhao Zhang filled them all in truthfully. Once the forms are filled out, there is a queue to enter the files. This is a long process, mainly because of the time-consuming queues. After waiting for half an hour, Zhao Zhang managed to enter the file. That's not all. It also requires him to go to the second floor and test his abilities. This was done on the one hand to avoid people filling in their abilities on the form and fooling people with false information. On the other hand, it was also to record the strength of the Warlock's abilities and assess the Warlock's current strength. Zhao Zhang had just arrived at the entrance of the second floor when he heard various movements. There is the explosion of the fireball spell, the penetration of the water arrow spell, and the impact of the wind blade spell. There are all kinds of sounds. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw all sorts of abilities flying around in the huge testing room. Although the testing room was very large and there were many testing stalls, the same queue was needed because there were even more people. Zhao Zhang joined the queue. At this point, someone behind him suddenly tapped him lightly on the back. Zhao Zhang turned back and saw a sweet-looking girl with very bright eyes looking at him with a surprised face. You are? Zhao Zhang was puzzled. He didn't recognize the person in front of him, but he felt somewhat familiar. When the girl saw that Zhao Zhang had forgotten herself, she didn't mind and reminded her. 4 nights ago, we met in front of Cheetah. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang immediately revealed an expression of sudden realization. This girl, the one who had paid $200,000 earlier and bought the fireball technique from him. So it's you. I didn't expect to meet up here. What a coincidence. Zhao Zhang smiled. Actually, if you think about it, it wasn't really a coincidence. This sister was also a warlock, and also lived in the city of Luzhou, and the local Warlock Authority would surely be pulling for her as well, as long as the girl agreed to join. It was only a matter of time before we ran into each other here. It's a coincidence. The sister suddenly revealed a look of gratitude. Thank you for what happened last time. If it wasn't for the fireball spell you gave me, that night, my family and I would have been in danger. That night was the day of the bat monster invasion. Speaking of fate, Zhao Zhang sold his sister the fireball art inheritance in the front foot and the monster appeared in the back foot. It must have been the fact that this girl had used the fireball technique to kill the monster that had invaded their home and managed to save her family and herself that made her so grateful to Zhao Zhang. Fair trade. Zhao Zhang waved his hand and said, You're welcome. Although Zhao Zhang looked like he was full of concern, the sister did not lessen her gratitude to Zhao Zhang for this, because, after the invasion of bat monsters that night, it became even more clear that having the strength to defend oneself was important. Therefore, after these 2 days of fermentation, the price of the secret art inheritance had been skyrocketing like crazy. In today's market, the asking price for a secret art inheritance was at least $500,000 to start with. For that matter, it wasn't always possible to buy a secret art legacy that corresponded to one's specialty. We'll be colleagues from now on. Get to know each other. My name is Suing Xue. Seeing that the sister took the initiative to extend her hand, Zhao Zhang shook it. I'm Zhao Zhang. Nice to meet you. The two men shook hands. Hello brother Zhao. I'm also very happy that I'm able to see you again. Suing Xue was still full of gratitude. Suddenly, She thought of the current price of the secret art inheritance and proposed. Right, brother Zhao. The secret art inheritance is very much in demand now. Even in the country, it has risen to $500,000, and it's a big loss for you to sell it to me at that price in the first place. I'll make up the difference to you. Zhao Zhang heard, immediately waved his hand and said, there's no need. According to you, in the future, when the secret art inheritance rises to millions, do you still want to continue to make up for it? He really doesn't care. Because of the secret art inheritance, he wants as much as he can get. Suing Shui thought seriously and said, it's not impossible. Zhao Zhang was speechless. However, he also counted to see. This sister's family should not lack of money, otherwise there is no bottom to say this. Just as Zhao Zhan was about to say something, a staff member's voice came from behind him. Hello, please show me your ID. Zhao Zhang sniffed, so he took out his ID card and handed it over. The staff took Zhao Zhang's identity and swiped it on the instrument in his hand, and the information file that Zhao Zhang had just filled out on the first floor popped up on the instrument. Then, the staff revealed an exclamation of surprise, dual secret art inheritance. This voice was not a small one, and immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Mr. Zhao, according to the information on your profile, your art lineage is Thunder and you have already mastered 2 secret art inheritances. The staff was full of surprise. He was also a warlock, so he naturally knew how expensive the secret art inheritance was now. It would be very good for others to get a secret art inheritance, and many warlocks, right now, don't even have a secret art inheritance. It was the first time he had seen someone like Zhao Zhang who possessed 2 secret art inheritances. At the staff's yelling, Zhao Zhang slightly frowned, a bit dissatisfied in his heart, but he still nodded his head. Yes, seeing Zhao Zhang's affirmation, the people around him, all of them, revealed their astonishment. Even Suing Shui, who was next to Zhao Zhang, looked at Zhao Zhang in surprise. She has just one fireball technique, and she doesn't even know what the other secret art inheritance of the fire system is. Chapter 39, 30,000 volts. Mr. Zhao, please follow me this way. After learning that Zhao Zhang possessed 2 secret art inheritances, the staff treated Zhao Zhan with great enthusiasm. Under the guidance of the staff, Zhao Zhang came to the No. 16 test position. This is a special test prop for the Thunder Department. The staff pointed at a black target in front of them and said to Zhao Zhang, Mr. Zhao, please use your ability to attack it. This target looks like steel. Not steel. I do not know what material. The overall appearance of black, looking quite hard, should be metal. Zhao Zhang also found that there were surveillance cameras on every test bit, shooting at them. It should be used to record the strength data of the tester. He didn't think much of it and headed toward the target. When he got close, Zhao Zhang clenched his fist and blasted out with a blatant punch. Ka-ching! A violent thunderous sonic boom sounded instantly. When he saw Zhao Zhang blast his fist right in the middle of the target, an intense thunderous glow erupted from his fist, forming a huge spherical thunderbolt. The spherical thunderbolt lasted for at least 5 seconds, and the piercing purple electric light attracted the attention of countless people around them. When Zhao Zhang withdrew his fist, a number quickly popped up next to the target. 30,000 volts. This was the voltage that was instantly released from the punch that Zhao Zhang had just thrown. The people in the surroundings, after seeing the values Zhao Zhang had hit, showed their surprise. Keep in mind that in industry, power supplies with voltages of 3,000-11,000 volts are called high voltage. I'm sure we all know how scary high voltage electricity can be. Basically, very few humans who are hit by high voltage electricity survive. And the voltage released by Zhao Zhang's punch was even more terrifying than ordinary high voltage electricity, definitely capable of killing a cow instantly. It wasn't that there were no Thunder Department warlocks to test it before, but the thunder they released only had a voltage of a few thousand volts, which was far from Zhao Zhang. Even if Zhao Zhang had the increase from the secret art inheritance, this gap was still a bit big. If there was such a gap, it could only mean one reason. That is, Zhao Zhang's cultivation talent must be very strong. And the amount of spiritual energy points he absorbed every night was at least a few times more than that of an ordinary person, and that's why he had such a strong magical power. It's not just the people around us who think so. That staff member, likewise, thought so. He looked at Zhao Zhang in awe, and while holding his tablet ready to record, he opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Zhao, may I ask how many spiritual energy points you are currently able to absorb every night? Zhao Zhang thought about it and said, 4. In fact, he was now able to absorb 7 psychic energy points every night. The absorption capacity of each warlock is not set in stone. As strength increases, so does absorption. Before, Zhao Zhang was able to absorb 6 with the help of the fruit of life, and after so many days of cultivation, he was now able to absorb 7. As for why he said 3 less, naturally, it was because, so far, The most gifted geniuses among the warlocks that had appeared on the network could only absorb 5 every night. Zhao Zhang was afraid that he would say too much and cause a stir, and then it would not be good if he attracted investigations from people with good intentions. But even so, the surrounding people were still shocked when they heard this, and then they looked at Zhao Zhang with envy. That staff member faced Zhao Zhang with even more awe. Mr. Zhao, may I ask what your other inherited ability is convenient to test? It's called Running Thunder Blast. It's a speed-based ability that requires a runway to test. Zhao Zhang said truthfully. There's a natural reason he's so cooperative. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately said, Test position 7. That's the 100-meter runway. Mr. Zhao, please follow me. Zhao Zhang sniffed and followed. At this moment, there were already quite a few people who noticed Zhao Zhang, and when they saw that Zhao Zhang had another ability to test, they all showed their interest and then followed him, intending to take a look. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang followed the staff and came to the 7th test position. It was indeed a 100-meter track, and the underside of the track was reinforced. There are a number of footprints on the EPD granular plastic of the surface, suggesting that other faculties in the many secret art legacies also have speed abilities. When Zhao Zhang stood at the start of the runway, there were already a lot of people surrounding him. The staff explained from the side, Mr. Zhao, when you hear the command later, please exert your ability and sprint to the finish line, making sure to crash through the finish line tape. Zhao Zhang nodded. When he was ready, the crew was immediately beside the runway, hitting the switch. Drop. A crunch. When Zhao Zhang heard this, his body flashed with lightning and he instantly rushed out. Whoosh! His figure, like a charged arrow, cut through the void, leaving behind fire lightning all the way. Just the blink of an eye. Zhao Zhang then crashed through the tape on the finish. Soon, on the instrument next to the running track, the time Zhao Zhang took to run the 100 meters he had just finished popped up. 3:11 seconds. This speed, it's terrifying. Today's world record for the 100-meter race is still 9:58 seconds, set in 2009 and by the Black Man Bolt. Zhao Zhang is more than 3 times faster than Bolt. It had been less than a month since the Warlocks had appeared, and at this point in time, it was no exaggeration to say that they were just getting started. Now the Warlocks are strong and growing all the time. In the future, no one is sure how fast Zhao Zhang can go. Zhao Zhang was also satisfied with his test results. In fact, whether it was the Thunder Light Fist or the Running Thunder Blast, he hadn't used his full strength when he had just tested it, because he has to meet the standard of strength of absorbing 4 psychic energies every night. If he went all out, I believe the final numbers would be even more impressive. Mr. Zhao, I've already transferred all of your test data to the computer file. Your documents are currently being made on the 3rd floor. You can go to the 3rd floor to collect them later. Zhao Zhang nodded at his words and ignored the awe-inspiring gazes around him as he stepped to the side, giving the testing seat to the others. He didn't leave, but spent a while in the testing room observing what the others were capable of. The next test. It's Suing Xue. The girl only had 1 fireball magic inheritance, or Zhao Zhang had sold it to her. The test fireball spell was at test position 33, and over there was the same metal target to record the strength of the fireball spell's attack. At the staff's prompting, Suing Xue stood in front of the target. She was seen raising her slender right hand and making a lifting motion. Next moment, a large amount of flames ignited from her palm, then quickly gathered over it. In a few breaths, a fireball was formed. What made Zhao Zhang a bit surprised was that the fireball that the sister had condensed was not small. It was the size of a basketball. It wasn't the first time Zhao Zhang had seen a fireball spell. There were quite a few people using fireball spells to make videos on the internet in the past few days, but those people's fireball spells were only the size of a pineapple, and some of them were even smaller, like oranges. It was the first time Zhao Zhang had seen a ball as big as Suing Xue's. This showed that the sister in front of her, her cultivation talent was definitely higher than normal. Chapter 40. This surname Zhao has great potential. Boom! Suing Xue's fireball accurately hit the target in front of her. Next moment, a huge ball of flame exploded, forming a sea of fire with astonishing power. Fortunately, the 33rd test position is in the corner, and there is also a cordon around it, prohibiting others from approaching. Otherwise, testing this indoors could really hurt someone. Buzz. The ceiling above test position 33, with a high-powered intelligent exhaust fan, automatically turned on almost the instant the flames appeared, and soon sucked all the flames away. It seems that the Warlock Authority dared to conduct the test indoors, and was prepared for it, with the surrounding walls, which had been modified to some extent. Zhao Zhang noticed that a number also popped up on the recorder next to him. 377. He frowned slightly, wondering what unit of measurement had to do with the power of the explosion. He only knows the unit of energy is joule and the unit of heat is calorie. But what is the unit of explosion as TNT equivalent? Blame it on not studying hard enough at the time. I'm sure the official units of measurement corresponding to the power of fireball spells have been worked out. When Suing Shue's test results came out, the staff became equally enthusiastic towards her. Ms. Su, may I ask how many psychic energy points you are currently able to absorb every night? 3. Suing Shue replied. With that kind of talent, it's actually pretty good. Nowadays, most warlocks, the amount of psychic energy points they can absorb every night is between 1 and 2, and there are definitely not many who can absorb 3. Ms. Su, I've already transferred all of your test data to the computer file. Your documents are currently being made on the 3rd floor. Please go to the 3rd floor to collect them. Staff Road. Suing Shue nodded and was about to go to the 3rd floor when she realized that Zhao Zhan was still watching from the crowd, so she walked over. Zhao, aren't you going to the 3rd floor? Oh, making documents shouldn't be that fast. I'm going to take a look around here first. Many of the people here have abilities that I've never seen before, Zhao Zhang said. When Suing Shue heard this, she thought it would be really good to stay and take a look. As a warlock, having information about other warlocks' abilities is actually a very important thing. In case you get into a conflict with another warlock later on, and it turns out that you don't even know how to react when someone else puts a skill over, you're definitely going to be at a big loss. Know yourself and know your enemy, the saying that 100 battles are won. Suing Shue also knows. So, the girl wasn't in a hurry to go to the 3rd floor, and together with Zhao Zhang, she wandered around the testing room. There are a lot of people like them in the testing room. Everyone was partly out of curiosity about the other's abilities, and partly to get more intel on the warlocks. The moment the two came to test position number 4, there are many cages stacked over here, and in each cage, there are many mice. When someone came over to test their abilities, the staff member next to them took out a mouse from the cage, and then used a knife to make a cut on the mouse, and gave it to the testing warlock. As it turns out, this is where the healing ability is tested. The warlocks who come here have mastered the ability to heal. Zhao Zhang witnessed a burly man gently placing the injured mice in his palm, then covering his other palm, and then unleashing his ability. A dazzling green light lit up. A few dozen seconds later, when the burly man spread out his palms on his hands of the mice, the wounds were pretty much cured. Not only no longer bleeding, but also healed a lot. It's amazing. However, the instrument next to him gave out a C grade. Zhao Zhang was stunned. Then he realized that the scoring mechanism should be based on the length of the treatment and the result of the treatment. It's official. There are capable people. In a short period of time, it was actually developed, with different tests for warlock abilities. The two had been in the testing room for the better part of an hour. It was only when the test room became more and more crowded and the staff started to come over to clear the room that they left and headed towards the 3rd floor. Brother Zhao, the abilities of the warlocks are really strange. Suing Shue marveled. It's eye-opening. Yes, Zhao Zhang nodded his head, but in his heart, he was very curious about the moon base in his cell phone. How divine should an existence that can create such a divine artifact be? Wait until you get to the 3rd floor. Zhao Zhang and Suing Shue were brought to separate rooms. The room was Spartan, with only a table and a few chairs. Behind the table, 3 middle-aged men sat. When Zhao Zhang came in, the middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke politely. Mr. Zhao, please take a seat. Zhao Zhang sniffed and sat down across from them. These 3 people were sizing up Zhao Zhang, and Zhao Zhan was also sizing them up. Through some details can be found. These 3 people sit straight, and there is even a soldier's dry body. Mr. Zhao, this is a comprehensive evaluation calculated based on your tested abilities. The man on the left handed over a form. The form is full of information about Zhao Zhang. At the end of the form, in the evaluation column, is a huge letter A. Zhao Zhang was uncertain and looked up at the 3 people in front of him. The man at the head explained. This is a preliminary version of the test evaluation standard that the Academy of Sciences assisted us, the Warlock Administration, to come up with on an ad hoc basis, and it is divided into 4 grades, which are C, B, A, and the best standard, S. C is for average, B is for potential, and C is for great potential, worthy of key training. As for the S rating, the other side didn't say. After a pause, the man at the head added, Mr. Zhao, your comprehensive evaluation criteria have reached level A, exactly what we, the Warlock Administration, need very much. However, I see on the previous statement that your intention is to become a supernumerary member simply because you don't want to lose your freedom. Seeing Zhao Zhang nod his head, the middle-aged man immediately persuaded him. Mr. Zhao, you may have some misconceptions about us, the Warlock Authority. Joining us does not require you to clock in and sit here at work every day. In fact, when there is no mission, there will be no restrictions on any of your movements. Mr. Zhao, our Warlock Authority very much valued by the higher-ups, and because it has just been established, there is currently a large lack of backbone and high-positioned personnel. If you are willing to formally join us, you will get our focus on cultivation. As long as you can take credit for your work, you will be able to get promoted, and the future has a bright future. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang smiled. He nodded. Leader, you have a point. I've changed my mind and would like to become official. Actually, he changed his mind a long time ago, because after the past 2 days, the supernumeraries of the Warlock Authority are really, really bad. Freedom is free, but there is no treatment. Belonging to the kind of work once, get money once. Moreover, once the danger arises, people definitely want to let the supernumerary first top. It's not one of our own. After all, to put it bluntly, supernumeraries are cannon fodder. How can Zhao Zhang tolerate this? Not only was he afraid of death, his life was also very important, so of course he couldn't be cannon fodder. In addition, being willing to become a full member, Zhao Zhang had another purpose. He could obtain more monster crystal cores. His moon base now needed to be upgraded in order to unlock the buildings behind it, and upgrades required a lot of monster crystals. Chapter 41, Honored Captain. 2 days later, in a military base near the city of Luzhou, 1,200 warlocks, in uniform, gathered in the training camp. Zhao Zhang was among them. They are going to be here for half a month, for military training. It's not about training them for combat. In reality, warlocks had different abilities, and their fighting styles would definitely be different as well. Currently, on the official side, there were no summarized combat techniques for warlocks with different abilities. A half-month of military training designed to train warlocks to follow orders. After all, the vast majority of these warlocks, who came from all walks of life and society, were usually lazy and accustomed to it, without any discipline to speak of. Letting them go straight to work, in case they encountered an unexpected event, it was likely that they would be in a mess, not knowing how to respond. The training of the warlocks is done in batches. The 1,000 or so warlocks were just one of the group, the others trained in a separate training camp. As far as Zhao Zhang knew, this time, the Luzhou city branch, in total, had recruited more than 70,000 regular staff members and more than 220,000 supernumerary members. Such numbers have far exceeded the city's police force. In addition, those who are able to participate in military training are all regular employees. Supernumerary members have no business being here. At this point, a middle-aged officer walked up to the crowd. Hello fellow officers, let me first introduce myself. My name is Wang Weigua. I'm 42 years old. I've been in the military for 24 years. My current rank level is captain, and I'm also the subdivision acting director of the Warlock administration in our city of Luzhou. When the crowd heard this, their spirits lifted and they looked towards Wang Weigua, deputy secretary. If the other party does not make any mistake, it is only a matter of time before he is corrected. In other words, this Wang Weigua will most likely be their leader in the future. Before we begin military training, I need to announce, among you, the captains of the brigades. Wang Weigua didn't care about the stares of the crowd. He took out a piece of paper that he had prepared long ago, and then he began to read from it. As it was written, Captain of the 1st Brigade, Li Jun. Captain of the 2nd Brigade, Ma Honghao. Captain of the 3rd Brigade, Wang Ruping. Captain of the 4th Brigade, Yuan Yue. Captain of the 5th Brigade, Zhao Zhang. Hearing his name, Zhao Zhang's face was calm and unsurprised. The top brass got through to him before he came. Appointments like this one certainly don't come as a surprise. I have to say, the previous leader is also considered to be true to his word. Said focus on cultivation, but also really focus on cultivation. Came up to give Zhao Zhang a position of captain. Wang Weigua read out the names of a total of 12 brigade captains before putting down the paper. All those whose names are read, step forward. Zhao Zhang and the other 11 people. They stepped out and walked to the front of the line. Wang Weigua continued, perhaps you are puzzled. These captains? On what basis are they appointed? Everyone has not yet made an inch of merit. Why they can be captains? Here, I can clearly tell you that the main reason for appointing them as captains is their test composite evaluation, which is a grade A. We, the Warlock Authority, are not like other units, where personal strength is one of the very important assessment criteria. I hope you can work hard to improve yourselves, and in the future, if you can surpass them, you can also become captains and even replace me. If you feel that you don't have enough talent, then make more merit. Merit is likewise one of the most important assessment criteria. As long as you make enough merit, the organization will never let you get cold feet. After Wang Weigua said something, his gaze went back to the 12 captains. As captains, you must all the more lead by example and not break any laws. Right now, you guys, like me, are just agents, and if you can't do a good job, then get out while you can. The 12 captains sniffed. and none of them said anything. Everything about the current Warlock Authority is nascent, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a grassroots organization. To be honest, they didn't know what to do when they suddenly became captains. Next, it's time to assign team members. Wang Weiguo looked around and said aloud, each brigade has 100 members. The next training will also be divided into teams. If you have a captain that you know, or want to follow, you can now stand behind them. If not, then obey the assignment. As the words fell, a number of people immediately came behind the familiar captain, including Zhao Zhang's side. Some people came over. For example, Suing Xue. This girl is just going straight to Zhao Zhang. Because of the two encounters with Zhao Zhang, Suing Xue had a good impression of both of them. She knew that she was pretty and had a body that was very attractive to the opposite sex, and that most of the men who approached her were trying to trick her into bed. Only Zhao Zhang had a clear gaze and could not see any evil thoughts. Most importantly, the fireball technique that Zhao Zhang had sold her earlier had saved her family's lives. This alone was enough for Suing Xue to choose Zhao Zhang. Never in a million years. Besides Suing Xue, there was also a dull-faced girl who came behind Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang was puzzled. Suing Xue came over. He could understand. After all, the two of them were considered to know each other. What's with this girl? Zhao Zhang's gaze went towards her, and he saw the girl smiling and whispering, Captain, I'm Yen Dog, and among the 12 captains, you're the most handsome, Zhao Zhang. It had to be said that the fruit of life had really changed Zhao Zhang more. The original Zhao Zhang was relatively ordinary in terms of height, stature, and face value, because he often stayed up late, resulting in a very bad color. Even if his features are still decent, and the word handsome cannot be related, after dozens of life fruits transformation, now Zhao Zhang, not only the height breaks through 1.8 m, body is also comparable to a model. The most important thing, but also the color has become better. Features look much more smooth, a pair of eyes, gleaming. Calling the current Zhao Zhang a handsome man was not an exaggeration at all. Since the other party had chosen him to be his team member, Zhao Zhang certainly wouldn't have any objections, so he didn't say anything. On the contrary, Suing Xue, slightly side-eyed, looked at the sister. A few moments later, another person came behind Zhao Zhang. This time, the one who came was a middle-aged man in his 30s, still wearing a pair of glasses, looking a bit shrewd. Zhao Zhang likewise didn't recognize this person, so he looked over suspiciously. The other party smiled and explained, Captain, when you were testing your abilities at the bureau before, I happened to be right next to you and marveled at your strength, thinking that there's definitely a future in following you. Zhao Zhang drifted off and nodded at the other party without saying anything. He's the captain of the team. Do you want him to blow up the team? Next, then no one continued to come to Zhao Zhang's side. Behind the other captains, the numbers were mixed, more or less. Behind some of the captains stood a dozen men. Individual captains, not even a single person who picked him. But that's okay. Director Wang Weiguo will assign people until it's full. 1,200 men came today. Just enough to make 12 teams, all full. Chapter 42 Pitfalls for Heaven. Half a month of military training passed quickly. In this half month, although there were no monsters invading the rear, a lot had happened. One of the biggest problems is warlock crime. As the warlocks grew stronger, some of those with dark hearts could no longer suppress their desires and went down the path of crime. Bullying of the weak, fights, and even robberies and killings happen all the time. Even if it's just a small friction, with a warlock involved, it can turn into something big, because the warlock's means of attack are too destructive to be easily controlled. Just like Zhao Zhang, his thunder fist is high-voltage electricity. Not to mention people, cows can be killed in an instant. Even if the other warlocks weren't as strong as Zhao Zhang, they were not to be underestimated, and it was easy to kill someone. Fireball, for example, even if it was sent out by a weaker warlock and smashed into an ordinary person, they would be severely burned without dying. The issue of warlock crime is now a big problem for governments everywhere. It's okay on the Yankee side. It is said that over there in foreign countries, many warlocks have organized themselves into a big force, and dare to fight against the regular army of the country. Another question. It's the secret art inheritance that triggers it. After half a month, the secret art inheritance was getting less and less expensive. To this day, a secret art inheritance would cost a minimum of more than $3 million. Like those popular secret art legacies, such as the fireball art, had been speculated to $5 million. That's all that's still available. Can't buy it at all. As a result, the secret art inheritance has also given rise to many crimes, and there are often many warlocks fighting over a secret art inheritance. Captain, see you tomorrow. After training, there is a day off to rest. Report back to the precinct tomorrow. Zhao Zhang said goodbye to his teammates for the time being and quickly took a taxi back to his apartment. Then, he immediately took out his old phone, opened War of Civilizations, and gave the elf the command. which required 10 fireball inheritances and a number of other secret art inheritances. When these secret arts are handed down, Zhao Zhang took out the new cell phone he had bought earlier and contacted a stranger with a cartoon avatar on WeChat. Mr. Wang, I heard you're buying secret arts here. He came straight to the point. In this half-month, Zhao Zhang didn't do nothing but train. He had been paying attention to the internet and knew that there were many platforms that were now secretly trading secret art inheritances. Among them, a forum called Warlock's House has recently exploded in popularity, in which there are quite a number of secret art inheritance dealers, engaged in low-priced purchase, high-priced sale of trade, earning large profits. The boss Wang that Zhao Zhang is now contacting is the one he added last time. He had been observing for a long time and had found a number of crooked merchants to be particularly shady. Among them, this boss Wang is a top-notch, can be called the treacherous businessman in the treacherous businessman. Some time ago, when the prices of secret art inheritances were chaotic, the other party seemed to have taken advantage of the chaos to acquire quite a few secret art inheritances. Every time the price of the secret art inheritance was speculated, there was a figure of the other party behind it. Anyway, this is the most famous person with the surname Wang in this forum at the moment. By now, in the hands of other acquirers, there was almost nothing left to supply, and only in the hands of boss Wang, there were still quite a few secret art legacies, but this one has a very dark opening bid. The fireball technique now has a market price of 5 million, and he dares to sell it for 8 million. Before Zhao Zhang saw a post-breaking news, it is said that this Wang boss, in the local reputation is also open, was once a gangster, stabbed people in jail for a few years, came out, mainly engaged in the industry, is the organization of a few women to sell their bodies. Rumor has it that the other party has coerced and seduced many underage girls to work in this industry, which is exclusively for the enjoyment of local powerful people. Originally, Boss Wan was only worth tens of millions of dollars. With this period of time speculating on the secret art inheritance, the other party's wealth, which had also skyrocketed in a short period of time, was already close to the 1 billion level. Now it's a real big boss. Although Boss Wang himself is not a warlock, but under his hand, has raised several warlock fighters, in the local flaunt, no one dares to mess with. The reason why Zhao Zhang had approached this person was of course to make money while pitting Boss Wang in the process. The fact that this kind of scourge was able to get rich, or get rich off of a secret art inheritance, was something he really couldn't stand to see. Since the heavens had no eyes, Zhao Zhang didn't mind acting on behalf of the heavens. Didn't wait long, there was a reply right across the street. Yes, you've got the secret arts in your hands. Aha! I've saved up some, and I'm planning to get out as soon as I can, as I've been strapped for cash lately. It seemed like Zhao Zhang's such reply had aroused the opposite party's interest. This time, the other replied quickly. Boss Wang, oh brother is a peer. Zhao Zhang, in front of a big boss like Boss Wang, how dare I call myself a peer with this little thing? Boss Wang, brother modestly, do not know how much goods brother hand. Zhao Zhang, 10 fireballs, 3 water arrows, 4 ground spikes, 2 healing spells, 2 gust of wind, 2 petrification spells. Seeing the amount Zhao Zhang reported, the opposite party suddenly fell into silence. It seems to be intimidated. According to the current market price, the value of all these secret art legacies added up had already exceeded $100 million. Even if Boss Wang wanted to eat them all, it wouldn't be too easy. However, Zhao Zhang wasn't worried at all that the other party would give up, because there were still at least half of the warlocks that didn't have a secret art inheritance, which led to the fact that the secret art inheritance was too hot to handle. And if it was at the market price, it could easily be sold. If there were channels to sell abroad, the price would be even higher. In the old days, it was money is money, but currently in the secret art inheritance circle, the situation has been reversed. The one with the goods is the master. Are you going to sell them all? After almost 2 minutes, Boss Wang finally gave a reply. Zhao Zhang smiled and replied, if it's not all for sale, I won't come to contact Boss Wang you. My business has some problems and I need a sum of money urgently. Boss Wang, brother, what's your name? Zhao Zhang, exempted from your surname Zhao. Boss Wang, dare I ask Boss Zhao what line of work he was originally in? It seems that the other side is quite careful. Zhao Zhang immediately replied, ask so much for what Boss Wang can eat or not, I will go to find someone else. Boss Wang, Boss Zhao is joking. Since Boss Zhao came to me, he must have heard of me. Boss Wang, I can definitely eat this batch of goods of yours. I just don't know what price Boss Zhao intends to sell. Zhao Zhang, according to the market price, the current value of this batch of goods is at least $110 million. Boss Wang, Boss Zhao, you also said that this is the market price. My side of the purchase price, certainly lower than the market price. Always have to leave some profit for the brother. Zhao Zhang had expected this guy's price pressure. How can you be a crooked businessman if you don't pressure the price? Zhao Zhang, Boss Wang will still have no profit. I've heard that every single one of the secret art legacies you sell is far above the market price. You also have overseas channels that can sell even higher. My batch of goods will at least double if it reaches you. Boss Wang, I'm not hiding it from you. I do have overseas channels, but it's a mess out there. If you've been following the news, you'll know that it's a mess out there. And when you sell something, it's easy to not be able to settle the final payment. And the risk is just too great, so I don't even dare to sell it out there. That can only fool a ghost. Anyway, Zhao Zhang definitely wouldn't believe it. Boss Wang, I need money urgently. I don't want to waste time haggling. One price, $105 million. Brothers, let go a little more. Leave me some profit. If Boss Wang doesn't want it, I'll find someone else. Don't. Okay. I'll take it. What's the deal? Let's deal in person. You send a location and get the money ready. I'm coming over now. I don't have that much cash on hand right now. Then I don't care. I'm in the next city. About an hour can get to your side. Give you an hour to raise money enough, right? Not even if you can't. Enough is enough. Brother, you do it. Chapter 43. Boss Wang didn't lie to Zhao Zhang. He had previously acquired quite a few secret art inheritances, but had kept them without selling them much, resulting in most of the funds on hand now being pressed on the secret art inheritances. The reason why he would do so was that he thought that the price of the secret art inheritance would definitely continue to rise, just like the house prices back then, at least to tens of millions before the rise would slow down. Because of the secret art inheritance, the increase in a warlock's ability is very large. A warlock with a secret art inheritance and a warlock without a secret art inheritance were completely incomparable. Therefore, as long as one is a warlock, one must be inseparable from the secret art inheritance. This was also the reason why he dared to sell the fireball technique at $8 million. Even if no one was willing to pay that price for the time being, he was sure it would sell after a while. For Zhao Zhang's appearance, to be honest, Boss Wang was very confused at first. The main reason is that Zhao Zhang's shipments are a bit too much. He had never met a peer who shipped like this. When he calmed down, Boss Wang actually suspected Zhao Zhang and wondered if there was some kind of a hole here. Now the secret art inheritance was expensive, but there was no worry about selling it at all. As long as they were willing to sell it at the market price, they could easily sell it. Even if Zhao Zhang's quantity is a bit much, a few days' time can be sold slowly. It's really unreasonable to choose to sell it off for the sake of a few days. However, the goods offered by Zhao Zhang were too profitable. If he was able to eat it, he could make at least $70 to $80 million. In front of such a huge benefit, even if Zhao Zhang's behavior wasn't quite reasonable, it was enough to make Boss Wang willing to take a risk for once. After ending his chat with Zhao Zhang, Boss Wang frowned. He was thinking about how to go about getting the money. Right now, on his hand, the funds he can use, only more than 20 million. From hundreds of millions, there is a huge gap. As for blackmail, directly swallowing Zhao Zhang's goods without paying for them, the thought did cross Boss Wang's mind. However, since the other party dared to come alone to the appointment to trade, they must have something to rely on, and the risk of going dark was too great. To be on the safe side, Mr. Wang decided to get his money ready first. Here's the problem again. It was also very difficult to get Boss Wang to come up with $100 million within an hour, and the only way he could think of was to borrow it, and it can't be a loan from a formal source. If you go to the bank to get a loan, the procedures will be very troublesome. Want to loan $1 billion, not to mention whether the loan can be issued. The approval is particularly time-consuming. Soon, Boss Wang thought of someone. The other guy was a cellmate he knew from prison. After his release, he took up pimping, and the cellmate got into the loan sharking business. The two had some business dealings before and were on pretty good terms, and had even eaten and drank together, so they kept in touch. Thinking for a moment, Boss Wang picked up his cell phone and dialed the cellmate's number. Yo, brother Wang, looking for brother me. Is there something wrong? Hearing the voice on the phone, Boss Wang was in a soothing mood. Before this cellmate, not only offline loan sharks, but also online to engage in online lending. The business is really not small. Even the school college students, where he pitched a lot of, in those days, his cellmates didn't treat him with such respect, and always called him brother and brother. In recent times, Boss Wang seized the opportunity to speculate on the secret art inheritance, and as a result of his bet being right, his value skyrocketed. The cellmate immediately changed his attitude toward him and began to shout, "Brother, Lao Zhou ah, there is indeed something on my side that I want to trouble you," Boss Wang said in a dignified tone. The other party then said, "Brother Wang, we too this relationship, how to say is trouble, it's something you just a word. My brother will certainly do it for you. Time is not much. Wang boss also do not want to ink. We'll go straight to the point. I ran into a big single this side. The funds a little turnover. Ready to take some from you first. It's just this little thing. It's still worth it for you to personally call over Brother Wang and say that you'll just send a random junior over to take care of it. The opposite party had a tone of bravado as he said, I'll have the accountant call you $5 million over here. Boss Wang smiled. Old Joe, if I only needed $5 million, I definitely wouldn't have called and found your side. Oh, I wonder how many notches Wolf has. About $80 million. Hiss. Wang brother, what sailed to be so big gap opposite what is the origin of the recent fraud more? Do not be pitched. Listening to the other party's tone seemed to be a bit hesitant. Boss Wang immediately said, what kind of person am I, Lao Joe, don't you know? Surely I won't do a business that loses money. It's still a secret art inheritance. Upon hearing that it was a secret art inheritance, the cellmate surnamed Zhou, his doubts were immediately dispelled by a few points. He was well aware of how hot this thing was now. Brother Wang, how long are you going to make it? Zhou's cellmate first asked, and then immediately explained. Brother Wang, it's not that my brother doesn't believe in you. You know the situation on my side. There are only so many pawns in total, and if you take too long, my side won't be able to get better either. Boss Wang immediately said, a week, no later than 10 days. Do not worry, your rules I understand. To give you 10 points of profit, okay? Zhou's cellmate was silent for a moment. $80 million, lent out for a week. You can recover $8 million in interest. How to look at it is a great deal. However, this man is a loan shark, and in their line of work, you have to be ruthless and greedy enough to get rich. So, Zhou said, okay is okay, but Brother Wang, can I meet your client? I have no other meaning, just want to give you a gatekeeper. Hearing this, Boss Wang cursed in his heart. It seemed that this Zhou's eyes were greedy for his fortune and he also wanted to do the trade of secret art inheritance. Thinking for a moment, Boss Wang still pinched his nose and agreed, okay, old Zhou, you bring the money over now. That client of mine, he's almost here too. I can't say no. If Zhao Zhang could have given him a few more days to raise money, he definitely wouldn't have gone to surname Zhou. There was only an hour to go, and right now it was really just this guy named Zhou who could help him. An hour later, Zhao Zhang appeared in Boss Wang's city. He had chartered a cab straight here and hadn't bothered to take the high-speed train. It would be faster if you took the high-speed train. The reason why I don't take the high-speed train is, naturally, because I'm afraid it's too conspicuous. Although there was no official ban on the trading of secret art inheritance, the secret art inheritance that Zhao Zhang had brought with him this time was just a bit much, so if he took the high-speed train and went through the security check, he would definitely be able to be scanned. I'm afraid that some people with ulterior motives will target him. Zhao Zhang didn't want to cause trouble, so he directly chartered a car and came over. Boss Wang set the place for the deal, in a big luxury hotel. The restaurant, it is said, is also the property of Mr. Wang. Chapter 44, $100 million in account. Hello, sir, are you alone, please? When Zhao Zhang arrived, the time was just after 11 o'clock at noon, which happened to be lunchtime. So when he entered, he was mistaken by the welcoming waiter for a customer who had come to eat. Zhao Zhang glanced at this welcome attendant. The other party was a sweet-looking girl, wearing a cheongsam and with a very good figure. You can tell from this that the restaurant is not low class. Not bad for the billionaire Boss Wang. I have an appointment with Boss Wang, Zhao Zhang said. The waiter was instantly energized at his words. May I ask what is your name? Sir, exempt your name is Zhou. The last name matches up correctly. The waiter immediately revealed an attentive smile. Mr. Zhao, our President Wang is waiting for you. Please follow me. Zhao Zhang then followed the waiter. A few moments later, he was led by the waiter to the second floor outside a luxurious box. When he walked into the box, he saw that the table in the box was already filled with delicious food. At the table, only 2 people were seated. There were also some bodyguard thugs that stood behind the 2. As soon as Zhao Zhang entered, he immediately attracted the attention of these people. This is Boss Zhao, right? Come on, have a seat. Boss Wang immediately stood up and very politely invited Zhao Zhang to take a seat. Don't say it. It's true that military training can change a person in a big way. The previous Zhao Zhang, under the transformation of the fruit of life, had a great change in appearance, but his temperament had not become much, just a bit more confident than before. And during this half-month of military training, Zhao Zhang, as the captain of the team, set a good example and disciplined himself every day, so that his temperament, too, had changed quite a bit. The current Zhao Zhang looked instrumental, introspective, mentally competent, and his aura was not weak at all. If anything, the Zhao Zhang of the past belonged to the category of a passerby who was thrown into the crowd and was unobtrusive. Then the current Zhao Zhang, even if he stood in a corner, would make people feel that he should not be underestimated. Under Boss Wang's greeting, Zhao Zhang sat down at the table. His gaze, first, shot over towards Boss Wang. The other guy looked, much like the pretentious photos in his circle of friends, a middle-aged greasy guy with a big belly. Come on, I'll introduce you. Boss Wang introduced. Boss Zhao. This is my good brother, surnamed Zhou, doing the profession of the god of wealth. Zhao Zhang's gaze went towards that middle-aged man surnamed Zhou. The other party is a bald head, looks like a big, thick, full of crossface meat, and a dog chain hanging on his neck. At a glance, it is not a good thing. Old Zhou, this is Boss Zhao. Boss Wang introduced again. The bald man immediately extended his hand towards Zhao Zhang and said enthusiastically, Boss Zhao is really young and promising. Zhao Zhang shook the other party's hand, but he was too lazy to make false pretenses with the other party. He looked at Boss Wang and went straight to the point. Boss Wang, I've brought the stuff. Is the money ready? Boss Zhao is in such a hurry. Look, the food is ready. Why don't we talk about it while we eat? Boss Wang was a bit surprised by Zhao Zhang's eagerness and said, Boss Zhao, you came all the way over here, so at least let me do my duty as a host. If you leave without even having a meal, if word gets out, people will think that I don't know how to treat a guest. I'm in a hurry. If it wasn't because I'm in a hurry, I wouldn't have come here. Zhao Zhang shook his head, not giving any face at all. Boss Wang, start trading. Seeing Zhao Zhang's insistence, Boss Wang could only agree. He was still unclear about Zhao Zhang's origin, but just by looking at Zhao Zhang's aura, he thought that he should be a person of status, so he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. As a matter of fact, Zhao Zhang dared to go solo, and he certainly wouldn't be afraid of Boss Wang's blackmail, because the city where Boss Wang was located happened to be a subordinate city of Luzhou City. If Boss Wang dared to swallow Zhao Zhang's stuff and not pay for it, Zhao Zhang would dare to bring someone to smash all of this guy's venues tomorrow. The current Zhao Zhang is working in a privileged department, and he is still a captain. After the deal is finalized, Zhao Zhang directly threw the bag in his hand onto the table. Boss Wang, the stuff is all inside. Check it out. Boss Wang himself didn't move, and towards a hitman next to him, he gave a slight signal, and that hitman walked over, unzipped the bag, and took out the secret art inheritance inside. A total of 23 secret art legacies. Colors vary, with ruddy red being the most prevalent. Seeing so many secret art inheritances, the bald man surnamed Zhou next to Boss Wang's eyes lit up, and an extremely greedy gaze appeared in those triangular eyes. It was very simple to verify if the secret art inheritance was real. As soon as the warlock touches his hand to it, information about it appears in his mind, which is very magical. It is also because of this miraculous effect that there is no counterfeit of the secret art heritage on the market so far, because there's no way to imitate it. Soon, 23 secret art legacies, all examined by the beaters. The other looked at Boss Wang and nodded heavily. Boss Wang took a look and let go. He was afraid that Zhao Zhan was a rash liar and would amuse him with fake goods. Then he would be disgraced today. Boss Zhao is so open. Wang Boss haha laughed, said, Old brother, I like you this pain in the ass. You this friend. I Wang someone to hand over. Zhao Zhang smiled at his words and didn't respond at all. He's an official now, and he's out of his mind to be calling himself a brother to someone who's doing the gray matter. Boss Wang, let's talk about making friends later. I'm in a hurry. If there's no problem with the goods, hurry up and get the money. Good point. At the moment, Boss Wang was in a good mood and didn't care about Zhao Zhang's attitude. Older brother, what do you want to collect? He was speaking in jargon and Zhao Zhang didn't understand at all, but it doesn't matter. Zhao Zhang calmly said, just call my card directly. Hearing this, Boss Wang looked at Zhao Zhang with some surprise. Such a large sum of money, directly to the card, is going to set off the bank's risk control alarms. This kid in front of me, is he a fool who doesn't know anything? Or is he emboldened? Older brother, are you sure? Boss Wang couldn't help but ask again, why is there a problem? Of course, Zhao Zhang knew that this money would be a bit of a hassle if it went directly into his account. If he was still just an ordinary person and suddenly had an extra $100 million, it was likely that he would be targeted by the officials. And when that time came, the money would be frozen as black money, and Zhao Zhang himself might have to go in for tea. Now, with his status as a Warlock Authority Grandmaster, he should be fine. Even if someone comes to check on him, the big deal is to tell the truth and give up Boss Wang. So it's not a big problem. As the newest member of the court, the Warlock Authority is highly regarded. Who would dare to mess with it? This was another reason why Zhao Zhan was willing to join the Warlock Authority. With this skin, a lot of things can be done in a much more convenient way. Since old brother said there's no problem, then there's definitely no problem. Boss Wang smiled and said, then ordered toward a female accountant in the back. Xiao Zhang, transfer money to Boss Zhao. Okay, Mr. Wang. It didn't take long. Zhao Zhang then received a text message from the bank. $105 million. It's in the books. Chapter 45, Second Batch of Secret Art Inheritance. Global Looting. When the money arrived, Zhao Zhang refused Boss Wang's invitation to dinner and directly fled. Looking at Zhao Zhang's back, Boss Wang's face lost its smile, and his small eyes were full of coldness. He's not a nice guy to have gotten this far. He had been invited again and again, but Zhao Zhang had refused, and no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him since he had become famous. Brother Wang, what's this kid's origin? He's a real pain in the ass. Mr. Zhou said, he won't even give you face. Brother Wang. Originally, the man surnamed Zhou wanted to get to know Zhao Zhang so that he could enter the secret art inheritance business, but seeing Zhao Zhang's indifferent attitude made him dismiss such thoughts. Brother Wang, do you want my brother me to find someone to probe him? Hear that? Boss Wang grinned. Zhao Zhang's attitude just now, indeed led him a little angry, but he is not angry, just because of anger, so must get face back this kind of idea, perhaps 20 years ago and, now long ago look away. These days, being able to make money is king. Besides, in case Zhao Zhang was in existence he couldn't afford to mess with, wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he went to check on others? Nothing. Boss Wang waved his hand, then smiled and said, Old Zhou, you have a rare trip over here. We must put you in place today. Come on, let's drink first. An hour or so later, Zhao Zhang returned to Luzhou City without incident. He was in a good mood as he looked at the balance on his bank card. Then, he went straight to the nearby Carrefour store, spent more than $200,000, and picked up a brand new domestic SUV. It was not that he was stingy and did not want to buy a luxury car, but it was Zhao Zhang's nature that he did not like to show off too much, and for Zhao Zhang, the car was just for transportation. More than 200,000 yuan of domestic cars should have all the configuration. Enough. In addition, you need to wait a long time to buy a luxury car, and there are very few cars in stock, so Zhao Zhang doesn't have that kind of patience. With the car, Zhao Zhang is still missing a suite, but as for the house, he wasn't in a hurry. He was alone now, and the apartment, for the time being, was quite nice to live in. When Zhao Zhang drove his new car back down to the apartment building, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Zhao Zhang returned to his apartment, and just after closing the door, he took out his old phone and opened Inheritance of Civilization. In the moon base, the secret art stone monument and the magic radiation cannon had long since been charged and ready. He didn't hesitate and chose launch right away. Nearly 20 days had passed since the last time the magical radiation cannon was fired, and the current lack of magical resources on the blue planet had affected many people's cultivation, including Zhao Zhang. Therefore, Zhao Zhang looked a bit impatient after making money. It didn't take long. The sky then rained seeds. Those colorful secret art legacies fell all over the world. Main Street. Everyone who saw the scene first froze, and then, fell into a complete frenzy. That's the secret art heritage. Quick, grab it. Hubby, come out and grab the secret art inheritance. Net, son, bring the net from the store. That side is mine and no one is allowed to take it. At this moment, whether it is driving on the road, or opening a store on the street, as well as those pedestrians, they have put down everything in their hands, and fully scrambled for the secret art inheritance that fell down. After so many days of fermentation, who didn't know by now that the price of the secret art inheritance, how expensive it was? A secret art inheritance could easily replace a house. Who can resist such a temptation? Even those who were rich braked the limousine to a halt with a kick and then quickly got out of the car to grab the secret art inheritance on the road. Even, there are not people have a fight because of grabbing a secret art inheritance. All humans, in this instant, fell into madness, except for Zhao Zhang. He didn't need to join the scramble. If he wanted the secret art inheritance, there was more or less of it. At this moment, Zhao Zhang was standing by the window, looking at the chaos downstairs, and had a bit of a headache. According to the way it looks now, I'm afraid we're going to get a lot of people killed today. Of course Zhao Zhang didn't want this, but it could no longer be avoided. Everyone now thought that the secret art inheritance was precious, and no matter what time Zhao Zhang chose to drop it, it would cause a scramble. He purposely chose to drop it during the day, also to minimize conflict. If it's put in at night, there's even no telling what a mess it could be. After all, night is the best cover for crime. In the meantime, Boss Wang and the cellmate, surnamed Zhou, are having a silver crawl in a big luxury box at a club. Now besides him, his cellmate Zhou, and a few of his beloved henchmen. The rest of them were all pretty girls. There were at least 2 dozen, and these girls, unclothed and springy. This club was also Boss Wang's property. He was originally in this line of work, so of course he was able to get many beautiful girls with top-notch bodies. At the moment, Boss Wang and Boss Zhou were having a great time. Declaring silver in the daytime is even more special. Just then, suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open, and a fighter rushed in hurriedly. Boss Wang, who had been disturbed in his pleasure, was instantly enraged. Who let you in here, asshole? Boss Wang scolded angrily. Didn't I say, today I have to entertain old brother Zhou. Even the biggest things have to be dealt with tomorrow. Dare to take my words as a whisper. Do you want to die? Cursing wasn't enough to relieve his anger. He directly gave the little brother a kick, knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, his cellmate, Boss Joe, rushed to be a peacemaker and stopped Boss Wang. Woof, forget about it, maybe it's really something. Let's hear him out first. Boss Wang is just doing it. Is it still true that he killed his own little brother? There is a Boss Joe persuasion? He immediately borrowed a step down. What is it? Tell me. That little brother then covered his waist and stood up, saying, Mr. Wang, something happened outside. Look at this. Call Mr. Wang. Boss Wang ordered it. All juniors, whether they are heartthrobs or not, must call him Mr. Wang and are not allowed to call him boss. In the words of Mr. Wang, he is now a serious businessman. The little brother directly took his cell phone, took it out, and handed it to Boss Wang. The phone now has an interface with a paused video. Boss Wang sees this and hits play. His face, then, instantly went white. In the video, the countless secret art inheritances were falling from the sky, and countless pedestrians on the ground were scrambling for them. Just by looking at it, Boss Wang's scalp went numb and his heart raced. When is this video from? Is it from 20 days ago? Boss Wang had a pair of small eyes, staring dead at his little brother. All he could do now was hold on to his last glimmer of hope that his little brother would nod and say that the video was indeed 20 days old. However, the little brother is shaking his head. His face is ugly and said, I just shot Mr. Wang. Now outside is still robbing. Those people are as crazy as crazy. With these words, Boss Wang's 3 legs instantly went all soft, and he directly fell to the ground with his bare butt. Chapter 46, The End of the Speculator. Ping. The compartment door was slammed open again, but this time it's open from the inside. Then, a middle-aged, greasy man was seen, running naked, straight down the corridor, all the way to the window, looking towards the outside. At this time, the secret art inheritance drop outside was nearing its end, and only the countless crowds of earners on the ground were still staging a frenzy. Looking at what was happening outside, Boss Wang's greasy old face was so pale that it didn't have the slightest bit of blood. He had only one thought. It was going to be the end. He dared to speculate on the price of the secret art inheritance, and dared to hoard a large amount of goods, betting that the secret art inheritance would not appear again. Once the secret art inheritance became a non-renewable resource, then the price of the goods in his hands would only continue to go up, and in the future, he could even sell them at a sky-high price that he didn't dare to imagine. In Boss Wang's opinion, the secret art inheritance is such a magical thing, even if it is really a god behind it. He is afraid that he can't get too much, and the possibility of having only one wave is very high. That was the main reason he dared to bet. Never in a million years. It's only been 20 days, and the second wave of the secret art inheritance is here. Outside, the streets are on fire. Everyone is grabbing and going crazy. Boss Wang, who was by the window, was as cold as an ice cellar. He is not a cutie. He wouldn't have gotten to where he is now if he didn't have enough brains. Boss Wang could be certain that the appearance of the second wave of secret art inheritance would inevitably lead to the previous expensive prices and a complete collapse. Even if there were 2 waves of secret art inheritance, there still wouldn't be enough for all the warlocks to use, and the price of secret art inheritance wouldn't go up any further, because people would think that since the secret art inheritance could appear in the second wave, there might be a third wave. With that in mind, who would want to overpay for a? It's just like speculating on real estate before. Once confidence in the market is lost, it is difficult for house prices to rise no matter how they are regulated. Sure, this did not mean that the secret art inheritance completely lost its value and became worthless. Regardless, with the presence of a large number of warlocks, there was definitely a market demand for secret art inheritance. It's just that trying to sell it for a high price will never be possible again. Unless that deity never again puts secret art inheritance into Blue Star. Then after a long enough period of time, the price of secret art inheritance could slowly rise. But now, no one dares to bet on it. At least for a short time it will be. Thinking about this, Mr. Wang wanted to cry without tears, and even had the thought of jumping from the window. It was because the secret art inheritance in his hand, except for some at the very beginning, the later ones were all collected at a high price. It was said that he had nearly $1 billion, but in reality, all of that money was pressed into the secret art inheritance. There's even a lot of outstanding debt out there. For example, the $80 million brought by his cellmate Boss Joe today, as well as the huge amount of money he previously took to the bank to mortgage his industry and loaned out. All in all, he has an external debt, a loan, of $200 million. Now it's up to you to see how far the price of the secret legacy will collapse. If the price of a few $100,000 apiece can still be maintained, then Mr. Wang will get rid of all the goods in his hands, and then sell some of his properties, almost able to offset the debt, and there is still a chance to make a comeback. But if it falls to tens of thousands of dollars apiece, then his surname, Wang, will die without a burial place. Just as Boss Wang was rambling, his cellmate, Boss Chow, also walked over to the window. It is presumed that it is not his own turf, causing Boss Joe to not dare to be as liberal as Boss Wang and just run around naked. On his body, he wore a pair of pants that revealed his tattoo-covered upper body. Brother Wang, what's going on? Boss Joe came to the window and looked at the frantic crowd outside, asking in shock, are those people crazy? What are they robbing? Boss Wang didn't say anything. At the moment, his mind was in turmoil. Even if Boss Wang didn't say anything, Boss Joe soon found out the truth of the matter. That's secret art inheritance. So many secret art inheritance on the street, is it? Boss Joe immediately took out his cell phone and looked it up to find out what had happened. There was actually a second wave of secret art inheritance drops. Then won't Brother Wang lose money on the secret art inheritance that he just received for hundreds of millions of dollars? This Boss Chow is likewise no fool. Soon, he realized that Boss Wang was afraid that it was not just as simple as losing money. If the second wave can appear, can the third wave be far behind? A few moments later, Boss Wang sat in the box, silently smoking a cigarette. On his body, he was fully dressed, and all those ladies who had opened the silver crawl before had disappeared without a trace. In the box now, there were only him and Boss Joe, seemingly unaccustomed to such silence. Boss Joe was the first to speak. Old Wang, don't worry too much. Although the appearance of a second wave of secret art inheritance will cause a certain impact on the previous prices, but then again, the group of warlocks is large enough. As long as it's a secret art inheritance, there's definitely no worries about selling it. That's totally comforting. Both knew that the situation was certainly not so rosy. More importantly, what did Chow just call him? Bark. Good man. 10 minutes ago, he was calling me Wang and Wang, and now he's Wang again. But it's so realistic. Of course, the current Boss Wang didn't have the heart to care about the other party's name calling. He was about to open his mouth and say that the debt was a matter of more grace. Unexpectedly, the other spoke again. By the way, Old Wang, I suddenly remembered an important thing. Before lent you that money, his son shall want to use. I forgot about it. Trouble you. Return the money to me. These words directly blocked Boss Wang into coughing. He knew that the person surnamed Zhou in front of him was a person who recognized money, but he did not expect that this guy turned his face actually so fast. This is to see that he's going to fall, so he's falling on his sword. Old Zhou, how do you say this before the agreed time? Is a week to 10 days. Now only a few hours passed. You want to go back? No, you so do it. Hearing this, Boss Zhou laughed. As a lone shark, don't be cheeky and turn the other cheek. That's the most basic quality. This thing is really blame me. I gave forget. Sun Shao greeted me yesterday. His side needs a sum of money. Like this. Old Wang, you give me the money now. Interest I charge less. Just charge you 5 million. Okay. When Boss Wang heard this, he was almost spitting blood from anger. The other party defaulted and dared to ask him for interest. Besides, it's only been a few hours, and you dare to ask for $5 million. Old Zhou, if you're going to do this, it's not going to be fun anymore. Boss Wang's voice turned cold. Money, I will definitely give. But, it has to be according to the rules. When it's said to be, it has to be. Boss Zhou's triangular eyes stared at Boss Wang for a few moments. In the end, he revealed a smile. Okay, I'll give you a week. Sun Shao's side I'll go and say, Old Wang, don't blame me for not reminding you. After a week, you must pay back the money with interest. If you can't get the money, Sun Shao's temper. You know, the Sun Shao he spoke of was his backstage. Chapter 47. The ship is sinking. Jump. Boo. After Boss Zhou left, a loud bang suddenly came from the box. It was Boss Wang who was so furious that he turned the table in front of him. Over. The few heartthrob minions standing outside the door, hearing the sound, immediately rushed in, only to see their boss's gloomy face. No one dared to speak. In the end, it was Boss Wang who took the lead. Just stay, everyone else out. Soon, Boss Wang and a middle-aged man wearing glasses were left in the box. The glasses man is Xiao Jia. He is considered one of the important heart of Wang Boss. Often give Wang Boss advice, similar to the existence of the Master of Arms. Boss Wang first took a heavy drag on his cigarette. Then only then did he say in a deep voice, Xiao Jia, you have a lot of ideas. Tell me, what should we do next? Jia knew what the boss meant. It's just not a good question to answer. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Wang, I think that only two things will happen next. First, the price of the secret art inheritance will definitely fall severely in a short period of time. And if the third wave of secret art rain comes late, or simply doesn't come, then the price of the secret art inheritance will still hopefully rise back. Secondly, if the third wave of secret art rain still comes on time, then I'm afraid the price of the secret art inheritance will fall to a cabbage price. This little Jia is smart. He deliberately stated the two possibilities to kick the choice dilemma to Boss Wang. If he is the one to make the suggestion and Boss Wang really listens to it and it turns out to cause damage, Boss Wang will probably drag him to feed the fish when the time comes. So which one is more likely, do you think? Asked Boss Wang. Xiao Jia immediately said, Mr. Wang, you overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't guess the thoughts of the immortals. Boss Wang sniffed and fell into deep thought. He knew that by telling him all about the two possibilities, Jia was letting him make his own decision. Whether he continued to gamble on the lack of a third wave of mystical rain or cut his flesh painfully and chose to ship out in time was up to him. Thinking for a moment, Boss Wang already had an idea. The second possibility you just mentioned. Assuming that the third wave of the mystic rain will still come, then what should we do now? Then I suggest that the secret art inheritance in your hands, Mr. Wang, would be best to get out as soon as possible and sell it off in time before your peers react. Xiao Jia said seriously, the real estate economy before has already told us what to do in the face of this situation. The later you run, the more meat you cut. When Boss Wang heard this, a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. It was just a little bit of time before he and the splash of riches rubbed shoulders. His previous fortune was close to $1 billion, but now it was going to shrink drastically, making him unable to help but feel a little reluctant and hesitant. But the hesitation only appeared for a moment before he made his decision, because he knew Jia was right. If he was not willing to sell off now, when the third wave of secret art rain came, then the secret art inheritance in his hand would turn into a cabbage price, and by then, it would really be all doom and gloom. Then sell off. Saying these words, Boss Wang was filled with pain and couldn't help but close his eyes. Mr. Wang, what should be the pricing? Xiao Jia asked softly from the side. Boss Wang sighed and asked, what do you think the price should be? Xiao Jia thought for a moment and said, if you want to get out as soon as possible, price-wise, it definitely has to be attractive, preferably affordable for all those warlocks. That was as good as not saying it. Boss Wang furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before speaking a figure. How about $2 million? If $2 million apiece can sell all the secret art inheritance in hand, then he can still pay off the debt to preserve the capital. Just as this time, white toss. When he heard Boss Wang's offer, Jia had a headache. Looks like the boss still hasn't recognized reality. It's such a time as this that it's really important to be half delusional. He thought about it and politely reminded, this price, I am afraid that it will make the buyers wait and see. Want to get out as soon as possible. My suggestion is that the price of each secret art inheritance don't exceed 1 million. Hearing Xiao Jia's suggestion, Boss Wang first sucked in a breath of cool air, then his face instantly turned red. Xiao Jia, you understand my situation. You let me sell hundreds of thousands of dollars each even if all of them are sold out. I cannot even pay off my debts. Might as well rot in my hands. Jia was helpless. He could understand the boss's feelings. The goods that were originally worth several $100 million now have to be sold off at 1/10 of the price in his place. He is also not willing to give up. But the situation now is that hundreds of thousands of dollars apiece, I'm afraid, may not be sold. This is something Xiao Jia did not dare to say. He was afraid of Boss Wang rage. Directly killed him. Seeing Xiao Jia's silence, Boss Wang was once again in deep thought. In the end, he chose to back off. Then price it at 990,000 apiece. It can't go any lower than that. Xiao Jia, go do it. He now had a total of hundreds of secret art inheritances in his hands. At $990,000 apiece, selling them all would pay off the Chao Guy and some of the other people's outside debts. As for the bank loan, he chose to pay it off slowly. As long as the industry in his hands remained, he still had a chance to rise again. Jia, however, was very unimpressed with Boss Wang's pricing. While it's true that $990,000 didn't break $1 million, what's the difference between that and $1 million? Now if the price wasn't attractive enough to allow customers to have the mentality of picking up the pieces, it would be impossible to sell hundreds of secret art inheritances in a short period of time. Once other peers also react and start rolling price wars, think about it. Just suddenly felt that it was time to prepare himself for a retreat. This crisis, the probability that the surname Wang will not be able to resist. He is afraid that if he does not jump off the ship in time, he will sink to the bottom of the sea with him. He is Wang Boss's beloved, and Wang Boss involved is too much. Want to get rid of, but it is not easy. By the way, Mr. Wang, I have an important piece of information on my side. Xiao Jia suddenly said. Mr. Wang sniffed and immediately inquired. What news? He hoped that what Jia brought would be good news. Xiao Jia said. When you entertained Boss Zhou in the afternoon, I asked someone to check that Boss Zhou's information, and found that that kid is not a businessman at all. A month ago, he was a powerless little yakuza, and owed a loan of $80,000. The shipment he's got is also a bit of an unknown origin. Hearing this, Mr. Wang first froze, then said, Xiao Jia, what you mean is, that kid already knew that the second wave of mystic art rain would appear today, and intentionally dug a big hole for me. This, Xiao Jia was a bit speechless, not knowing what kind of brain circuit this Wang surname had. He thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be so. After all, it's now accepted that the secret art inheritance was made by the gods, and he's a little yakuza who still knows what the gods intend to do. It's likely just a coincidence that he chose to strike in time." Chapter 48, I'm going to eat Wang. Jesus can't keep him. In response to Jia's statement, Boss Wang thought about it and was more approving. Yeah, the secret legacy is mysterious and mysterious from the heavens. To say that the gods are behind this is not an exaggeration at all. He's just a punk. What makes him think he'll know anything? I'm afraid that Boss Wang couldn't believe to death that Zhao Zhan was actually the Lord of the Moon, and that the secret art inheritance was completely under his control. It was precisely because Zhao Zhang knew that the news was so unbelievable that no one would even think in that direction, so he dared to pit Boss Wang so recklessly without fear of exposing his secret. Mr. Wang, is there any chance to make this kid spit out that money, said Xiao Jia. Boss Wang's eyes lit up when he heard this. If he could get back the $100 million from Zhao Zhang, then he would be able to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Not to say that the crisis was all lifted, but at least he wouldn't have to be like this. Where is that boy now? Boss Wang said grimly. By the looks of it, it seems like they want to rush right over and grab the money. If it was before, Boss Wang would definitely not have done that. He's been trying to find a legitimate business to transition into. After all, it's easy to get into the gray business and then it's all over. But now, Boss Wang couldn't care less. Protecting your own kingdom is important. It's right here in the province. Good. Go inform Biaozi. Tell him to bring someone with him and we'll go find him tonight. Wait, Mr. Wang, I haven't finished my words yet, Xiao Jia said hurriedly. Before that kid was a little yakuza, right? But now the situation is a little different. He is also a warlock and has joined the Warlock Authority in the provincial city. It is said that because of his good talent, he has gotten mixed up to a position as a sub-district brigadier. I think that's the backbone of that kid daring to run to the deal alone. Hearing this, Boss Wang immediately frowned. The other party has official status and is a leader, so that's not good. Gray businessmen like them are afraid of the officials. Xiao Jia, can't you just finish your sentence once and for all? Boss Wang said unhappily, speaking half-heartedly. If it was before, he would have punished the guy. The situation was different now, and he needed Jia's mind to come up with ideas to help himself out of his predicament. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, it's my fault. I'll slap you. Jia really smacked himself twice. It can be seen that although Boss Wang boasts of being a decent businessman, he actually manages his subordinates in the same way as a gangster. Okay, I didn't mean it. Boss Wang had a rare soft word to stop Jia's self-punishment. He then gritted his teeth and said, even if he's an official, he can't screw people over like this. No, I have to find him. Thinking of this, Boss Wang took out his cell phone, looked at the time, and directly dialed Zhao Zhang's WeChat call. Jia would have blocked it. His plan to get out of this is to take it all into his own hands. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he lowered it again, because he knew that as long as he was a normal person, he would certainly not be able to refund his money if he ran into this kind of thing. It's good to give Wang a head start. At this point in time, it was already after 5 in the evening. Zhao Zhang, who had just harvested $100 million, was in a good mood and was leisurely cooking, preparing to treat himself with a big meal before going to cultivate. Suddenly, a movement came from his new cell phone. Zhao Zhang picked it up and saw that it was actually a voice invitation from that Boss Wang. Zhao Zhang was not surprised that Boss Wang would come to his door. If it were him, he would be unbalanced in his heart after being screwed over by more than $100 million. Zhao Zhang thought about it and chose to connect. Hey Boss Wang, why are you calling me so late? Boss Wang's voice came from the opposite side. Captain Zhao, you're hiding deep enough. As soon as he heard this title, Zhao Zhang knew that Boss Wang had already grasped his basic information. In response, Zhao Zhang was not surprised, let alone flustered. Citizen information is still nominally protected these days, but in reality, it's long been leaked into a sieve, basically fraudulent organizations, with a handful of copies. With Boss Wang's connections, it was completely normal for him to find out his identity information in one afternoon. Why does Boss Wang have any instructions? Zhao Zhang said indifferently. He's not afraid of Boss Wang at all, because he is now the Warlock Authority, Divisional 5th Brigade leader. If Boss Wang's power was so huge that it had reached the point where he only had a hand in the world, perhaps he would still be scrupulous. And now Boss Wang, but a wandering in the gray area, cannot see the light of the stinking rats, simply do not have the courage to find him trouble. Not to mention, the state has zero tolerance for the black involvement piece. This was the main reason why Zhao Zhang chose Boss Wang as his target to pit. In front of him, Boss Wang couldn't jump. Boss Wang, he's eating it up. Captain Zhao, are you holding some secret knowing that the secret art inheritance will be dropped today? So you're deliberately punking me. Boss Wang from the opposite side spoke. In the face of this problem, Zhao Zhang did not panic at all and smiled. Boss Wang, you have a rich imagination. I suggest you change your profession to write novels. Oh, I heard that you came out to mix in your teens. You shouldn't have much culture. When I didn't say that, don't deny it. Captain Zhao, you suddenly sold all your inventory in one breath today. This is very abnormal. You must know something, Boss Wang said. Captain Zhao, you say, if I stir things up, will someone from above come to investigate you? Hurry up and stab. Now, Zhao Zhang faintly said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. He certainly couldn't fall for such a cheap fraud. Besides, even if Boss Wang did tell the story, who would take it seriously? Everyone would just think that it was just a coincidence. Taking a step back, if someone really came to investigate Zhao Zhang would have already thought of something to say. He must have thought of all the consequences if he dared to come out of the pit and was all ready to respond. Brother, identity aside, isn't it a bit unseemly for you to do this? Boss Wang, who was on the opposite side, finally gave in when he saw Zhao Zhang's oil and salt. No matter what, you've pitted me today, so you should always give me a statement. What the heck? Leaving aside the identity, you think you are XXNOC and forced to engage in privileges? Zhao Zhang nonchalantly scolded. Pit you? Our deal. You and I would like to. Fair and square. You dare to say that I picked you, surnamed Wang? Are you not a problem in the brain? At that time, the price that Zhao Zhang sold was the market price, even a little bit lower than the market price. No matter which way you put it, Zhao Zhang's behavior was not considered a pit. After all, the sudden arrival of the second wave of secret art rain was something that no one had expected. As for the name calling, what can I do if I'm scolded? You think the skin Zhao Zhang is wearing has no weight? $50 million. Boss Wang on the opposite side suddenly said, brothers, what happened this afternoon? You also know, whether you are intentional or unintentional, I am considered to have taken your plate. Now I have heavy losses on my side. You return to me $50 million, and this matter will be settled. Get out. Zhao Zhang spat out a word, then directly hung up and blacked him out. When faced with people like Boss Wang, and things like this, you have to be tough to the end. If he did refund the money, it would rather be more of a sign that he has a problem. It will also make people think that he is weak and vulnerable. Chapter 49. Suddenly, the monsters are coming. When Zhao Zhang had dinner, the time was already 7 in the evening. First he took out his cell phone and surfed the web for a while. On the internet, the hot topic at the moment is today's secret rain. Countless netizens are talking about it. Ha, it's so cool to grab a petrification inheritance today. I didn't grab anything and got into a fight with someone, broke my glasses off and cried. I have to say, this afternoon was a real mess. I've seen people moving their knives. Indeed chaotic, especially those warlocks, directly put skills to grab. I estimate that the deaths and injuries must be heavy today. Luckily, the armed police stepped in later and fired their guns to maintain order. Otherwise, it wouldn't necessarily have died down by now. I snagged a wind blade art inheritance. Although I already have it, it still makes me excited. According to the current market price, this snag is a big flat set. Where is the brother upstairs? A big flat so cheap you can get it for a few $100,000. What hundreds of thousands of secret art inheritance price? Not millions. It dropped so much today and still wants to maintain the high price. Do you think it's possible now that there are already hoarders selling off the secret art inheritance in large quantities? Hundreds of thousands apiece. The price has plummeted by nearly 10 times. I have paid the deposit for the villa. I am ready to take out the 2 secret art inheritances in my hand to exchange for money to pay the final payment. And now you are telling me that the secret art inheritance is not worth much. It's worth it or it's worth it. This thing is just what warlocks need no matter what. Just don't expect it to sell for the high price it did before. And if there's a third wave of mystic spells raining down, the price is going to go down. Crying, I have been hiding a fireball magic. I was about to take it for money in the near future, but I didn't expect to hear the bad news. Sure enough, ordinary people like us can't even catch up with the heat by eating. Don't be sad. What should really be sad is that those speculators before the price of the secret art inheritance is that they raised their hands, also hoarded a large number of secret art inheritance. This wave can let them blood loss to the jump. Ha, deservedly so. Rogue traders all deserve to die. Seeing the comments from these netizens, Zhao Zhang smiled. Regarding the plummeting price of the secret art inheritance, he was certainly clear about it as an existence that was personally manipulating it. Several $100,000 apiece? That's still a bit expensive. It seems that there will have to be another wave of secret art rain in the next few days, so that the secret art inheritance will fall to a cabbage price. Yes, Zhao Zhang was prepared to beat the price of the secret art inheritance to a cabbage price, so that the group of treacherous merchants surnamed Wang would have no chance of turning over a new leaf. Adulterers and all that. He hated it. More importantly, of course, it was to make sure that the majority of warlocks Everyone had a secret technique available to them. As far as he understood, warlocks without secret art inheritance had very weak abilities, and once the monster came, not to mention protecting his family, he was afraid that it would be difficult to even protect himself. Zhao Zhang knew that the real enemy hadn't actually arrived yet. Those monsters, they're just appetizers. He needed to raise the power of all mankind as soon as possible in order for human civilization to survive the calamity. Thinking about the real enemy, Zhao Zhang had a sense of urgency in his heart. He immediately turned off his cell phone and entered a state of cultivation. The current Zhao Zhang liked it more and more. This feeling of slowly becoming stronger. The fact that he dared to pit the one surnamed Wan was the powerful confidence that the increase in strength gave him. I don't know how much time has passed. Woo! The ear-piercing air raid siren suddenly sounded, cutting through the quiet dark night. In the apartment, Zhao Zhang snapped awake. Although he had just been in a state of oblivious cultivation, it didn't mean that he knew nothing about what was happening in the real world. In fact, when warlocks practiced, their bodies and brains, indeed, would be very relaxed, but their sense of hearing and smell and whatnot did not diminish. If there was any movement around, it could still wake up the warlocks who were practicing. Of course, forcibly awakening from the cultivation state would cause some negative reactions in the body. For example, right now, Zhao Zhang was feeling numb. This was because his body was absorbing the thunder spiritual energy, and only after it was absorbed would this paralysis disappear. After Zhao Zhang woke up, he quickly glanced at the time and realized that it was already past 2 in the morning. At this point in time, countless people in the country are asleep. The air raid sirens outside, still blaring, were very piercing. Definitely not a staged attack in the middle of the night like this. It must be the same as last time, with monsters coming. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang immediately got up and got out of bed. Then from under the bed, he took out a few long metal tubes. Although there was some paralyzing sensation in his body, he forced himself to endure it and it didn't affect his movement. As for these long metal tubes, after the last monster invasion incident, Zhao Zhang deliberately went to the nearby hardware processing factory and had them specially customized, only to see that after he took out several long metal tubes, he quickly spliced them together, and in a few breaths of effort, the length of the long metal tubes exceeded 3 meters. Then the metal spearhead was attached, and a steel lance with a length of 4 meters was completed. With his spear in hand, Zhao Zhang rushed out of the apartment. He didn't choose to take the elevator. For one thing, it wasn't tall enough to fit, even if it was angled. Also, choosing to take the elevator when this situation arises is foolish behavior. Because of the narrow space of the elevator, once the monsters attacked and were trapped in it, they could only wait for death. It's a good thing Zhao Zhang lives on the 7th floor. With his current physical strength, going down 7 floors in one breath was nothing. When Zhao Zhang had just rushed out of the apartment building, he saw the armed police patrolling outside, already ready for battle. At this point in time, there were almost no other pedestrians on the streets, except for the armed police. However, the surrounding neighborhood was in an uproar, and there was a lot of commotion, so I guess the residents were awakened. There were quite a few houses with lights that came on. That's actually pretty stupid. Turning on the lights at this time of day is a surefire way to attract monsters. It's a good thing there aren't too many stupid people out there, and most residents chose to leave their lights on, close their doors and windows, and even turn off their air conditioners and hide in their homes to keep quiet. It seems that after the last time, everyone has more or less gained some experience. At this point, Zhao Zhang's cell phone vibrated. It was his boss, Wang Weigua, who sent the message as a group. Monsters are about to attack. All people act immediately, under the premise of ensuring their own safety, must kill the monsters, to ensure the safety of people's lives. Those who are brave enough to kill the enemy will be rewarded. This crisis should be considered as a pre-employment test for all of you. In addition, the administrative level of our Warlock Authority is higher than that of the local police station. Especially if there are monsters attacking, you have the priority of law enforcement, and you can order the nearby police force to assist you in killing the enemy. Speaking up, the current members of the Warlock Authority, who have only just completed their military training and have yet to be officially inducted, have yet to receive even their basic equipment and communication devices. Otherwise, Wang Weigua wouldn't have used such a backward way to inform everyone. Chapter 50, An Abnormal Woman, Begging for Monthly Votes. Copy that. Zhao Zhang returned a message and then carried his steel lance towards those armed police officers. The last time the monster attacked, he was able to hide from it. This time, with his duties on the line, it was hard to hide. In addition, Zhao Zhang didn't want to hide. He still had some confidence in his current strength, and he also wanted to test the results of his cultivation. Even if you can't defeat the monster, I'm sure it won't be hard to escape. Hello guys. Zhao Zhang stood in front of the armed police officers and said, I'm the Warlock Administration, Woyang Subdivision, and the captain of the 5th Brigade. This is my ID. Next, I hope that you guys can cooperate with me in killing the monsters. The opposite side of the armed police captain swept a glance at the documents in Zhao Zhang's hand, and then looked at Zhao Zhang himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up and said, I remember you, Zhao, Captain, the last monster invasion. You killed 2 monsters. Your ability, it seems to be thunder. Zhao Zhang nodded. He had long since recognized the armed police from last time. Seeing Zhao Zhang's acknowledgement, the few armed police officers were all shaken in spirit, with some joy faintly showing on their faces. In the last monster invasion incident, Zhao Zhang's toughness had given them a deep impression, and having Zhao Zhang's help at the moment had alleviated their fear. Captain Zhao, what do we need to do to cooperate with you? The armed police captain asked in a hurry. Zhao Zhang didn't think about it for a moment, because he hadn't even seen the monster. In addition, he didn't have any experience against the enemy, and asking him to formulate tactics in advance was definitely making things difficult for him. Zhao Zhang thought for a moment and said, give me a walkie-talkie first. If I need your support later, I'll say it over the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, the captain of the armed police immediately took down his own walkie-talkie and handed it to Zhao Zhang. He himself, from his subordinate side, took a new one. Captain Zhao, you use this one of mine. All the functions have been adjusted. If you have any requests, just order directly. At the moment of emergency, Zhao Zhang didn't waste any time being modest, and after receiving the walkie-talkie, he clipped it onto his collar. It is now 2028, and the police walkie-talkies, too, have long since stopped being as bulky as they were before, appearing very small and delicate. Zhao Zhang clipped it to his collar, about the same as carrying a breast, without the slightest impact or discomfort. Speaking of which, this time the monster. How come it hasn't appeared yet? An armed police officer looked up at the sky and asked strangely. Last time the monster. Didn't it come very soon? That kind of reminded the crowd. Everyone also felt that the delay in the appearance of the monster was a bit unusual this time. There was nothing in the night sky. Another armed police officer spoke up and asked, Captain, should we spread out and look elsewhere first? The armed police captain sniffed and frowned. To be honest, the tactics and experience he had mastered were all used to deal with criminals, and when faced with unknown monsters, he was actually in 2 minds. Not much better than Zhao Zhang. Captain Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Zhang frowned at his words and thought for a moment. I suggest we stay together. The situation tonight is a bit off. Don't spread out so we won't be broken up individually. This statement caused several armed police officers to nod their heads. They're also feeling a little uneasy. It's better when the monster shows up in time. It's more frightening when the monster is late. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Under the night sky, there was still no sign of the monster. The crowd wondered even more. What's going on? No monsters tonight? It looks as if it is. Didn't the Bureau's previous notification confirm that the temporal rift, again, has appeared high in the sky? Maybe this time there's just a temporal rift and no monsters. A few armed guards couldn't help but murmur. Even Zhao Zhan was full of doubts. Is it true that this time only cracks appeared and no monsters came over? At this time, Zhao Zhang noticed that in a hotel in front of him, a figure walked out of the front door. By the look of it, it was a girl with long, flowing hair. The time now, close to 3 in the morning. It would have been relatively normal for someone to be out and about at this hour. After all, it's possible that you're out for a snack because you're hungry. Or it's possible that you're out for birth control because you realized you didn't have any when you were doing your errands. But tonight things are different. The air raid siren's less than half an hour old. Who'd be so big-headed as to come out here without taking it seriously? So, the woman ran out and immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Captain, I'm going over there. An armed police officer volunteered. The armed police captain nodded and barked. Be careful. Understood. The young armed police officer received approval and immediately stood up and approached towards the woman. He appeared cautious and was careful all the way. When it got closer, the young armed police officer looked closely and realized that the other party was indeed a human being and did not look the least bit abnormal in appearance. Hey, miss, why are you still out so late? Just now the air raid siren. Didn't you hear it? The armed police officer said, his eyes tightly staring at the other party, not letting his guard down in the slightest. This is not a movie. He's not a brain-dead drag queen either. Therefore, even if the other party was a very young and beautiful woman, he was still very defensive. Not only did he keep a sufficient distance, but just now, as he spoke, his hands did not leave the gun at all. At the sound of the young armed policeman's voice, the woman stopped in her tracks. She first glanced at the young armed police officer. Then, she turned her direction and slowly approached towards the young armed police officer, with a very creepy fake smile on his face. Seeing this, the young armed police officer immediately backed up while warning, "Stop, I told you to stop. One more step and I'll shoot." However, in the face of the young armed police officer's stern warning, the woman did not move in the slightest and still wore a fake smile as she approached the young armed police officer step by step. It's as if you didn't hear it. As long as it's not a cutie. It's obvious to all that this woman is not normal. The young armed police officer naturally noticed that something was wrong. Only, he didn't dare to actually shoot. Because, from the looks of it, the woman was an ordinary civilian. As an armed police officer, if he shot at a civilian, the subsequent trouble would be very great. Not to mention it's a residential neighborhood. The street. Maybe there's someone in the surrounding residential buildings with a cell phone taking pictures. In case the person came out just to seek death. Or just had a brain problem. If he shot him in the street, there would definitely be big trouble behind him. And losing his job would be considered light. So, the young armed policeman could only step back. And this abnormal woman, keep his distance. Zhao Zhang and the others at the back naturally noticed the abnormality. The crowd immediately rushed over. What's going on? The armed police captain asked in a hurry. The young armed police officer hurriedly said what had just happened. Then continued, Captain, she is very wrong. The crowd's eyes turned toward the woman. The woman, seeing so many people come out, had a hesitant look on her face and stood still. The two sides were in the street, forming a standoff. I'm begging you guys and gals, give me some monthly votes. If you don't have any, you can comment more often. Don't make the author feel like he's playing a single-player game, okay? Chapter 51, Form like lightning, gun out like a dragon. Zhao Zhang had eaten dozens of fruits of life, and the fruit of life had changed him in every way, so to speak. Not only his physique, even his 5 senses and 6 senses had been strengthened to a considerable extent. Even in the darkness of the night, Zhao Zhang's eyesight was stronger than that of an ordinary person. The woman in front of her, Zhao Zhang had noticed when she revealed her weird smile earlier. To be honest, that kind of smile where the mouth smiles and the eyes don't. It's so fake that it doesn't even look like a smile. It's more like the mouth is uncontrollably cracked. It's oozing to look at. He could be sure that this woman in front of him definitely had a problem. There are quite a few people in the surrounding neighborhoods with cell phones. Shooting at this side, Zhao Zhang said in a low voice. It's not convenient to move your weapons. Let me try her. These armed police officers had rifles in their hands, and once they opened fire, in case the opposite side was really human, then they would be in great trouble. Zhao Zhang was different. The weapon in his hand was a steel lance, so he didn't need to stab people directly. He just needed to electrocute the other party to know what kind of goods they were. As for why you don't just go ahead and subdue. If the other party is a monster in disguise, wouldn't it be a death wish to approach? The armed guards nodded at the words, then dispersed in a very silent manner, raising their guns and aiming at the woman. Once the woman showed her monster face, they wouldn't hesitate to shoot. Subsequently, Zhao Zhang came across to the woman. At this time, the woman, still standing in place, did not have the slightest intention of escaping, and seemed to be hesitating about something. Zhao Zhang didn't have any nonsense. He immediately raised his gun and drew it towards the woman's leg. At the same time, he released a trace of electric current that spread along the steel lance. Crackle! The current was the speed of light, and almost the instant Zhao Zhang released it, the tip of the steel lance shone with electricity, very conspicuous in the darkness of the night. As for the weird woman, when she saw Zhao Zhang's thunderbolt, a look of fear finally appeared on her face. The moment the thunder lance swept over, the woman's aura changed and she jumped violently. She jumped very high. Not only did he easily dodge Zhao Zhang's spear, he even jumped directly on top of the street lamp and crouched on top of it like an ape. Generally speaking, the height of streetlights on municipal roads is usually around 8 to 14 meters. Can a human jump to such a height in a single leap? Apparently not. The world high jump champion couldn't do it. What's more, after this woman jumped on the street lamp, she could still crouch steadily on the top of the street lamp, stepping on the street lamp bracket to shake, crunching, but not fall off. Even though the crowd had long been suspicious of this woman, they were still a bit surprised to see this scene. At this point, there is no need to be skeptical. The scene in front of me was enough to show that this woman was the monster. Fire! The armed police captain roared and took the lead, aiming at the woman on the streetlight and pulling the trigger. Ta-da-da-da! At once, gunshots rang out, piercing the silent blackness of the night. The residents in the surrounding neighborhood, all of them were startled, and thought it was the last monster attack, and hurriedly took their families to hide, not daring to make the slightest sound. However, there were quite a few bold ones who quietly came to the window and observed the movements outside. Then they saw it, the scene of a lifetime. PFFFFFFFF. The armed police officer's shots were accurate, and many of the bullets, directly hitting the strange woman, made a dull thumping sound. At this time, the crowd did not have time to think about why the monster would appear in the image of a human being. The immediate priority was to eliminate the monster. Unfortunately, as before, the bullets didn't do the killing. Chirp! The strange woman seemed to be pained by the bullet, and a growl shaped like a wild boar came out of her mouth. Next moment, the strange woman catapulted violently, directly stomping off the streetlight bracket, and she also used the powerful rebound force to quickly move her entire body out of its original position. She did not flee. Instead, with a fierce face, she lunged towards one of the armed police officers. From this, it could be seen that this humanoid monster seemed to possess a vengeful heart. Watching the strange woman pounce, the armed police officer was horrified. The opponent's speed was too fast for him to dodge. In the nick of time, a long spear, glittering with thunder, flew from the side and stabbed at the strange woman in midair. It was Zhao Zheng who made a timely move. The weird woman moved so fast that the armed police were just ordinary people and couldn't keep up with their reactions. But Zhao Zheng is different. He had eaten so many fruits of life that his eyes even possessed excellent dynamic capture vision, and his body's reaction exceeded that of a normal person by a lot. To put it simply, the current Zhao Zheng possessed the same reflexes as a civet cat. Having him dodge bullets might be a bit of a stretch, but it was still possible to keep up with the weird woman. The shot, appropriately just right, stopped the weird woman in her path. The weird thing was that the monster was extremely flexible. Even in midair with nowhere to borrow strength, she still made evasive maneuvers to avoid Zhao Zheng's strike. Since she had chosen to avoid it, it was impossible to continue attacking the armed police. That armed police officer picked up a life. When the strange woman landed on the ground, her eyes gave Zhao Zheng a scornful look. The opponent seemed to be somewhat afraid of Zhao Zheng's thunder power. Next moment, the strange woman suddenly turned her head, turned and ran. She ran in a very strange position, on her hands and knees, like an animal, on the ground, but at a very high speed. In just the blink of an eye, he distanced himself from the crowd. After them, the armed police captain had just shouted, when he saw a bolt of lightning that whizzed past him. It was Zhao Zheng. The moment he realized that the strange woman was about to escape, Zhao Zheng seized the opportunity and unleashed his ability, Running Thunder Blast. More than half a month ago, he tested it on the Warlock Authority's track and ran 100 meters in just 3 seconds with it, and that was still because he hadn't given it his all. Now that half a month has passed, his strength has risen even higher, and his running thunder dash is even more exaggerated, truly like a bolt of lightning, only to see him covered in thunder. He rushed out several hundred meters away in a flash of lightning. In the darkness of the night, this scene was extremely dazzling, even though the strange woman ran very fast, like a cheetah. However, Zhao Zheng still caught up with her in an instant. Then, the gun came out like a dragon and pierced through it with a single shot, pinning it to the ground in death. At the same time, Zhao Zheng unleashed the power of thunder and discharged it with all his might. Crackle! The weird woman didn't even have time to let out a scream, and she died straight away. In a few breaths, a charred odor emanated. Actually, just now, if the strange woman didn't run and chose to fight, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Zheng to take her down. However, when she ran, she directly exposed her back to Zhao Zheng, which was tantamount to seeking her own death, and actively gave Zhao Zheng the opportunity to kill her with a single blow. Seeing that the strange woman had completely lost her movement, Zhao Zheng was relieved and stopped the discharge. When he turned his head, he saw the armed police officers, all of them with shocked expressions. Obviously, they were greatly shocked by Zhao Zheng's performance just now. Chapter 52 Parasitism. Zhao Zheng didn't care about the gazes of the armed police officers. At the moment, he was looking towards the weird woman. This monster, after he killed it, didn't just melt like the previous bat monster. Although the body was a bit charred from the electricity, it still retained human physical features. Zhao Zheng frowned slightly. He guessed that the weird woman was probably human before she turned into a monster. I just don't know if there are any monster cores. He was tempted to cut open the body and look for it, but the moment wasn't quite right. Too many people were looking this way. Afterwards, Zhao Zheng's gaze was directed towards the hotel on the side of the road. Since the first place the strange woman appeared was that hotel, I believe there should be an answer there. Come 2 men, follow me to the hotel, Zhao Zheng greeted. The captain of the armed police immediately stepped forward while commanding, Xiao Tang will go with me. You guys stay here, keep an eye on the corpse, prohibit anyone from approaching, and be careful to stay alert. Understood, the other armed police officers said in unison. Afterwards, the captain of the armed police, as well as a young armed police officer, and Zhao Zheng, the 3 of them together, walked towards the hotel. As soon as you enter the door, the 3 were then taken aback. The receptionist of the hotel was seen, collapsed in a pool of blood, with a huge hole in his head, which was so black that it seemed the brain tissue was gone. Zhao Zheng just swept a glance and noticed that there was surveillance on the ceiling. There's surveillance here. The captain of the armed police understood Zhao Zheng's meaning. In fact, he and Zhao Zheng thought of each other, and immediately ordered, Xiao Tang, quickly call up the surveillance. The young man surnamed Tang sniffed and immediately went into the bar and operated the computer. The guy seemed to be a computer guy, very familiar with computers, and quickly found the surveillance records. Even, The identity information registered when the weird woman came to the room when she was alive was found. According to the information on the strange woman was originally a normal person, surnamed Zhai. This year is only 23 years old. At 9:30 p.m., and a heterosexual came to open a room, living in the second floor of a queen-size bedroom, more than 2 a.m. After the air raid siren sounded, the corridor monitoring shows that the Miss Zhai, but also panicked from the room, ran out, but was soon accompanied by her heterosexual companions, to pull back. About 10 minutes later, when Ms. Zhai came out of the room again, her whole demeanor changed. It became wooden, strange, and cold. Even looking at the surveillance replay footage, it still gives a sense of eeriness. The three found that when Ms. Zhai reappeared in the corridor, at first, even walking unsteadily, some wobbling, not to mention the body movements are not coordinated, but soon, she mastered the walking instincts. As she passed another room, she seemed to hear some kind of commotion coming from inside, and instantly crashed through the door and rushed in. It didn't take long for a shirtless man to run out of that room, full of panic. Only, just as he rushed to the door, a tentacle-like object came from behind and shot through his head before dragging him back inside the room. Seeing this scene, all three of them were a bit chilled. A few minutes later, when Ms. Zhai reappeared in the corridor, she kept coming towards the first floor. In the hallway, silence fell. Without the armed police captain's command, the youth surnamed Tang switched to the front desk monitor. In the surveillance, Ms. Zhai went downstairs, found the cashier hiding in the front desk, and immediately pounced on her. It was only then that the three people saw her tongue, like a frog, can instantly spit out, like an arrow, stuck into the cashier's head, and then gurgle sucking. Must be the brain tissue in the cashier's skull. This is how the disappearance of the disappearance. After Ms. Zhai finished sucking the cashier's brain tissue, she stood up and walked towards the street outside without a care in the world for the body at her feet. Everything that happened next was known to all three. Go check upstairs. Zhao Zhang dropped these words and walked towards the second floor. Due to the narrow space of the stairway, he had to twist the long gun in his hand, down the center, into a short gun, and a steel pipe, held in both hands. The captain of the armed police in Xiaotang also followed, holding up their rifles, ready to give Zhao Zheng cover. The three were in the corridor, careful, and soon passed the first room with an open door. Just by sweeping a glance, the three of them frowned, their faces hard. The room was messy and above all very bloody. It contained the bodies of a man and a woman, and both had, like the cashier downstairs, a large hole in their heads, which were empty and the brain tissue had disappeared. The three of them understood very well that this kind of monster feeds on human brains. Continuing on, we came to the room 209 where that Ms. Zhai stayed. The room was equally chaotic and bloody. There was a middle-aged man, probably in his 30s, collapsed in a pool of blood, dead in his eyes. His head, likewise, had a large hole cut into it, and his brain tissue was gone. Captain Zhao, look over here. Don Jr. suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. Zhao Zhang followed his gaze and looked towards the ground by the window. On the floor by the foot of the bed, there was an unknown object that was dark and shaped like a duck egg. There was also a gaping hole in the black duck's egg, and it looked as if something had come out of it. Zhao Zhang's gaze, looking towards the window, found that there was a piece of glass on the window that had a hole smashed in it. When the three saw this, they all understood the cause and effect. This thing, it should have fallen from the sky, smashed through the window from outside, and fell into the room. Then, an unknown being ran out from inside, first infecting that Miss Zhai, turning her into a monster, and then eating this Mr. Zhou's brain, the armed police captain speculated. Then Ms. Zhai left the room, and as she passed by room 206, she heard a commotion inside, so she crashed through the door and killed all two people inside, eating their brains. Though it ate the brains of three people in one sitting, the monster was not satisfied and continued on to the first floor, where it found the night cashier at the front desk and, as it had done, ate her brain as well. This monster, he really has a love for brains. Immediately after that, the monster came outside and was spotted by us. Speaking of this, the armed police captain summarized. It seems that the monster brought by tonight's temporal rift is this kind of thing. When it first appeared, it was so small and black in appearance that it was hard to be detected. Regarding the judgment of the armed police captain, Zhao Zhang and Xiao Tang both agreed more, because it's the obvious thing to do. Xiao Tang couldn't help but mutter, this routine, it's very much like those vicious foreign thriller movies. When the captain of the armed police and Zhao Zhang heard this, they didn't refute it because it was indeed very similar. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang added, through the surveillance footage just now, we can find that this monster has a strong ability to adapt. When it just possessed Ms. Zhai, it couldn't control its body properly and couldn't even walk steadily. By the time she ran into us, not only was she able to move freely, she was also able to show a smile, although that smile was even worse than crying. That's what's most troublesome. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhang's face became grave. The monsters that fell this time are definitely not just this one. We must hurry and find them out as soon as possible. Otherwise, when they have fully adapted to the human body, it will be very difficult to find them out again. To have such monsters mixing among us humans is disturbing to think about. At these words, the armed police captain and Xiao Tang, their faces went a few shades of white. P.S. Good news, it's on the overall list of new books. Bad news, the ranking is very backward. So, please, 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 please. Chapter 53, Thunder King, famous in China. Zhao Zhang didn't waste any time and immediately reported the situation to Wang Weigua. The armed police captain likewise chose to report the matter to the police. This matter immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The news quickly reached the capital. For in the morning, the door to Minister Yang's office was knocked on. Enter! He shot up and shouted. From the time he heard the air raid siren, Yang Yu woke up from his sleep and quickly rushed to the unit to sit down. He had been informed about everything that had happened tonight, and he knew that a new monster had appeared. Now is the time to wait for the latest news. The door was pushed open and his secretary walked in. Minister, the latest results have come out. Over at the research institute, the body of an infected person was deconstructed, and it was found that after parasitizing the human body, this monster dives into the head and then devours the brain tissue, connecting itself to the central nervous system and giving orders to the human body. The secretary said as she handed over a piece of information. Yang Yu flipped through the folder, and the first thing that caught his eye was a monster photo. The true face of the monster's hut was a soft-bodied worm never seen before, oval in shape and covered with tiny tentacles, like a fist-sized sarcoma. Even if Yang Yu was knowledgeable enough, at the first sight of this kind of monster, he still felt chills running down his body. Waiting for Yang Yu to finish flipping through the information about the monsters, the secretary handed over another piece of information and said, "This is the information that was sent from Luzhou City. Some of the speculations about the monsters on it came from a warlock named Zhao Zhang, who believes that it is important to rush the monsters to try to find them before they become completely familiar with human behavior, and to eliminate them in advance. Once these monsters are allowed to familiarize themselves with the human body and mix amongst us humans, the consequences will be endless." Yang Yu nodded his head as he flipped through the information. This young man, what he said is very insightful. The secretary added, "Minister, tonight's monster has made quite a few people feel uneasy inside. The propaganda department over there thinks that this young man named Zhao Zhang can be set up as a heroic example to boost morale." Yang Yu sniffed and pondered for a moment, then nodded his head in approval. This young man has courage and skill. His strength is excessive. He deserves the word hero. When Zhao Zhang returned to his apartment, the time was already past 4 in the morning. He didn't sleep, because it's just not possible to sleep. The appearance of parasitic monsters made him feel a little uneasy inside, and he suspected that some unimaginable and very tricky monsters were likely to appear in the future. It's imperative to raise your strength as soon as possible. Not just me, but all of humanity needs to be strong enough to deal with the next crisis. With this thought in mind, Zhao Zhang took out his old phone, then opened War of Civilizations. Moonbase, it's running fine, no problems. The current progress, however, is stuck at the upgrade level. Zhao Zhang had already prepared many of the materials needed for those building upgrades, but now he was missing a very crucial thing, monster crystals. Upgrading a building would require at least a few dozen monster crystals. I don't know how long it would take him to get it if he were to collect it slowly on his own. Can't wait, gotta think of something else. By 6 o'clock in the morning, outside the street, suddenly sounded a loud horn. The general meaning is that, starting immediately, the whole country to do a population census, requiring every family, all go to the local neighborhood committee report. Hearing the horn, Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up. Obviously, this move is specifically for parasitic monsters. I think the top management has already thought of it. The way to make the monsters current, in the neighborhood committee, must have already laid a dragnet. For a while, it started to get rowdy outside. It looks like a very large number of people didn't sleep last night. After a while, the horn sounded again. This time the content was different. It was specifically to remind the public, if they find people with abnormal behavior, they must call the police in time. Wait until after 7. Zhao Zhang ate 2 loaves of bread and put on his brand new uniform. His uniform, which was somewhat similar to an active duty police uniform, was a different color though, mainly black. When this set of uniform was put on, it made Zhao Zhang look very spiritual and heroic. He then walked out of the apartment, got into his newly purchased car, and went to work. Today was his first official day of reporting to work, and Zhao Zhang didn't want to be late. The sub-district office is located next to the district police station. The reason for this location was also to join forces with the local police force and work together. After all, the Warlock Authority was only a grassroots organization, and there were bound to be areas of inexperience. So it would be good to have the police department to help show them the ropes. When Zhao Zhang's car drove to the gate of the sub-district, the security guard at the gate saw his uniform and let him in directly, while also warmly reminding him that when the license plate number came down, he could enter it into the computer, so that he would be able to enter directly in the future. Zhao Zhang then drove the car to the parking lot. When he got out of the car, he found many new cars in the parking lot, all domestic SUVs, with the words Warlock Enforcement Team spray-painted on the doors. I'm sure these SUVs, they're the Warlock Authority's buses. Zhao Zhang was about to take the elevator to the upper floors when a Mercedes-Benz Big G came rushing in and stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing a white, cute, pretty face. Captain, good morning. The person who came was none other than Suing Shui. When she saw Zhao Zhang, she seemed happy and immediately said, Captain, wait for me to park the car. Zhao Zhang smiled and nodded. This girl was not a bad driver, and soon backed into the garage. And when she parked her car and came down, the two of them were paired up. Captain, you were awesome last night. That was awesome. Suing Shui said heartily. Zhao Zhang, that sounds a little ambiguous. Luckily there's no one around. Even Zhao Zhang's face was calm. Before killing the monster last night, he noticed that there were quite a few people in the surrounding neighborhoods who were filming with their cell phones. It was presumably filmed his kill and then transmitted to the internet and was seen by Suing Shui. Suing Shui said, now who doesn't know that video of you killing the enemy has long rushed to the first hot search. The whole network burst into flames. Even the central newspaper came to evaluate you, saying you are a hero. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang froze. He had been thinking last night about how he should upgrade his base as soon as possible, but he hadn't been paying attention to the internet. I didn't realize that he'd actually become a big hit on the internet. Zhao Zhang immediately took out his cell phone and opened Weibo, then checked the hot search list. Thunder Warlock. It's the #1 hot news story on the hot search list, and when you click on it, it's the video of him killing the weird woman last night. At this time, the heat of this hot news exploded. The amount of topics had broken 7 million, and it was reproduced by countless media outlets, among which there were many official media outlets, such as the Central Newspaper, People's Morning Post, and other official mouthpiece newspapers. It's not even 8 a.m. yet. It's been amazing to have this kind of heat. Chapter 54, Warlocks are the future of humanity. Asterisk. This dude is awesome, powerful indeed. Even I have to admit that he's a little bit better than me. That woman is the monster that appeared last night is so powerful. Speed is too fast. The ability to bounce is also very amazing. The most important thing is that is actually humanoid is not difficult to distinguish. How did this monster appear? How come there was no movement at all on my side last night except for the air raid sirens? Even the official media is praising it. This dude is going to be on fire. Little brother is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Blind date. This fairy is 1 meter 48 tall, weighs 79 kilograms, and squats for a boyfriend who is as handsome as her little brother. So the Warlock is already this strong? That shot was a bit of a stunner, to be sure, mainly because of the speed. That shot from this dude really showed me what it means to be as fast as lightning, shining with thunder all over his body. He seems like the legendary Thunder God. I am optimistic about him becoming a true Thunder God, so why not just call him Thunder God? Thor is too low, might as well be called Thunder Law King. The netizens were very lively in their discussions, and for the most part, the reviews are positive. Anyone with eyes can see that the weird woman in the video who was able to jump up and down in a single bound is the monster. Zhao Zhang was killing monsters, so he was naturally recognized by humans. Many netizens even give him nicknames. What Thunder God, Thunder Jinzi, Thunder Dharma King, and other nicknames. Very much. Zhao Zhang also noticed that some netizens had created a current Warlock power ranking based on recently collected Warlock videos, and he was ranked first. Don't tell me. This list, actually, is quite recognized by netizens. Seeing the people discussing him more and more, Zhao Zhang was a bit confused. Granted, the age of the internet is the age of open information, but this is spreading a little too fast. Something happened last night around 3 a.m., came overnight and it was a big hit all over the internet. Similar situations are not unheard of, but they are rare. Before that, it was usually the celebrity netizens who had a scandal big enough to flip the script. After all, it's obvious that netizens bring their own traffic and have many leaks following them, and Zhao Zhang could have been unknown before. Thinking about this, Zhao Zhang felt that his fire was abnormal, and that there should be a force that was pushing him behind the scenes. Captain, You are now hotter than all those internet stars. Suing Shui smiled and said, even my parents, they know about you. They heard that you are my captain, and want me to mix well with you. Zhao Zhang came back to his senses and joked, okay, then I'll take you flying from now on. Good, it's a deal. While the two were talking, the elevator had come to the first floor. When the two stepped out of the elevator, they found that there were already many of their co-workers, who had arrived earlier than they had. As for those co-workers, their eyes lit up when they saw Zhao Zhang appear. Apparently, Zhao Zhang had really become a celebrity. To be honest, he didn't like it. He carries a secret, and the lower the profile for him, the better. Next, it's all about the onboarding process. Getting your personal equipment, and finalizing your position, are some of the chores that need to be taken care of. As the captain, Zhao Zhang had an office of his own. Of course, as a law enforcement brigade, he was to be constantly out on missions, and the chances of sitting in an office were, for sure, few. By the time everything was done, the time was after 9 in the morning. At this time, the 12 captains came to Wang Weigua's office. Looking at the 12 capable generals, Wang Weigua did not hold those false head. Straight to the point. This is the information of the monster that appeared last night. It is a monster that can parasitize human bodies. Once parasitized, ordinary people will quickly turn into their puppets and become their monster bodies. In addition to being able to parasitize the human body, it has now been discovered that they are also able to parasitize livestock animals and that the animals are much more destructive when they are parasitized. The good thing about this monster is that it can't parasitize warlocks, so the warlock community is safe to exclude. Now our main task is to find all these monsters, all of them, in order to put an end to them. When you guys go back later, immediately carry your team members and go to support each street area. Once the monsters appear, kill them without amnesty. If there are no other questions, get lost. From this, it is also evident that Wang Weigua is a straightforward man who likes to be straightforward. This kind of person is often not good at slipping up, and I'm sure this is the main reason why he has been a soldier for more than 40 years before he has gotten to the rank of a captain. Given their assignments, the captains frowned and left the director's office. Zhao Zhang was just about to leave when suddenly, Wang Weigua's voice came from behind him. Captain Zhao, stay for a moment. The other captain sniffed and gave Zhao Zhang a meaningful look before leaving only Zhao Zhang with a foggy head. When all the people were gone, Wang Weigua greeted them. Sit. Zhao Zhang sat down across from Wang Weigua and didn't say anything. I've been informed that the higher-ups intend to use you as a typical example, to set an example and boost morale. Wang Weigua said. So, you should always pay attention to your words and behavior, so that you don't get caught on the bad side of the camera. Zhao Zhang sniffed indistinctly. He finally realized why he was so hot. It turned out to be an official push. This kind of thing, however, was not what he wanted. Director, can I refuse? Zhao Zhang asked. Why? Wang Weigua frowned. This is good for you. With a golden body like this, as long as you don't make any big mistakes behind you, you definitely have a great future. It's nothing, I just don't really like being in the limelight like that, Zhao Zhang calmly said. Wang Weigua sniffed and shook his head and laughed. I'm afraid not. Who let you kid last night performance so good? Look at the official evaluation of you. Courageous and bold. The words have been said. Can they be withdrawn? Zhao Zhang frowned at his words and had to pinch his nose and admit it. He believed that netizens were forgetful, and when the heat of this went down, it would return to normal. By the way, Chief, there's something I'd like to consult you about. Oh, what is it? Among the bodies of the monsters that invaded last time, there was a kind of crystal core. You're talking about monster cores, right? Why? Are you interested in them? Yeah, I wonder if the Bureau has any. I'd be willing to money to buy some. I'm afraid not. Wang Weigua shook his head and said, the Academy of Science over there has discovered that there is an unknown energy in the monster's crystal core, which deserves to be vigorously researched. Currently, the higher-ups have ordered that all monster crystal cores should be nationalized, and it's impossible to get them to you. Zhao Zhang sniffed and immediately frowned. Since buying from official sources won't work, we'll have to use the last resort. Chapter 55 Golden Retriever Monster. After leaving Wang Weigua's office, Zhao Zhang came to the first floor. In the courtyard, all 100 members of the team, belonging to him, had been assembled. As for the other members of the brigade, they are presumed to have already departed. When Zhao Zhang appeared in the courtyard, 100 members of the team, all of them straightened their backs and looked straight ahead. Many people looked at Zhao Zhang with some admiration. They should know that during the military training before, there were many people among these people who were unconvinced by the fact that Zhao Zhang had become the captain at such a young age. And now, after they had seen Zhao Zhang's performance last night, they had no more objections to Zhao Zhang as the captain. From that point of view, being famous is still a great benefit. Looking at these team members, Zhao Zhang didn't have any nonsense and directly said, 10 people in a group. immediately go to each neighborhood for support. If you find parasitic monsters, kill them without amnesty. Comms all tuned to Channel 5. Report any problems immediately. Depart. As his words fell, the team sprang into action. 5 of them getting into an SUV and whizzing out of the yard. Zhao Zhang himself drove an SUV. As for his new car, it's not that he can't afford to drive it. Now he is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. A car of more than 200,000 yuan. It doesn't hurt at all if it breaks down. Rather, we all drive a public car to carry out the mission. If he drove a private car, inevitably seem a bit out of place. The other 4 team members in Zhao Zhang's car were Wang Chang, Suing Xue, Zhao Xiaojun, and Lu Zhishang. Suing Xue was a fire type, mastering the fireball technique, and was a far-attacking mage. Zhao Xiaojun was of the earth system and mastered the petrification technique, which was able to petrify part of his skin, greatly enhancing his defense, and was considered a meat titan. Wang Chang mastered the healing arts and acted as a nursemaid position in the team. Lu Zhishang was of the wind system, but the secret art he had mastered was not the common wind blade art, but another ability called wind walking art, which could increase everyone's speed, and was considered to be an important aid. Together with Zhao Zhang, a melee mage, it was just enough to form a standard combat squad. Among the 5, there were aides, healers, anti-damage tanks, long-distance attackers, and melee fighters like Zhao Zhang, so it could be said that there were no shortcomings. Such a configuration, although it is a reference to some competitive games, but, I have to say, so with the best choice, the rest of the team members, too, were similarly matched. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang's car was parked outside the neighborhood committee of a street. Just as he got out of the car, he saw a long line of people lined up outside, residents of the neighborhood, all dragging their families over to check it out. Apart from the residents, Zhao Zhang also saw many warlocks with black epaulets on their arms, maintaining order. These warlocks are supernumerary members of the Warlock Authority. As a supernumerary member, naturally, there is no work uniform to wear. Seeing Zhao Zhang and his group arrive late, many of the supernumerary members looked very unhappy. They were ordered to come here at 6 in the morning to assist the neighborhood council. Even before that, there was a fight, and they teamed up to kill a parasitic monster. One of them was also injured. His thigh bone was shattered by the monster. If not for the fact that one of them knew healing techniques, maybe that injured buddy would have been crippled. Zhao Zhang and these people, on the other hand, didn't come until now, so naturally, they would be upset. However, no one dared to say anything, because they know very well that this is the difference between regular staff and supernumerary members. The rest of the morning was uneventful. From this, it could be seen that the number of parasitic monsters should be relatively small. In addition, this morning, Zhao Zhang wasn't all bad. At least he knew the reason why monsters were afraid of warlocks. Fear of the psychic energy in the warlock. To be precise, the one in charge of checking on the residents is the warlock. It is said that once a parasitic monster gets close to an ability released by a warlock, it will instinctively fear it and show itself. It is thought that this is the reason why the warlock group is safer. By the afternoon, Zhao Zhang's side remained peaceful. However, on the other group's side, there was a situation. I found a parasitic golden retriever monster on my side. It's a bit difficult to deal with. It's very fast. We can't catch it. Requesting for backup. Now it's running in the direction of XX. The voice, which appeared directly in the headphones of the crowd. The small headset, the Warlock Authority's communication device, is a hand-me-down. Hearing the sound, Zhao Zhang immediately greeted his team members and got into the car, heading for support. By the time he arrived at the location of the incident, he happened to bump into a golden fleece, running in this direction. Very fast indeed. And the bouncing ability is so amazing that a single jump can actually go straight across a block. Behind the golden retriever, there were several other special buses of the Warlock Authority in desperate pursuit. Zhao Zhang's eyesight was very good and he could see that it was his team members who were in the SUV. Crunch! The ear-splitting sound of tires scraping the ground rang out. It was Zhao Zhang who braked the car in the middle of the road. The vehicle following him nearly rear-ended him. That driver was about to open his mouth in greeting when he suddenly saw several people coming down from the car, all wearing the uniforms of the Warlock Authority, and shut his mouth. Next moment, see that group of people, the only beautiful girl, raised the slender palm. Poof sound. Their flames appeared on top of the other hand, quickly condensed into a basketball-sized fireball. Phew! The fireball flew out from Suing Xue's hands, above the heads of the crowd, whistling and hitting that golden retriever. However, the golden retriever monster's reaction was very fast, directly jumping away from its original position. It easily dodged Suing Xue's fireball. Boom! The fireball spell hit the sign on the side of the road, sending a powerful explosion of flames. Several cars next to it were swept by the aftermath of the blast, shattering all of their windows. and one of them lost control of its vehicle and slammed into the car in front of it, causing a crash. Zhao Zhang frowned slightly. Suing Shui also had an ugly face. Skills that explode like fireball are really not suitable for downtown. A random burst could accidentally injure a passerby. Luckily, it's the afternoon, not the morning or evening travel rush hour, or else the misadventure just caused would have been even greater. At this point, the golden retriever monster, too, had already spotted Zhao Zhang and his group, and it directly turned at the intersection and ran towards another neighborhood. It looked like the only way to deal with such a fantastically fast thing was to have Zhao Zhang himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang didn't hesitate in the slightest, and immediately transformed into thunder, like a bolt of lightning, and instantly scurried out. Everyone fell to before their eyes. By the time he saw Zhao Zhang's figure again, Zhao Zhang had already caught up with the golden retriever monster. The reaction of that golden-haired dog monster was also fast. Before anyone else reacted, it had actually found Zhao Zhang, and after judging that it could not run away, it immediately chose to do a fight with the trapped beast, opened its bloody mouth and turned its head to face Zhao Zhang. It only saw the tongue in its mouth, which was like the tongue of a chameleon, instantly popping out and killing Zhao Zhang. Chapter 56, Hints of the Moonbase. The golden retriever monster, though, had very fast reflexes, far beyond the average warlock. However, it was still a beat slower than Zhao Zhang's running Thunder Blast. Before it could turn around and counterattack, Zhao Zhang's Thunder Light Fist had already killed it. Boom, click. Thunderous sounds exploded and instantly resounded throughout the neighborhood. All the pedestrians and residents in the neighborhood were startled and thought it was thundering and about to rain. When they looked up at the sky, they realized that the sun was shining just right and there wasn't a single dark cloud at all. Only those who were there know what happened. A youth was seen at the street intersection. His fist erupted into a fierce thunderous aura, completely enveloping a golden-haired dog monster in front of him. The surrounding winds were wild and the brightness was amazing. Under the silver-purple thunder light, it was as if the sun in the sky all seemed a bit dim. At this moment, in the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Zhao Zhang was truly like the descent of the thunder god. Luckily, Zhao Zhang's Thunder Light Fist had a relatively short duration, ending in 3 seconds. Even so, when he retracted his fist, the golden retriever monster, already electrocuted, emitted a strong charred odor. Electrified paste. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang's team members rushed over. Seeing the golden retriever's miserable state, they all subconsciously gulped. They should know that they had already used all their strength to chase this golden retriever monster before, chasing it for several blocks, and they still hadn't managed to get it done. And with just a slight strike, Zhao Zhang took down this golden retriever monster. Worthy of being the captain, he easily took down the monster that so many of us couldn't handle in one shot. Why else would he be our captain? Captain, that was a really strong move you just made. A few members of the team, who loved to kiss ass, said. The gazes of the others looking at Zhao Zhang were also worshipful and awe-inspiring. It was such a huge difference in terms of strength for the same warlock. If Zhao Zhang wants to kill them, I'm afraid none of them can escape. In the face of the team's boasting, Zhao Zhang just waved his hand and said, "Clean up this place and return to your positions." It went on until after 4 in the afternoon. That's what it took to check out all the neighborhoods. Luckily, all the residents were fine except for one in the morning who was parasitized by the monster. From this point, it could also prove that Zhao Zhang's judgment was correct, and that the number of parasitic monsters was small. The task of elimination, however, did not end there. In fact, according to many residents, they saw, last night, a number of wild cats and dogs, behaving somewhat abnormally, indicating that those parasitic monsters, the main parasitic objects, are actually animals. So, tomorrow, we will be targeting those feral cats and dogs for inspection, which will be a big and time-consuming job. After all, feral cats and dogs will not cooperate with human inspection. When Zhao Zhang returned downstairs to his apartment from work, the time was already 5:40 in the evening. He parked the car and headed toward the apartment building. Just entered the elevator, found a number of neighbors. In a sneak peek at him, there is even a girl, holding a cell phone to take pictures of him. Zhao Zhang knew that he must have been recognized. When he reached the door of the apartment he had rented, he took out his key and was about to open the door when a voice suddenly came to mind next to him. "Handsome, so you live right across the street from me." When Zhao Zhang turned back, he saw a wonderful young girl, standing in the doorway, smiling and surveying him. This young girl had a good figure and long legs, but her face was not very good and she was heavily made up, so she didn't look like a proper person. Although Zhao Zhang didn't like girls with particularly heavy makeup, he still asked politely, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Oh, you don't know me." The young girl smiled, "But I was online today, and I've seen your video. You look so handsome when you kill monsters. Hey, handsome guy, let's add a message." This was the first time that Zhao Zhang was asked to add WeChat by a girl on her own accord. However, he was refusing. Sorry, if you need something, just say so. Add tweets even. Rejecting the young girl was not because Zhao Zhan was noble, but he needed to be careful in everything he did considering that he was now a positive example set up by the officials. In case he added the other party's WeChat and said something he shouldn't have said, and the other party took a screenshot and posted it on the internet, it would bring him trouble. Don't say that this is, in all likelihood, going to happen. People these days, they'll do anything for a fire. Even if Zhao Zhang didn't say anything, people might be able to make up some kind of rumor. Before there is a news is not so people women just go to pick up a courier. Was courier station staff, orchestrated a scandalous drama, sent to the internet bow traffic. If it is not the woman insisted to prove her innocence, the other party to court, maybe the reputation will be bad. For Zhao Zhang's refusal, the young girl was a bit upset, so stingy at a Weibo cannot. Seeing her look of, what are you so proud of? Zhao Zhang lost interest in talking to the other party and directly entered the room and closed the door. Enter the house. Zhao Zhang frowned slightly as he felt that he should probably move. The apartments were inhabited by a mixed bag of people, of all professions, and even, just in the building, a number of sisters, doing business with half-covered doors. His current identity was unusual, and he himself held a huge secret, so it was indeed a bit inappropriate to continue living here. Therefore, Zhao Zhang decided to find a house and move out tomorrow after checking the feral cats and dogs in the district. After dinner, the time had come to just after 7 o'clock. Zhao Zhang didn't choose to cultivate. Instead, he changed into civilian clothes and prepared to go out. He also wore a mask so as not to be recognized by passers-by. There are a lot of people wearing masks these days, and it's not exactly maverick behavior for him to do so. Half an hour later, Zhao Zhang had an extra package on him and had arrived at a remote warehouse. The warehouse, which he had rented some time ago, had been rented outright for a year. Recently, the materials he had collected had been transported to the moon base through this warehouse. As for the package, it's still glow sticks. He was then in the warehouse, posing with glow sticks with a huge phrase that he scanned into the moon base with his old cell phone. The quote is, "I need monster cores." That's right, this is what Zhao Zhang came up with. Since the monster crystal cores were nationalized, the only way he could get them was through this method. He believed that by the time he saw his words, there would definitely be a high-ranking person willing to take out a monster crystal core to test the attitude of the moon base. In fact, at the beginning, Zhao Zhang thought of many sentences, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was better to be direct. After it's done, Zhao Zhang then returned to his apartment and then entered the state of cultivation. He had guessed correctly, if not grossly underestimated. When the top executives of various countries saw the words that appeared on the moon base, they were all sensationalized. Countless emergency meetings were held overnight. Chapter 57, Humanity has only one choice. Time, 8:50 p.m. Capital. In the conference room of an important department, bigwigs from all sides gathered together. This was an emergency meeting called on short notice. Speaking of which, emergency meetings, since the advent of the moon base, are becoming more and more frequent. It is important to realize that in the past, emergency meetings might not occur even a few times a year. Once the last of the bigwigs had arrived, the door to the conference room slammed heavily. The big brother in charge of presiding over the meeting immediately snuffed out the aroma in his hand and said, "Since everyone is here, let the meeting begin. Call everyone here urgently. It's the alien civilization on the moon. There's a new change. Shao Li, send the information to everyone." A middle-aged man immediately stood up and distributed the information. In his hands, the information was mainly a photo with a background that was familiar to everyone, the very same teleportation array on the moon base, and the main content of the photo was just one sentence. "I need monster cores." Seeing the photo, some people who hadn't gotten the news beforehand immediately widened their eyes, revealing a look of surprise. This picture, it was sent over from Space City about 40 minutes ago. The big man presiding over the meeting said in a deep voice, "The main content of this meeting is how to respond to this statement." The crowd sniffed and fell into deep thought. In the conference room, there was a momentary silence. Seeing that everyone is a bit careful with their words, the big brother who presided over the meeting then said, "This is a closed-door meeting, no record. Everyone has any ideas, no need to be concerned, not to mention not to hide it in the heart. Have something to say, as long as it's a good suggestion on the line. The upper head is still waiting for the results of our discussion." With these words, the crowd's complexion then relaxed a bit. At that moment, someone said, "This should be the first time that the aliens express their needs. It seems that the aliens are not omnipotent." I do think that we can tell from that statement that the alien civilization does have more respect for us humans, and at least so far, none of them have reached out towards Blue Star. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? It's very simple. Although our yen country controls the monster crystallized core, foreign countries don't. If the aliens have sent something long ago, into our human world, it shouldn't be hard for him to get it if he wants the monster crystallized core. These words made many people nod in agreement. This is true. Now many countries, especially those small countries, are in a mess. It's hard to even protect themselves. How can they think about researching monster crystals? In the country, monster crystal cores were difficult to obtain. But abroad, monster crystal cores are not hard to get, a bigwig asked. This time, the alien civilization expresses its needs and still uses our yen one. Could there be any deep meaning in this? At these words, the crowd was in deep thought. So far, the alien civilization has released a total of 3 messages. The first one to show its attitude, the second one to signal a warning, and the third one, which is this one, to express its needs. 3 releases of information, 2 of which were in Inferno. This made everyone think about whether it could be an alien civilization that had special ideas or deeper meanings for the yen state. Could it be an alien civilization that favors our Yenghua culture more after all? Our Yenghua culture, profound, has a long and outstanding history. These side details can be discussed later. Seeing that the direction of everyone's discussion was a bit off topic, the big brother presiding over the meeting then said, "It is imperative that we respond to this statement, and make the correct response." When the crowd heard this, they fell silent once again. In fact, everyone had some ideas in their minds about the needs expressed by the alien civilization, only that no one dared to say them. After all, the implications of this decision, to deal with aliens, are just too great. If a wrong suggestion is taken on board and thus leads to serious consequences, then it is really beyond reproach. Eventually, it was a big man in his 40s, relatively young, who took the lead. "I think we really only have one option, respond positively and meet the needs of the alien civilization as soon as possible." As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards this person. The big man sitting on the main seat similarly looked at this person, his eyes somewhat appreciative. Oh, and why? The reason is simple. Since the alien civilization landed on the moon, it has not done anything harmful or inclined to our humanity. Instead, it has been helping our humanity, and the emergence of the warlocks is a good example. Although in the beginning, the appearance of warlocks did bring some chaos to society. However, after the first 2 monster invasions, it has been proven that the existence of warlocks is indeed greatly beneficial to us humans. The monsters that have appeared on the front line now are getting more and more tricky. The military's weapons are already having trouble destroying them, and the battle lines are retreating. Perhaps it won't be long before warlocks become the main force for us humans, against the monsters. These words made many generals of the military irritated, but more people, however, were nodding their heads. The change in the warlock was visible to the crowd. Warlocks, at the beginning, really weren't much use, and now they're very strong, especially some outstanding magicians. The strength is amazing, such as the Luzhou city, called the Thunder King Zhao Zhang. "Go on," the big man sitting in the main seat spoke up. The middle-aged man then continued, "Any relationship is mutual, and only letting one side give will sooner or later be untenable. Since we can confirm the alien civilization's stance of coming to help us humans, then if they have needs, we should also satisfy them." Taking a step back, assuming that he really has something up his sleeve and is just in disguise now, "I'm afraid we'll have to keep the show going to prevent him from tearing the disguise. The most important thing is that we humans are not ironclad. Even if we do nothing, those people abroad will definitely not easily let go of the opportunity to be able to hitch a ride with an alien civilization." That last sentence is kind of the point. With the middle-aged man at the start, the crowd immediately voiced their opinions. "That's right. Not only do we have to give a positive response, we have to move fast. I agree with Comrade Mingqing's suggestion. Assuming that the alien civilization is really an ally of humanity, whoever can enlist his support first will be able to, next, gain the upper hand. It's just as well to take this opportunity to test the alien civilization's attitude towards us." It seems everyone's thoughts are actually pretty much the same. This is also very normal. After all, no matter how to look at, the technology and resources mastered by the alien civilization are far beyond the human race. It is not easy for the alien civilization a little bit of demand, not rushing to kiss the ass. Do you still want a card neck? If you really intend to cut off your neck, you have to see if you have the qualifications to do so. The reason no one spoke up before was just that none of them wanted to be the outlier. Chapter 58, Time to Fight for Speed. Soon, the views of the congregation were united. That is, respond to the alien civilization as soon as possible, and the Yen Kingdom is willing to provide monster crystals. This is the only most correct choice. It's not like no one has come up with other ideas, such as uniting those few countries that have the ability to go to outer space, all in a united front, none of them sending monster crystals to alien civilizations, and see what happens. It's just a stupid idea. Not to mention the fact that humanity is not a monolithic entity. and this move will be very difficult to succeed. And even if it does succeed, what else can it do but anger the alien civilization? Do you really think that alien civilizations don't have the means to get monster cores? In case an alien civilization is forced into the monster camp, then the end of humanity, for sure, is not far away. It doesn't even require the alien civilization to do anything else, as long as they stop firing magical radiation cannons at Blue Star. Those warlocks, with no resources to train, will cause their strength to stop. By that time, it wouldn't even require an alien civilization to step in. Those monsters would be able to exterminate the human race. The way we should respond to an alien civilization. Someone opened their mouth to ask. No need to respond. The middle-aged man from before said, as fast as you can, launch the rockets and send up the monster crystal cores before the other countries do. These words caused many people to nod their heads in deep thought. Since he had decided to do it, he definitely had to grab the speed and get a head start on delivering the monster crystals. Everyone here knows the first place effect. Maybe whoever gets there first will get the benefit of the doubt. Even if there is no benefit for the time being, it will still be able to show its attitude to the alien civilization in time. And if it encounters trouble in the future, it may have preferential treatment with the alien civilization. Though in doing so, it looks like it can't wait to suck up to an alien civilization. But so what? As long as benefits can be gained. Sometimes the face of a big country can be put aside appropriately. The big man on the main seat immediately looked towards an old man. Elder Lu, with Space City's current reserves, how long will it take at the earliest to launch a rocket to the moon from now on in preparation? Lu Lao thought for a moment and said, just send items to the moon one way, then you can reduce the rocket. Just before the Tiangong 7 project has been in the preparations, to bring the propellers to change will be able to use. Probably within a week can be launched. The crowd's eyes lit up at the words. However, Elder Lu raised another question. By the way, I don't know what the weight of the monster crystals to be transported is. Weight is a very important part of any space program and affects everything, not to mention flying to outer space. Even ordinary passenger airplanes have strict weight limits. Once you're overweight, you can't fly. The big man on the main seat immediately asked another man, how many monster crystal cores has the military collected so far? The man immediately said, monster crystal cores are not found in the bodies of all monsters. In fact, monsters that can produce crystal cores are relatively rare. So far, the military has only collected about 2,000 monster crystal cores, weighing less than 150 kilograms. The monster crystal cores had been seen by all, and they were indeed small and relatively light to hold in the hand. The big brother on the main seat then said, other than leaving a little to supply the Academy of Sciences research, all the other monster crystal cores, send them to the moon. After saying these words, his gaze turned towards Lu Lao. Lu Lao understood the meaning and immediately said, if it's less than 150 kilograms, it won't have much of an impact, so we can proceed as planned. The meeting was adjourned. On the Space City side, action was immediately taken. A large number of Space City engineers were dispatched overnight to the rocket launch site. This time, the requirements from the top were very strict, not only to make sure that everything was in order, but also within a week, to launch the rockets, because everyone has gotten the news that the four inside, almost all of them have made the same choice. At this moment, it wasn't just the Yen country that was acting. Other countries, all are trying to find ways and means, want to collect their own monster crystal core, as soon as possible to transport to the moon, as a way to please the alien civilization. The consensus is that a random crack in the fingers of an alien civilization would be a great benefit to humanity. Zhao Zhang, who was in the middle of his cultivation, did not know that the words he had gotten out of him had triggered an unprecedented aviation race between the various major countries. When he woke up again, the time was exactly 7 o'clock the next morning. After cultivating for the whole night, he felt refreshed and his spirit was better than ever. After getting up and washing up, Zhao Zhan was ready to go to work. It was right in the middle of rush hour, and the elevator at the apartment was crowded and there was a line. While standing in line, Zhao Zhan was once again mobbed, with many neighbors snapping at him with their cell phones and even accosting him, because those who lived in the apartment were basically young people, and young people almost always went online and knew how hot Zhao Zhan was on the internet. This also made Zhao Zhan even more determined that he had to move. He didn't want to even have to squeeze the elevator, much less be mobbed. After getting into the car with great difficulty, Zhao Zhang arrived at the precinct with a kick of the gas. When he arrived at the underground garage of the precinct, he found Suing Shue's Mercedes-Benz Big G from afar. The window was opening, and Suing Shue herself was sitting in the driver's side playing with her cell phone. Zhao Zhang parked his car, came to Suing Shue's car, and knocked on the door. Why are you sitting in the car? Suing Shue spotted Zhao Zhang and immediately smiled. Captain, good morning. What a coincidence. I just arrived too. Just arrived. Zhao Zhang didn't believe it at all. but he didn't reveal it, saying, "It's almost time for work, and you're not going up. Go up, Captain, wait for me," Suing Shui said, immediately getting off the car and going upstairs with Zhao Zhang. On the way, the sister suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Captain, I've heard that there are 2 primary inheritances for each art department. What is the secret art inheritance of the fire department in addition to the fireball art?" "I don't know even if you ask me," Zhao Zhang said. Suing Shui then asked, "I don't know if the captain has any channels to purchase it." Zhao Zhang glanced at the sister and guessed that the sister was probably waiting for herself just now for the purpose of the other primary inheritance of the fire system. It's strange to say the least. The secret art inheritance released by the secret art tablet each time, although there were a large number of them and they contained all the art systems. However, most of them were the same kind of inheritance of the same art system. As for the other kind of primary inheritance, it wasn't that there wasn't any, just that the number was very small. This also led to the fact that many warlocks, at the moment, had only mastered 1 secret art inheritance. Warlocks like Zhao Zhang, who had mastered 2 secret art inheritances, were in a very small minority. Many people don't even know what the other secret art heritage is. "I can only go back and ask around for you, and I can't guarantee if there are any." He didn't say it to death so as not to cause unnecessary speculation. When Suing Shui heard this, she immediately said, "If there is another inherited secret art of the fire system, please Captain must help me keep it. Money is not a problem." Chapter 59, Package arrived at the moon. Please receive, request for catch-up reading. In a flash, it was already 5 days later. During these 5 days, Zhao Zhang mainly did one thing, buy a house, bought in an upscale neighborhood or a single-family home. Since he was going to decide to buy a house, Zhao Zhang would definitely choose to go one step at a time and directly buy a luxury house, saving him from having to change it later when he was not comfortable living in it. Anyway, he was not poor now. As it happens, now the price of housing has been falling. His set of villas, if in 10 years ago, number 20 million simply cannot get down, but now even less than 10 million, and is still well furnished, complete appliances, you can directly turnkey stay. There are 2 reasons to buy this villa. The first one is because it's decorated, it's convenient to move in, and he doesn't need to go through the trouble of decorating it again. Secondly, this neighborhood is very high grade. The property management is relatively strict. There won't be any idle people. Zhao Zhang doesn't need to worry about being photographed and accosted every time he goes to and from work. By today, all the formalities were done and the name on the real estate license had changed to Zhao Zhang. Today is also the day that Zhao Zhang is moving. He didn't really have much to move. A few sets of clothes, 2 cell phones, some daily necessities, nada, 1 suitcase and it's all packed. The handover of the old room was very smooth. Seeing the uniform on him, the landlord was very painful. The remaining rent and deposit, all returned to Zhao Zhang. No ink at all, not to mention any lamp fixing. When Zhao Zhang drove his new car and arrived at the new villa, there was a youth about his age standing at the door. The youth wore a workplace suit and a nameplate on his chest labeled XX Real Estate Agency. Seeing Zhao Zhang get off the bus, the youth immediately stepped forward, revealing a smile and said, "Old Zhao, this is all the information of the villa. It's all here. I'll hand it over to you now." Zhao Zhang took the file bag and said, "Why are you still bothering you to send me over? Turn around, I'll just make a trip over to get it. The customer is God." The youth laughed. Zhao Zhang then said thanks. The youth hastened to say, "Old classmate, it should be me to thank you, right? Signed you this single. Enough for me 3 months, do not have to worry about performance." That's right. This person was a classmate of Zhao Zhang's named Li Yong. When he met this person, Zhao Zhang didn't expect that there would be an old classmate working as a real estate agent in Luzhou City. Since they came across each other, then Zhao Zhang definitely had to take care of his old classmate. So he gave all the formalities of buying a house to this old classmate to do, because in school, the two were on good terms. Not great, but not bad either. "Come in and sit down," Zhao Zhang invited as he opened the door. When Li Yong heard this, he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll visit my old classmate's mansion." Zhao Zhang carried his suitcase and said, "Feel free to wander around. I'll pack my things first." "Okay, you first, busy." The villa has 4 floors, 1 underground floor and 3 above ground. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor has a large terrace where you can drink tea and watch the scenery, or even invite your friends for a barbecue. Zhao Zhang put all his things in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and casually cleaned up a bit before coming to the 1st floor. Old classmate Li Yong was sitting on the sofa, full of envy. When he saw Zhao Zhang coming downstairs, he immediately stood up and said, "Old Zhao, this house is really beautiful. It's simply my dream room." Hearing this, Zhao Zhang revealed a heartfelt smile. The house is truly beautiful and he himself is very happy with it. "Old Zhao, now that you're living in a big villa and have a decent job, you're really enviable." "Just lucky," Zhao Zhang said. "And my job? where I have to deal with monsters all the time, is dangerous, so there's nothing to envy. Hearing this, Li Yong stopped talking about work. Right, he said, previously on the internet, that very hot Thunder King, that's you, isn't it? Hearing the title Thunder King, Zhao Zhang's head was filled with black lines. He didn't like the nickname at all. Still, he nodded. It's me. Li Yong sniffed and immediately asked, Old Zhao, I also want to become a warlock. Do you think there is still hope? Zhao Zhang thought about it and shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I think that there should be opportunities in the future. He wasn't just talking nonsense. When the magic radiation cannon was upgraded, it would definitely be able to fire even more powerful psychic energy, and it was yet to be seen what would happen then. Hearing Zhao Zhang's words, Li Yong's eyes lit up. If someone else had said it, he would have just taken it as words of comfort. But Zhao Zhang is different. Now Zhao Zhan was very famous on the internet, and was even considered by many netizens to be the #1 strongest amongst warlocks. In a sense, what Zhao Zhang said was considered a kind of authority. In Li Yong's eyes, there was more hope. Afterward, he smiled and asked, Old Zhao, this move to a new home, not to do a housewarming ceremony? If you do, you have to notify me. I will definitely be there. Zhao Zhang, however, shook his head and said, you know my situation, so I won't engage in these false rituals. Li Yong smiled and thought that Zhao Zhan was afraid that no one would come to congratulate him, and immediately said, why don't I call a few of my old classmates who are developing in Luzhou City to get together? You don't know that. When we were in our class, a lot of our classmates were in Luzhou City, and when you had a big fire on the internet before, they were talking about you every day in the group. Envy you now mixed well. Right, Li Yong said here, suddenly meaningful. Shen Yuqiu is also in Luzhou City. I heard that it is working in the city government, and now it is still single. Zhao Zhang directly waved his hand and interrupted. Old classmate, as you know, I'm a bit famous on the internet, and now there are a lot of people staring at me. In case the party is photographed and posted on the internet, the impact is not too good, so it's better to forget about it. Of course he knew that the Shen Yuqiu that Li Yong spoke of was the goddess in the hearts of many boys back then, including Zhao Zhang, who used to be in school. He also thought that Shen Yuqiu was a really good-looking girl. Whether it was her body or her face, she was superb, but that was all before. The current Zhao Zhan only wanted to properly develop the moon base while making himself stronger, and he didn't have any thoughts of picking up girls. He looked at the time and said directly, I have to go to work. In the afternoon. Old school, where are you going? I will send you. Oh, no. Li Yong has been working out in society for a few years, and also has eyesight. Knowing that Zhao Zhang is not interested in these, he immediately said, my car is just outside the neighborhood. Old Zhao, if you have something to do, go and get busy first. No need to mind me. Zhao Zhang nodded. That's fine. We'll get together next time when we're free. Saying goodbye to his old classmate, Zhao Zhang drove to the unit. In the meantime, at a rocket launch site, an engineer with a tired face and red eyes came to the chief engineer in charge of this launch program and reported loudly, Chief Engineer, the ignition device is ready to be ignited and launched. Yes, with a heavy promise. The chief engineer turned and picked up a nearby phone and dialed the number. The chief engineer, likewise, was full of fatigue, but still in high spirits. The original plan, to assemble the downsized rockets in a week, would have been, well, very difficult, and they've done it now in just 5 days. From this, it can be seen that many people, I am afraid, have been working without sleep during these 5 days. As soon as the phone is dialed, it is answered in seconds on the other side. Apparently, the person there, too, had been waiting for the call. Without any nonsense, the chief engineer immediately said, all preparations are complete, please instruct. After receiving instructions, the chief engineer immediately gave the order, light the fire. Boom! With a loud roar, the rocket lifted off smoothly. After a while, when the rocket successfully broke through the atmosphere and entered outer space, strong cheers erupted. They accomplished a miracle in only 5 days. It's a shame that such uplifting glory can't be spread far and wide, because this launch rocket belongs to the confidential program. In addition to the staff on the scene, only some high-level clear, the general public simply do not know. The city of Lashutseed, Warlock Authority branch. It was late afternoon and the end of the day had arrived. Seeing Su Yingshui about to leave, Zhao Zhang immediately called her back. Su, wait. Captain Su Yingshui saw Zhao Zhang suddenly call out to himself, and immediately looked expectant. Are you asking me out for dinner and a movie? Zhao Zhang froze at his words. After this period of time, he could actually tell that the girl had that much interest in him. Yesterday morning, even brought him breakfast, which she supposedly made herself. Of course, Zhao Zhang didn't resent this girl, because Su Yingshui was good both in looks and personality. It's just that Zhao Zhang doesn't have much heart for love right now. We'll make an appointment some other time. I'm looking for you for something today. Zhao Zhang smiled. Seeing that he didn't say the words to death, Suing Shui immediately revealed a bright smile before asking, Captain, what is it? Zhao Zhang looked around. The other members of the team had long been sensible to go away. At this time next to them, just no one. So he said, didn't you say last time that you wanted another secret art inheritance of the fire system? Hearing this, Suing Shui's big, beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Captain, you mean, have news? Zhao Zhang shook his head, and when he saw his sister show a disappointed expression, he immediately smiled and said, it's not news, it's that he's already gotten it. Another primary secret art inheritance of the fire system is considered an auxiliary skill called flame enchantment, which means that you can give a weapon, temporarily attach a flame to it, so that it has flame damage, and you can also directly attach it to a grenade to make it more powerful. As he spoke, he took out a box and handed it to Suing Shui. Suing Shui nodded over the box in surprise, a look of excitement on her pretty face. Great! The girl couldn't help but let out a cheer. Zhao Zhang was busy saying, what's the point of shouting so loudly? Remember not to tell the others. The reason he didn't want other co-workers to know was because once the news leaked out, when the time came, there would definitely be a lot of co-workers looking for him to beg for it. Now that the price of the secret art inheritance was not stable, Zhao Zhang did not want to do his colleagues' business in case the price of the secret art inheritance dropped in the future, and he would not be a good person inside or outside. Zhao Zhang's idea was to wait for the price of the secret art inheritance in the future to stabilize before using the second secret art inheritance to pull in his subordinates. Suing Shui sniffed and immediately covered her mouth. Her appearance was somewhat cute. Then, she quietly said, Captain, you are awesome. I didn't even see the second secret art inheritance of the fire system on the black market, but I didn't expect you to be able to get it. Zhao Zhang smiled and said, it's also a coincidence. I know a few people who sell secret art inheritances, and one of them, a fellow, happens to have it in his hands. Captain, how much is it? Suing Shui hurriedly asked. Although the price of the secret art inheritance had now plummeted, more than 10 times from its previous peak, the price of the second secret art inheritance, however, remained high, because of the extreme scarcity. Let's talk about the money later. You can take it first, Zhao Zhang said. That's not good, it's not a bargain. The market price is at least a few million, or money can't buy a good thing. Suing Shui suddenly got serious. Captain, how much money have you got? I will transfer the money to you first. Otherwise I can't have this thing. You can tell from this that the girl is not a gold digger. In fact, she didn't need to be a gold digger, because she wasn't short of money herself. Zhao Zhang already knew that Suing Shui's father was a very famous local businessman with a fortune of at least $1 billion. Not much. Seeing that the sister insisted, Zhao Zhang said, that person wanted to flatter me, so he gave me a favorable price of 3 million. In fact, the second secret art inheritance could not be bought at all for $3 million. Suing Shui thought about it and said, then I'll transfer $5 million to you. You consumed your own favor. I can't be petty. Why are you my subordinate? I can still earn money from my subordinate, Zhao Zhang said. Just 3 million. Love it or hate it. Well, Suing Shui suddenly added, however, you helped me such a big favor. I always have to show. How about treating you to dinner? Okay. When? Pick a day. It's just as well that I'm off work now, so why don't we just do it tonight? Suing Shui smiled and said, I know a restaurant that tastes very good. Zhao Zhang thought about it, and since he didn't have anything to do when he went back at night anyway, he agreed. So, that evening, the two had a pleasant dinner. When Zhao Zhang returned to the villa, the time was already after 8 p.m. He didn't delay, took a shower and entered the cultivation state. Day 3, Zhao Zhang was with his team, patrolling outside. Suddenly, his old cell phone came on vibration. Attention! Unknown intruder detected. Approaching the moon base. Do you want to shoot it down? Attention! No answer for more than 60 seconds will result in a default shoot down. When he saw the prompt, Zhao Zhang's pupils shrank and he instantly realized what was going on. He immediately said to his team, pull over in front and drop me off. I've got some business to attend to. For the rest of the patrol, you guys go ahead and contact me if you have any problems. Yes, Captain. Zhao Zhang got out of the car and stood directly in place, opening his old cell phone and canceling the default shoot-down option. Then, he immediately took a cab and returned to the villa. By the time he arrived at the villa, the intruder was approaching the moon base. Looking at the small black dot in his cell phone, which appeared to be a lump of iron, Zhao Zhang revealed a look of surprise while relaxing. Moving so fast. Which country will be the first to send the package? Chapter 60 Upgrade. New features of the base. In the meantime, Capital Space City, the huge lunar surveillance center was already full of people. Aside from a few staff members, the rest were all bigwigs who came over to witness important moments. After more than 2 days of being carried by rockets, the package is finally arriving to the moon. can see the alien base. What we're seeing now is a delayed picture, right? Yes. There's a delay in transmitting signals from outer space, and the picture we're seeing now is about 10 seconds slower. As the package got closer and closer to the moon base, all the bigwigs became nervous. Strictly speaking, this is the first time mankind has made contact with an alien civilization. Those monsters don't count. The city of Lashutseed. Zhao Zhan was currently lying comfortably in the sofa, watching the package land towards him through his cell phone. He was not surprised by the choice of the human hierarchy. Unexpectedly, it was surprising that so soon, someone had delivered what he wanted to him. Counting from the night he sent out the signal that he needed monster crystals, it was only 8 days from now. 8 days. I'll be able to launch a rocket and send him a package. It's a miracle. Even if Zhao Zhan was an aerospace buff, he knew how difficult it was to accomplish this feat. In the entire blue planet, the only one who could do this must be the Yen Kingdom. As a Yenghua person, Zhao Zhan couldn't help but feel a little proud. Soon, the package approached the moon base. Zhao Zhang also finally got a good look at the package at this time. It was a huge iron box, but it was cylindrical, and on top of the box, there were some instruments and equipment that Zhao Zhang couldn't understand, as well as jets, which were constantly jetting, changing the landing trajectory, to avoid the package from directly smashing into the moon base and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. A few moments later, the package finally landed on the surface of the moon, not far from where it had landed next to the moon base. Seeing this, Zhao Zhang immediately gave orders to the elves to carry the packages over. Although the package looked large and heavy, it was on the moon and didn't have much gravity, so I'm sure a few elves should be able to carry it back together. If you still can't move it, you can choose to dismantle it in place. Capotul, the lunar surveillance center, with its many bigwigs, witnessed, with their own eyes, the smooth landing of the package. Because on the package, there was also a camera installed. Successful landing on the moon, someone shouted, sparking a cheer. After the cheers, everyone held their breath and became nervous again. Next thing they know, they'll probably see aliens. Fruity. A few moments later, there were 5 aliens, from the base side, rapidly approaching towards here. Seeing these 5 aliens who came empty-handed, many of the technical gurus on the scene were a bit puzzled at the moment. With such a large parcel box, are the aliens planning to use brute force to carry it? Alien civilizations are so advanced, how could they use such primitive means? Perhaps he has some special way. The crowd watched patiently. At the moment, every second is new to the executives on hand. It didn't take long. The 5 aliens are finally approaching. The crowd also finally got a good look at the alien's face. It's a bit of a one-liner. How can I say it? I can't say it's ugly. Anyway, it's not linked to being pretty. Of course, this is just human aesthetics. Maybe in the eyes of the aliens, he thinks he looks good. The crowd was wide-eyed, staring at the big screen, refusing to miss a single image. The 5 aliens, still bouncing as they walked, combined with his big bright eyes, looked somewhat innocent. When they got close to the package, the 5 aliens suddenly flew. Then, a green glow lit up on his body, as if he had cast a magic spell, and the huge parcel box, controlled by the magic, flew up as well, following him, slowly approaching towards the moon base. Zhao Zhang was a bit surprised. It was the first time he knew that these elves, who had treated him with respect, actually possessed magical abilities. When the elves carried the huge round box to the teleportation array, a series of prompts immediately popped up in the cell phone screen. Monster cores found, quantity, 2,123, to be stored or not. Discovery iron, discover copper, aluminum found at. All the materials on top of this parcel were displayed by the teleportation array detection. Zhao Zhang also saw that there was a sentence printed on the very outside of the package. Thank you for the help you have given to mankind, Yenkaku. Zhao Zhang laughed at once. The top management of Yen is afraid that he'll get the wrong country, so they're specially identifying themselves. Subsequently, Zhao Zhang clicked organize and disassemble. At once, the huge parcel box, not even unpacked, disappeared without a trace. All of them turned into various materials and appeared in the warehouse of the moon base. Looking at the extra materials in the warehouse, especially the more than 2,000 monster crystal cores, Zhao Zhang was in a great mood. Finally, you can upgrade your moon base. Other side, Capotul, lunar surveillance center. The huge screen, having lost its signal, turned black. It was only at this moment that the crowd came back from their trance and then talked. Just now that's the real face of the aliens and us humans, still with a few similarities. Yeah, maybe the intelligent races in the universe are all vastly different looking. I'd rather not see now what an alien civilization's base is running on. These are not important. What matters is the attitude of the alien civilization. Do you think he saw the words we left on the package? Should have seen it. Let's go. Go to the conference room. Everyone tell us what they think. A group of bigwigs, one after another, left Space City and went to a certain conference room. Zhao Zhang had originally planned to upgrade all the buildings. Anyway, he had collected enough materials long ago, and the more than 2,000 monster crystal cores sent by the higher-ups were enough for him to upgrade all of his buildings. All of them, once. However, after careful thought, he decided that he would fire the charged magic radiation cannon and the secret art tablet once first, because upgrades are also time-consuming. Zhao Zhang was afraid that if he consumed too much time, when Blue Star didn't have enough spiritual energy, it would affect his cultivation. Think about it. Zhao Zhang immediately maneuvered the magic radiation cannon, aimed it at Blue Star, and clicked fire. A few minutes later, the sky then rained secret spells, colorful secret art inheritances, countless and beautiful, fell from the sky. At this time, it's daytime. Seeing the appearance of the secret art rain, the street, once again, was thrown into chaos. Even though the appearance of the secret art rain last time had caused the price of the secret art inheritance to plummet, it was still very valuable. And now that the secret art inheritance was falling on the ground, it was a waste not to pick it up. In the stores on both sides of the street, in the shopping malls, and in the office buildings, large crowds rushed out to participate in the fight for the secret art inheritance. It was good that everyone knew that after this wave of secret art rain, the price of secret art inheritance would plummet once again. So this time, the scramble was more restrained. If you didn't grab it, you didn't grab it. There would be no more desperate fights over a single secret art inheritance. In addition, the official also has the experience of dealing with. The upper head immediately issued an order to let the official personnel to maintain order. Ding! A yellow secret art inheritance landed right on the balcony of Zhao Zhang's villa. So much luck. Zhao Zhang picked it up and revealed a smile. He believed that after this wave of secret arts raining down, most of the warlocks around the world should have at least one primary skill. The last time that wave of secret arts rained down, it made the number of secret art inheritances close to saturation, which caused the price to plummet. When this wave of secret art rain passed, I believe that those primary secret art inheritances would all fall to cabbage prices. Standing on the balcony of the second floor, Zhao Zhang watched for a while, and only returned to his room when the chaos on the street outside gradually returned to calm. Subsequently, without hesitation, he clicked on all 6 buildings in the moon base and upgraded them. All buildings, all show upgrading in progress. I wonder what new features the upgraded building will have. Also, once the upgrades are done, you'll be able to unlock the second page of buildings, right? What new buildings are on the second page? An expectant look appeared on Zhao Zhang's face. Just then, his other cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID reads Suing Xue. Zhao Zhang chose to connect. Is there something wrong with Ing Xue? Captain, I've got parasitic monsters on my side. Well, send me the location and come right over. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Zhang immediately went out. He looked at the positioning sent by Suing Xue and realized that it wasn't far from his side, so he didn't take a taxi and directly ran over. As for his own car, it's still parked in the flat. When Zhao Zhang arrived on the streets, there were still many people on the streets, looking for the secret art inheritance. The secret art inheritance would emit light, even during the day, and it was relatively conspicuous, so it wasn't difficult to find. Zhao Zhang guessed that it must have been the previous wave of secret rain that made a large number of citizens, who came to the streets to scramble for it, startled a parasitic monster and forced it to reveal its original form. Some time ago, he had led the team, but he had hunted down quite a few parasitic monsters. I thought it was pretty much cleaned up, but I didn't realize there was more. It didn't take long. Zhao Zhang then came to Suing Xue's side. In addition to Suing Xue, there was another team member at the scene. On the ground, on the other hand, there was a corpse with a hole in its head, and the brain tissue inside, which had disappeared, looked to be the handiwork of the parasitic monster. Captain, seeing Zhao Zhang arrive, Suing Xue and another team member shouted in unison. What's going on? Zhao Zhang inquired. Suing Xue immediately said, the secret rain appeared before, making the streets chaotic, and then we heard the screams, and at that time the road was full of people. It was too congested, and the car could not drive over, so we could only run here on foot. When we arrived, it was this way now. According to witnesses, the perpetrator was a feral cat. Zhao Zhang nodded and asked, how come it's just you two and them off to search for monsters? Zhao Zhang thought about it and said, Xiao Lu, you stay here, protect the scene, and then notify the others. Ing Xue, you come with me and search for the whereabouts of the monster. Understood. The reason why he called on Suing Xue was because Suing Xue now also had 2 secret art inheritances, and Suing Xue's own talent was very good, and now she could absorb 4 spiritual energy in one night. Her strength was not bad. It could be said that in the 5th Brigade, other than Zhao Zhang, the strongest at the moment was this sister. Call her up and keep watch as well. The two then followed a street and searched. Trying to find a feral cat in a busy city is more difficult. Not to mention, it was a parasitized wildcat. Because of the parasitic monsters possessing a certain amount of intelligence. This was not a wild guess by Zhao Zhang, but an official study. Parasitic monsters would become more intelligent over time. And normally, it would only take 3 days for a parasitic monster's IQ to reach a peak value. If the parasite was an animal like a cat or dog, the monster's IQ, probably equivalent to a child of about 10 years old. If the object of parasitization was a human, after 3 days, the parasitic monster would be able to grasp all the behavioral habits of the host, and unless it exposed itself, it would be impossible to tell from the outside, even with only the wisdom of a child of about 10 years old. It's tricky. Parasitic monsters, at least, know how to evade pursuit. In addition, parasitic monsters are agile, and even if they are detected, it is difficult for the average warlock to successfully capture them, unless it was like Zhao Zhang, who had a speed-based ability. This was also the reason why Suing Shui notified Zhao Zhang at the first opportunity once she realized that the parasitic monster was a cat. A few hours later, it was already dark. Zhao Zhang and Suing Shui found nothing. By the time they rejoined the rest of the team, the others had likewise failed to discover the whereabouts of the parasitic monster, run off by that feral cat. However, the good news is that there is surveillance around the crime scene, which has captured the feral cat and is entered into the Skynet system. As long as the next time that Wildcat appeared, it was captured by the surveillance camera, Zhao Zhang and the others, they could be notified and execute a siege. When Zhao Zhang returned to the villa, the time was already 7 o'clock in the evening. This is because, not wanting to cook for himself at night, he settled for a meal out. Looking at the empty villa, Zhao Zhang thought that maybe it was time to hire a nanny. Not only did he need to solve the problem of eating, but the villa's hygiene, too, needed someone to get it. Let Zhao Zhang do it. Sorry, Zhao Zhang is not that diligent. Back in the bedroom, Zhao Zhang first took out his old cell phone and took a look at it, and unexpectedly discovered that the teleportation array had already been upgraded and completed. The upgrading progress of the Fire Arts Tower had also reached more than 80%, and it was estimated that it would be completed tonight. Other buildings, a little slower. For example, the secret art tablet, the progress was just over 30%. Zhao Zhang clicked on the upgraded teleportation array and then clicked on details and a new message popped up. Teleportation array, intermediate. Effect, 3 additional teleportation points. Seeing the upgraded teleportation array, Zhao Zhang froze. 3 additional teleportation points. What do you mean? Is it the same effect as the two-way teleportation on my cell phone? He immediately scrutinized it and finally understood what the 3 additional teleportation points functioned as. Simply put, it means he can get 3 more teleportation channels. On the blue planet, Chapter 61, establishing a new teleportation point in the capital city. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Suddenly, in the office, Yang Yu, who was watching the documents, immediately shouted, "Enter," only to see his secretary push the door in and hastily say, "Minister, the representative of the ugly kingdom, Mr. Kevin Ovitz, has arrived." Hearing this, Yang Yu froze. "How come I wasn't notified?" The secretary said, "They made the decision on the spur of the moment and suddenly arrived on a special airplane without communicating with us in advance, and have already arrived at the capital airport." They, Janu caught the word used in the secretary's words. The secretary said truthfully, "In addition to Mr. Ovitz, the Gallic states, the Polar Bears, and Germany, a total of 17 countries, have sent representatives." When Yang Yu heard this, he immediately frowned. "It's about us shipping packages to the moon base." "It should be." The secretary's words fell. On the desk, the red phone suddenly rang. Yang Yu was energized and immediately connected. "I'm Yang Yu. Yes, please instruct." "Okay, understand." Hanging up the phone, Yang Yu took his jacket and said to his secretary, "Go and notify the side of the General Assembly Hall, so that the comrades there will temporarily work an extra shift, according to the second-class specifications, to receive foreign guests." The secretary sniffed and immediately opened the door, sending Yang Yu out first. He then took out his cell phone and gave Yang Yu's order. A few moments later, several vintage red flag sedans parked in front of the General Assembly Hall. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so representatives of various countries stepped out of their vehicles and into the General Assembly Hall. Yang Yu had already led a group of subordinates and stood waiting in the hall. Seeing the delegates arrive, Yang Yu immediately revealed a smile and took a few steps forward to welcome them. "Welcome everyone. You have traveled a long way. You should not have dined yet. We have prepared some food. Please come inside." Although Yang Yu's etiquette was unfussy, but in terms of attitude, it was not enthusiastic, because Yang Yu knew these people, why they came. Fruity. At the dinner table, a representative couldn't help himself and took the lead in questioning. Mr. Yang Yu, I heard that you, the Yen country, secretly launched a transport rocket to the moon. Yang Yu immediately corrected. Mr. Ronan, please pay attention to your words. What do you mean by sneaking? That's kind of an admission in disguise. That bald Ronan immediately said. This is too crazy. Mr. Yang Yu, in the face of aliens, our human civilization is a whole, and whatever decision we make, we should discuss it together. You, Yen country, how can you make a private decision to contact aliens? Seeing that this guy was throwing his hat in the ring, Yang Yu's face, too, went cold. Mr. Luonan, I suggest that you go through your head before you speak. Our Yen country has not joined any of your covenants, and it is not your turn to dictate any decisions we make. Regarding Yang Yu's toughness, the representatives present were all a bit upset, but most of them didn't dare to have any opinions. The Eagle Sauce representative immediately said, Yang, whether you admit it or not, in the face of an alien civilization, we, the human race, should all advance and retreat together, and your actions are simply irresponsible to the entire human civilization. With the representative of Eagle Jam to start with, the representatives of other countries joined in the verbal attacks. Kevin is right. In case you have any negligence and anger the alien civilization, it will bring a great disaster to our entire human race. All of us, yes, those monsters, now, are already enough to give us a headache, and any accidents at this time may bring about the end of our human civilization. Caution is indeed needed in the face of all that is appropriate for an alien civilization. Listening to this group of people's crusade, Yang Yu suddenly laughed. As a mature politician, he knew very well that these people who spoke so seriously only wanted to use their power to suppress others, and their ultimate goal was nothing more than wanting to share the fruits of Yen Guo's efforts against the aliens. Gentlemen, it's getting late, so if that's all you want to talk about, then after you've eaten your fill later, you'll all go ahead and rest. Your guest rooms are ready. Yang Yu had a calm smile on his face. It was simply delusional for these people to want to use their power to force him into submission. Don't look at what's going on right now. Even if there were no alien civilizations or monsters to threaten, the great Yen country's national strength today would have no need to pay attention to them. Hearing Yang Yu's statement, many delegates were choked speechless. In the end, it was Eagle Sauce who represented Yang. As a part of the human civilization, you can't be so irresponsible. Yang Yu is too lazy to pay for these circles. Directly asked, Kevin, straight to the point. You guys came all the way here. In the end, what do you want? The Eagle Jam representative immediately said, I need all the images of your moon landings and all the information you have about the alien civilization. Hearing this request, Yang Yu once again couldn't help but laugh. Other side, the city of Lashutseed. Zhao Zheng didn't know that the elites of various countries were arguing over his moon base. At this moment, he was figuring out the new uses of the upgraded teleportation array. Soon, Zhao Zheng figured out how to use the new features of the intermediate teleportation array. When he clicked on Make New Teleportation Point, the interface of his cell phone actually jumped directly to the blue star side. On the blue star, please select an area and establish a new teleportation point. Seeing the hint, Zhao Zheng's eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze to the map of the Yen Kingdom's boundaries on the blue star. Judging by the last time he made a request and the timely delivery of the package from Yen Guo's side, the higher-ups should be more inclined to flatter the moon base. It may be a bit hard to say bah humbug, but it's safe to say that the higher-ups want to establish a good cooperative relationship with the moon base. With the moon base, after all, in the eyes of the human hierarchy, on the moon base, it should be an alien civilization. If I set up a new teleportation point in the capital, and in the future, if I need any supplies, I can directly tell the higher-ups through the moon base and let them get them for me. Won't it save me a lot of trouble? Think about it. Zhao Zhang was instantly happy. Subsequently, he zoomed in on the map of the Yen Kingdom's territory and found the location of the capital city from the map, then continued to zoom in, eventually selecting a certain area. When Zhao Zhang was working before, he had been dispatched by the company to go to the capital for training, and during the days of training, Zhao Zhang would stroll around the capital every night, so he was not completely unfamiliar with some of the areas of the capital. The area he had chosen at the moment, in his memory, was an ancient royal compound, one in which ordinary people could not enter. The reason why he chose this place and not others was that he was afraid of establishing a teleportation point that would move too much and hurt ordinary people. After all, he was unfamiliar with the capital city, and he really wasn't sure where else there were open spaces with better concealment. As to whether or not there are powerful people living in the royal residence, that's not something Zhao Zheng can consider. The safety of the powerful was no longer his concern. Will this place be used as a new teleportation point? Yes/no. Zhao Zheng clicked yes. Chapter 62 Shock. The light that fell from the sky. After Zhao Zheng clicked yes, In the cell phone screen, there was a shocking change. Only the teleportation array on the moon base lit up with a strong glow. The light then transformed into a pillar of 7-colored light and headed straight for the blue star. Its destination was the one that Zhao Zhang had just chosen, the royal residence in the capital of the Yin Kingdom. In the meantime, capital. At this point in time, it was not even 8 o'clock in the evening. Many tourists, after having dinner, came to visit the outside of the royal palace, where they couldn't get in, but they could snap pictures. Suddenly, extremely bizarre phenomenon that appeared, only to see an immense and incomparable pillar of 7-colored light fall from the sky and land in the royal mansion. Although the pillar of 7-colored light, which only existed for an instant, disappeared without a trace, but there was just a lot of commotion. Very much so. The night sky around the entire royal residence was illuminated in an instant, and all the streets were dyed in colorful colors. Both tourists and residents of the neighborhood saw the pillar of 7-colored light with their own eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What just happened? Why did the sky suddenly light up? I saw it. It was a light. A colorful light. Daddy, what was that light just now so beautiful? You all saw it. I thought I'd had too much to drink at night and was hallucinating. Egu, what the hell is this? You scared me. I think I got it on camera. Hiss. It's still true. Look at my cell phone. What the hell is this light? It's actually coming down from the sky. What the hell is it? There's no radiation. Is there? Quick, post it online. The tourists around the royal residence were all discussing the vision that had just occurred. Some people were already operating with their cell phones to take the column of light they had just photographed and post it on the internet. Even, there are quite a few people probing around the royal residence, seemingly wanting to go in and take a look. It's a good thing the officials aren't slow. Almost in the 8th minute after the 7-colored light pillar disappeared, there was a large number of special police officers that surrounded the entire area around the royal residence. At the same time, many uniformed officials came to the area around the royal palace to interview the tourists and residents, asking them to delete all relevant information from their cell phones and sign confidentiality agreements. Such a big battle suddenly made these tourists fearful. Even if the official personnel explained that it was the Academy of Sciences testing the latest developed laser weapon, the accuracy was wrong, and it fell into the king's house. The crowd did not believe it. Whether these people believe it or not, it's fine as long as they don't spread it around. In the General Assembly Hall, Yan Yu was still pulling the wool over those delegates' eyes. Suddenly, his secretary hurriedly came and ran directly behind Yang Yu, whispering something in Yang Yu's ear. At once, Yang Yu's face changed. Guys, I've got some important business I need to take care of. Dropping these words, Yang Yu stood up and headed outside. Representative Eaglesauce rushed to follow up. Jan, what's going on? Yang Yu didn't answer him at all and directly flashed away. The representatives of the state saw this and looked at each other, wondering what was happening. However, they knew that it was definitely not a small matter that could make Yang Yu directly leave them alone. Not long after Yang Yu left, an official walked in and said with a big smile, "If all the delegates have finished their meal, please go to the guest room to rest first." The crowd sniffed and were about to follow. Suddenly, the polar bear representative's cell phone was the first to ring. Seeing the caller ID, the polar bear representative didn't dare to slack off and immediately connected. "Sir, I have arrived in the capital city of Yen State and am. What with this kind of thing, okay? I understand." When the polar bear representative hung up the phone, his face immediately became extremely grave. The crowd saw this and inquired with curiosity. In the face of the inquiry, the polar bear representative was silent, frowning as he seemed to be thinking about how to accomplish Mr. President's mission. Soon, the phones of the representatives of other countries, one after another, rang. Everyone is their president, calling personally. By the time the call was answered, everyone was shocked. What did they hear? The alien civilization on the moon actually launched something unknown towards the Yin capital, and their president's orders were to use all means to find out what the alien civilization was launching. That pillar of 7-colored light before. The commotion was just too great, and it was very normal for those hidden agent spies to see it. The agents must have been the first to report when something this big happened. Then, through satellite observations, the top brass of each country, naturally, know what's going on. Ouch, I have some stomach upset. Hello, where is your restroom? Finally, some delegates are starting to think of crooked ideas. Other delegates saw this and followed suit. It's my first time coming to the Yin Kingdom's capital city, and I heard that this side is very prosperous and the night color is very beautiful, so I want to visit it. I can't sleep yet. Let me hang out first. I'm going to see an old friend. All sorts of excuses and justifications. By turns. The purpose of these delegates is to get out and see what's going on, and then play the role of an agent on an ad hoc basis to find out the details. Faced with the demands of these delegates, the official in charge of reception was suddenly covered in sweat. Still, He held out and kept those delegates from going out. Please understand that the capital is under martial law tonight. If you all wish to visit the capital, please also start your journey tomorrow. At that time, we will organize a special person to accompany you. Hear that? The delegates were disgruntled. No, my pleasure. Only tonight. Do you, the Yen Kingdom, want to restrict our personal freedom? We are here to visit, not your prisoners. Please get out of the way. You have no right to stop me. At this point, Yang Yu had already rushed to the royal residence. Besides him, there were many other bigwigs gathered in the royal residence. Seeing the mysterious large formation that appeared in the king's mansion, Yang Yu was first stunned and then revealed a look of surprise. Many experts have long analyzed those buildings on the moon countless times. It was recognized that the formation-like structure was a high-tech device with teleportation capabilities. If that's true, then, the alien civilization got a teleportation device, obviously gave a good response, wanting to start a continuous cooperation with the Yen country. All of these thoughts appeared in Yang Yu's mind in an instant. He was a little excited. All the previous speculation and the launching of the package to the moon as soon as possible was kind of a good bet. Lao Yang, a big brother, seeing Yang Yu, immediately walked over. The two were considered acquaintances, and just by glancing at each other, they knew what was in the other's mind, and their faces showed excitement. It looks like this is the alien civilization, giving us a response, the big man whispered. Yang Yu nodded and seriously suggested, this teleportation device? It should be heavily protected, and no one should be allowed to touch it for the time being, including the Academy of Sciences. That big brother sniffed and nodded in agreement. Not bad. Now is not the time to study it. Observation first. They are afraid that those engaged in scientific research, see the transmission array will not be able to hold, cannot help but move, and then make a problem. Then the trouble will be big. P.S. Received a notice. The day after tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon on the shelves. Then we'll burst a few chapters. Please big brother can come to subscribe. Chapter 63, Hawksbane, the artifacts belong to all mankind. That pillar of 7-colored light just now. It should be seen by many people. I don't know if I'll be on the hot seat tomorrow. Zhao Zheng muttered to himself and didn't take this matter to heart. He believed that even if that pillar of 7-colored light really attracted the attention of the citizens, the officials could still find a suitable excuse. Continue to work on the new features of the teleportation array. After establishing the teleportation array subpoint in the capital, Zhao Zheng realized that the subpoint was completely under his control. To put it simply, whatever was passed on and received from the capital side had to be approved by him. Transmission subpoints are not autonomous in any way. Even, he could input some settings to prohibit something from teleporting to the moon. For example, live people, or dangerous explosives hidden in cargo, etc. In this regard, Zhao Zheng expressed his satisfaction. Having this feature completely eliminates any possible danger to the moon base. The new function can build 3 teleportation points. Now that the Yen Kingdom's capital city has used one, there are still 2 left. Should I build them in other countries? Zhao Zheng pondered for a moment, then dismissed the idea. Yen at least sent him a big parcel, temporarily solved his material needs. What other countries have done what right to be treated equally? When you guys can send me gifts, I'll go to your country and set up a teleportation point. Subsequently, Zhao Zheng thought of a new problem. The Yen Kingdom has already given me a gift. Shouldn't I give one back? Slightly sweeten the deal, so they'll do their best to collect whatever the moon base needs next for me. At this moment, Zhao Zheng completely substituted himself as the Moon Lord. As for what to give back in return, he had already thought of that as well, but it can't be prepared yet, because the other buildings are in the process of being upgraded. Attention! Fire Arts Tower upgrade completed. At that point, a prompt popped up in the screen. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng immediately turned his gaze towards the Fire Arts Tower. The upgraded Fire Arts Tower was, from the outside, vastly different. One of the most notable changes was the crimson gem with a dragon coiled around it. Zhao Zheng tapped the upgraded Fire Arts Tower and relevant information immediately popped up next to it. Fire Dragon Tower. Unleash the fiery dragon and attack the enemy. Note, the Fire Dragon Tower has all the functions of a fire magic tower, and you can maneuver it to actively attack any target. When you leave, the Fire Dragon Tower will enter self-defense mode, and any object close to the base, within 10,000 kilometers, will become the target of its strikes. Tip: the Fire Dragon Tower has a maximum attack range of 500,000 kilometers and has a tracking mode. When you lock on to a target, no matter how the target changes its orientation, the flaming gnarl can actively track the target and execute a precision strike. When he saw the hint, Zhao Zheng's eyes immediately lit up. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Attack range, reached 500,000 kilometers. Good guy. I remember the blue star from the moon, is only 400,000 kilometers less than it, so the Fire Dragon Tower can already directly attack the blue star. Isn't this the conceptualization of what those scientists are proposing? Space-based weapons? No, the Fire Dragon Tower also has tracking capabilities. It's more powerful than a space-based weapon. At this moment, Zhao Zhang's hands were very itchy. He especially wanted to take a shot at Blue Star. After much thought, he settled for the unsupportable thought, because it wasn't necessary yet for the time being, and really striking Blue Star, even if it was just attacking the unoccupied sea, it would easily cause a bad impact, and might even make the human high command think that he was demonstrating, triggering the human side's vigilance, fighting monsters in the time rift. Sorry, Zhao Zhang doesn't know the coordinates. Even if he knew, he didn't want to fight, because he felt that it was good to use these monsters and give humans experience, so that human civilization could grow quickly. These monsters are just the vanguard of the enemy. If even the vanguard can't be solved, then what should we do when the real enemy arrives? At this point, only the teleportation array and Fire Dragon Tower upgrades were completed. The other buildings were still in the process of being upgraded. Zhao Zhang looked at the time. It was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening, so he didn't delay any longer and put down his cell phone to enter the state of cultivation. Instead, he was able to cultivate in peace. But the human executives, all of them won't be able to sleep tonight. The Yen capital, which was the center of the storm, was destined to have no peace tonight. Those representatives of the countries, after realizing that they couldn't get away, immediately used their satellite phones and contacted their presidents. Then, the presidents of the countries immediately made a decision to change their itineraries and departed immediately for the Yen country. In the words of President Eagle, the gift of an alien civilization belongs to all mankind, and should never be left to the Yankee state alone. Nice guy. That's shameless, but very much in keeping with Eagle Jam's usual style. It was also fortunate that Zhao Zhang had set the teleportation point, the location, to be the Yen Kingdom's capital. If it were any other small country, it would probably be playing defense of the capital by now. On the other hand, Yan's side, in the face of a joint visit by the presidents of many countries in person, did not dare to be slow, and immediately made a series of corresponding measures. An urgent world summit is called. What happened at the meeting that the average person doesn't know? What the citizens of the capital can know is that within a 10-mile radius of that royal residence, it is classified as a forbidden area by the higher-ups, and flies that want to get close to it have to be killed. Someone posted this on the internet and the account was quickly banned. Day 2, 7 in the morning. The ringing of the alarm clock woke up Zhao Zhang. It was the time he set his alarm to go off every day. Waking up at 7 to wash and eat breakfast, and then going to work just in time to get stuck in and not be late. Zhao Zhang didn't want to be so punctual, but mainly he was the captain. He had to take the lead, so it was not good to be late. Don't have to go to work today? Though, because it's the weekend. Although he didn't have to go to the unit, Zhao Zhang still got up. The main reason was that after cultivating all night, his body, which had reached its optimal state, was full of energy. He couldn't sleep even if he was allowed to continue sleeping now. In addition, last night, there were a few buildings in the moon base that had a high upgrade progress, making Zhao Zhang very excited about their upgraded effects. When he opened his old cell phone, he saw, indeed, 3 alerts in the screen. Attention! Magic energy conversion device upgrade completed. Attention! Magic radiator cannon upgrade completed. Attention! Upgrade of secret stones completed. Seeing the hint, Zhao Zhang was overjoyed. He immediately opened War of Civilizations and checked the effects of the upgrades one by one. First is the Magic Energy Conversion Device. Magic Energy Conversion Device, intermediate converts dark matter more efficiently to provide magic energy for your base. That's it. The effect of the upgraded Magic Energy Conversion Device was a bit disappointing to Zhao Zhang. It was basically an enhanced version of the primary Magic Energy Conversion Device, with no additional functions. However, not upgrading doesn't seem to work either. Zhao Zhang had played many similar simulation games and knew that a lack of energy would severely limit the base's development. Moving on to the second. P.S. Tomorrow after 12 o'clock noon. The book on the shelves. Then a few more chapters. Please Big Brother's subscription. Depending on the subscription situation continue to burst more. Chapter 64 Emergency. A return gift from an alien civilization. Magical radiation cannon, intermediate when fully charged. It can fire a large amount of magical radiation waves in a directional manner. Another one of those contraptions that doesn't appear to have any new features. It's just an enhanced version of the primary. Go on to the third one. Secret Art Tablet, intermediate capable of providing a large number of intermediate secret art legacies. Okay, all 3 are the same. But, an intermediate level secret art inheritance? It should be very powerful. Zhao Zhang was filled with anticipation and immediately gave the elf instructions to get all of the Thunder System intermediate secret art inheritance to him. At his command, the elf immediately ran to the secret art tablet. A few moments later, in the elf's hand, there were two more secret art inheritances. From the looks of it, the intermediate secret art inheritance and the primary secret art inheritance weren't that different. They were both in the shape of a seed, and about the same size. Are there two intermediate secret art inheritances as well? Zhao Zhang didn't care. Let the elves put the two secret art inheritances on the teleportation array, and then pointed the cell phone lens at the table and clicked receive. Next moment, on his table, two secret art inheritances appeared. Zhao Zhang immediately took it in his hands. Intermediate secret art inheritance, lightning chain. Lightning chain, a fierce bolt of lightning is fired from the palm and jumps non-stop over nearby enemies, capable of attacking multiple targets, up to a maximum number of targets 10. Intermediate secret art inheritance, thunder shield. Thunder shield quickly creates a thunder shield that protects itself while countering the enemy. Hint, thunder shield is able to arrive at most of the secret art inheritance abilities, and has a weaker effect on long-range physical attacks, so please use it with caution. When he received the hints of these two secret art inheritances, Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up. It's worthy of being an intermediate level skill. It's really better and more practical than a beginner's skill. When he was about to absorb these two intermediate level secret art inheritances, a new prompt appeared. Your magic power is insufficient to absorb this secret art inheritance. Your magic power is insufficient to absorb this secret art inheritance. Two tips in a row confused Zhao Zhang a bit. Insufficient magic power. I just came out of the cultivation state. The magic power in my body is absolutely in the best state. There is no half consumption. How can there be insufficient magic power? Wait. It can't be like the game where warlocks have to be graded 2 right. I'm not at intermediate level right now, so I can't absorb the intermediate secret art inheritance. Zhao Zhang felt that his guess was probably correct. One time, he was a little confused as to whether this moon base was real or a game. Since he couldn't absorb it for the time being, Zhao Zhang had to give up. Putting the two intermediate secret art inheritances away, he gave the elf another command to go and collect 2,000 secret art inheritances of the primary second skill. The elf who had received his instructions immediately returned to the secret art tablet. Then, a progress bar appeared above the elf's head. By the looks of it, 2,000 was a bit too many, and it would take some effort to collect them from the secret art stones. These 2,000 primary second skill secret art inheritance were naturally used to return a gift to the Yen Kingdom. The Yen Kingdom had given him 2,000 monster crystal cores, and it was fitting that he returned 2,000 secret art inheritances. It should be known that due to the scarcity of the second secret art inheritance, causing the price to remain high, the current market price of the second medium secret art inheritance was at least a few $1 million. 2,000 of them would be worth tens or even tens of billions of dollars in total. The key was that this thing could also become a strategic material, and the Yen Kingdom could completely take this part of the secret art inheritance, control it, and use it to attract warlocks. It was believed that there would be quite a few warlocks that would be willing to sell their lives to the officials in order to obtain the second secret art inheritance. Zhao Zhang looked at the progress bar and estimated that it would take an hour or two, so he went to wash up and then make breakfast. Currently, of the 6 buildings in the moon base, 5 of them had already been upgraded, leaving only the Tree of Life, which was still in the process of being upgraded. However, the Tree of Life's upgrade progress was also fast, reaching 83%. I believe the upgrade will be completed this afternoon. And just as Zhao Zhang was eating breakfast, this side of the capital was a dark and turbulent place. Those visiting presidents had already learned from other sources that what appeared in the capital city of the Yen Kingdom was exactly the same as the teleportation array on the moon. They judged that the Yen countryside, most likely, had already reached a strategic cooperation with an alien civilization. When they proposed to share the fruits and obtain a portion of the ownership of the teleportation array, it was even rejected outright by the Yen Kingdom's senior management. It fills them with resentment and anxiety. As the monsters that appeared became more and more terrifying, this group of human elites long ago realized that the hope for the future of mankind was probably in the hands of the alien civilization on the moon. They've also been trying everything they can to hook up with the alien civilization on the moon. Earlier Eagle Jam was planning to launch a rocket to the moon because of this. As a result, I didn't expect that it was the Yen state that stole the show. This was extremely upsetting to Eagle Jam. Currently, there is a stalemate in the negotiations with the Yen state. When it came to treating the ownership of the teleportation array, the Yen country's side was not giving an inch. Favor the strength of the Yen state has long reached the point of ignoring any threat, want to use other means to yield the Yen state, but also almost impossible. So, the Eagle Sauce president only had to retreat to the next best thing, with a satellite phone call to the country, asking NASA, Eagle Sauce NASA side, must speed up the action as soon as possible to send the rocket into space. Zhao Zhang took out his new cell phone to surf the internet again after breakfast. He had originally thought that the 7-colored pillar of light emitted from the moon base's teleportation array last night would surely spark a discussion on the internet, and would probably even make it to the hot search. Unexpectedly, when he opened his Twitter account, he realized that there was not a single person discussing it at all. Not only tweets, but some other forums, short videos, there are no related topics. Zhao Zhang froze, and then immediately understood that it must have been an official intervention. Officials can definitely do it if they don't want a certain message to circulate on the internet. An hour later, finally, a vibration came from the old cell phone. It was War of Civilizations that sent a reminder that the mission Zhao Zhang had explained to the elves had been completed. When Zhao Zhang saw this, he immediately opened his old cell phone. As expected, there were many secret art legacies laying around the feet of the elves in the moon base. Apparently the collection is complete. Well done. Zhao Zhang revealed a smile before inputting commands to the elf to carry all those secret art inheritances to the teleportation array. Just as the elf waved his hand and released his magic, those countless secret art inheritances flew to their designated locations. Pretty good at saving energy, little thing. Zhao Zhang spat out a sentence, then clicked on the teleportation array. Under his operation, this batch of secret art inheritance was teleported by him to the teleportation point in the capital. In the meantime, Capital, the royal residence, was heavily guarded. Heavily armed soldiers were patrolling everywhere, especially next to the teleportation point. It was so closely monitored that not even a mosquito could fly in. Suddenly, the crowd realized that a large number of secret art inheritances had instantly appeared at the teleportation point. The guards who discovered this scene, without saying a word, immediately pressed the red alarm next to P.S. Tomorrow afternoon, July 26th, 12 o'clock. The book on the shelf. Then will be a few more chapters. Begging you big brothers, can charity a subscription. The subscription situation continues to add more. If the subscription reaches the expectation, 10,000 words update every day. Chapter 65 Rush. Hawk Sauce is in a hurry. Request for first order. The aliens have sent us a vast legacy of secret arts. In the office, Yang Yu, who hadn't been at work for long, was surprised to hear the news. Right, the secretary reported. Moreover, after checking, these secret art inheritances are all second abilities that are very scarce on the market, and the preliminary estimation is that the total value of this batch of secret art inheritances is close to tens of billions. Hearing the figure of tens of billions, Yang Yu did not make a fuss. He sat in this position. Not to mention tens of billions of dollars, worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Of tycoons have seen a lot, and even signed $1 trillion of large contracts with his own hands. How many are there? Yang Yu asked. The secretary answered truthfully, after counting, exactly 2,000. Oh, Yang Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. I remember that the number of monster crystal cores that were sent to the moon before seemed to be around 2,000 as well. Yes, Minister. Yang Yu immediately revealed a smile. It seems that this is most likely a return gift from the alien civilization to us. The alien civilization is very polite. The secretary smiled back. The comrades over at the staff department think much the same as you. Yang Yu nodded and suddenly smiled again. Those foreign guests, they must be in a hurry now. The secretary didn't dare to pick up on that. He looked at the time on his watch and reminded, Minister, the meeting time is about to start. Yang Yu sniffed and extinguished the cigarette in his hand, stood up and walked towards the conference room. Yang Yu guessed correctly. Those presidents, when they got the news, were all in a hurry. As for how he got the information, although the royal residence site is heavily guarded, but so many guards and supervisors, there must be spies mixed in. In addition, near-orbit satellites can also capture some images, favoring the side of the Yen state, but also do not dare to cover the teleportation point, for fear of affecting the teleportation. In short, want to completely hide the news of the teleportation point, is not easy. In the opinion of those presidents, Yen state is really hugging the thighs of the alien civilization and has reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, how could the alien civilization send something to Yen state alone and not to them? The previous secret art inheritance was given directly to all of humanity. So the presidents of the countries, while pestering the top brass of the inferno, called them at home and gave a series of orders. Due to the time difference, at this point in time, on the Eagle Jam side, it's in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock in the morning. In the ultra-luxurious beach house, the present-day NASA director is asleep in the company of his lover. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of the phone woke up the Lord Director's beautiful dream. Damn it, I'm going to kill you no matter who's calling. The director cursed, but got up and went to the phone. Hello, who is it? Jensen, it's me, Michael. Michael. Hearing the voice from across the room, the chief could only suppress his anger and ask, what's the matter at this late hour? This Michael is the president's deputy and also serves as the national security advisor, both in terms of power and status, which is higher than him, the director of NASA. Jensen, Mr. President called. He issued new orders. The president. The director frowned. The president called him just over an hour ago, and it's only been an hour since he called again. What did Mr. President ask for again? The director asked. Michael, he asked the NASA directorate to successfully launch the rocket within this month. What this month, hell? There are only 3 days left in this month. This is an impossible task. Michael, please get back to him. I refuse this unrealistic request. Jensen, I need to correct you. Michael's tone was serious. This is not a request. Mr. President is sending an order. He wants you to do what you must do. Why? The chief's face hardened. What the hell is going on? Clearly an hour ago, the president was just asking for the rocket to be launched as soon as possible. I didn't realize that it was only an hour later that they changed their minds and not only sent a stern order, but gave an almost impossible time to accomplish it. Michael was on the phone and whispered the reason. It's an alien civilization that sent a batch of goodies to Yenghua through a transmission array. In addition, I've gotten reliable information that Polar Bear intends to launch a rocket to the moon on the first day of next month. Jensen, the Yankee nation has left us far behind, and it would be a terrible nightmare if we let the polar bears overtake us again. It's not just Mr. President who's anxious now. It's the members of Congress. Upon hearing this, the director was first taken aback, then fell silent. He finally realized that this order, indeed, could not be refused. Okay, I know, I'm going to headquarters. What a bunch of ING assholes. Hanging up the phone, the director called his subordinate again. Inform everyone to rush to headquarters immediately. No one will be off duty until the rocket has successfully lifted off. The globe is raging in the dark. The mastermind behind this matter is now leisurely shopping with a beautiful woman in tow. It was Sister Suing Xue who took the initiative to ask him out. It was obvious that this girl really liked Zhao Zhang. Moreover, Suing Xue was braver and chose to take the initiative after realizing that Zhao Zhang was a log. Zhao Zhang was not averse to Suing Xue, so he gladly went to the appointment. The two of them strolled around the pedestrian street for a while, and by noon, they had a meal together. And in the afternoon, Suing Xue also proposed to go to the movies together, but was politely declined by Zhao Zhang. It wasn't that Zhao Zhang was uninterested, but he received a prompt. The Tree of Life, too, had finally finished upgrading. Among the 6 buildings in the moon base, the one that Zhao Zhang was most looking forward to was undoubtedly the Tree of Life. For, only what is on the Tree of Life serves him personally and entirely. After sending Suing Xue away, Zhao Zhang didn't drive back immediately, but first went to the electronics market and bought a printer before going home. Buy a printer. Of course it works. The Tree of Life was the last upgrade to be completed, which meant that Zhao Zhang could now unlock the second page of buildings. When the time came, constructing new buildings might require new materials. He was too lazy to go back to collecting them on his own, and planned to write down the material requirements, and then through the teleportation array, pass them to the capital site for the higher-ups to help. Buying a printer does just that. Writing your own handwriting will expose your notes, and you might accidentally reveal yourself one day. Back home, Zhao Zhang immediately took out his old cell phone. In his moon base, the Tree of Life gave off a soft glow, looking much stronger than before. And, around the Tree of Life, an emerald green meadow was formed, with children above it, green and glowing, and against the background of the desolate moon, the beauty of life was even more evident. What attracted Zhao Zhang's attention the most was the upgraded Tree of Life, with 2 huge cocoons reappearing on its crown. Chapter 66 Another letter from the aliens, request for subscription. Zhao Zhang was filled with anticipation and clicked on the Tree of Life. A large prompt popped up. Tree of Life, intermediate, contains a magical source of life. Continue to grow and perhaps pursue the true meaning of life. Tip: the intermediate Tree of Life can create 2 guardian angels, which have notable combat abilities. In addition, the intermediate Tree of Life's Dew of Life adds the ability to remove all diseases on top of its original ability to heal and recover from injuries. The Fruit of Life can greatly strengthen the body and increase the affinity for magic energy. Seeing the hint, Zhao Zhang was overjoyed. Good, truly worthy of the Tree of Life. He was overwhelmed with anticipation, waiting for the Tree of Life to bear fruit. As his eyes looked at the 2 giant cocoons on the Tree of Life, Zhao Zhang couldn't help but itch his hand and clicked on them. A new tip popped up. Guardian Angel. Currently the Guardian Angel is in embryonic state. You can design the gender and appearance for the Guardian Angel according to your preference. Whether or not to design the gender profile of the Guardian Angel. Yes/no. Hint: after the Guardian Angel enters the growth period, the gender appearance will be fixed and the design cannot be modified. When he saw the prompt, Zhao Zhang froze. I can't believe you can design the shape of a Guardian Angel. What kind of pin-up game is this? Whatever it was, at the moment, he clicked yes without hesitation. Next moment, the picture in the screen turned, and it really entered an interface similar to a face-pinching game. Please set the height of the Guardian Angel's mature body. Zhao Zhang saw the prompt and directly entered 1.7 meters. Please select Guardian Angel gender. You don't have to ask. Of course it's female. Please design the Guardian Angel's look and body according to your preference. Zhao Zhang immediately got into the spirit and designed it by heart. The eyes don't have to be too big. but they must be bright and godly. While you can also choose the pupil color to try the blue effect first. The nose is small, straight, and a little more delicate. If you have a face shape, go for goose egg face. Those actresses and netizens are all melon face, really tired of seeing hair black, smooth on the line, career line that must be protruding, but do not have to be huge. 36D is almost the same. Waist to be thin, the belly must be flat, legs must be selected and white and long and straight. Would also have to choose the wings don't not work, then choose the white swan model of it. It took half an hour for Zhao Zhang to complete the design of the guardian angel's shape. When he looked at the work he had produced, he immediately froze, because it's just so beautiful. The woman in the picture, whether it was her looks or her figure, was perfectly proportioned, like a fairy in a painting, somewhat similar to the AI paintings that were popular on the internet nowadays. Realistically, there's no way any woman could look like that, especially the pair of white wings. Not only did not have the slightest chic, but instead, under the wings, it was more noble, making the woman in the picture full of divinity, like a nine heavenly maiden who was high up in the sky. Whether or not to save this design image, seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhang immediately clicked save. It was designed by his own hand and all to his liking, so of course he was happy with it. After clicking save, Zhao Zhang was filled with anticipation. I wonder if the guardian angel can teleport up to the blue planet when it matures. If it can, and looks exactly like my current design. Hiss. When he thought about this, Zhao Zhang suddenly felt that the women in the mortal world suddenly didn't smell good anymore. And just as he was rambling, a new prompt popped up in the screen again, whether to use the image of this design for the two guardian angels. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhang immediately frowned. After some serious thinking, he still decided that he would use the image he had just designed for only one of the guardian angels. As for the other guardian angel, he planned to redesign the shape. The twins are really cool, but that's about it after you've seen them for a long time. It's still a little bit cooler to have two different styles of top goddesses together. Another good half hour passed. Zhao Zhang had finally finished designing the second guardian angel as well. The image of the second guardian angel was very different from the first one. The overall style was on the evil side. Even the wings were black. It didn't look like an angel, but more like a witch. After you're done, only then was Zhao Zhang satisfied, and he went to check out the buildings on the second page. On the left side of the screen, under the buildings column, there is a page button. He clicked on it, and 6 brand new buildings appeared on the screen. The moment, the other 5 buildings, in a black and white locked state, cannot be built, nor can the information be viewed. Only the first building can be activated. It was a building shaped like a bunker. When Zhao Zhang clicked on it, the prompt for the new building popped up. House of Dwarves, birthplace of the dwarves. Hint, dwarves have great power and are natural blacksmiths. They can forge weapons and equipment for you, making your secret techniques more powerful. Construction requirements: steel, 2T, titanium, 1 ton, rare earth, 1 ton, wood, 450 kilograms, quartz sand, 300 kilograms, water, 2T, groundhog 10, live. This hint made Zhao Zhang freeze on the spot. Dwarves he knew, of course. They were in a lot of games, and were indeed a little bit of an ironworker. It's the materials to build the dwarf's house, and it takes so much. Also, it requires titanium, which is a rare metal. Luckily, Zhao Zhang had established a teleportation point in the capital. If he had to collect these materials by himself, it would have been a lot of trouble. Most importantly, what the hell is Groundhog 10, live? Nice guy. It's not like we're making dwarves out of live groundhogs, is it? Zhao Zhang is a little bit being whole won't. Forget it, I'll give the moon base whatever it wants. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we've already established a teleportation point in the capital, so let's leave these difficult things to the bigwigs at the top. Subsequently, Zhao Zhang loaded the printer, connected his new cell phone, and then the required materials, entered in the phone, and then printed. Click, click. The sound of printing comes from the printer. Soon, on a piece of A4 paper, what Zhao Zhang had just typed appeared. I need some materials: steel, 3T, titanium, 2T, rare earths, 2T. Some of the material he deliberately overstated. Some of the easily obtainable materials, which he could also get on his side, were left out. Doing so, of course, also serves to obfuscate, although it doesn't seem like it needs to be done, as long as he could ensure that he would not be compromised. Zhao Zhang was not afraid of trouble, folded the A4 paper and stuffed it into the envelope. Then, using his old cell phone first, he teleported the envelope to the moon base, and then used the moon base's teleportation array to relay and send the envelope to the teleportation point in the capital city. P.S. Second shift. Third shift may have been written at the top and can't be posted. It's being revised. Chapter 67. What thick legs for an alien bigot. Capital. The king's mansion. Around the teleportation point, Several people have been assigned to guard it, and it is under complete 24-hour supervision. To be honest, the person doing this job would be bored and at great risk. This is because, if there is a momentary negligence and the appearance of an object on the teleportation point is not reported in time, they will be penalized. In addition, in case the aliens had malicious intentions and teleported over a monster, the people watching next to them would definitely be the first to suffer. But even so, in order to compete for this job as a caretaker, the sons and daughters of various families have grabbed their heads. The purpose is to get up close and personal with an alien civilization. The risks are there, but the opportunities are greater. Maybe one day the aliens themselves will come to Blue Star and give the caretakers some reward or something. Then it will all be worth it. 2:06 p.m. Suddenly, the teleportation point lit up with light. This scene caused the surrounding watchers to, at once, have their spirits lifted. They already knew that once the teleportation point lit up, it was a sign that something was coming through. Fruity. The next moment, when the light disappeared, a letter appeared in the middle of the teleportation point. The officer in charge of the guard, without saying a word, simply pressed the red button. Less than a minute, specialized personnel in anti-shooting suits then came and took the letters. Then, the contents of the letter were rushed up the chain of command, alarming the top brass. Learning of the alien civilization's new request, the top brass, without saying a word, gave a fiery order to order people to collect it and send it to the alien bigwigs. The city of Lashutseed. Zhao Zhang didn't go out after transmitting the letter and was fiddling with his new computer. He bought this computer online 2 days ago, a high-end assembler, and it finally arrived today. Not being a computer novice, he quickly assembled the computer and managed to connect it to the internet in the villa. Just as he was about to download a few large 3A games and test his computer's performance, suddenly, a reminder came from his old cell phone. This time, the alert came from the teleportation array at the moon base. Teleportation point 1, item found. Do you want to receive it? Zhao Zhan was slightly stunned. Teleportation point number 1, that's the one in the capital, right? Could it be that the bigwigs have already gotten what I want? All the way here? No, it's been less than 40 minutes since the letter was transmitted, and this is all the stuff I wanted. He was a little surprised. That's efficient, and that's too fast. If he were to collect them on his own, he might not be able to do it in 10 days and half a month. Without much thought, Zhao Zhang clicked receive. Next moment, a large pile of items appeared on the teleportation array at the moon base. There was steel, soil, unknown metals, and 2 clear plastic cages, each containing, among other things, 5 groundhogs. With clear plastic, you can store some of the air without exposing the groundhog directly to outer space. With a body as small as a groundhog's, if exposed to the vacuum of the moon, it wouldn't last more than a minute before it hiccuped. For official details, Zhao Zhang couldn't help but nod his head. Very good. Well done. This lord is pleased. Steel found. Is it disassembled? Discovery of titanium. Is it decomposed? Discovery of rare earths. Are they decomposed? A series of prompts popped up, and Zhao Zhang tapped on all of them to confirm. In the blink of an eye, everything on the teleportation array then disappeared into thin air, entering the material warehouse on the moon base. Speaking of which, it was the material warehouse on the moon base that was the most amazing. It was simply invisible and untouchable. Since the materials had been collected, Zhao Zhang clicked on the dwarf house building and chose to activate it. The activation progress bar appeared instantly. Looking at its motionless appearance, it was estimated that it would take quite a bit of time for the activation to be completed. Zhao Zhang then left it alone and ran off to play on the computer. Day 2. When Zhao Zhang woke up from his cultivation state, the first thing he did was to take out those 2 intermediate-level secret art inheritances and try to absorb them. The result still prompted him that there was not enough magic. By the looks of it, his current strength really hadn't reached the standard of an intermediate-level warlock yet. Subsequently, Zhao Zhang opened War of Civilizations again to view the moon base. He mainly wanted to see if the Tree of Life had blossomed, and the growth status of the Guardian Angels. Unfortunately, neither the Fruit of Life, nor the Guardian Angel, appeared, and the huge cocoon remained the same old unchanged. But, the elves, on the contrary, sent him 3 bottles of life dew. This was the life dew produced by the intermediate Tree of Life, and unlike the previous one, it possessed the effect of dispelling all diseases, and its recovery power had become much stronger. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhang planned to keep 2 bottles for himself and send one to the capital side as a return gift. The speed with which the bigwigs in the capital did their work yesterday pleased him so much that he didn't mind sweetening the deal. Anyway, the thing called life dew, the Tree of Life could produce it every day, and he wouldn't be able to use it. He still had a lot of unused life dew left from the previous primary. Fearing that the bigwigs in the capital didn't know the effects of the life dew, Zhao Zhang also printed out an instruction manual detailing the effects of the intermediate life dew and sent it over together. After doing this, He then went to work. Take this at the same time. Capital. When the life dew was teleported over, it immediately triggered a great deal of attention from the bigwigs. It's really amazing how effective life dew is. It can actually get rid of all diseases. Those who can become big brothers are older. And once a person gets older, all kinds of problems will appear. Even with the most advanced medical equipment and the best medical care cannot stop the body functions from having problems. Birth, old age, sickness and death are natural human laws. Originally, the appearance of the warlock's healing arts made these bigwigs, as if they had seen the hope of living to 100 years old without illness or disaster, and even pulled together quite a few warlocks who knew healing arts for this reason. However, soon enough, the crowd realized that the healing technique could only treat some simple external injuries, not to mention prolonging life, and could not even kill some viruses. There have been warlocks before who have slowly recovered from cancer, and that was entirely a result of the psychic energy working on the warlock's own, and not being able to work on anyone else. Now that a good thing that can get rid of all diseases has finally appeared, who wouldn't want it? One time, all the bigwigs in the capital, after getting the news, had their eyes on this bottle of life dew. In response, the top brass are helpless. As it stands now, life dew is not appropriate to give to anyone, not to mention, the executives themselves want it. When all is said and done, it's still an alien civilization that gives too little. It's only one bottle and it's not very big, only 300 milliliters. After much discussion, the bottle of life dew, eventually, landed in the hands of a retired senior citizen. This old man, a former war hero who has made many contributions to the country, is a real big shot who has climbed up from the bottom. Most importantly, when the old man was young, he was severely traumatized in battle and almost lost his life. Even when it was healed at the time, it still left a legacy. Now that I'm older, I'm in pain every day. In terms of who is most in urgent need of life-saving medicines now, this old man dare not say that he is in the first place, but at least he can be ranked in the forefront. P.S. Big brother, if the book is short of words, you can go to see my old book, Choose C-Class Hero. I was ridiculed by the whole network for 3 years. As long as you can endure the front of the white, the back of the super cool. The old book results are also very good. Is the network's best results of a fist homoerotic novel. Chapter 68, The Divine Dew of Life. Capital. An old man was lying in an ancient room. Although there were many state-of-the-art medical equipments in the room, as well as a specialized private doctor on guard, the old man still looked very weak, and his brows had been wrinkled tightly, as if he was suffering great pain. The old man's children, right next to him, kept wiping their tears. A few moments later, there were footsteps outside the door. As if they knew who was coming, the old man's children immediately went forward to open the door. He saw several guards, who were walking quickly, and in the hands of the first one, they were holding a strange bottle. Secretary's son, this is the life dew the chief asked me to send. The old man's oldest son, the same secretary's son, looked a little excited at the sight of the life-giving dew, and he carefully took it from the guard's hands. Lucky you guys, the guard said. Please give it to elder son as soon as possible. We need to know how elder son is doing after taking it. Hearing this, Secretary's son just nodded his head and didn't say anything more before taking the bottle of life dew and walking back into the room. Sick bay. The old man didn't seem to have the strength to open his eyes. Secretary's son then took the bottle in his hand and handed it to the old man's mouth. Dad, this is the life dew that the chief sent you. Drink some. Slowly, after being served by his son, the old man took a few sips of the life-giving dew. Everyone next to him, watching nervously. At first, the old man didn't show anything different. After about 6 or 7 minutes, the old man's breathing began to no longer rapid, become uniform. Next to the heart rate detector, the display of the heart rate curve, but also slowly stabilized. This scene was a great joy to the children of the old man, and a great surprise to the others. 10 minutes later, the old man's brow was relaxed and he looked much more peaceful. 15 minutes later, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. Dad! Several of the children, all of them, cried out in excitement. The old man's eyes flicked around and finally settled on his oldest son. Seeing this, Secretary's son immediately stepped forward. Dad! The old man opened his mouth and, with all his strength, spat out 2 words. Hungry. Hearing these 2 words, his children, all of them, wept with joy. Although there is no doctor among these children, but as the children of high cadres, some basic common sense, still mastered. A sick person who knows that he is hungry and has the desire to eat is out of danger. It is important to know that this old man, son, has not eaten a grain of rice for many days, relying on nutritional fluids to sustain his life. Okay, Dad, I'll have someone bring you food. Secretary's son agreed. Next, the private doctor, who gave the old man a comprehensive examination, came up with results that made him say unbelievable. Half an hour later, the story about Sun Lao almost coming back from the dead after taking the life due spread throughout the entire hierarchy. In the files recorded by the guards, there is a sentence that reads, 15 minutes after taking life due, Sun old enough to eat 2 bowls of nutritious porridge, through the examination, found that the cancer cells in his body is rapidly disappearing. The miracle of the life due shocked the crowd of bigwigs. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Yang Yu, who was working in the office, shouted. The door opened and his secretary walked in. Minister, I just got the news that Elder Sun is out of life-threatening danger and is in the midst of a rapid recovery. The secretary marveled. Life due. It's truly divine. Hearing the secretary's report, Yang Yu just smiled lightly. He had expected this outcome. After all, the alien civilization can even get a global spiritual energy recovery. The effect of the district to get rid of 100 diseases is not a handful. Seeing that the minister didn't say anything, the secretary then reported again. That bottle of life due, Sun Lao took half of it, and the remaining half fell into the hands of the Academy of Sciences, which is currently studying it over there. After a pause, the secretary added, Minister, I have heard that there are quite a few leaders who have made suggestions to the top, wanting to express their demands to the alien civilization through the teleportation point, so that the alien civilization will give more life due. Hearing this, Yang Yu immediately frowned. His eyes went toward the secretary and he asked seriously, is the source accurate? The secretary hurriedly said, it's coming from the staff side. Yang Yu thought for a moment, suddenly picked up the red landline phone on the table and pressed the 1 button. He actually knew that he shouldn't be making this call right now. It would be too easy to offend someone. Still, he didn't hold back, because he was afraid of accidents that would lead to a good situation, which would be ruined because of the desires of certain people. I'm Yang Yu. Yes, I've heard that someone has made a proposal to ask for life due from an alien civilization. Yes, I think this move is very inappropriate. Understood. Okay, I see. Hang up. Yang Yu sat in his office and sighed slightly. He could understand those people's thoughts. It was really that the life due was too tempting, including himself, who couldn't help but be moved after hearing about its functions. However, he was able to restrain himself, and he believes that in dealing with alien civilizations, all people should have to try to restrain their desires. Just a bottle of life due now makes some people can't help but want to reach out. What about a future alien civilization that sends something even better? In the meantime, Zhao Zhang is touching the fish in the office that belongs to him. Speaking of which, he had been in the Warlock Authority for some time now, and had hardly been idle. It's the first time it's been okay like today. The time, at this point, was just after 9 in the morning, 2 hours before lunchtime. Zhao Zhang thought about it and prepared to play the game. The last time he played the game, he pitched a lot of his teammates. This time he must get his face back, at the same time to prove his name for his skills. But just as his game was beginning, the office door was pushed open. It was one of his subordinates that rushed in. Captain, the chief wants you to come to his office for a meeting. Zhao Zhang froze. Now. Right. The chief seems to be in a hurry and has asked all captains to arrive within 2 minutes. Zhao Zhang sniffed and was filled with helplessness. He had no choice but to hang up and pit his teammates and quit the game. It was estimated that after this wave, his reputation points would be deducted quite a bit and he would not be able to rank again. Subsequently, Zhao Zhang stood up, walked out of the office, and headed toward the elevator. Walking into the elevator, he ran into the other brigade captains. Captain Zhao, can you reveal to the brothers what's going on when old Wang is suddenly in such a hurry to get us to a meeting? Regarding your question, I also want to know. Zhao Zhang spread his hands, then said, but it's definitely not a small matter. Chapter 69, Changes at the Front. Support needed. In the conference room, when the crowd arrived, Director Wang Weigua immediately appeared. Everyone's here, then let's have the meeting. Director Wang was still as acute as ever, and before anyone sat down, he instructed his secretary, Xiao Chao, distribute the information. Xiao Chao was a young man who looked a bit younger than Zhao Zhang. Receiving the order from Director Wang, he immediately distributed the information prepared in his hands, one by one, to the captains. The crowd took the information and couldn't wait to look through it. So did Zhao Zhang. When he turned the first page, his face just changed. Just in the photo on the first page was an incomparably huge spacetime rift that was at least hundreds of meters long. Even through the crack, one could see, behind the crack, the endless monsters. Old Wan's voice rang out at the right time. This is a photo that came from the front line an hour ago. You guys didn't read it wrong. Those spacetime cracks at the front line, all of them have expanded by 10 times. The largest spacetime rift now has reached a length of over 150 meters. Hearing this, the crowd looked aghast. It looks like the monster is about to make a big move. Someone couldn't help but say, it's already engaged. Director Wang said, you guys turn the information straight to page 5. The crowd sniffed and turned to page 5. Just see the photos on the 5th page. There were a large number of monsters. These monsters were so strange and huge that the human soldiers were like dwarfs standing in front of them. And, on most of the monsters, there was a thick layer of armor that looked tough as hell. Such a terrifying army of monsters. Just the pictures made one feel a great oppression. What kind of monster is this? The crowd exclaimed. Director Wang introduced this new type of monster. There is no clear official name for it yet, and they are currently referred to as beetles by proxy. All beetle-like monsters have this sturdy armor on their bodies. Guns are hard to hurt. Only heavy weapons can break their defense. The front line is now in an emergency. Support is urgently needed. Upon hearing this, the crowd had understood the main purpose of the meeting. One of the captains couldn't help but say, "Chief, you don't think you want us to go for support, do you? Even the military's guns are ineffective against this kind of monster. What can we do by going to send them to their deaths? No, these beetle-like monsters are hard to hurt with guns, but the skills of the warlocks can do unexpected damage to them." The old king swept his eyes over the crowd and added, "The military did issue a conscription order for the warlock administration across the country. However, this conscription is not mandatory. Everything is voluntary. Now that the front line is in an emergency, we need everyone's help. Once the front line is breached, the Yen kingdom will be devastated, and even if we stay in the great rear, it will be difficult for us to protect ourselves. So, are there any willing to go to the front to support?" Hearing these words, Zhao Zhang sighed silently. This old Wang's eloquence is really not good. No wonder after so many years of work is still only a captain. Really not at all will not fool people. Just so dry 2 sentences. Who would like to risk going to the front line? As expected, no one responded to Old King. Everyone was silent. Seeing this, Old Wang sighed and added, "Those who are willing to go to the front line for support will each receive a bonus of $100,000, which will arrive upon arrival at the front line. $100,000 is indeed a mind-blowing prize for the average person, but for a warlock, it's nothing, because as the warlock's reputation grew, the ways in which the warlocks could earn money became easier and more numerous. Now many companies have emerged, are recruiting warlocks. A month to open the salary is not low. If it is for those rich and powerful as a bodyguard, it is more millions of annual salary to start. Therefore, the old king proposed this 100,000 bonus. To the present, and not much attraction. Seeing that no one spoke, the old king only had to release the ultimate big move. In addition, the upper head said, "The outstanding performance, also give the secret art inheritance rewards, not those cheap first secret art inheritance on the market, but the scarce number of second secret art inheritance." This statement was made. It finally got to a lot of people in the room. Someone soon questioned, "Director, isn't the number of second secret art inheritances very rare? Where did the top come from?" Exactly where it came from, I don't know, Old Wang truthfully said. It is said that the higher-ups have prepared 2,000 second mysterious art inheritances this time as a reward on a first-come first-served basis. Whoever can make the first merit will be rewarded. Hear this. Zhao Zhan was slightly stunned. He immediately understood that the higher-ups were taking all the return gifts he had teleported over last time as rewards. It had to be said that this move was very much to Zhao Zhang's liking, making him feel that his superiors were doing a good job. He was even thinking that if the rewards weren't enough, he could offer another batch. 2,000 really? It should be true. The higher-ups wouldn't be so stupid as to joke about something like that. That's right. It's stupid to lie about this kind of thing. If you can lie about it once, can you lie about it a second time? Old Zhang, what do you say you want to go and try? The crowd murmured. Zhao Zhang noticed that a hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Old Wang's eyes. He could probably guess about Old Wang's dissatisfaction. After all, Lao Wang came from the military, and the code of the military was to follow orders and obey them. Most warlocks, nowadays, are loose cannons compared to real soldiers. "Chief, why don't you let those supernumeraries go to support the front line?" someone asked. Old Wang said, "There will definitely be a conscription order issued to the supernumeraries as well, but again, it's on a voluntary principle, and in addition, it's not a good idea to fully publicize the changes at the front line for the time being, so as not to cause panic. So, even after you guys get out of this conference room, don't take this matter outside to talk nonsense." The crowd nodded, seeing many people showing hesitation. Old Wang then said, "You don't have to worry too much. The ones at the front are definitely soldiers. You don't have the experience of going to war. The higher-ups won't let you die. Go to support, just hide behind and put skills on it." The words fell. A number of hands went up immediately. "Chief, I'll go. Count me in. And me." One time, 12 captains, at least a good half of them, raised their hands. From the looks of it, the attraction of the second secret art inheritance to the warlocks was really not small. At this point, in the conference room, there were only 4 people who hadn't raised their hands. This includes Zhao Zhan. It wasn't that Zhao Zhang was afraid of death and didn't dare to go, but he felt that, as he was in control of the moon base and had a greater role to play, he should be careful with his life and not take risks easily. As for the reward old Wang was talking about, the second secret art inheritance, this thing, Zhao Zhang could have as much as he wanted. Good. Everyone who is willing to step forward at this time is a meritorious warrior, and I will definitely give you all an honorable mention in this year's assessment. Speaking of which, old Wang glanced at Zhao Zhang, who didn't raise his hand and frowned slightly. He felt that Zhao Zhang was the most deserving to go. Chapter 70 Breakthrough. The first intermediate level warlock is born. The meeting was adjourned. The captains left in droves. Next, they had to go and mobilize their subordinates, not letting them go to the front line alone. Zhao Zhang, however, was left behind by old Wang. Captain Zhao, you don't want to go to the front line for support? Old Wang asked, getting straight to the point. Zhao Zhang nodded. Yes, chief. Do you have any concerns? The old king frowned. Although the front line is dangerous, but it's not like you're allowed to be at the front. At most, you'll be allowed to assist in the battle, and the danger won't easily come to your head. Speaking of which, he suddenly thought of something. Oh yeah, you already have the second secret art inheritance, right? So you don't think the reward of going to the front line is appealing to you? Zhao Zhang was silent at his words. It wasn't for that reason, but it was good to have the old king think that way. Captain Zhao, I don't want to kidnap people with morals, but yeah, you are indeed different. Old Wang said, remember how the official media commented on you before? Brave and resourceful, bold and courageous. You are the one who has been focused on by the higher-ups. If you can go to the front line this time, you don't have to perform much better, but you can make your resume better. Maybe, you'll soon be able to sit in my position. On the contrary, if you don't go, the higher-ups know about it, they will probably be more disappointed in you, and it will affect you a lot. Do you understand what I mean? It was obvious that old Wang was still a warm-hearted person and was really thinking about Zhao Zhang. In response, Zhao Zhang expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the leader's regard. However, I have my own plans and won't be going to the front line for the time being. It's true, he definitely wouldn't go to the front line until he was not strong enough. At the very least, he would not be willing to go until the dwarves on the moon base built him a piece of equipment that could save his life. You kid. Old Wang looked at Zhao Zhang with a face of hatred, but finally sighed. Alright, if you don't go, don't regret it if you don't get promoted in the future and waste your time. When he said this, he spoke in a heavy tone, as if he was talking about himself. When Zhao Zhang heard these words, his face was expressionless and his heart was only As a lunar lord, he didn't care, at all, if he could move up in the system. Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Get the hell out of here. Go back to your office. Zhao Zhang was also thinking about the front line. Since the military hadn't drafted warlocks on a large scale for the time being, engaging in something that was all voluntary, it meant that the situation on the front line, for the time being, should be able to be stabilized, and was far from as critical as old Wang had said. If the situation is truly critical, it should be a mandatory draft. Of course, this was all Zhao Zhang's speculation. Still no access to information. It would be nice to know the specifics without having to guess so much. Think about it. Zhao Zhang suddenly had a bright idea. Perhaps, one could send a spokesperson on the moon base, and have the spokesperson travel to the capital through a teleportation point, specifically to deliver a message to him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this plan would work. Who do we send? Are the elves okay? When, in his mind's eye, the appearance of those elves popped up, he instantly shook his head in denial. No way. Those elves don't look too smart for the job. Guardian angels are even worse. Send them to the capital and who will guard me? It looks like more buildings need to be built, and maybe there can be buildings that can create smart guys to act as my advocates. One day passed quickly. That night, Zhao Zhang ate dinner at home. First went on the internet for a while, and found that the situation was very serious on the foreign side, and many countries had officially sent letters to ask for help from the Yen state. In response, he just watched with cold eyes and had no thug HTS of using the Fire Dragon Tower to step in and help. In his opinion, these monsters were nothing more than the vanguard of the enemy, and the real enemy had yet to arrive. If even the vanguard couldn't resist, then it was only right that these countries were eliminated. If he helps today, what happens when the real enemy arrives? Will it still be up to him? Zhao Zhang didn't want to be the nanny of these foreigners. Also, the mission objectives at the beginning of War of Civilizations were only to assist humans, not to help them entirely and fend off the enemy. After looking at the time, it was already past 7 in the evening, so Zhao Zhang closed the computer and started practicing. Early the next morning, Zhao Zhang opened his eyes and immediately felt that his body had become somewhat different. What exactly changed? He couldn't say. Anyway, it just got a lot stronger. Afterwards, as if he had thought of something, Zhao Zhang immediately picked up the 2 intermediate secret art inheritances and then chose to absorb them. This time, there was no more hint of failed absorption. He had succeeded in his absorption and mastered 2 new secret art inheritances. Zhao Zhang was surprised and delighted. So, the physical change I felt before was a breakthrough. I became an intermediate level warlock. He immediately went to the villa's basement, intending to test his new abilities. The previous owner of the villa had converted the basement into a fitness place with a lot of fitness equipment, which had not been moved and was considered a gift to Zhao Zhang. Zhao Zhang first tested the thunder shield. He saw him raise his right arm and cross it in front of his body, making a blocking motion, and then his mind moved, and the thunder power in his body exploded. At once, in the void in front of his arm, a large amount of electric light surfaced, instantly condensing into a thunder shield. This thunder shield was almost 1 person tall and wide enough to properly protect Zhao Zhang behind the shield. The shield was wreathed in electric light, constantly emitting a zzzz sound, which was scary to look at. Zhao Zhang, however, did not have the slightest look of fear, and his face was full of surprise. This skill is good. With it, when encountering monsters, the ability to save one's life will be greatly increased. It's just that the consumption is not small. I'm afraid that when fighting, I can't keep the shield on all the time. Subsequently, Zhao Zhang held Thunder Shield up and took a few steps forward, allowing Thunder Shield to intentionally crash into a treadmill. Ka-ching! The moment it hit the treadmill, both sides reacted violently, with the Thunder Shield instantly erupting with intense electricity, while the treadmill split in pieces and bounced off. Good. Nice power. Zhao Zhang was very satisfied with Lei Dun's performance. Next, he tested the lightning chain again. When he saw Zhao Zhang suddenly swing out a palm towards the front, an electric light flew out from his palm, instantly hitting the fitness bike, a fitness equipment like a bicycle, in front of him. Crackle dash. There was a toothsome thunderclap from the exercise bike, while the electricity was so bright that it became instantly scorched. A bizarre scene appeared. The electric light was seen, and after hitting the exercise bike, it didn't just disappear, but scurried around the basement like a spring hitting a wall. Chapter 71 Tiger Hunt. Ping pong. In the basement, there was a chaotic noise. The electric light released by Zhao Zhan was seen scurrying around the basement like a spring released after being taut. In the blink of an eye, all of the gym equipment in the basement, all of it, even some of the aids didn't escape, being sent flying by the electricity that bounced over them. Even though the process lasted a short time, the basement was still trashed and in shambles. The gym equipment, badly damaged. Everything hit by the electricity, all charred and blackened. From this, it could be seen how powerful the destructive power of Zhao Zhang's lightning chain was. If he had just been unleashed on the crowd, he was afraid that there would have been 10 people, already, receiving their boxed lunches. Yes, not only did Zhao Zhang not feel any heartache for the destruction he had caused, he instead clapped his hands. He can't use the fitness equipment anyway, plus he's a billionaire now, so he doesn't care about the loss. He was pleasantly surprised by the effect of the lightning chain. It's really worthy of being an intermediate warlock inheritance. The power is really different, Zhao Zhang exclaimed. Whether it was the thunder shield or the lightning chain, he was very satisfied. When Zhao Zhang left the basement, the time was already past 7 o'clock, and if he didn't go to work, he would be late. Too late for breakfast. Zhao Zhang drove, rushing to the unit. Captain. Just as he sat down in his office, a member of the team walked in. Chang, what can I do for you? The young man called Xiao Zhang opened his mouth and asked. I heard that the Bureau is organizing personnel to go to the front line to support the bonuses that can be taken and even the possibility of rewarding the second secret art inheritance. Yes, Zhao Zhang nodded. Why? You're interested. Xiao Zhang thought for a moment and asked rhetorically. Captain, are you going or not? Zhao Zhang just smiled and didn't answer. Don't ask me. Do you want to go? If you want to go, I can report your name up. Chang guessed that the captain must not go, because he knew that the captain had a second secret art inheritance. Captain, I'd like to try it. Yes. Zhao Zhang smiled and asked. Go ask if there are other people who want to go for support. If there are, I'll report them up together. For something like this, he definitely wants to support it. Okay, Captain, I'll go ahead and ask. Chang went quickly and soon brought back a batch of lists. In Zhao Zhang's brigade, there were a total of 11 people who were interested in the rewards offered by the military and wanted to try out the front lines. To be precise, they were rushing the second secret art inheritance. Now the price of the second secret art inheritance was getting more and more expensive, and most importantly, money couldn't buy it. By the afternoon, all the men in the division who are ready to go to the front have been identified, and everyone was leaving that afternoon. After all, it's a support trip, not a vacation, so surely the sooner the better. Yard, all the members of the precinct, all gathered in the playground, thousands of them. At this moment, these people were divided into two groups. On the left were those who voluntarily went to the front line to support. occupying almost 3/5 of the total number of people, and those standing on the right were naturally those who chose to stay behind. Director Wang stood in front of the crowd and publicly announced, "After I leave, Captain Zhao will temporarily take over the position of director. If you have any problems, everything will be reported to Captain Zhao, and in the meantime, Captain Zhao will have full authority to handle any matters until I return." Hearing old Wang's announcement, Zhao Zhang was dumbfounded. This old Wang, letting him act as the temporary director is such a big deal, but he didn't even give him a heads up. Aren't you afraid he'll refuse on the spot and make old King lose face? Of course, Zhao Zhang can't really do that. The fact that old Wang could let him temporarily take over the position of director meant that he valued him, and it was unlikely that he would take the initiative to break up the program. At this point, outside, the buses, all of which had already arrived, were waiting for the crowd. Seeing this, old Wang didn't ink, and ordered, "Depart." Originally, as the director, Lao Wang did not have to go to the front line. It was he who petitioned and put his name on the list. I have to say that old Wang, who was born in the military, was just highly aware. Remaining staff, silently watching their colleagues get on the bus and then waving goodbye. Captain, Suing Shui stood next to Zhao Zhang and said worriedly, "Wang Zhang and the others, will they be in danger?" Zhao Zhang thought for a moment and said, "There are definitely dangers, but it shouldn't be a big problem. I hope they all come back safely." Suing Shui said, in a flash, "It's been 2 days. For the past 2 days, there have been only trivialities and no major events, at least in the area under Zhao Zhang's jurisdiction. Over at the front line, there were also frequent news coming in, and everyone was still safe for the time being. Also, with the help of a large number of warlocks, the military managed to stabilize the situation and keep those monsters out of the front line." Early morning, the first thing Zhao Zhang did when he woke up from his cultivation state was to take out his old cell phone. For the last 2 days, he has both the fruit of life and the guardian angel hold his heart. And today, when he opened the moon base, he finally realized that the tree of life concluded some green fruits. Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up. It's been 3 days and the results are finally starting to come in. However, how does it feel that this batch of fruits, in terms of quantity, is much less than the last batch? Much less indeed. He counted carefully, and there were only 9. It's supposed to be that the more powerful the feature, the smaller the number. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang was filled with anticipation and clicked on those fruits. Fruit of life ripens in about 7 hours. 7 hours. He'd waited 3 days. He didn't care if he had to wait another 7 hours. Zhao Zhang was in a good mood, so he got up and washed up, then went to work. Now that he's the interim director, it's not a good idea to touch the fish. Captain Zhao, just after 9 in the morning, Secretary Chao suddenly came to his office in a hurry. This secretary, Chao, was Lao Wang's secretary, and Lao Wang had kept him around naturally because he was more familiar with the work and could assist Zhao Zhang in fulfilling the affairs of the acting director. "Secretary Chao, what's wrong?" "Something's wrong." Chao's secretary, face a little white, quickly said, "Just got the news. Our city's zoo, there was a big accident. There is a parasitic monster, parasitized a northeastern tiger, in the zoo killing spree. At present, the parasitized northeast tiger ran out. There have been a few passers-by were poisoned. Situation crisis." The city council side ordered, asked all branches to stay staff, all out, hunting this northeast tiger. When Zhao Zhang heard this, he looked very surprised. Parasitic monsters and now new parasitic monsters. When that wave of parasitic monsters landed earlier, all the ones that should have been parasitized should have been parasitized. So how come there's still one that's been delayed until now? Secretary Chao hurriedly said, "The most troublesome part is here. Through the zoo's surveillance, it was found that this parasitic monster crawled out from the mouth of a wildcat, and this wildcat is the one that was wanted before." Zhao Zhang's face immediately changed. "You mean those parasitic monsters have the ability to parasitize twice?" Chapter 72 Alarm, Monster Attack, Surveillance Video. After that northeastern tiger had been parasitized, although its appearance hadn't changed in any way, its strength, however, had skyrocketed. I saw it slammed, and the tall, thick iron cage, it was easily knocked out a gap and escaped. The tiger monster, then, began to go on a killing spree at the zoo. Even a rhinoceros with thick skin wouldn't last 3 seconds in front of it. This surveillance video, from the zoo. After reading it, Zhao Zhang's face immediately became grave. The tiger monster was incredibly strong, and I'm afraid that a solo warlock would be in great danger if they encountered it. Allowing such monsters to roam around the city is indeed fraught with safety concerns. Secretary Chao, do you have a specific location of where this monster is now? Hearing Zhao Zhang's inquiry, Secretary Chao shook his head and said, "This monster is very cunning. It seems to have known that there is surveillance on the street. The last place it appeared was in the East Lake Park. Then it had no whereabouts." Zhao Zhang then asked all those who stayed behind to gather at the playground. When the people arrived, he appeared in front of the crowd and first told them about the manticore monster. Everyone adjust your comms to channel 1. Next, in groups of 5, search every corner of the area, all over again. However, this monster is very powerful. You must remain vigilant, beware of its sneak attacks, and don't go hard even if you spot the monster. Inform everyone in time. After giving the order, Zhao Zhang himself personally led the team and went to patrol outside. But a round of inspections did not reveal the monster. Apart from the area that Zhao Zhan was in charge of, there were no traces of manticore monsters in other places. Many people even wondered if the manticore monster had already left Luzhou City and ran to hide in the deep mountains and old forests. Even if that was true, Zhao Zhang did his best and continued to patrol. With the orders he received, he even had to work overtime tonight, and had to make sure the monster didn't show up again for 24 hours before he could suspend his patrol duties. The main thing is that the fierce tiger monster incident has triggered a not insignificant public opinion on the network, causing a lot of pressure on the top of the city of Luzhou. Also, the higher-ups were afraid that if the Warlock patrols were dismissed from work and the manticore monsters showed up at night instead, there would be big trouble. And as tigers are indeed nocturnal beasts, it is quite normal for the OP to have this concern. Zhao Zhan only had to coordinate the overtime staff for the night again. Half of the men worked the first night shift and half of the men guarded the second half of the night. Just after 7 in the evening, Zhao Zhang, a few people, gathered in a restaurant for dinner. Captain, do you think that fierce tiger monster, could it really have run into the deep mountains and old forests like they said? The one who said this was Wang Chang. Without waiting for Zhao Zhang to open his mouth, Lu Zhishang said, I don't think so. Haven't there been researches before that parasitic monsters need to keep eating in order to maintain their lives and even get stronger? Now most of the people and animals are concentrated in the urban areas, and there's nothing to eat in the deep mountains and old forests. That got everyone nodding their heads. Suing Shui immediately said, since in the city is more likely, then it in the end where to hide it we have patrolled 3 times. I believe that the other areas are the same. How has not been able to find it? Northeast tiger so large size, cannot drill the sewers it. Lu Zhishang said, who knows, the intelligence of the parasitic monster is not low. Maybe it will be hiding in a residential building this time. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang's heart stirred. This is very likely indeed. However, even knowing that this was a possibility, there was nothing they could do. It's okay to casually patrol the streets. It's definitely not okay to try to enter a resident's home. Finish eating. The time was already after 8 o'clock in the evening. The crowd sat in the patrol car and wandered aimlessly through the streets. Lu Zhishang suddenly smiled and said, speaking of which, ever since I became a warlock, it's been a long time since I've been hanging out as late as this. The words were deeply felt by the crowd. Nowadays, most of the warlocks, as soon as it got dark, would basically choose to enter a state of cultivation, wanting to become stronger. Everyone is so rolled up. Indeed, it's been a long time since I felt the fireworks like this. Suing Shui, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was lost in thought as she looked out the window. Captain, Wang Chang suggested, we're just wandering around anyway. Why don't we find a place to play for a while? Zhao Zhang, who was driving the car, thought for a moment and said, then let's go to Pedestrian Street for a stroll. It was rare for the team to be in the mood, and he didn't want to be the one to spoil the fun. Besides, driving a patrol car is hanging out. Shopping is not. No violations. When they heard Zhao Zhang's words, the few people in the car were very happy. Speaking of which, the members of Zhao Zhang's team were all very young, with the oldest, Zhao Xiaojun, being only 28 years old this year. Since you're young, it's normal to be a little fun-loving. The car was soon parked near the pedestrian street. The crowd got out of the car and stepped into the walkway. When passing through the snack street, Wang Chang and the others suddenly said, Captain, just now, we all didn't eat enough. Go buy some food. You guys stroll first. We will come to you later. Dropping these words, Wang Chang's trio ran away. Zhao Zhang knew that these guys were deliberately creating space for him and Suing Shui to spend time alone. It seemed that the other team members could see Suing Shui's attitude towards Zhao Zhang. These guys, could I be so obvious? Suing Shui muttered in a small voice. This girl looks like a svelte and quiet girl, but as long as you get along for a long time and get acquainted with her, you will realize that the girl is actually a little bit outgoing, bold, and has a pretty good personality. Very good to get along with. Let's go, Zhao Zhang greeted. Let's go to the front and stroll around, and wait for them on the way. Yes, Suing Shui agreed and happily walked side by side with Zhao Zhang. The time, at this point, was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time of the day, the pedestrian street is very busy with many pedestrians. After all, warlocks only made up just 9% of the total population, and the majority of the people were still ordinary people. The two of them wandered to a stall selling desserts, and Suing Shui was about to stop and buy some when suddenly, the ear-piercing air raid siren sounded. Woo! Zhao Zhang's face immediately changed. Now that there is an air raid siren, we all know what it means. Monster attack. At once, the vendors and pedestrians on the pedestrian street, all of them moved. The vendors quickly packed up their stalls, while the pedestrians fled in panic. For a while, the streets were a mess. Captain. Over the headphones, came the voice of a teammate. Zhao Zhang immediately said, "I'll stay where you are and don't move. Observe the situation first." After saying this, Zhao Zhang pulled Suing Shui and pulled the dazed sister to the side of the road, to avoid being rushed by the escaping passers-by. Then he raised his head and looked toward the sky. Chapter 73, Killing the Mutant Tiger Monster. The sky. A very large crack in spacetime actually appeared. Even Zhao Zhang, who was standing on the ground, could see it clearly. As far as his eyes could see, there were two such huge spacetime cracks within his area of jurisdiction. Although the number was not large, the spacetime rift was simply too big, with a visual estimate of at least hundreds of meters in length. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhang's face immediately sank. Soon, Suing Shui also saw the giant spacetime rift and her pretty face turned white. This kind of spacetime rift, isn't it the same as the front lines? Why did it appear here? Zhao Zhang didn't answer. He observed the orientation of the temporal rift and immediately ordered in his communication headset, "Attention all units, immediately proceed to the vicinity of the time rift and snipe any monsters that may appear." Subsequently, as he pulled Suing Shui, he said, "Don't freeze, follow me." The two of them quickly rushed towards the nearby spacetime rift. Before they even got close, monsters crawled out of the spacetime rift. It was a very huge monster, much like the golden beetle from a certain interstellar game, whose body length was at least over 10 meters, an absolute behemoth. Luckily, there aren't many of them. Zhao Zhang noticed that the spacetime rift on his side disappeared after two golden armored monsters crawled out. Immediately shoot the monster down and stop it from destroying the city. Zhao Zhang ordered again. At once, the sounds of battle came from the distance, and it wasn't long before the miserable howls of monsters appeared. Although Zhao Zhang hadn't arrived at the scene yet, he was slightly relieved when he heard the sound. Since the monsters were screaming, it meant that the Warlock's ability, which was a threat to them, could at least hurt them. Suddenly, Zhao Zhang, who was running, stopped and his eyes looked towards a dark alleyway on the street. "What's wrong with the captain?" Suing Shui hurriedly asked, and she also looked in the direction Zhao Zhan was looking, but she didn't see anything. It was too dark there for her to see, with her eyesight. However, Suing Shui listened carefully, but was able to hear that in the alley, there was indeed a subtle movement. Something, it seemed, was chewing on something. When Suing Shui looked towards Zhao Zhang, she realized that Zhao Zhang's face was grave, and his eyes, dead set on the alley. A few moments later, in the alleyway, a huge black shadow stepped out. When the black shadow walked under the streetlight, Suing Shui then got a good look at its full appearance. It was an indescribably hideous monster. The monster possessed a strong body and limbs, with several tentacles sprouting from its body, and at the end of each tentacle were sharp blades that glittered with a chilling aura, and looked incomparably sharp. Judging from its appearance alone, this monster should be the northeast tiger that escaped during the day. But at this moment, the manticore monster had already changed, and was completely a monster honored. In addition to the changes on his body, the size of the manticore monster also became a few points huge, standing there, surprisingly taller than a person, full of a sense of oppression. Immediately after being stared at by the fierce tiger monster, Suing Shui felt a chill all over her body, a kind of fear that originated from within, surging to her heart. Instinct told her that the creature was extremely dangerous. She immediately pressed down on her headset and whispered out a message. "Manticore monster detected. Target has mutated drastically. Requesting backup." A few moments later, a garbled reply came from the headset. "Group 2 is stuck with monsters. Can't get away. Unit 3 has casualties. Requesting backup. Healing Warlock needed for Team 4. Apparently, everyone was dealing with monsters and couldn't get away. Suing Shui didn't suspect that her teammates were lying. Originally, after taking away a large portion of the people to the front line, the manpower left behind was a bit insufficient, and now they had to deal with that kind of huge golden beetle monsters. It would be good to be able to cope with it. She was just a little anxious and a little scared of the monster in front of her. At this time, the mutant manticore monster, after observing the two for a while, suddenly raised its sharp claws and walked towards the two. Seeing this, Suing Shui immediately smashed over with a fireball spell. Unexpectedly, the mutated tiger monster, although its body was huge, it was extremely agile and easily dodged Suing Shui's fireball spell. Boom! The fireball smashed into the ground, bursting into intense explosive flames, and the ground was blown into a crater. The power is really not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless to be powerful when you can't hit the target. Looking at the mutated tiger monster that continued to approach, Zhao Zhang said, "Ing Shui, you stand far away." I'll be responsible for holding it back later. When you find the right opportunity, throw fireballs towards it. Understand? When Suing Shui heard this, she immediately nodded her head and summoned a huge fireball that stayed in her hand. Seeing the large fireball in Suing Shui's hand, the mutant manticore monster immediately stopped in its tracks. It seemed it was still a bit intimidated by the Warlock's abilities. Yet the next moment, the mutant tiger suddenly charged towards the two. Knock, knock, knock. This big guy. The ground made a dull sound with every step he ran, obviously too heavy for his tonnage. Seeing this, Suing Shui was shocked and immediately threw the fireball in her hand. And once again, the mutant manticore monster easily dodged it, showing amazing speed and reflexes. Moment of crisis. Zhao Zhang instantly moved in front of Suing Shui and protected her behind him. Then he aimed at the tiger and raised his right arm. Thunder shield activated. At once, a huge shield of thunder appeared in front of the two. The mutated tiger monster was startled when it saw the thunder shield appear and hastily stopped its forward momentum and jumped towards the side, as if it wanted to attack Zhao Zhang from the side. The many sharp-edged tentacles on its body moved, and just at this moment, a smile appeared on Zhao Zhang's face. The left hand, which had been prepared long ago, slammed toward the left. Lightning chain. A bolt of lightning flew out from his palm and instantly hit the mutated manticore monster that landed on the ground. Zip! On the manticore monster's body, electricity immediately erupted, and his entire body was electrified to the point of trembling. Use a fireball spell and smash it, Zhao Zhang shouted, and Suing Shui woke up as if from a dream, immediately casting a fireball spell to greet the tiger monster. The manticore monster was hit by the lightning chain and was in the middle of paralysis, slowing down its movements. This time, Suing Shui's fireball spell finally hit it. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, a ball of flame, exploding on the manticore monster. Ow! The tiger monster let out a miserable howl of pain. Zhao Zhang, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and threw out the thunder shield on his right arm. Yes, thunder shield can still be thrown out as an attack. It was just that this attack was ineffective, which meant that the manticore monster was injured. Otherwise, it would definitely miss. Ka-ching! Thunder rumbled. The huge size of the tiger monster was directly bounced off. After this monster evolved, its vitality became very tenacious, and after taking 3 hits in a row, it still didn't die. Don't stop. Hit it with a fireball spell. Zhao Zhang didn't have a weapon in his hand, so he didn't dare to get close to the monster for fear of being stabbed by the sharp-edged tentacles. Chapter 74, Support from the Moon Base. Flame Dragon. 10 minutes later, under the mutual cooperation between Zhao Zhang and Suing Shui, they finally slowly wore down the mutant manticore monster. Zhao Zhang was the main attacker and released several lightning chains to paralyze the monster while attacking the mutant tiger. Then, Suing Shui released a fireball art to make up for the damage. At the beginning, Suing Shui was still a bit frazzled, but at the back, the two of them cooperated and gradually became acquainted. Even so, in order to hunt this mutated tiger, the two of them had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Zhao Zhang was fine, but Suing Shui was already tired and panting. Mainly both of them didn't have much experience in killing monsters, and the first time they encountered a tricky monster, it was inevitable that they couldn't grasp the release of magic power well. Ying Shui, you rest here and watch the monster corpses by the way. I'll go support them first, Zhao Zhang said. Suing Shui sniffed, nodded her head obediently, and urged, Captain, you have to be careful. Although Zhao Zhang had unleashed quite a few skills when he killed the mutant tiger earlier, Suing Shui was smart enough not to ask more questions. She was going to take this and rot in her stomach. Good, I'll be back soon. After dropping these words, Zhao Zhang went forward to support his teammates. As for leaving Suing Shui here alone, would it be dangerous? What's the danger? Unless there's another mutant manticore monster. If the danger came from other bad guys, there was no need to worry about Suing Shui at all, because Suing Shui herself was a warlock and had a very good talent. Her strength was very strong amongst the warlocks. At least, in the 5th Brigade, she was the #1 expert besides Zhao Zhang. After leaving Suing Shui, Zhao Zhang didn't head for support first, but walked into the dark place under the streetlight. Then he took out a small iron kettle he carried with him and took a sip. The water pot was filled with primary life dew, which possessed a very good recovery ability and could replenish what Zhao Zhang had just consumed. As for why she didn't give it to Suing Shui, it wasn't that Zhao Zhang was cheap and didn't want to give up, but he wasn't good at explaining the source. In addition, placing Suing Shui in the back would have been safer, and there was nothing wrong with letting the sister rest and recover slowly. After feeling that his body had recovered quite a bit, Zhao Zhang immediately rushed towards the battlefield. A few moments later, when Zhao Zhang arrived at a street, it was bustling with activity. At his first glance, he saw the huge golden beetle monster. This guy is really big. The body length has exceeded 10 meters, lying on the ground, like a bus. Moreover, the power of the golden beetle monster was very strong. The mess on the road was probably all caused by this big guy, and even the stores along the street collapsed a lot, enough to see that the power of this monster, extremely destructive. The most frightening thing was still this monster's defense. At this moment, around the golden beetle monster, there were many warlocks, who were constantly releasing skills and greeting the golden beetle monster, but they were not of much use. Although the golden beetle had been making miserable howls that sounded painful, it was a look of growing courage as it fought on. Previously, Zhao Zhang had heard the monster's miserable howls in his headphones and thought that the monster was easy to kill, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. No wonder teammates keep calling for backup. The only weakness of the golden beetle monster might be that it wasn't fast enough. It's too big and limits speed. Even so, this monster was definitely the strongest monster ever encountered by humans. As he watched the gold beetle monster rampage through the streets and many houses collapsed, Zhao Zhang knew that he couldn't continue to let the monster destroy them. He weighed his strength and realized that even if he was now an intermediate level warlock, he feared that he might not be able to break through this monster's shell. And so, Zhao Zhang stood in the darkness and didn't reveal himself. He was seen taking a few steps back, hiding his figure completely in the darkness. Then, Zhao Zhang took out his old phone and opened War of Civilizations. In the moon base, he saw at a glance that the fruits on the tree of life had all ripened. However, Zhao Zhang didn't care to focus on this right now. The most important thing right now was to destroy the golden beetle monster and stop the monster from continuing its destruction. Therefore, after entering the moon base, Zhao Zhang immediately clicked on the fire dragon tower to put it into attack mode. Please select target. He followed the prompts, zoomed in a little bit of the blue star in the distance, found the Yen country, and found the city of Luzhou. Finally, he was on the map, and he saw the golden beetle monster that was rampaging. The map function of the moon base, it must be said, is very advanced, far beyond the satellite maps of human beings. After locking on the golden beetle monster, Zhao Zhang immediately clicked to confirm. Confirm attack target. The target is small, and to avoid the attack range being too large, a single 0.5% energy will be released to deliver a precision strike. As a prompt appeared, the fire dragon tower on the moon base quickly gathered crimson energy. Next moment, a long flaming dragon, from the jewel on the fire dragon tower, flew out and headed straight for the blue star. The flight speed of the long flame dragon was extremely fast, at least in Zhao Zhang's cell phone. It was only a matter of a few breaths before the other party arrived in the blue star's atmosphere. Subsequently, anon, the shocking sound of a dragon's roar appeared over the city. The voice was loud, magnificent and penetrating. At this moment, almost all the residents of the city have heard the sound of the dragon. Everyone subconsciously looked up, including the gold-armored monster. Even Zhao Zhang couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the sky. Then the crowd saw the scene of a lifetime. Just in the sky, a huge red figure appeared, and soon, the red figure pierced through the clouds, coloring half of the sky red. The crowd also finally saw clearly what was coming. It was a huge dragon that was completely condensed by flames. It hovered in the air, giving the creatures on the ground a great sense of oppression. Dragon. It has always been a creature of myth and legend. The shock that came from appearing clearly in front of the crowd at this moment was unbelievable. How did this creature come to be? Groove. We haven't even taken care of the golden beetle monster yet, and here comes another one that's even more powerful. We're screwed tonight. Many of the warlocks, believing that the flame gargoyles were the enemy, couldn't help but show looks of despair. It was good that the flame dragon's actions not only dispelled their panic despair, but instead energized the crowd. The flaming dragon that was seen there, after circling around in the air, immediately aimed at the golden beetle monster and swooped down. When the golden beetle monster saw this, the 6 pairs of eyes on its head all revealed a look of fear, and it hastily twisted its huge body, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, its actions are futile. The flame gargoyle swooped at an extremely fast speed, like lightning, and instantly hit the golden beetle monster. Chapter 75, Divine Dragon Descends, sensationalizing the whole internet. When the flame gargoyle hit the golden beetle monster, a strange phenomenon then occurs. The golden beetle monster stiffened in place and did not move, and its 6 pairs of eyes instantly lost their charisma. A breeze blew through. The huge body of the golden beetle monster actually began to dissolve and turn into flying ash, slowly dissipating into the air with the breeze. Though the whole thing, without any explosions, looks as if it's short on special effects. However, the warlocks who witnessed this phenomenon felt an unprecedented shock. Because they had been fighting the golden beetle monster before, they knew very well how powerful the monster's defense was. That flame dragon, but can easily the golden beetle monster, crushed into flying ash. What just happened? I'm not blind, am I? You've got good eyes, and I've seen them. That flame dragon, it's just too powerful. Where did it come from? Is it the latest super weapon from the top? Impossible. If the higher-ups could research such a powerful weapon, would they still need to call us to the front line for support? Many warlocks, while surprised, were talking. Zhao Zhang, who was hiding in the dark, had a look of surprise on his face at the moment. He had wanted to continue looking through the map to destroy the golden beetle monster. As a result, the moon base in the screen, but a prompt popped up of its own accord. On the blue planet, a total of 279 identical monsters have been discovered. Do you want to use the fire dragon tower to assist the humans and launch a swarm attack? Seeing the hint, Zhao Zhang was really surprised and happy. He never expected that the upgraded fire dragon tower would actually have this kind of function. Zhao Zhang immediately clicked to confirm. And so, the jewel erupted with an intense light from the fire dragon tower in the screen. A giant dragon of flame, emerging from the gem, flew in formation towards the blue star. Anon. It was a night when the whole country heard the sound of the dragon. The whole sky, colored crimson. 12 o'clock at night. It was finally time to leave work. Zhao Zhang first received Suing Shui, and then ordered the body of the mutated tiger to be sent to the Luzhou City General Administration, and then he drove Suing Shui home. In the car, Suing Shui looked excited. Captain, look, so many netizens have captured the flame divine dragon and posted it online. Suing Shui held up her cell phone and said, the internet is buzzing right now, saying everything. Zhao Zhang laughed and said, if you are not afraid that I will drive the car into the ditch, you bring your cell phone. Suing Shui then remembered that Zhao Zhang was still driving and revealed an embarrassed smile. Captain, you drive with your heart. I'm not looking. After a pause, Suing Shui asked again, Captain, what do you think? What's going on with the flame god dragon tonight? How would I know? Zhao Zhang laughed. Anyway, it's definitely not an unusual phenomenon. Suing Shui, earlier, some netizens said, could it be that the higher-ups, based on the Warlock, have developed a super weapon? Captain, do you think there is a possibility in this regard? It shouldn't be possible, Zhao Zhang said intentionally. I'd rather believe that it was a deity who made the move. Suing Shui then said, many netizens on the internet, who think the same way as you, Captain, are saying that it was the gods who stepped in to help, including the fact that those of us who were able to become warlocks before were all the handiwork of the gods. Now, many netizens believe that the deity that favors us humans is probably the legendary divine dragon. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang's face looked odd. Shenlong, mythical dragon. What to say when the fire dragon tower continues to be upgraded into a different form later on? While the two of them were chatting, the car had already arrived outside Suing Shui's neighborhood. This girl was worthy of being rich and lived in a place that Zhao Zhang was actually hearing about for the first time. Here we are. I won't send you in. Zhao Zhang parked the car on the side of the road. Suing Shui nodded her head and said, Captain, go back and drive slowly. Send me a message when you get home. Good. Seeing Zhao Zhang agree, Suing Shui revealed a happy smile and turned towards the neighborhood. Zhao Zhang didn't stop and immediately drove the car to turn around in place and return to his villa. When he got home, it was the latter part of the night. He took a shower and, realizing he wasn't sleepy, sat down in front of his computer and turned it on. The internet is, indeed, buzzing with activity. That wave of fire dragons out earlier woke everyone up. At this moment, the topic related to the flame giant dragon had completely dominated the hot searches and the amount of discussion had exploded. In addition, there are many netizens. Will capture the fire dragon attack monster screen? To the internet. The netizens have speculated and said all sorts of things about the origin of the flaming dragon. One time, there are many opinions. There is one statement that has gained the approval of many netizens. It's the gods and such that Suing Shui told him about when she was sitting in the car earlier. Looks like the officials are going to have a headache tomorrow. Zhao Zhang revealed a smile. He was not at all worried about whether the moon base would be exposed to all of humanity. Do whatever you want as long as you don't reveal his existence. Ding! At this point, the cell phone weighed in, and there was movement. Zhao Zhang clicked on it, and it was a message found by Suing Shui. Captain, are you home yet? Zhao Zhang slapped his forehead. Then he remembered that he had promised Suing Shui before that he would reply to the message when he arrived home. Got here. Just got out of the shower. Was just about to message you back. He cheekily replied back. Reply quickly opposite. Bathing, colorful. Captain, you must have an exceptionally good body. Do you have abs? Zhao Zhang. She's a bit of a dog licker, isn't she? He did not want to get too deeply involved with Suing Shui for the time being, so he replied. The figure is average. Time is not early. Cultivate. There's something to talk about tomorrow. Suing Shui, okay. However, Captain, my car is still in the unit. Could you please come and pick me up in the morning? Zhao Zhang, don't try to fool me. You drove a supercar last time. Suing Shui, oops. That car is too flashy. My dad won't let me drive it. Zhao Zhang, then take a taxi by yourself. Cut. Cheapskate. This time Zhao Zhang didn't reply again. He felt that the girl could talk to him all the way back again. Throwing his new phone aside, Zhao Zhang took out his old phone and opened War of Civilizations, noticing that the two giant cocoons on the Tree of Life had become much larger. However, he clicked on it and it showed that the guardian angel was still growing. He then gave the elf the command to pick him a fruit of life over. The elf, who was instructed to do so, immediately did so. Soon, a fruit of life that appeared on the teleportation array. Zhao Zhang pointed his cell phone lens at the desk and clicked on teleportation, and the fruit of life appeared in front of him. The intermediate fruit of life didn't look that different from the primary ones. Zhao Zhang didn't ink. He directly picked it up and nibbled on it in a few bites. A few moments later, a heat, which began to manifest itself from his abdomen, quickly spread throughout his body. Chapter 76, Eagle Sauce, Where's Your Backbone? Chapter 76, Eagle Sauce, Where's Your Backbone? It didn't take long. Zhao Zhang then began to feel some discomfort in his body. He didn't panic, knowing that this was the effect of the intermediate fruit of life, which was transforming his body. Zhao Zhang didn't wait foolishly for the results and simply entered the cultivation state directly. And just as Zhao Zhang was cultivating, all the top brass in the world won't be able to sleep. Ordinary people didn't know where the flaming dragon came from and thought it was the means of a deity. Instead, they knew that it was a precision strike from an alien civilization. To be honest, this was the first time that an alien civilization had struck out towards Blue Star, and although it was helping the humans in fighting the monsters, it still made a lot of the higher-ups scared. It's really this precision strike by an alien civilization that's a little too scary. That gold-armored monster, even with human missiles, was difficult to kill, and the alien civilization just sent a flaming dragon that could easily beat it to dust. Most importantly, the moon is so far away from Blue Star that the most advanced human weapons can't reach it. And what about alien civilizations? Through satellite surveillance, the human hierarchy calculated the time it would take for those flame gargoyles, departing from the moon, to arrive at the blue planet. Less than 10 seconds. What kind of concept is that? It takes 2 or 3 days for the rocket to reach the moon from Blue Star. This time the alien civilization's strike can be said to let the human high-level, eye-opening, but also let those high-level know the power of the alien civilization, know the gap between them and the alien civilization. In the end, how big? Originally, there were many countries that were very dissatisfied with the fact that the alien civilization only set up a teleportation point in the Yin Kingdom's capital city. Some countries have even gotten the wrong idea and tried to make something happen. Now, after seeing the striking means of the alien civilization, all the messy thoughts, all gone, everyone turned out to be a good boy. Early the next morning, Zhao Zhang woke up from the sound of the alarm clock. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt the difference in his body. It wasn't the feeling of magic power becoming stronger after cultivation, but the change in pure flesh. It was as if there was an inexhaustible power in his body. Zhao Zhang quickly realized that this change was definitely brought about by the fruit of life. It just so happened that there was a china cup at the foot of the bed, and he finished the water in it in one gulp before giving it a firm squeeze. Click! The thick porcelain cup was actually crushed by him. This power. Zhao Zhang stared with wide eyes, looking a bit surprised. He felt that he was now more powerful than Captain Ugly Nation from the Marvel movie, based on his physical strength alone. In addition to the power, in other areas, there are also notable changes. If he had that kind of strength last night, he could have taken care of that mutated tiger monster by himself. Sure enough, Moonbase Productions never disappoint. Zhao Zhang was very satisfied. He then shuffled to the garage and drove to his car to get ready for work. Today is actually the weekend again. However, now that old Wang had gone to the front line, plus the bureau didn't have quite enough manpower, so Zhao Zhang couldn't afford to be lazy and was ready to go to the bureau to sit in. As he drove, entering the main road, a vibration suddenly came from his old cell phone. Zhao Zhang immediately took it out and actually had a new tip. Attention! Unknown intruder detected. Approaching the moon base. Do you want to shoot it down? Attention, no answer for more than 60 seconds will be considered a shootdown. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zhang was taken aback and hurriedly pulled the car over and turned off the engine, then immediately took out his old phone and opened War of Civilizations. Slowly zooming in through the lens of the moon base, he finally saw what had invaded the moon base. Another great package from Human Rocket. Seeing this, Zhao Zhang let out a sigh of relief, then cancelled the lock on the Fire Dragon Tower. This isn't a solution. In case one day while I'm sleeping or practicing, the humans launch something and send it to me, and the base sees it as an enemy and shoots it down. It won't be good. Looks like the base needs a supervisor too, being able to simply help me with something while I'm offline. While thinking like this, Zhao Zhang stared at his cell phone and waited for the large package to approach. He knew there was a car recorder in the car, so he didn't say anything to himself. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the glass on the window of the car next to him was knocked. Zhao Zhang immediately put away his cell phone and lowered the window glass. He saw a traffic cop standing by the driver's side, looking right at him. It seemed that the uniform on Zhao Zhang's body made the traffic police very scrupulous, and they spoke with particular politeness. "Hello, comrade. It's rush hour and you're already interfering with traffic by parking your car here." "Oh, good." Zhao Zhang immediately started the car and said, "I'll take the car away." The traffic police nodded and didn't look for trouble with Zhao Zhang, letting him leave. A few moments later, he arrived at the flat, parked his car and went straight to the office. By the time he arrived at the office, the large package sent from Blue Star had successfully landed next to the moon base. He immediately gave the elves instructions to bring back the large package. The elves, who had been instructed, set off at once and soon brought back large packages. First look, Zhao Zhang then saw the stars and stripes, which was inserted on the large parcel and was very conspicuous. The stars and stripes is naturally the flag of the ugly country. Zhao Zhang was not surprised that ugly country could be the second country to give him a gift, although the ugly country's performance in recent years, very pulled down. The former elegance has long gone. However, at least they have been the world's hegemon for so long, scientific and technological heritage, still standing in the forefront of the human world. When you get really serious, it's certainly no problem to send a big package into the moon. Then, Zhao Zhang saw the camera on the large package. At this, he just smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. If you want to shoot, shoot. There's not much to see on the moon base anyway, and it's pretty much the same as what the satellites have captured. In addition, Zhao Zhang also noticed that on the front casing of the large parcel, there was a line in English, which was written in a long way. Unfortunately, his English wasn't very good, so he had to use over cell phone translation software and translate sentence by sentence. "Dear celestial alien, welcome to our solar system. We, the Ugly Kingdom, are the most outstanding and advanced country in the human civilization. We hope to serve you, and we will try our best to satisfy any request you have." This was the complete content that Zhao Zhang had translated through the translator. It may be a bit imprecise, but the general idea, it should be pretty much the same. Honestly, that's a bit of a mealy-mouthed, knee-jerk comment. Zhao Zhang, the Lunar Lord, got goosebumps when he saw Eagle Sauce. "Where's your backbone? See how tough you used to be with small countries. I still like you untamed." While spitting, Zhao Zhang gave the elves instructions to put the large package on the teleportation array. Chapter 77, Can Alien Civilizations Live Forever? Chapter 77, Alien Civilizations Can Live Forever. In the meantime, Eagle Sauce Territory, NASA headquarters, a group of important bigwigs had crowded the lunar management control room to the hilt. Among the group of big shots were members of Congress, leaders of real power, top officials of major departments, and even Mr. President. On top of that, there are a number of big capital leaders. Keep in mind that, due to the time difference, it's just under 5 in the morning in the western part of Eagle Jam at the moment. This early in the morning, it must be something big to bring all these big shots together. It's really a big deal, too. Big deal, at least for Eagle Jam Nation. The rocket they launched towards the moon base finally managed to reach the moon. These big names have gathered here to see for themselves what alien civilizations are all about. When they looked through the camera and saw the elves, many of them let out gasps of surprise. Is this what aliens really look like? They look close to us humans. They seem, it seems, to be more peace-loving. If this program, all goes well, we might consider launching a manned rocket, landing on the moon and visiting the aliens in person. Good note, as long as we can pull in the alien forces, we, the Ugly Kingdom, will not only be able to solve our immediate predicament, but also become the hegemon of this world again. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Zhao Zhang, on the other side, didn't know about the small minds of the Eagle Jam executives. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. When he gave the order, those elves, immediately casting magic, took the package sent by Eagle Sauce and placed it on the teleportation array. At once, the teleportation array popped up with many prompts. Monster cores found, quantity, 855, to be stored or not. Discovery iron, discover copper, aluminum found at. Seeing the hint, Zhao Zhang couldn't help but glance at his mouth. The last time the Yin Kingdom sent a large package, there were more than 2,000 monster crystal cores inside. And this time Hawk Jam sent a package that looked bigger than the one from Inferno. And it turned out to be this. The total number of monster cores is less than 1,000. Kitty, that's a bit of a gap you've got there. You've been given a chance, and you're no good at it. However, just by thinking about the state of Eagle Jam's country and the real owner who controlled them, it was clear that Eagle Jam was afraid that it had done its best to send so many monster crystals. Zhao Zhang couldn't be too harsh on anything. Even, he thought, he had to treat everyone equally and not be too obviously biased in favor of the Yin Kingdom. As a Yenghua person, Zhao Zhang's heart, naturally, was inclined towards Yenghua, and he would definitely give more support to Yenghua in the follow-up, but that had to be done secretly, and couldn't be made too obvious, because, For the time being, Zhao Zhang had no plans to just give up all foreigners, wait for the real enemy to come. Then if it is really difficult to resist, then he will certainly choose to preserve the Yen country, give up foreign. As for now, let's do the surface work first. Think about it. Zhao Zhang immediately ordered the little elf to go to the secret artstone monument and collect 855 second secret art inheritances. Elementary. Then, Zhao Zhang maneuvered the teleportation array again and prepared to establish a second teleportation point. As for where to put the teleportation point, he quickly took note. The Black Palace. There's no place like it, no place like it. Most importantly, Zhao Zhang knew where the address of the Black Palace was, it was available online. Think it and do it. So, by manipulating the teleportation array, Zhao Zhang opened the map of the blue star, then zoomed in, found the location of the Black Palace, and clicked to confirm. At once, on the teleportation array, a strong light lit up. Afterwards, the light transformed into a pillar of 7-colored light, heading straight for the blue star. Eventually, the 7-colored light column landed right in front of the main entrance of the Black Palace, on the piece of grass. The moment the 7-colored light pillar appeared, Eagle Jam got the message on her side. Countless high-level bigwigs, through the surveillance of satellites, had witnessed it all with their own eyes. At once, a burst of excitement erupted from the lunar management control room. The aliens responded to us. I recognize that 7-colored light. That's the divine light with which he established the teleportation point. Fantastic. Our sincerity is recognized by the alien civilization. Immediately check where the divine light landed. Already checked. That location is none other than Mr. President's Black Palace. Quickly, order the special forces to secure the Black Palace. The matter of the teleportation point can only be known to us. God bless the United States of America. An order was given. Quickly, the countless great figures present were all excited. When the signal on the large package was broken, the bigwigs, by and by, made their way to the conference room for a meeting. At the meeting, the people discussed what attitude to use to deal with the alien civilization. Now that the teleportation point had been established, some people think that since they have to kneel, they should do so thoroughly and just think of themselves in the role of servants of the alien civilization. There are also those who believe that, as a former world hegemon, Eagle Jam represents the face of humanity, and should be appropriately tougher, declaring that the two sides are working together on equal footing. There was a lot of bickering over this, until a high-ranking official said something and all the bickering stopped altogether. The sentence was, I got the news that the alien civilization once sent a bottle of divine water to the Yen country. This bottle of divine water has a miraculous effect. Even cancer can be cured quickly. In addition, Yen country's Academy of Science side also analyzed that the divine water has the effect of prolonging life. So, our think tank analyzed that the alien civilization, most likely, has mastered amazing biotechnology, perhaps immortality. He can do it. This statement was made. In the conference room, there was only the sound of ragged breathing. Immortality, that's the ultimate pursuit of all the greats. Inferno, the city of Lashutseed. In the office, Zhao Zhang had just put away his old cell phone. Earlier, he had given the elf instructions to collect 855 second secret art inheritances, because the number of requests was a bit too much, and the elf had a hard time gathering all of them for a while. A progress bar appeared. Zhao Zhang didn't want to wait. As it happened, there was a knock on the door at that moment, so he put his cell phone away. Come in, Zhao Zhang shouted. In came Secretary Chao. Good morning, Captain Cho. Good morning, Zhao Zhang also greeted, then said, Secretary Chao came to see me. There must be something going on, right? Right. Secretary Chao nodded and handed Zhao Zhang a document, taking the initiative to say, this is the damage report from last night in the region. What do you mean? Zhao Zhang froze. It's that golden beetle monster from last night that caused the damage. Secretary Chao said, there are many buildings, as well as private stores, that have been severely destroyed. Zhao Zhang immediately said, shouldn't this kind of thing go to the municipal government? Why did you send it to me? Hearing this, Secretary Chao revealed an exasperated expression. That's right, but those adults don't recognize it, thinking that we, the Warlock administration, should be responsible for it, and are kicking the can down the road right now. Chapter 78, This Dwarf, Are You Sure It's Not a Groundhog? Chapter 78, This Dwarf, Sure It's Not a Groundhog? Hearing Secretary Chao's words, Zhao Zhang was also speechless. It's really the first time he's come across this. What did the top say? Zhao Zhang asked. Secretary Chao said helplessly. The higher-ups probably didn't want to make too much of a mess with the municipality because the Warlock administration was not established long ago and had a precarious foothold, so they let us handle it on our own. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang's face immediately sank. Let them handle it themselves. How do you do that? Do you want the precinct to pay for the damage to the merchants? Nice guy. The precinct has to ask for the salaries of all the staff. Where's the money? Since these bigots are inappropriate, there's nothing more he can say. Secretary Chow, take these data files away. I'll pretend I haven't seen them. Zhao Zhang said indifferently. This kind of thing, how can we not be counted on? And, remember to make a report. Apply for funding from above. Last night we all fought to the death to kill the enemy. Some of our colleagues were seriously injured. This is a work-related injury. We cannot ignore. We also need to issue bonuses to encourage morale. I remember. We have regulations in this area of the authority, right? Yes, there is. Secretary Chow said in a hurry. Zhao Zhang said in a deep voice. Good. Then let's do it. Secretary Chow sniffed and revealed a look of admiration before quickly going to do so. Suddenly, he felt that this Captain Zhao was more suitable to be the director than Director Wang. Leaders like this, subordinates follow. The mix is only energetic. After Secretary Chow left, Zhao Zhang immediately took out his old cell phone and observed the various progress, as to whether he would offend the higher-ups by what he had just ordered. To be honest, Zhao Zhang wasn't scared at all. The moon base had developed to the point where any human on the blue planet was not worth his fear. Big deal. Just don't want the skin. What else can you do to him? Just right. The elves had already finished collecting 855-second secret art inheritances, so Zhao Zhang operated the teleportation array and sent the 855-second secret art inheritances to the teleportation point on the Ugly Kingdom's side. This move appears to treat all countries equally. In reality, Zhao Zhang was just making an appearance. This is the only way that the next time he needs something, another country will rush to bring it to him. By the afternoon, Secretary Chow delivered the good news. He asked Secretary Chow to make the report, and the higher-ups actually agreed to it. Captain, it's still you who are great. I brought up your request, and it was only half a day's work before the higher-ups approved it. Secretary Chow laughed happily. It could be seen that after this incident, his attitude towards Zhao Zhang had become exceptionally respectful, even using you in his address. Oh, Zhao Zhang was a bit surprised. The top is so nice to talk to. Secretary Chow shook his head and said, my guess is that it might be because you, Captain, managed to kill the tricky mutant manticore monster, which made the higher-ups satisfied, and at the same time, did not dare to take you lightly because of your strength. Hearing Secretary Chow's analysis, Zhao Zhang nodded his head. He doesn't care what the top thinks, just pay the money when it hurts. When Zhao Zhang flipped through the document, but a puzzled look appeared on his face. Why are there two sums of money? Zhao Zhang asked strangely. What does the top mean? Secretary Chow explained. There is a portion of the money that is used to compensate those merchants, and the higher-ups don't want to get into trouble with the municipality for the time being, so they are going to take the loss. Hearing this, Zhao Zhang was simply speechless. He felt that the leaders who ran the Lushu City Warlock administration were too wimpy. This kind of thing can't be counted against the Warlock Authority in any way. The city side is completely helpless and deliberately holding people hostage. If Zhao Zhang was the leader, he definitely wouldn't take this loss and directly dislike him. Who's afraid of who? Forget it, since it's a decision from above. Let's do it, Zhao Zhang said as he signed. Then said, Secretary Chow, please follow the statute and hand out all this money. Anyway, he is not a leader, just a district squad leader only. The leader does not mind suffering. What else can he say? More will not overstep his authority. Understood, Secretary Chow promised and immediately went to do it. Wait for Secretary Chow to leave. Zhao Zhang immediately opened his old phone and played War of Civilizations. In his moon base, the 7th building, the dwarf house, is about to be activated. By lunchtime, the activation progress was at 99%. Zhao Zhang waited for a while. Sure enough, I soon got an alert that the activation was complete. He wasted no time and immediately chose to build. When he dragged the dwarf house building to the moon base, a bunker-like building immediately sprang up on the spot. Subsequently, 10 dwarves, in turn, came out of the bunker. Although these dwarves were all very short, a few points shorter than those elves, however, they all grew large and their bare arms, all muscular, were almost like rocks. A race of great power at first glance. However, Zhao Zhang feels that no matter how you look at them, these dwarves look a bit similar to groundhogs, and even their bodies are very similar to groundhogs. By the looks of it, these 10 dwarves were really the 10 groundhogs that had been sent from the Inferno Kingdom to create them. Of course, Zhao Zhang didn't care about that. What he cared about, these dwarves, was what weaponry they could make for him. So, Zhao Zhang clicked on the dwarf, and immediately, some basic information appeared above the dwarf's head. This basic information is labeled with the dwarf's attributes and current status. Zhao Zhang discovered that several dwarves' current statuses were either hungry or thirsty. Why do you need more food and drink? He muttered, frowning. At the moment he looks, and those unscrupulous traders, extremely similar. Zhao Zhang didn't bother about the hungry state of these dwarves for the time being and directly gave orders for these dwarves to help him make weapons and equipment. Soon, The dwarves then replied to him, "Dear master, you have not built a furnace yet and cannot build weapons and equipment." Seeing the dwarf's reply, Zhao Zhang immediately frowned. What a pain in the ass. His gaze, toward the 8th building listing. After the successful construction of the dwarf house, the 8th building has finally been unlocked. It was a boiler image building. When Zhao Zhang clicked on it, a prompt immediately popped up. Forging furnace weapons and equipment with magical power can be forged by dwarven craftsmanship. Construction requirements. Seeing this, Zhao Zhang immediately chose to leave work early and go home, then wrote down the construction requirements, then printed them out and relayed them through the teleportation array, finally appearing at the teleportation point of the Black Palace of the Ugly Kingdom. Since we built the teleportation point in the Black Palace, of course we have to give these foreign devils something to do. In addition, Zhao Zhang just printed out the requirements, all in Chinese. It wasn't that he was deliberately making things difficult, but he didn't know English, and although he had translation software, he was afraid that he would make a mistake in translating. He believed that this letter of request transmitted over the ugly countryside surely can find a specialized talent to translate. Chapter 79, Favorable Tactics of the Great Powers. Zhao Zhang guessed correctly. When his demand was transmitted over, it immediately attracted a great deal of attention from the higher-ups of the Ugly Kingdom, although the letter is all in Chinese, so that the ugly country's top management is a bit surprised. They still move quickly to find a specialized translation talent. The contents of the request, all translated over. Immediately after that, he went to quickly collect the materials Zhao Zhang needed. The reason that could make the Ugly Kingdom so active was naturally because the 855-second secret art inheritances that Zhao Zhang had sent earlier had made the Ugly Kingdom's top management very excited. In the president's words, since the alien civilization intends to treat us and the Yin Kingdom fairly, we must satisfy all the demands of the alien civilization with better service and a more pious attitude. Let the alien civilization see our sincerity. I believe that we will be able to defeat the Yin Kingdom and become the best partner of the alien civilization. The president's remarks were supported by a number of people. Capital, an important unit. The minister's secretary hurriedly came to the door of Yang Yu's office and then knocked on the office door. Come in. Inside came Yang Yu's somewhat tired, yet no less dignified voice. The secretary pushed the door in at once. Seeing Yang Yu's increasingly thin face, the secretary couldn't help but be concerned. Minister, you should take a good rest. Yang Yu waved his hand and said, straight to business. The secretary sniffed and could only let out a helpless, dark sigh. Afterwards, he shot to his feet and reported, Minister, news just came from the intelligence section. The alien civilization not only gave the Ugly Kingdom the same gift in return, but also issued a mission for them to collect materials. When Zhao Zhang established a teleportation point in the Ugly Kingdom before, he might have been able to hide it from the general public, but he couldn't hide it from the higher-ups of the countries. After all, that pillar of 7-colored light was a bit conspicuous. Not to mention, on Yan's side, there's far-orbiting satellite monitoring. Hearing the secretary's return, Yang Yu just calmly said, I know. The secretary hesitated and continued, now on the staff side, many leaders are worried about what Yang Yu showed a smile, worried that we will fall out of favor. The secretary opened her mouth without speaking, because it's just not a good thing to say. It's a shame to spread the word that a great nation is worried about losing favor. Yang Yu said, it's normal for alien civilizations to treat everyone the same. What's there to worry about? Right, the secretary suddenly added. The intelligence section over there also said that the alien civilization gave a mission to the Ugly Kingdom in our Yin Kingdom's script. Oh, Yang Yu's eyes lit up. Alien civilizations certainly wouldn't make low-level mistakes, and the fact that they continue to use the Yin state script in such matters could indicate some tendencies. Isn't that just fine? At least it proves that he recognizes our culture. So what's there to worry about? There's one more thing, the secretary reported. Over at the intelligence section, the content of the mission from the alien civilization was intercepted, and they intend to steal credit from the Ugly Kingdom, and now the order to collect the material has been sent out. When these words came out, Yang Yu was the one whose face changed. Instinct told him it was not a good idea to do so. Once the top brass of the Ugly Kingdom knew about it, not only would the hidden comrades whose hearts were toward this side be exposed, but they would also completely turn their backs on the Ugly Kingdom. And that's just the small stuff. I'm afraid that on the side of the alien civilization, they will think differently. In case the alien bigwigs thought that the Yin Kingdom was engaging in unfair competition, it would not be worth it. In addition, such a move would also expose to alien civilizations that there is discord among the nations of mankind, perhaps triggering uncertain consequences. Thinking of this, Yang Yu immediately picked up the red landline phone, dialed a number and called it. Waiting for the phone to connect, he will be his own views, said over the phone, finally concluded. I think that since the alien civilization wants to be treated equally, then fair competition is the best choice. Some small means, used well, is just the icing on the cake, and once you make a mistake, it's likely to cause unforeseen trouble. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Just said I know and hung up. Put the phone down. Yang Yu still frowned. To be honest, he wasn't sure if his move was good or bad, because alien civilizations are objects that humans have never come into contact with. No one is sure about what they think. Zhao Zhang didn't know that. A small move of his own has caused the two superpowers in the jealousy. It took him almost 2 hours after the letter was sent before he received an alert from the teleportation array. Zhao Zhang immediately frowned. Ah, Cho, are you good or not? Such a simple material. You guys used 2 hours to collect it. To complete the efficiency is less than half of Yengua's. While his mouth was spitting, Zhao Zhang's hands weren't slow, and he immediately received the things from the ugly country's teleportation point side. He then clicked to activate the 8th building, the forge furnace. A long progress bar appeared and it gave Zhao Zhang a bit of a headache to see it. It looks like it's going to be another couple days. This time, Zhao Zhang didn't give the ugly kingdom a return gift, because he thinks ugly nation is too slow and delaying him. Since giving chances doesn't work, don't blame him for favoring Yan's side next time. At this point, a prompt pops up in the screen. The intermediate magic radiation cannon and the secret art tablet, both of which had already been charged. Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up. However, he looked at the already darkening sky outside, and after thinking about it, he gave up the idea of launching it immediately. It was so late. If he fired a secret art rain towards the blue star, it might cause a riot and many casualties in order to earn the secret art inheritance, because nighttime is not like daytime. During the day, people grab and more or less tighten up. The night is dark, and some mischievous people will probably take advantage of the cover of the night to sabotage and harm others. Therefore, Zhao Zhang planned to launch the secret rain tomorrow morning. His gaze, then, went to the Tree of Life. In the Tree of Life on the 2 giant cocoons, looks than before seems to be a little bigger again, but then, the distance from the guardian angel to break out of the cocoon is still a long way off. Zhao Zhang could only order the elf to pick a fruit of life for him and send it over. After eating the fruit, he looked at the time and went into a state of cultivation. And just as Zhao Zhan was cultivating, in the Black Palace of the Ugly Kingdom, however, there was a meeting. At the meeting, many people expressed their dissatisfaction with the fact that they sent materials and the alien civilization did not give them back, believing that the alien civilization was engaging in differential treatment. The president was so angry at this that he immediately named the director of intelligence. Will, tell them how long it took the Yin Kingdom to gather the materials after receiving the request from the alien civilization. Will, who had a hawkish nose, sniffed and shrugged. It only took them 37 minutes. When these words came out, those who had previously expressed their dissatisfaction were dumbfounded. Chapter 80, the sensation brought about by the inheritance of intermediate-level secret arts. Early morning, when Zhao Zhang woke up from his cultivation state, he immediately realized that his physique had become much stronger again. Although this time, the change in strength was not as fierce as the first time he took the intermediate fruit of life. It still made him feel that his entire body was filled with power. It was estimated that even if he didn't use his spiritual energy right now, he would be able to fight 10 of them with his physical strength alone. Zhao Zhan was very satisfied with the effect of the intermediate fruit of life. Subsequently, he opened his old phone and logged on to War of Civilizations. In the moon base, the secret stones and the magic radiation cannon have been charged and are ready to go. Zhao Zhang didn't hesitate and double-clicked the magic radiation cannon, then aimed at Blue Star and chose to fire. A pillar of blue light, at least 3 times thicker than before, hit the atmosphere of the Blue Star with precision. Immediately after, in the sky, it began to rain secret arts. Main Street, the crowd that was working, saw the countless secret art inheritances falling from the sky. They only froze for a moment, then quickly fell into a frenzy, opening up a state of scrambling. Although after the last wave of secret art rain, the secret art inheritance on the market, the price had already hit the bottom. However, right now, each primary secret art inheritance could still be sold for a minimum of 50,000 apiece. It seems that this price, which has already been bottomed out, will not go down any further. 50,000 a secret art inheritance. Perhaps the rich could ignore it, but for the poor, it was an objective fortune, naturally triggering countless people to scramble for it. Suddenly, someone let out a gasp of surprise after grabbing one of the secret art inheritances. This is a mid-level secret art inheritance. As soon as the secret art inheritance was in one's hand, the relevant information would automatically appear in one's mind. This statement triggered even more enthusiasm from the crowd to compete for the secret art inheritance. Some of the rich people in the luxury cars, who had originally disdained it, heard that it was an intermediate-level secret art inheritance, and immediately rushed out of the car and joined the scrambling movement. At once, the streets were a mess. Order collapsed instantly. Fortunately, after the previous secret rain, the official personnel also had experience in dealing with it. and when the scramble came to a close, the official personnel immediately stepped forward to maintain order, and dealt a severe blow to those who were vicious and evil. I didn't expect that there would be an intermediate level secret art inheritance. Ha ha ha, I snagged one. How much can I sell it for? It's really hard to put a price on this situation right now. After all, no one knows when the next secret art reign will land. There is an intermediate secret art inheritance, and there will definitely be an advanced secret art inheritance as well. In the future, the Warlocks, they will become stronger and stronger. It looks like the future of mankind is, indeed, Warlocks. On the street, countless people were talking after the scramble was over. When Zhao Zhang went out to work, the scramble was almost over, and order was slowly restored on the street, with citizens going to work and continuing to eat breakfast. It seems that after a few times of secret arts raining down, everyone has experience in dealing with them. Maybe a few more secret rains and people will become extra calm is not a good idea. Zhao Zhang drove his car and arrived at the unit, just in time to run into a few subordinates who had just arrived. A few people were talking and laughing, and Suing Shui was among them. Seeing Zhao Zhang arrive, Suing Shui's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted, "Captain!" Zhao Zhang sniffed, closed and locked the car door, and walked over with a smile. "Look how you're smiling. You're having a good time." Several subordinates nodded in succession. "Captain, you know about the secret art reign just now, right? We grabbed the secret art inheritance," Suing Shui said. Zhao Zhang froze and said in surprise, "You all grabbed it?" "Yeah, we got lucky. Little Lu is the best. Grabbed too." Hearing this, Zhao Zhang was a bit puzzled. Could it be that his secret art stone tablet, this time, spat out more secret art inheritances? Suing Shui quickly asked, "Captain, you did not grab it." Zhao Zhang returned to his senses and nodded with a smile. "Yeah, I got up a bit late today, and by the time I went out, it was basically all snatched up." Suing Shui sniffed, regret all over her pretty face. The secret art inheritance that fell this time was an intermediate secret art inheritance. "It's such a pity that you didn't snatch it, Captain." "Oh, intermediate secret art inheritance." Zhao Zhang deliberately showed a surprised expression. "Yes," another subordinate said, "but don't feel bad, Captain. We'll keep an eye out for the intermediate secret art inheritance of the Thunder system for you. The secret art inheritance isn't too expensive nowadays, so the big deal is to buy it." At this time, Suing Shui, however, thought of the night she hunted the mutant manticore monster and gave Zhao Zhang a somewhat strange look. She remembered that Zhao Zhang seemed to have used a new skill at that time, but the girl was smart enough not to say anything, much less ask questions. A few moments later, Zhao Zhang came to his office. Just as he sat down, he turned on his computer and logged into Twitter. Unsurprisingly, the secret reign about this time had already made it to the hot search, currently rushing to the 11th position on the overall hot search list. The reason why it had caused so much discussion among netizens so quickly must have been because the secret art inheritance that had dropped this time was an intermediate secret art inheritance that had never appeared before. Zhao Zhang randomly clicked on a discussion topic, and the netizens were buzzing about it. Never would I have thought that there is actually an intermediate level secret art inheritance. What's so unexpected about that? There's a primary. Of course there's a secondary. Ha ha ha, I snagged 2 of them. I wonder how much I can sell them for. Asterisk 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 I'm a fire warlock and I happened to grab a fire type intermediate secret art inheritance, but when I tried to absorb it, it turned out to prompt me that I don't have enough magic power. What the hell? +1 upstairs. And I got the hint that there was not enough magic. Coincidence? Me too. I have a guess. Could this be a reminder that our current strength is only that of a primary warlock? Not enough for an intermediate warlock. Solid old iron. Are there any big brothers who have successfully absorbed it? Come out and tell us how they raised their magic power to intermediate level. The appearance of the intermediate secret art inheritance caused widespread discussion. Many netizens realized that the era of warlocks being graded according to their strength might be coming. Zhao Zhang watched for a while, but suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he shouted. As soon as the words fell, he saw Secretary Chao, holding a document. "Walk in, Secretary Chao." "What is this?" Zhao Zhang asked curiously. Secretary Chao smiled and said, "Captain Zhao, today is payday. This is the payroll for all of your co-workers and needs your signature." Zhao Zhang heard the first stunned, and then this realized that the Warlock administration of Luzhou City has been formally established and run for more than a month. You certainly can't slack off on something like paychecks. When Zhao Zhang used to work part-time, there was nothing he hated more than stingy bosses who owed him wages. He immediately signed the document and instructed Secretary Chao, have the property side, send everyone's paychecks as soon as possible. No delays. Understood. Secretary Chao promised and immediately went out with the documents in his arms. P.S. Some of the bigwigs are so sharp-eyed. The little action the little author just pulled today was immediately spotted by you guys. Chapter 81, Oops, Captain Zhao has been kidnapped. Afternoon. The people were all overjoyed to see their paychecks coming in. Rich or poor, everyone is happy to receive a paycheck. For a while, the entire precinct looked a little jubilant. Someone immediately initiated a proposal that we all get together once tonight for a potluck dinner at AA cost. The move was also approved by the majority, because the majority of those who joined the Warlock Authority were young, and young people like a good time. Since we are going to have a dinner party, we can't miss the big leader Zhao Zhang. For the invitation of his subordinates, Zhao Zhang would definitely not spoil the fun and readily agreed. And so, after work that afternoon, the crowd trooped off to a large nearby restaurant. This restaurant, it was Secretary Chow who found it. The decor is new, looks relatively clean, and is inexpensive, just right for AA get-togethers. During the meeting, a lot of girls were frequently filled with wine by those men, but no one dared to fill Suing Xue. Not because Suing Xue is strong, but everyone can see that Suing Xue and Captain Zhao are close. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, the gathering ended with the crowd in front of the restaurant saying their goodbyes. As the leader, Zhao Zhang was definitely the first to go. If he doesn't leave, no one will back out. Since he had been drinking, Zhao Zhang didn't want to take the law into his own hands to drink and drive, so he called a chauffeur to drive him home. He himself was sitting in the back seat, eyes closed. From the looks of it, Zhao Zhang's face was red and he seemed to be drunk. In reality, he was just drinking to his face. He hadn't had much to drink during the night, and his mind was now clear as a bell. He was pretending to be asleep. As for why you're pretending to be asleep, of course there is a reason. The chauffeur master was a burly man around 30 years old, and it seemed that he was afraid of waking up Zhao Zhang, so he drove slowly and steadily all the way. However, the route he took was not the direction to Zhao Zhang's villa. Zhao Zhang had realized this a long time ago, but he didn't do anything and was still pretending to be asleep. He'd like to see what this guy wants to do. In fact, in the last 2 days, Zhao Zhang has been going to and from work, and he feels that someone is keeping an eye on him. His 5 senses and 6 senses were now powerful, and his perception of some gazes with malicious intent was very sharp. At first, Zhao Zhang thought that it was his illusion, but now, it seemed that someone really had bad intentions towards him. The car drove for about half an hour, straight to the outskirts of the city. Finally, the car stopped. "Boss, it's here," the master driver in front of him shouted. Zhao Zhang looked confused, looked around and asked blankly, "Where is this?" "Ah, this isn't my home. Master, you sent me to the wrong place." In fact, Zhao Zhang's acting was not very good, and his expression of pretending to be confused was very pretentious. It was good that it was nighttime at the moment, and the lights in the back compartment weren't on, so the man in front of him didn't even know that Zhao Zhang was acting. Hearing Zhao Zhang's words, the driver master hemmed and hawed and said, "This really isn't your home. As for whether you can still go home, it depends on your performance." "What do you mean?" Zhao Zhang had just asked, when the door of the car next to him was suddenly pulled open from outside. A bald and strong man appeared in Zhao Zhang's line of sight. Then, without waiting for Zhao Zhang to say anything, this bald and burly man poked out his hands towards Zhao Zhang and grabbed the pretending drunken Zhao Zhang. To Zhao Zhang's surprise, this guy was wearing an airtight rubberized leather jacket, including rubberized leather gloves on his hands. Obviously, this was a premeditated kidnapping, and the thugs knew Zhao Zhang very well, and knew that Zhao Zhang was using the power of thunder. Rubber had a certain insulating quality, just enough to restrain the power of his thunder. "Who are you and what do you want?" Zhao Zhang continued to disguise himself and exclaimed, "Do you know who I am? You dare to touch me? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Luzhou City." There's no sign of the man behind the curtain who's targeting him yet, so he's trying to keep up the act. As to whether or not it's going to be a bad game, I'm going to die here. Zhao Zhang was confident that he could retreat in one piece. His confidence came from his current strength. The 2 intermediate fruits of life had transformed his body very greatly, and now he had amazing strength in his body and extremely agile reactions, not in the least inferior to Spider-Man in the Marvel movies. In addition, Zhao Zhang was also an intermediate-level warlock. If he wanted to attack, he wouldn't be able to block it with the rubberized skin on the bald, burly man. As the saying goes, the artist is bold. If he didn't have enough strength, Zhao Zhang wouldn't have dared to keep acting and tricking his way to the side. "Captain Zhao, goodbye." When the bald and strong man dragged Zhao Zhang into an abandoned factory building, Zhao Zhang finally met the person who wanted to harm him. It was actually Boss Wang, who he had previously screwed over by $100 million. However, at this moment, Boss Wang looks very down and out. Before the leopard skin coat and big gold chain all gone, wearing a set of jacket, very shabby. I do not know where this guy got it from. The hair was a dazzling mess, and it looked like it hadn't been washed in a while. The skin was also much darker, and the whole person looked much thinner. Most importantly, Boss Wang's right hand is gone, at the moment with a conspicuous prosthesis. "Mr. Wang," Zhao Zhang was surprised. "What's wrong with you? It's only been more than a month since I've seen you. How did you fall into such a state? The surprise of the moment was not feigned. For the end of Mr. Wan's boss, Zhao Zhang's original prediction. Think that this treacherous businessman at most is bankruptcy. The days can always get by. After all, the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. I never thought that Boss Wang would become so miserable. What is even more unexpected is that this surname Wang are so miserable. How there are so many people who are willing to follow him. And it's not because of you. Hearing Zhao Zhang's words, Boss Wan's face immediately sank. His eyes filled with killing intent. Surname Zhao, if it wasn't for you screwing me out of $100 million, I definitely wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Immediately spit out the money to the laborer. Otherwise, you don't want to go back alive tonight. Zhao Zhang revealed a mocking smile. I'm willing to pay. Will I be able to go back alive? Boss Wang froze. It was true that he had no intention of letting Zhao Zhang go. After all, after he got the money, he was going to run away. How could he let Zhao Zhang go back? If Zhao Zhang was able to go back alive, with this kid's current position, it wouldn't be difficult for him to be wanted, and he really wouldn't be able to run away. It was still quite embarrassing to have one's plans revealed by Zhao Zhang. In addition, this kid just outside, not still a look of panic how to come in after seeing him, but became calm up. Boss Wang vaguely felt that something was wrong. But then, things had come this far, and there was no turning back for him. If he doesn't get the money tonight, he won't survive. P.S. It seems that the matter of opening a new book has been known by quite a few big brothers. In that case, let's announce here that the new book has been issued, and the little author is double opening from today. Please also rest assured that the double opening will not affect the update of the book. Really, this book results are very poor to only mix full attendance. The small author actually do not want to double open so tired, but the need to raise a family. The daughter is still small. In the wailing, can only double open to try. I hope you can go to the collection to support the new book. The new book and the last old book, choosing a C-level hero. I was ridiculed by the whole network for 3 years. Almost the same subject matter, is considered a sisterhood, but the author has been improved, and can certainly avoid the poisonous points. Write a more refreshing and more reasonable. For those who are interested in this kind of subject matter, you can go ahead and collect it. New name, God-level alien ability for C-level talent. The whole network laughs at me for being stupid. Also known as, using burnt fruit for Saitama physique. The whole network laughs at me for being stupid. Click on the author's name, or the link below. You can find it. The link to the new book is here. Chapter 82, 1 against 10. The advantage is mine. You give me back that 100 million and break one of your own hands and I'll let you go back. Boss Wang stared at Zhao Zhang sinisterly, then raised his prosthetic limb and said, I have this hand because you don't have it. It's not too much to ask you to have a hand. Zhao Zhang smiled at his words. Not too much. Not too much at all. He suddenly wanted to tease this Boss Wang, however. I have to make sure it's safe before I can give you the money. Or else what if you get the money and tear the ticket? Hearing this, Boss Wang's face sank as he scolded. Surname Zhao, are you still not clear about the situation? Boss Wang, the bald guy who grabbed Zhao Zhang's shoulder said. Don't bull asterisk with this kid. Let me teach him a lesson first so he can sober up. When Boss Wang heard this, he only thought for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. He was pitched $100 million by Zhao Zhang, and his heart was naturally filled with hatred towards Zhao Zhang. Disable his right hand first, Boss Wang said coldly. The bald man hemmed and hawed and was about to make his move when he heard Zhao Zhang sigh slightly. It's no fun to play like that. At this moment, Zhao Zhang swept away the drunkenness he had pretended to have before. His eyes were clear, and his body was radiating a powerful aura. Yeah, he's not pretending. I guess Boss Wang, that's all that's left. And when Boss Wang saw this, his complexion suddenly became suspicious. You're not drunk. You're faking it. Zhao Zhang nodded. Yes, the last 2 days when I went out, I always felt that someone was staring at me with malicious eyes. I was thinking of pulling someone out. I didn't expect you guys to take the initiative to send me to the door tonight, so I made it a plan and followed. Boss Wang's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He hastily panicked and looked toward the outside. Don't look, Zhao Zhang said indifferently. I don't need to call for backup to deal with you little Yakuza. You are alone. Boss Wang was first stunned, then suddenly laughed out loud. A young man is a young man. He thinks he knows a thing or two, so he doesn't know what's good for him. Boss Wang looked at Zhao Zhang coldly and suddenly took out a gun and slapped it on the table. I know you're fast, but can you outrun a bullet? Zhao Zhang didn't have any surprises when he saw the gun. The one surnamed Wang intended to deal with him and must have investigated him. Oh, that's what you've got. In regards to guns, to be honest, Zhao Zhang really wasn't afraid now. After becoming the captain of the Warlock Authority, he naturally had access to guns, and had an understanding of the power of some of them. To boast, with his current strength, ordinary guns were no longer useful to him. Unless they were the kind of sniper rifles with fierce power and large caliber. Boss Wang, I have a word of advice for you, Zhao Zhang said indifferently. In your next life, if you can still be reincarnated as a human, remember not to stand so close to a thunder warlock. The words fell. He then quickly raised his hand and a thunderbolt emitted from his palm, quickly striking Boss Wang. Lightning chains. Crack. Boss Wang was instantly knocked away but didn't die. This guy was timid as hell. He was on guard against Zhao Zhang, and he was wearing rubberized leather clothes. Even if he didn't die, this blow was enough to make Boss Wang drink a pot of water and not be able to get up for half a day. He's just an ordinary man, not even a warlock. And that thunder, after flying away from Boss Wang, it quickly jumped and landed on a horseman next to Boss Wang. This horseman wasn't wearing a rubber protective suit, and was immediately electrocuted to the point that his body stiffened and he fell straight to the ground. That thunder continued to jump and streak across the battering rams. For every hit, one goes down. Among these people, there were actually warlocks, only, their abilities, all too late to send, were hit by the lightning chain's thunder. With the thunder emitted by Zhao Zhang's current intermediate warlock, it was easy to kill a primary warlock in seconds. In the blink of an eye, a large portion of Boss Wang's men then fell. Those who could still stand now, other than the bald guy next to Zhao Zhang, there were only 2 youths left who were keeping a lookout at the entrance of the factory building. Seeing Zhao Zhang put down a large number of people with a single move, these 3 people were taken aback. The bald guy was the first to react, and immediately, with a vicious face, he raised his fist and slammed it towards Zhao Zhang's head, and, the moment he raised his fist, the skin on it rapidly petrified. Rather unexpectedly, this bald head was also a warlock, and just as the bald man's fist was about to hit Zhao Zhang's head, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his fist. It was Zhao Zhang. The bald man was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhao Zhang would be able to grab his fist so easily. One should know that his punch went down with so much force that the wall could be punched out of a hole, and when it hit the body of a large dog, it could break the large dog's vertebrae with a single punch. This kid in front of me, isn't he a thunder warlock? Why does he have so much power? It didn't take long for the bald, burly man to reveal a look of fear. This was because he realized that there was a huge force coming from Zhao Zhang's palm that was strongly pressing his fist. Ka-ching! Next moment, the bald and burly man let out a miserable scream and fell to his knees. His petrified fist was actually directly crushed by Zhao Zhang. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang raised a finger and gently tapped it on the bald and strong man's head. The screams of the bald and burly man came to an abrupt end, and he collapsed stiffly on the ground, emitting a burst of charred odor. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. The 2 youths who were keeping watch at the door, seeing how terrifying Zhao Zhang was, immediately turned around and ran without saying a word. Zhao Zhang naturally couldn't let them run away. Running thunder sprint was unleashed. In an instant, Zhao Zhang transformed into a bolt of lightning and scurried out, catching up with the fleeing 2 in the blink of an eye. He nudged at both of them and they fell head over heels, never to rise again. These 2 were also ordinary people who couldn't carry the power of his thunder. When Zhao Zhang returned to the factory building, the only living person still lying on the ground was Boss Wang. As he watched Zhao Zhang approaching towards him step by step, Boss Wang revealed the eyes of a man who had seen a ghost in God, and hurriedly raised his hand to beg for forgiveness. Don't kill me. Zhao Zhang laughed. Boss Wang, I heard that you used to be a mixed character. Why do you still say such childish words? It's come to this point. Do you think you can still live? When Boss Wang heard this, his face first turned pale, then revealed a strong hatred, and he was about to break out in curses right away. Only, just as he opened his mouth, Zhao Zhang's fist that flashed with thunder struck his head first. Thunder fist. In just a moment, Boss Wang was electrocuted and scorched, emitting a strong, pasty odor. When Zhao Zhang lifted his hand, Boss Wang couldn't be more dead, and there was no way to save him even if the gods came. Chapter 83. I do things as I please. In the dilapidated factory building, it's a mess. There are bodies everywhere. Even so, Zhao Zhang was still a bit uneasy. He first walked over to those corpses and patched them up with electric shocks one by one, making sure they were completely dead before he took out his cell phone and dialed Secretary Chao's number. Secretary Chao, something happened on my side. There was a group of kidnappers, trying to kidnap me to extort money. Yes, they have already been taken out by me. I'll send the location to you. Bring a few of your brothers on duty over. The phone hung up and Zhao Zhang sent the location. A few moments later, several cars came, in addition to the people brought by Secretary Chao. On the side of the police station, a lot of people also came. This is what Zhao Zhang asked Secretary Chao to help call the police. After all, he killed a lot of people, and this kind of thing is a criminal case that needs to be handled by the police. Seeing the tragic situation in the factory building, the criminal police officers who came over, each of them secretly smacked their lips, and their gazes towards Zhao Zhang became awe-inspiring. The gang of kidnappers numbered 12. including several warlocks, and Zhao Zhang is only one person. One person eliminated so many enemies and looked unharmed. This Zhao captain. His strength is really terrifying. Next, the bodies, naturally, were all handed over to the police for disposal. As for Zhao Zhang, he wasn't given half a hard time. He was simply asked some questions and left the scene. Since Zhao Zhang had been drinking, he was sent home by a subordinate who had not been drinking. By the time he arrived home, the time was after 10 o'clock at night. Zhao Zhang didn't delay and immediately ordered the elves to bring him a fruit of life, and after eating it, he entered a state of cultivation. Early the next morning, Zhao Zhang woke up, washed up, and went to his unit to work. He had no trouble at all with last night. This is because Boss Wang was listed by the court as a person with high consumption restriction some time ago, precisely because of bankruptcy and insolvency. He had every reason and motive to commit kidnapping. On the police side, the matter was quickly characterized. Boss Wang and the others deserved to die. In fact, according to the regular procedure, if Zhao Zhang wanted to be cleared of suspicion and exonerated, I'm afraid that he would have to waste a lot of effort, and maybe, in the end, he would have to take a little bit of responsibility, because he killed someone, and he still killed 12 of them. But now, Zhao Zhang didn't have anything to do, and the police didn't even summon him to cooperate with the investigation. The fact that this can happen is, of course, facilitated by power. The current Zhao Zhang was the Grand Captain of the Warlock Administration, and was even the acting director of the sub-district. If Lao Wang can't come back from the front, he, the acting director, can drop the word acting. In addition, the Warlock Authority, at the administrative level, is higher than the police department, so, on the police side, they don't dare to trouble him at all. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Zhang, who was sitting behind the desk, immediately put away his old cell phone and shouted, "Come in." Door open. It was Suing Xue who walked in. With a worried look on her pretty face, the girl asked as soon as she entered, "Captain, I heard you were kidnapped last night." Zhao Zhang smiled and nodded, saying, "Yeah, but it's been resolved." "And are you hurt?" "Just a few small thieves. How can they hurt me?" "Well." Suing Xue carefully looked at Zhao Zhang for a few moments and realized that Zhao Zhang looked extremely well and didn't look like he had any injuries on his body. "That's good." Zhao Zhang smiled and asked, "You ran over here just to see if I was hurt?" Suing Xue nodded graciously. "As your subordinate, I definitely need to care about you." Zhao Zhang swept his eyes over his sister's delicate and lovely pretty face and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm not doing anything at all. If you don't have anything else to do, just go out." Suing Xue, however, didn't leave and opened her mouth. "Why don't I treat you to dinner at noon to weigh you down?" After thinking about it, Zhao Zhang really didn't have much to do today, so he said, "Okay, wait for me after work at noon." Suing Xue sniffed and immediately revealed a happy smile like a licking dog. "Okay then, Captain. I'll leave you to play your game. He. Dropping these words, the girl didn't give Zhao Zhang a chance to react and directly flashed away. Actually, with no monsters descending upon them, the work of the Warlock Authority is, indeed, quite easy. All you need to do is patrol every day, and most of the time everyone is playing games. By 11 o'clock afternoon, Zhao Zhang was about to pack up and accompany his sister to dinner, but Secretary Chow came looking for him. "Secretary Chow has a problem. By the way, something's happened," Secretary Chow said with a grave expression on his face. "We just received a request for support from the police station side. A warlock killed someone in the XX neighborhood and is escaping. The police side can't catch him, so we hope that our side can send someone over to assist in the arrest." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhang immediately frowned. Although warlock crime was a big problem that caused headaches all over the country, however, there had been no warlock killings in the precincts managed by Zhao Zhang. That's a first. Also, if a warlock commits a crime, the Warlock Authority does need to send out manpower to help out and crack down on the criminals. This is one of the regulations of the Warlock Authority. "Secretary Chow, tell me first what's going on." Secretary Chow sniffed and immediately said, "According to the information coming from the police side, the matter is very simple. The murderer used to be an ordinary deliveryman. His wife disliked him for being poor, took the family's money and ran away with someone, causing his daughter to have a disease with no money to treat it, and died in the hospital. Later, after the murderer became a warlock, he had been searching for his ex-wife's whereabouts, and finally found it in recent days, and carried out his revenge last night, killing her." Hearing this, Zhao Shan was stunned. "That's not a murderer. It's just a bloody father." "How was the crime committed last night discovered today?" Zhao Zhang asked. Secretary Chow said, "It was the dead man's neighbor who reported it to the police. It was said that the murderer dismembered the dead man, and when he was pulling him out with the suitcase, the blood penetrated the suitcase and landed a little bit outside, which was discovered by the neighbor, who then called the police." Zhao Zhang nodded, unable to see any expression. Secretary Chow then asked, Captain Zhao, regarding the police's request for backup, who should be sent? Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and asked, Secretary Chow thinks it's better to send someone. Secretary Chow smiled. Captain Zhao, in fact, on the police side, the preferred candidate is you. Because the murderer is also a thunder warlock and has learned the running thunder sizzle, and escapes too fast for ordinary people to catch up, I'm afraid that only you personally will be able to do it. Zhao Shan was stunned. He didn't think much of it, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll go then. The words fell. He walked out of the office with Secretary Chow, head on just in time to see Su Yingshui walking over. Captain, Zhao Zheng then said, Yingshui, I'm afraid I can't eat at noon. I'll eat some other time, so get ready and go on a mission with me. Call Xiao Lu and the rest of them. P.S. 2 more finished this, and then push my new book God-level alien for sea-level talent. The whole network laughs at me stupid. Anime and American comics combined theme. Kneeling support. So far have read all say good. Chapter 84 Magical Equipment. Hawk Jam vs. Yan Gua. Chapter 84 Fantastic Equipment. Hawk Jam vs. Inferno Kingdom. In a flash, it was already 4 days later. It was past 9 in the morning, and Zhao Zhan was playing a game in his office. Suddenly, the alert came from the old cell phone that was sitting on the table. Zhao Zhang opened it and his eyes lit up. Your forge furnace activation is complete. He immediately opened his phone and entered the moon base, and saw that, in the building bar next to him, the forge melting furnace had turned colorful. It was a huge fiery red furnace, complete with a platform for smithing next to it. Zhao Zhang was overjoyed and immediately clicked on the furnace and dragged it to the moon base, placing it right next to the dwarf house. When he let go of his finger, the forge melting furnace rose out of the ground and was successfully established. With a look of anticipation, he immediately gave the dwarves orders to forge weapons and equipment. The dwarves, who had been instructed to do so, came to the forge melting pot. Subsequently, the one who was the leader of the dwarves spoke to Zhao Zhang. Master, what weapons and equipment do you need? Along with this message, a selectable weaponry bar appeared next to it, with a total of 6 primary weaponry on it. They are, Magic Bracelet, Beginner, Cold Ice Sword, Beginner, Flaming Sword, Beginner, Golden Silk Armor, Beginner, Magic Pendant, Beginner, God Walking Shoes, Beginner. Seeing these weapons and equipment, Zhao Zhang's eyes became abnormally bright. He then immediately clicked on the details of these weapons and equipment. Magic Bracelet, a handy bracelet that contains magic power that accelerates the release of the secret art inheritance while boosting its power by a certain amount. Cold Ice Sword, a sharp iron sword that, when attacking, comes with ice magic damage. Flaming Blade, sharp, mountain opening blade. When attacking, it comes with flame damage. Golden Silk Armor, can be worn close to the body, with good defense, and it contains a defense spell formation that can withstand 1 large damage. Magic Pendant, a small and delicate pendant that automatically absorbs magic power and provides the wearer with magic support when the wearer is low on magic power. God Walking Shoes, when worn, walking and running is as light as a swallow, and can increase the wearer's movement speed by 20%. When Zhao Zhang saw the functions of these weapons and equipment, his expression was immediately delighted. Not bad for a page 2 building and for making him wait so long. These dwarves, indeed, had surprised him. Zhao Zhang immediately gave these dwarves the order to manufacture. Only, dwarves make some claims. Master, to build these weapons and equipment, the following materials are needed: steel, iron, tungsten, gold, copper, cloth, mahogany, barite, barium carbonate, monster crystal cores. A large list of materials appeared in front of Zhao Zhang. Base warehouse, still missing cloth, mahogany, quartz sand, feldspar, and other materials to forge them all. Seeing the materials presented by these dwarves, Zhao Zhang simply couldn't sit still, so he immediately told Secretary Chow and drove himself home immediately. Subsequently, he took all the material requirements of the dwarves and printed them all on a list, and the list was 10,000 times as large. Yes, Zhao Zhang is going to make 10,000 pieces out of all the weaponry. The last time the golden beetle monster attacked, it showed him that the strength of the warlocks on the human side was still too poor. If he hadn't struck out with the moon base last time, those golden beetle monsters, there's no telling what kind of damage they would have caused. So, he was going to get these warlocks some weaponry and equipment to increase their combat power. This 10,000 pieces is just the beginning. Of course, something like weaponry, he definitely wouldn't give it away for nothing. Whether he could get it or not depended on the skill of those warlocks. Once these weapons and equipment come out, they will definitely cause a stir, and the warlocks will all want them. At that time, they will definitely become sky-high items and be more expensive than the previous secret art inheritance. Zhao Zhang sighed. He then put on his gloves, anti-fingerprint, and loaded the list of materials, ready to transmit it over to the capital. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhang reprinted a copy of it and sent a copy over to the Black Palace side of the Ugly Kingdom. Kitty, I'll give you one more chance, and if you don't satisfy father me this time, then don't blame daddy for abandoning you. It's not bull ********. The teleportation array of the moon base was able to withdraw the teleportation point, and after it was withdrawn, it could be re-established in a different place. As he spoke, he transmitted the two lists of materials, transiting through the lunar teleportation array. Capital. When the list of materials appeared on the royal palace's teleportation point, it immediately attracted attention. Although the list of materials this time was huge and varied, the senior management still did not hesitate for a second, and immediately gave the order to go all out to collect them for the alien Big Brother. On Eagle Sauce's side, the president first frowned when he saw the extensive list of materials, and then immediately gave the order to collect them. Shortly after the order was issued, his assistant came to his ear and whispered, "Sir, news has come from CIA that the Yin Kingdom has also obtained an identical list of materials and is already doing its best to collect them." Upon hearing this, the president's face changed and he immediately picked up the phone on his desk. "James, don't make excuses with me. I don't care what you do. I just want results. Half an hour. You've got 1.5 hours at the most. If you can't gather enough material in 1.5 hours, I swear, I'll put you in jail." The president cursed viciously and hung up hard. No wonder he was in such a hurry. The aliens had suddenly sent two lists of materials, obviously to make them compete with the Yin Kingdom in terms of efficiency. The president vaguely felt that this time, if they were still several times behind the Yin Kingdom as they were last time, I was afraid that the aliens would make a move out of them that they couldn't afford. For example, just ditch the ugly country. And that, Mr. President can never accept. At the thought, Mr. President stood up uneasily and walked around the office. Finally, after half an hour, there was good news, that James has managed to collect the materials and is transporting them towards the Black Palace. The president had just breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this Hoshi, when the assistant next to him brought him the bad news. "Sir, I just got word that over in the Yin country, the materials have been collected and have been transmitted over." FK. The president couldn't help but explode with a heavy slap, slapping the table. In the meantime, Zhao Zhang, who was leisurely drinking tea at home, also got an alert from his old cell phone. "Oh, it's only been half an hour, so soon a party has finished collecting. The one who can have this kind of efficiency is definitely our great Yin country." When he logged into the moon base, as expected, the first to complete the collection was none other than the teleportation point over in the Yin Kingdom's capital city. Chapter 85, Mr. Angry President. Seeing that it's a movement coming from the capital, Zhao Zhang had a small smile on his face and was not half surprised. Click receive. All of a sudden, a large amount of materials appeared on the teleportation array of the moon base, and the materials were categorized in yard and stacked high. Regarding the efficiency and meticulousness of the work done on the capital side, Zhao Zhang couldn't help but give a nod of approval. Awesome. Sure enough, in terms of efficiency, it has to be our great Yin country, unlike the gringos, who dawdle and procrastinate. Speaking of the back, Zhao Zhang couldn't help but snort coldly. He couldn't believe that the Eagle Jam executives were so stupid that they couldn't see his intent in transmitting the two lists of materials, since Hawkmaster's side doesn't take it seriously. Don't blame him. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang firstly disassembled all the materials sent from the capital and stored them in the warehouse of the moon base, and then gave the dwarves the order to build. At once, all 10 dwarves moved. A long progress bar also appeared next to the forging furnace. Seeing such a long progress bar, Zhao Zhang frowned slightly, but he was helpless. What he wanted, after all, was to make 10,000 of each piece of equipment. Such a big project, it is also difficult for these 10 dwarves. Taking a little longer is completely understandable. Afterwards, Zhao Zhang didn't care about this side anymore. His gaze, looking towards the teleportation array, just as he was about to recycle the teleportation point on Eagle Sauce's side. In the nick of time, the teleportation point on Eagle Sauce's side finally transmitted a movement. Aha! Zhao Zhang froze and clicked receive without hesitation. A large pile of boxes immediately appeared on the teleportation array of the moon base. Though Hawkmaster's side was at least 10 minutes slow and sent him a stream of materials, unclassified and unorganized, straight to his head. However, after counting, Zhao Zhang realized that he was right in terms of quantity. Took a total of over 40 minutes, an improvement from last time. Zhao Zhang was a bit helpless. Originally he was going to recycle the teleportation point on Eagle Sauce's side, but he didn't expect Eagle Sauce's side to actually send the material over in time. Now that the materials were all broken down and received by him, it seemed a bit less than ideal to reclaim Hawk Jam's teleportation point. Doing so will easily send a negative message to the human side. thinking that he, as a lunar lord, can't keep his word. Never mind, since you're so prompt this time, I'll give you another chance. However, Kitty you guys are indeed slower than the Yen Kingdom, by so much, so don't blame me for not being able to treat everyone the same, Zhao Zhang said with a smile. He then gave the elf instructions to prepare 4 bottles of mid-level life dew. 3 bottles were sent to the capital side, then 1 to the Eagle Jam side. These 4 bottles of intermediate life dew will serve as a return gift from both sides. As to whether it's worth that much material, that's none of Zhao Zhang's business. A total of 4 bottles of life dew. The Yen countryside has 3 bottles. You only have 1 bottle. Kitty what do I mean? You guys think for yourselves. Zhao Zhang spat out a sentence and then stopped focusing on the teleportation array and instead looked towards the tree of life. The 2 cocoons on the tree that birthed the guardian angels seemed to have gotten quite a bit bigger and, well, new. When the 4 bottles of intermediate life dew appeared on Blue Star, it immediately caused a sensation. First was the capital city side. Ping! The door to Yang Yu's office was pushed straight open. It was his secretary who broke in. Yang Yu, who was working, immediately raised his head and saw that it was his secretary who came in. He did not show a look of reproach, because he knew that this secretary of his, who was a steady person, came in this time without knocking on the door. He must have encountered something big. Fruity. Without waiting for Yang Yu to open his mouth to inquire, the secretary said eagerly, Minister, the aliens gave back the gift. There are 3 bottles of that kind of life dew from last time, and now for the sake of fighting for these 3 bottles of life dew, the people from all departments are about to fight. Hearing this, Yang Yu was somewhat stunned. To be honest, he was very moved by that kind of life dew. After all, he was also a normal person and had an old man at home. Who wouldn't want that kind of life-giving dew that can bring the dead back to life, even if it's just for the sake of their family? Yang Yu also finally understood the meaning of the secretary's rush to come and report this news to him. Why do you think our department, too, should go for it? The secretary froze and subconsciously said, Can't I? Yang Yu smiled and shook his head without answering, because he knew very well that those 3 bottles of life dew were not enough to share on the center side alone. How could there be a share for them? What's the situation on the ugly countryside? How is their material collection going? Yang Yu changed the topic and asked. As soon as he heard this, the secretary already knew that his own minister had given up the chance to compete for the life-giving dew. Although there was some disbelief and regret in his heart, he didn't say much. As a secretary, you certainly can't question your leader's decisions. The collection has been completed and it has been sent, the secretary said truthfully. Oh, Yang Yu was a bit surprised, then laughed. Their movements this time are quite fast. Then, Yang Yu asked, did the aliens give them a gift back? Given, it's also life dew, the secretary said. However, according to the information received by the intelligence section, the aliens gave us 3 bottles, and the ugly countryside only gave 1 bottle. Aha! Yang Yu froze. 4 bottles in total. 3 bottles were given to us and 1 bottle was given to the ugly countryside. He quickly realized the aliens' intentions and smiled bashfully without saying anything else. Okay, I get it. Get out. The secretary immediately and respectfully left the office, taking the door with her in the process. In the meantime, over in the ugly kingdom, a high-level meeting has been held. Attending the meeting were not only the leading senior officials of various departments, but also those who were members of the National Assembly. I've just gotten news. That kind of life water that possesses magical efficacy. Over in the Yen Kingdom, a full 3 bottles have been obtained, and we only have this 1 bottle, the president said here, his face full of anger. There are a total of 4 bottles of life water. Originally it should be us and Yen Gua. 1/2. Now that the aliens have given 1 more bottle to the Yen Kingdom, we have 1 less, and in real comparison, we are 2 bottles less than the Yen Kingdom. Gentlemen, here's why. Why is our work efficiency every time slower than the Yen Kingdom? The resources we have at our disposal are clearly more abundant than theirs. Can anyone tell me what this is all about? The president didn't say much about the aliens' move. What he's angry about is the fact that these corporeal fools are still maintaining the same lazy habits of the past when it comes to alien civilizations. Seeing that no one spoke, the president broke into song again. I'm sure you've heard how amazing life water is, so don't tell me you all don't want something that can save your life. P.S. 2 more finished. This book can no longer get recommendations. Now just need to subscribe. But also please, 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 please. Thank you. Chapter 86, Everything, for the Alien Big Brother. The president gave the crowd a good spray. Either blame this for not doing its job properly or that department for not cooperating. Bottom line, losing this competition with the Yankee state is all your problem and has nothing to do with him. The president. Unfortunately, no one in the conference room cooperated with him at all. Everyone just watched the president perform in silence and said nothing. Mr. President doesn't care either. No one cooperated, so he played himself. After showing off his brilliance, Mr. President finally charted his way to the top. Gentlemen, we can't go on like this. If we continue like this, we'll surely be abandoned by the alien civilization. The president said seriously, the real hope lies in the hands of an alien civilization. If we are the first to be abandoned, the entire country of Micronesia will only go to extinction, including everyone here. This statement, on the contrary, was agreed to by many people. Although they can emigrate and run away, a golden nest does not smell as good as their own doghouse. In this country, they hold unrivaled power and wealth and enjoy countless resources. If they emigrate, it may not be the case, and it would be good if they are not treated as fat sheep to be served on the kitchen table. Mr. President, if you have any good suggestions, please just say so, someone said. The president's spirits were lifted when he saw the crowd finally facing up to his question. He said in a deep voice, I think it's time for a whole new department. This brand new department, a department dedicated to the needs of alien civilizations. I propose to call it Department 51. In order to better deal with the alien civilization, Department 51 needs to have the authority to mobilize the nation's resources, and when necessary, even global resources, we have to cooperate with them in obtaining them. Gentlemen, the partner status of the alien civilization, we absolutely cannot lose it. At least until we master his technology, we must hold on to it. For the sake of our world hegemony, this is a choice that must be made. Perhaps it was the last sentence that spoke to the crowd. Or perhaps it was the appearance of the life dew that made everyone already aware of the importance of an alien civilization. So, in a rare move, the crowd did not object when the president proposed a new department. Seeing this, the president immediately said, all those in favor of the establishment of Department 51, raise your hands. As the words fell, the president was the first to raise his hand. Instead, the conference room fell silent. Finally, after a long time, a gray-haired legislator raised his hand. As the councilman raised his hand, the crowd followed suit. Gradually, the entire conference room, hundreds of people, almost all raised their hands. Unanimous vote. In past sessions, on any subject, the two parties had to argue for their respective interests. Unanimous votes like this are extremely rare. Suffice it to say, Mr. President has accomplished a feat. The meeting was adjourned. Sector 51, right here in the ugly kingdom, is low-key. The ordinary people of the ugly country, however, didn't know, or if they did know, they wouldn't care. At this point in time, they're doing nothing but dodging monsters in a happy $0 purchase. Zhao Zheng didn't realize that in order to curry favor with him, the ugly side of the country had become a brand new department with immense power. He was leisurely drinking tea in the villa at the moment. Suddenly, he looked like he had thought of something, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Not right. So many days have passed. Why is it that only the Yen state and the ugly state have sent me monster crystal cores? The other countries' spaceflight capabilities are a bit worse, so it's understandable that they can't send them up. But how is it that the polar bears haven't made a move at all? If the polar bears were going to deliver it, it would have been delivered a long time ago. Don't they want to balk at the moon base? Zhao Zheng felt it was unlikely. He immediately took out his cell phone, opened the web page, and searched for news about the polar bear side. No news of the rocket launch was found. However, a rather strange one was found. Some time ago, the polar bear XX area, a violent explosion. Local residents can hear the commotion from a long distance, but the explosion place, soon blocked by the military, so local residents do not know what happened. This incident was only reported in the tabloids, and quickly disappeared. When he saw this news, Zhao Zheng counted the time and immediately made a guess in his mind. Couldn't it be that the polar bear side failed to launch and blew up in place? If that's the case, it would explain why. On the polar bear's side, there's been no movement. Zhao Zheng put down his cell phone without further thought. No matter what the polar bear's reason was, if it wasn't sent up, it wasn't sent up. And since that was the case, there was no way he was going to go over to the polar bear's side to build a teleportation point. To do so would be an injustice to the Yen and ugly countries. Suddenly, a message beeped from his cell phone. Zhao Zheng took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a text message sent from an unfamiliar number. We've arrived safely. We're grateful for the great favor. And if we're to be dispatched in the future, we'll die for it. Seeing the message, Zhao Zheng smiled slightly. The owner of this unfamiliar number is the same Thunder Warlock from last time. He didn't reply. Instead, this message was deleted. 2 days later, as the front line had finally stabilized, the warlocks who had gone to support them earlier were finally able to return. This morning, Zhao Zhang led all of his colleagues in the precinct and stood in the courtyard to welcome Lao Wang's successful return. For old Wang to be able to come back, to be honest, Zhao Zhang was not disappointed. He has no attachment to the position of acting director, because it is not seen. As the moon base became more and more massive, as the owner of the moon base, Zhao Zhang's heart, too, became stronger and stronger. Let's not talk about acting divisional commissioner. Even the chief director over in the capital city, he couldn't even look at him. If it is not the current job is not bad, easy enough, and convenient for him to act. I am afraid that Zhao Zhang has long resigned and quit. A few minutes later, the convoy escorting the heroes of the front line finally arrived and stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. A large number of co-workers, carrying their luggage, descended from the bus, and soon there was a black pile of people standing at the door. When old Wang appeared, Zhao Zhang immediately led the applause. Other co-workers applauded. Zhao Zhang greeted him and said with a smile, "Director, welcome back." Old Wang patted Zhao Zhang's shoulder and smiled. "I heard that you did very well during the time I was gone. Are you interested in continuing?" Zhao Zhang froze. He didn't know if old Wang was joking or not, so he quickly shook his head and refused. "Chief, you let me off the hook. I'm not leader material. I'm serious," old Wang said. "As long as you're willing to take over, I can apply and transfer back to the army." Zhao Zhang said. "I'm serious too." Old Wang heard, sighed. "It seems that we are the same kind of people. This trip to the front line, I realized that it is still the military camp that suits me." This was not a good comment for Zhao Zhang to make. He looked over at his other colleagues and realized that everyone had changed quite a bit since he'd seen them for a while.